Overnight, Blue Star was graced with a miraculous resurgence of spiritual energy, ushering in profound changes across the world. Numerous otherworldly realms emerged, unleashing a plethora of magical creatures, goblins, orcs, fishmen, dragons, and more. Fortunately, at the same time, humans aged 18 and above on Blue Star acquired the power to become professionals. Their physical forms became digitalized, endowed with a virtual data panel, where life points served as the critical measure of life and death. As long as their life points were not reduced to zero, even if gravely injured, they could slowly recuperate. In the year 2333 of Blue Star, this wave of spiritual resurgence irrevocably transformed human existence. Individuals gained experience points by vanquishing magical beasts, leveling up and mastering skills that aligned with their chosen professions. After years of combat, humanity gradually gained the upper hand, driving the magical creatures back into hidden realms. By the year 2366, thanks to the efforts of experts, humans could become professionals early, simply by undergoing an awakening ceremony at the age of 16. Xing Luo, a young boy harboring dreams of becoming a mage, faced an unforeseen turn of events on his awakening day. At dawn, Xing Luo was stirred awake by his alarm clock. He promptly rose, dressed, washed up, and took a seat at the dining table to prepare for breakfast. Upon seeing her son awake so early, Luo Mei teased, "Oh, is the sun rising in the west today? Why is the young master up so early?" Xing Yu chuckled and explained, "Today marks the first day of high school, and it's also the day of awakening, so of course he's up early." Filled with anticipation, Xing Luo exclaimed, "Good morning, Mom and Dad. I'm about to become a professional, so I need to rise early to prepare. I hope I awaken as a mage. Mages are truly magnificent. I've finished eating and heading out now. Goodbye, Mom and Dad." Bouncing his way to school, Xing Luo encountered his friend Zhao. Zhao, with his robust physique and well-defined muscles, evoked a sense of envy in Xing Luo. The two friends exchanged their hopes for the awakening day, with Zhao aspiring to be a warrior while Xing Luo yearned to be a mage. Upon entering the classroom, Xing Luo quickly mingled with his classmates. Soon after, their homeroom teacher, Yang Ku, entered and announced the commencement of the awakening ceremony. One by one, students approached the podium, placing their hands on the awakening device, eagerly awaiting the revelation of their professions. Cheng Fei became a hunter, Xia Ming turned into a paladin, and Feng Rui was announced as a rogue. When Zhao stepped up to the podium, he joyfully pumped his fist and exclaimed, "Wow, I'm a warrior!" Xing Luo shared in his friend's excitement. At last, it was Xing Luo's turn. Nervously, he approached the podium, mentally repeating, "It must be a mage! It must be a mage!" However, the awakening device revealed the words priest. Momentarily bewildered, Xing Luo was soon met with Zhao Wen's enthusiastic pat on the back. "Xiao Xing, that's fantastic. You're a priest, a coveted support profession. I'll be counting on you from now on." With a wry smile, Xing Luo mustered his spirits and replied, "Yes, being a priest is quite good. While I may lack powerful offensive capabilities, my teammates will rely on me. And remember to call me Xing Dad from now on." After the awakening ceremony concluded, classmates buzzed with discussions about their newfound professions. Upon returning home, Xing Luo endeavored to sense the power of his vocation. Before him appeared a virtual data panel displaying his name, gender, profession, level, experience points, life points, mana points, as well as his active and passive skills. Xing Luo noted that his active skill was Heal LV1, capable of restoring 30 life points to a target. His passive skills included Compassion and the enigmatic Twinborn. Compassion reduced the mana cost when casting buffing skills, while Twinborn was a mysterious and potent ability, enhancing the effects of buffing skills by 50 and reducing their mana cost by 20, and increasing the effects of debuffing skills by 25 while decreasing their mana cost by 10. To his delight, Xing Luo discovered that the Twinborn skill significantly amplified his healing output while greatly reducing mana consumption. He quickly opened his computer to search for information about Twinborn, yet found nothing. He realized that he might possess a unique and formidable talent. Initially disheartened by not becoming a mage, Xing Luo now felt an exhilarating surge of excitement, nearly jumping for joy. Chapter 2. Is this a cheat? Xing Luo attempted to use a healing skill on himself. With 79 mana points remaining, he felt a warm sensation enveloping his body. Since his health was already at maximum, he couldn't discern any tangible effects at that moment. Xing Luo took a handcrafted knife and made a deep cut on his palm, blood flowing freely as his health dropped to 92 points. He then cast the healing skill upon himself once more, witnessing his health gradually increase. 96.5.100. The wound on his hand healed within 2 seconds, although this skill only restored 30 health points. It was noteworthy that only a select few classes, such as priests and druids, could learn healing abilities. For warriors and mages, those who could heal were akin to their guardians. In the dungeons, only healing classes could guarantee their safety. However, it should be noted that priests had very low damage output and relied on other classes for their own protection. A minute later, His mana increased by 10 points. It was uncertain whether his mana regenerated at a rate of 10 points per minute or 10%. As Xing Luo lay in bed, he drifted into slumber, filled with boundless aspirations for the future. The next day, upon awakening, Xing Luo opened his virtual panel. Experience 10100. To his astonishment, his experience had increased by 10 points overnight. Could it be that he would gain 10 experience points daily? If so, would he reach level 1 in just 9 days? Leveling up while lounging around? Splendid. The proficiency of his healing skill had risen by 2 points, leading him to realize that he should practice the healing skill whenever possible to enhance his proficiency. After having breakfast and exchanging pleasantries with his parents, Xing Luo set off for school. On the way, he encountered Zhao Wen. Have you checked your panel yet? I have. Come, let me show you. Name, Zhao Wen. Gender, male. Class, warrior. Level 0. Experience, 0-100. Health, 200. Mana, 50. Active skill, Heavy Strike LV1, 38-100. Passive skill, Fortitude, Heavy Strike LV1. Unleashes all physical strength to deal 22 points of damage to the target. Fortitude. Reduces damage taken by 10. Xing Luo gazed at Zhao Wen's data panel, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. Why hasn't your experience increased? Is it just me? He decided to inquire about others' progress. Your proficiency in Heavy Strike is already quite high. The Heavy Strike only consumes 15 mana points. I practiced this skill a few more times yesterday, hence the higher proficiency. Your health is double mine, yet your mana is only half of mine. I'm not sure. It might be due to being a warrior? Perhaps. Let us go. We should cover this in class today. Upon reaching the classroom, Xing Luo further probed his classmates and discovered that only his experience had increased, filling him with ecstatic delight. This must be a cheat. Quickly, Xing Luo composed himself just as their homeroom teacher, Yang Ku, entered. Today, we will discuss the classification of professions and the abilities they possessed. In broad terms, we categorize professions into 3 types: tank, damage dealer, and healer. Each profession has distinct characteristics, leading to various abilities. For instance, warriors, as a melee class, must be robust and can develop in 2 primary directions. The first is damage-oriented, the weapon master, who excels in wielding their weapon to deliver powerful strikes against foes. The second is the berserker, who draws strength from their own vitality, growing more formidable as battles progress. The second path is tank-oriented, the defensive warrior, who utilizes a shield to protect themselves and their teammates, forming an indomitable barrier between enemies and allies, effectively ensuring the safety of their comrades. Similarly, priests can be divided into 2 directions: the damage-dealing shadow priest, who inflicts harm through shadow spells, and the healing holy priest, who restores health to allies through sacred incantations, ensuring the well-being of their teammates. There are also disciplined priests, who occupy a middle ground between holy and shadow priests, mastering basic healing skills while also possessing some shadow spells, excelling in shield-based abilities, allowing them to assist allies while hindering enemies. Xing Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. It seemed tailor-made for him. His dual talent enhances both buff and debuff skills. Most professions are solely damage-oriented, such as mages, hunters, and rogues. Typically, a team consists of 1 tank, 1 healer, and 3 damage dealers. Tanks generally possess weaker attack power and thus rely on damage dealers, while damage dealers are frail and depend on tanks and healers for protection. Healers, in turn, cannot do without tanks and damage dealers. Hence, every team member complements one another, and each individual must fulfill their role. After a day of classes, Xing Luo gained a deeper understanding of his profession and clarified his goals. The disciplined priest was his optimal choice. With a clearer vision of the path ahead, Xing Luo diligently practiced his healing skill. The following morning, he opened his panel. Experience, 2100. Indeed, his experience had increased by another 10 points. Fantastic. At this rate, he would soon reach level 1. Upon arriving at the classroom, Yang Ku was already waiting. From now on, mornings would be dedicated to theoretical lessons, while afternoons would focus on practical training. A collective murmur of discussion erupted in the classroom. Many had assumed that after awakening as a professional, they would be free from theoretical studies, yet they still found themselves at the mercy of subjects like language, mathematics, and foreign languages. However, everyone was looking forward to the practical training in the afternoon. In the afternoon, Xing Luo gathered in the training classroom, where specialized teaching dummies had been developed. Professionals below level 10 could gain experience by inflicting damage upon these dummies. Once reaching level 10, they would advance through virtual dungeon scenarios. Now, I will explain the basic attack methods for each profession. Healing professionals acquire experience differently than others, as they can gain experience by assisting their teammates. Chapter 3 Xing Luo at level 10 melee professions can choose from a variety of weapons based on their characteristics, including two-handed swords, one-handed swords, two-handed axes, one-handed axes, daggers, and shields. Magic users can wield staves as their weapon of choice. Hunters are unique in that they can select bows, crossbows, or firearms as their weapon. Now, everyone, please choose your weapons from the weapon rack on the left according to your profession's attributes. Xing Luo glanced at the weapon rack to his left and retrieved a staff. Item name, Novice Staff. Level 0. Quality, white. Attributes, casting time reduced by 5. It felt quite comfortable. In a pinch, it could also serve as a makeshift club. Once everyone had collected their weapons, they could begin training on the teaching dummies. Yangku announced. Xing Luo approached Zhao and L1. Let us team up. You attack the teaching dummy, and I'll heal you, though you 1T lose health. Sure, let us get started with that. Zhao strode towards a teaching dummy, attacking it with his great sword. Xing Luo cast healing on Zhao 1 and watched from the sidelines. After approximately 30 minutes, Xing Luo noticed a change in his experience, which had increased by 1 point. L1, have you gained any experience? I just gained 3 points. This experience acquisition is painfully slow. I only gained 1 point. You are 3 times ahead of me. It might be because I don't lose health at all. Reflecting on this, Xing Luo felt that the efficiency was too low, so he picked up his novice staff and approached the dummy. I might as well use my makeshift club on it. Let us hope it proves effective. After another 30 minutes, Xing Luo smiled as he saw his experience increase by 2 points. Although it was still less than Zhao Wen's, it had doubled. After an afternoon of training, Xing Luo returned home and flopped onto his bed, checking his panel. Experience 35,100. After 4 hours of training in the afternoon, he had gained 1 experience point in the first 30 minutes and 14 experience points afterward, totaling 35 points when combined with the previous 20 points. If he practiced for 4 hours again tomorrow, he could earn 16 more experience points, plus the automatic increase of 10 points in 3 days. He would be ready to level up on the 4th afternoon. Xing Luo finally reached level 1. As he leveled up, a skill flashed in his mind. Healing spell, with a casting time of 2 seconds, instantly restoring 50 health points to an ally at the cost of 40 mana points. Another remarkably practical skill. Xing Luo cast the healing spell on himself. A golden light enveloped him, and he felt a warm sensation coursing through his body, filled with bliss. With each new skill he would learn in the future, his anticipation grew. Before he knew it, a semester had passed, and Xing Luo had finally reached level 10. Name, Xing Luo. Gender, male. Class, priest. Level, 10. Experience, 66 1000. Health, 300. Mana, 36360. Active skills, Restoration LV4, 233, 1000. Healing spell LV3, 188 600. Shadow word, Pain LV1, 68 100. Passive skills, Mercy, Twinborn. Restoration LV4. Instant cast, instilling the target with profound faith in the holy light. Restoring 51.48 health points over 10 seconds, consuming 24 mana points. Healing spell LV3. Casting time of 1.8 seconds, restoring 66 health points to allies upon completion, consuming 36 mana points. Shadow word, Pain LV1. Instant cast. A dark incantation that immediately inflicts 20 shadow damage and an additional 25 shadow damage over the next 10 seconds, consuming 30 mana points. AT level 10. Xing Luo has learned a new skill. Shadow word, Pain, finally gaining some offensive capability. Mounting my beloved scooter, which will never be caught in traffic. Xing Luo glanced at his phone to find a call from Zhao Wan. Hello? On. What's up? Xing Luo teased, isn't it summer vacation? I've secured 2 spots for level 10 virtual dungeon runs. Shall we give it a try? The virtual dungeon simulates the environments and monsters found in real dungeons, allowing adventurers to gain experience by defeating virtual monsters. Even if one dies in the virtual realm, it does not inflict harm in the real world, making it the safest avenue for adventurers to gain experience. That's impressive. Where did you get that? I know a weekly pass costs around 300,000. My dad happens to know a senior executive at Luotian Group. When he heard I reached level 10, he gifted my dad 2 spots. I thought of you first. Aren't I a good friend? Luotian Group is the largest developer of virtual dungeons in Blue Star, possessing technology that is beyond replication. Currently, the highest level virtual dungeons are available for players below level 60, while other developers can only offer dungeons for those below level 40, showcasing Luotian Group's superiority. I absolutely adore you. Come here, give daddy a kiss. While we have a good relationship, I'm not into that. Keep your distance. Ha ha ha, when shall we go? How about tomorrow? Let us prepare and go when we're in top shape. All right, I'll get ready too. Talk later. With that, Xing Luo hung up the phone. Bursting with excitement, he indulged in a soothing hot bath, preparing to retire early for the night to ensure he was in peak condition for the following day. The next day, Xing Luo arrived at the designated meeting spot with Zhao Wan, who was already waiting. You're quick. Xing Luo quipped. You're not slow yourself, Zhao Wan shot back. Let us go in. As they entered Luotian Group, the receptionist, upon seeing the 2 handsome young men, beamed with delight. Hello, how may I assist you? We're here to challenge the level 10 virtual dungeon, Zhao Wan replied. Certainly, gentlemen, please follow me. The receptionist guided them into a room marked Raging Flame Canyon. This is our level 10 dungeon, Raging Flame Canyon. The dungeon can accommodate up to 5 players at a time. You may find teammates in the lobby. If you need anything else, you can call me through the intercom. I won't disturb you any further. I wish you a successful run. Chapter 4, Raging Flame Canyon. Xing Luo surveyed the dungeon lobby, bustling with various adventurers preparing to venture into Raging Flame Canyon. The 2 made their way to the grouping area. Level 12 mage looking for a group, familiar with the route. Level 11 druid seeking a team. Can heal. Level 11 hunter looking for a group for Raging Flame Canyon. Experienced tank. Can assist with damage mitigation. Need a big healer for Raging Flame Canyon. Experienced team needs a tank. Quick. Are you going for DPS or tank? In the virtual dungeon, I can choose my weapon. Let us see what teammates we can gather. I've never tanked before, but if necessary, I'll try using a shield. Alright then. Hey, do you need an extra hand? Level 12 rogue here. Sure. I'll invite you. We still need 2 more people. Let me call out. Raging Flame Canyon. Healer needed. Looking for tank and DPS. 3 spots left. At that moment, a tall, aloof-looking handsome man approached Xing Luo. Level 13 Ice Mage. Need me? I can create food and water. Definitely. You're level 13. That's impressive. Zhao Wan eagerly nodded. Quite the cool demeanor. Xing Luo thought to himself. Still looking for more? A sweet-looking girl approached them. We need 1 more. What's your class? Xing Luo inquired. I'm a hunter with a brown bear companion. I can help with tanking. Can you tank? Xing Luo asked uncertainly. At this point, I'll have to give it a shot. Let us go. After forming their team, they all entered the virtual chamber, clearing their minds. With a flash of blue light, they were transported into the virtual dungeon. As the dizziness subsided, Xing Luo opened his eyes to behold a vast lava cavern, with molten rock seeping through the cracks in the stone. So this is Raging Flame Canyon. What should we do next? Zhao Wan, entering a virtual dungeon for the first time, felt a bit lost. If we move forward, we'll encounter 2 monsters. Since you haven't T-tanked before, you'll grab one while the hunter's pet takes the other. We'll focus on the one you draw first to ease your burden and help you acclimate. Xing Luo explained. Having prepared for the dungeon the night before, Xing Luo had reviewed strategies. How do I pull the monster? Zhao Wan asked, puzzled. You should have learned the level 10 skill taunt, right? Use that on the monster you're pulling. Oh, got it. I'm going in. Son of a thief. Zhao Wan shouted with mockery as he charged at one of the monsters. Meanwhile, the hunter's pet engaged the other. Zhao Wan blocked the monster's attack with his shield and swiftly countered with heavy strike from his one-handed sword, executing the move with fluid grace. This Zhao Wan has some talent. He is handling the pull quite well for a first-timer. Xing Luo mused, simultaneously casting Frostbolt to damage the monster. Not idle himself, Xing Luo noticed Zhao Wan's health dropping and immediately cast Restoration on him, fully replenishing his health. For the next 10 seconds, it was as if the monster's attacks were rendered ineffective against Zhao Wan. Xing Luo then cast Restoration on the hunter's bear companion, checking his mana reserves. Seeing he had plenty, he unleashed Shadow Word, Pain, on both monsters. Though the damage was modest, it was all part of the contribution. Before long, the monster Zhao Wan had pulled was defeated, and they turned their attention to the next. There will be 3 monsters ahead. On. Can you handle 2 of them by yourself? Xing Luo asked. Let us do it. These little monsters are no problem. I'm confident after that last experience, Zhao Wen exclaimed. Charging in, he shouted, Son of a thief, Grandpa is here. The taunted monster charged at Zhao Wen, swinging its 1-meter-long spiked club toward his head. Zhao Wen quickly raised his shield to block the attack. However, at that moment, another monster took the opportunity to stab him unexpectedly. Zhao Wen yelped, jumping up and dropping his shield. The 2 monsters seized the chance to unleash a flurry of attacks. Seeing this, Xing Luo quickly cast Polymorph on one, transforming it into a harmless sheep, while the rogue stunned the other with Elbow Strike, rendering it dazed for 3 seconds. On. Pick up your shield and defend, Xing Luo urged, casting Restoration on Zhao Wen while continuously using Healing Spell to stabilize his health. Reinvigorated, Zhao Wen set aside his embarrassment, grasped his shield, and began to retaliate. Hang in there. The monster is almost down, he gritted his teeth. Persevering. 3 minutes later, the battle concluded, and Zhao Wen collapsed to the ground, glancing down at his jeans where crimson stains bloomed, resembling a vivid red flower. Laughter erupted among the group. Even the aloof Shen Bing couldn't help but smile slightly. The Raging Flame Canyon contained 3 bosses, the first being Ogyuflint, a relatively simple foe accompanied by 2 minions. On will pull the boss while Shen Bing uses Polymorph on one of the minions. The hunter's pet will take the other and will prioritize the minion the hunter's pet has aggroed. Then, after defeating another monster that had transformed into a sheep, we will collectively assault the boss. It poses no considerable challenge, Star Luo remarked to the group. All right, Zhao Wen responded wearily. Though he had physically recovered under Star Luo's healing, the emotional scars lingered incessantly around him. Suddenly, Star Luo playfully slapped Zhao Wen on the backside, causing him to yelp in pain and tense up. Quickly, he covered himself with his hands, exclaiming, Star Luo, what are you doing? Star Luo embraced Zhao Wen and gently patted his shoulder, saying, This is just to help you get accustomed, so that next time, you won't drop your shield in such situations. Get lost? You're infuriating. Are you even human? Zhao Wen retorted with irritation. Of course, as your father, how could I not care for my son's safety? I'm doing this for your own good. Star Luo raised an eyebrow in jest. Go away. Let's get on with the boss fight. Zhao Wen dismissed the banter and strode towards the boss. Chapter 5. His healing power is impressive. On, go. Star Luo gestured towards the boss. Zhao Wen unleashed his charge skill directly at the boss, drawing its attention. The hunter commanded his bear cub to engage another monster, while Shen Bing used Polymorph to transform yet another into a little lamb. Focus fire on the hunter's target. On. Pull the boss further away. Star Luo directed the group, closely monitoring the situation. He paid particular attention to the health bars of Zhao Wan and the bear cub, occasionally applying a regeneration spell, and if their health dropped too quickly, he would cast Heal to stabilize them. Die in no time. The 2 monsters were felled by the group. On. Bring the boss over here, Star Luo instructed Zhao Wan. Checking his mana, Star Luo noted he had only 86 points left. Everyone, keep it up. I'm running low on mana. Hearing this, the group steeled themselves and unleashed a barrage of attacks on the boss. 2 minutes later, they collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. Shen Bing, could you bring some bread and water? Before Star Luo could finish, Shen Bing had already delivered water made from Create Food and Water. This guy has quite the keen eyesight. Star Luo thought to himself. Next, we must confront 4 monsters, one of which is a spellcaster and another is a healer. On. You need to keep an eye on the spellcaster and disrupt it as much as possible to prevent it from casting spells. The damage from the spellcaster is too high. If we ignore it, we won't be able to withstand the onslaught. DPS should prioritize the healer. On. Can you manage to draw 3 monsters this time? I'll give it a shot. If I die inside, it's no big deal. I can just respawn, Zhao Wen replied nonchalantly. All right, are we all rested? On. You're up. Zhao Wen surveyed the group, noticing they were in decent shape, then picked up his shield and charged at the spellcaster, immediately following up with Taunt and Heavy Strike on the other 2 monsters, making himself the primary target. As Zhao Wen faced the attacks of 3 monsters, his health rapidly dwindled. Observing this, Star Luo continuously cast Heal on Zhao Wen, his mana depleting swiftly. The others concentrated on eliminating the healer, who whose health was nearing its end. On. Run a bit to draw the monsters after you. Lessen the damage you take. It's too high. You can't endure it, Star Luo called out to Zhao Wen. Upon hearing Star Luo's command, Zhao Wen turned and sprinted away, the monsters in pursuit. On. Run farther before charging at the spellcaster. This will create distance from the other two. Following this advice, Zhao Wen dashed to the furthest point where he could unleash, charge, on the spellcaster, creating space between him and the other two monsters. Meanwhile, the DPS managed to slay the healer. Focus fire on the spellcaster. On. Continue to draw those two monsters and repeat the previous tactics, Star Luo instructed the group. 3 minutes later, with the final monster defeated. The battle concluded. On. Well done. You performed admirably. Star Luo praised Zhao Wen. Of course, you should see who you're dealing with, Zhao Wen began to boast. Next, we have 2 more waves of monsters, all with similar configurations. Let us press on, Star Luo informed the group. Next up is the second boss, the Starving Terrigamin, which possesses 2 skills. The first is Uppercut, inflicting normal weapon damage plus an additional 50 points of damage, knocking the target back. When facing this skill, we should strive to remain in the center of the arena, as the edges are surrounded by lava. Getting hit there would mean certain doom. The second skill, Flame Nova, causes fire damage to nearby enemies. This is an area of effect damage skill, so we should keep our distance from the boss. After explaining, Star Luo signaled Zhao Wen to prepare for the boss fight. Zhao Wen charged at the boss, shouting, "Hey, old man, I'm here." The boss immediately turned red with rage and charged towards Zhao Wen. On. Pull the boss to the center. Everyone else, keep your distance. At that moment, the boss unleashed Uppercut on Zhao Wen, sending him flying 3 meters towards the edge of the arena, nearly falling into the lava. Star Luo quickly cast Heal to stabilize Zhao Wen's health. On. Bring it back. Don't stand at the edge. Following the advice, Zhao Wen hurried towards the center of the arena. Performing a forward roll, he reached the center just as the boss followed closely behind. Upon arrival, the boss stomped its right foot on the ground, causing flames to spread from the point of impact. Everyone except Shen Bing was caught in the blast. Damn, such a wide area of effect. How can it hit from so far away? Hunter, let us keep our distance, Star Luo said while casting Regeneration on the others, and they systematically responded to the boss's attacks. Phew, this is exhausting, Zhao Wen sighed deeply. I am exhausted too, you know? I have to keep an eye on your health bars, worried that you'll all just drop dead. Let us take a breather. We have a few more waves of monsters before the final boss. After a few minutes, the group faced the next wave of minor monsters. Let us just go for it. There's nothing more to say. It's the same routine. Zhao Wen charged in with charge. Star Luo prioritized casting Regeneration on him, but just as everything was proceeding normally, 2 monsters unexpectedly approached from the left. They charged directly at Shen Bing, who quickly reacted by casting Frost Nova. Freezing the 2 monsters in place, he then dashed sideways to create distance, but still suffered 2 hits, losing 96 points of health. At that moment, a golden light enveloped him, fully restoring his health. Shen Bing was astonished. A single heal had completely replenished him. He was only at level 10, and yet the healing power was tremendous. A level 3 heal could restore 66 points of health, and with Star Luo's dual talent enhancing it by 50. That amounted to 6633, a total of 99 points. On. Quickly draw these 2 monsters as well. Seeing this, Zhao Wen activated Charge on the 2 monsters, pulling them while retreating to minimize damage taken. Shen Bing, use your Frost Nova again as soon as it's ready to help control the situation and alleviate Zhao Wen's burden. After a brief moment, Shen Bing unleashed Frost Nova once more, freezing the monsters. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Wen hastily retreated. 4 seconds later, the freezing effect wore off, and the monsters resumed their pursuit of Zhao Wen. Half an hour later, the group finally stood before the ultimate boss. Chapter 6, Word of Power. Resilience. Before them stood the final boss, the supplicant Yigash, which possessed 2 skills, one being Weakening Curse, which reduces an enemy's physical damage by 50 points for a duration of 15 seconds. The other skill, Sacrifice, burns an enemy for 2 seconds, inflicting 80 points of magical damage, and deals an additional 22 points of fire damage every 3 seconds for 15 seconds. This skill has high damage output, so I will primarily focus on healing the player affected by this skill. This boss is relatively simpler than the second one, the Starving Terrigamin, lacking any particularly complex mechanics. "Let us go," Zhaowen declared. Charging towards the boss and using taunt, the boss raised its staff and began to attack him. At that moment, the rogue was afflicted by the boss's weakening curse skill, realizing that his attacks no longer inflicted damage on the boss. Frustrated, he could only wait for the duration of the skill to pass. Shen Bing, too, found himself under the effects of sacrifice, causing his health to plummet drastically. Star Luo, quick on the draw, cast regeneration on Shen Bing, which, enhanced by the dual talent, restored 7.72 health points per second, totaling 23.17 over 3 seconds. This meant that, with sacrifice, Shen Bing not only avoided losing health but actually gained 1.17 points every 3 seconds. Following this, Star Luo cast Heal, fully replenishing Shen Bing's health. As Shen Bing felt his health surge, he increasingly recognized Star Luo's remarkable healing prowess, an invaluable ally he needed to cling to, yet this conflicted with his aloof persona. What did you say?" Shen Bing was taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh, it's nothing, nothing. I just accidentally let slip my innermost thoughts. How embarrassing." Xing Luo, observing the situation with an air of ease and abundant mana, cast Shadow Word, Pain, on the boss and struck its head with his staff. Before long, the boss, the supplicant Yigash, was vanquished by the group. A flash of blue light enveloped them, and Xing Luo's party returned to the Mystic Hall. Upon their return, Xing Luo examined the data panel. Experience points, 439,1000. Having gained over 200 experience points from this dungeon run, he mused that after 3 more runs, he should be able to level up. "Shall we continue?" he inquired. "That works for me," Shen Bing replied casually. "What about you too? Let us keep going. Things are going smoothly, and I still want to level up today," the hunter chimed in. The rogue also expressed willingness to continue. "Then let us take a 5-minute break and reconvene here." After 5 minutes, the group re-entered Ragefire Chasm. Throughout the day, Xing Luo had traversed Ragefire Chasm 4 times and had now reached level 11. However, as his level increased, so did the experience required for the next level. Now, he needed 1,200 experience points to advance, and the experience gained from Ragefire Chasm had diminished, yielding only a little over 100 points per RUN. In the ensuing time, Xing Luo and Zhao Wen fervently farmed the Ragefire Chasm dungeon. Soon, a month had passed, and Xing Luo had ascended to level 15. But the experience gained from Ragefire Chasm continued to dwindle, eventually offering only a little over 100 points per run. Upon reaching level 15, Xing Luo learned a new skill, Word of Resilience. He opened his data panel to review it. Word of Resilience pleads for the baptism of holy light, infusing vitality into the target, increasing their health by 10 for 1 hour, consuming 40 mana points. "This is a buff skill," he exclaimed, casting Word of Resilience on himself. His health rose from 400 to 460, an increase of 60 points, enough to withstand 2 additional attacks. This skill provided a percentage-based enhancement. It implied that the higher his level, the greater the health increase. Truly, this was a remarkable skill. Previously, he had thought all his skills were healing-focused, but now he finally possessed a boosting ability. Xing Luo grew increasingly excited about the skills he could learn in the future. Unbeknownst to him, summer vacation slipped away, and a new semester commenced. When Xing Luo and Zhao Wen entered the classroom, they noticed that many classmates had elevated their levels to 14 or 15. With even the class monitor, Lin Shu, having reached level 16. However, some students were still at levels 11 or 12 due to financial constraints. Xing Luo and Zhao Wen were among the more advanced in their class. At that moment, their homeroom teacher, Yang Ku, entered. "Class, after a summer of enjoyment, I trust you all had a fulfilling break." The chatter among the students began to rise. While you are encouraged to relax, remember that this is a crucial time for laying your foundational skills. Throughout your sophomore year, the courses provided will focus on the fundamentals of skill utilization and combat techniques. You must commit yourselves to learning diligently, as this will determine whether you can become outstanding professionals in the future. It will also impact your ability to navigate the mystic realms and utilize all you have learned to conquer foes or save your own lives. Yanka spoke passionately, continuing until class was dismissed. Chapter 7. Striving for the quota? Time flew by, and soon Xing Luo was on the brink of entering his junior year. After extensive study, his understanding of the priest profession had deepened, and his skill usage had become increasingly adept. Name: Xing Luo. Gender: male, Profession, priest. Level, 23. Experience points, 1888 3900. Health points, 565 60. Mana points, 672 672. Active skills, Restore LV8, 1333 3600. Healing LV7, 338 2100. Shadow Word. Pain LV4, 696 1000. Holy Fire LV2, 146 300. Word of Resilience, cannot be upgraded. Mind Shatter, cannot be upgraded. Passive skills, Compassion, Twinborn. Restore LV8, instant cast, instilling the target with faith in holy light. Restoring 294.05 health points over 10 seconds, consuming 16 mana points. Healing LV7, cast time of 1.47 seconds, restoring 288.29 health points to allies upon completion, consuming 28 mana points. Shadow Word, Pain LV4, instant cast, a dark incantation that inflicts 34.32 shadow damage immediately and an additional 42.9 shadow damage over the next 10 seconds, consuming 24 mana points. Holy Fire LV2, instant cast, cooldown of 30 seconds, raining down holy flames upon the target, inflicting 44 magic damage, interrupting their spell casting if they are currently casting, and silencing them for 3 seconds. Word of Resilience, pleads for the baptism of holy light, infusing vitality into the target, increasing their health by 10 for 1 hour, consuming 40 mana points. Mind Shatter, instant cast, cooldown of 30 seconds, releasing a psychic scream that causes enemies within a 2-meter radius to flee, confusing them for 8 seconds. Taking damage may dispel this effect. The 2 newly learned skills were exceptionally practical. Holy Fire could interrupt an enemy's spellcasting, potentially turning the tide of battle in just 3 seconds. Meanwhile, Mind Shatter served as a valuable self-defense mechanism, bewildering foes who ventured too close. As the new semester began, Xing Luo entered the classroom and spotted his homeroom teacher, Yang Ku, standing at the podium. Once everyone was present, Yang Ku addressed the class. Today marks the beginning of your junior year. This year, you must exert even greater effort. Only by showcasing your talents can you be selected by prestigious universities. Take, for instance, Jinling University, one of the 4 elite institutions. If you are fortunate enough to be admitted, you will undoubtedly shine in the future. To foster enthusiasm among the students and facilitate their development, the school announced it would provide a monthly quota for a 20-level dungeon, Crimson Monastery, to 2 classes. The specifics of how these classes would be determined would be through an internal competition, with teams of 5 competing, 1 group from each class. The 2 victorious teams would earn the right to enter the 20-level dungeon, Crimson Monastery. The classroom erupted with discussions. Silence. This month, I will select 5 students to represent our class in the competition. 1 tank, 3 damage dealers, and 1 healer. This composition will form the foundation for your future expeditions into the Mystic Realms. The tank will be chosen based on their damage mitigation capabilities and skill usage, while the damage dealers will be evaluated on their damage output, self-preservation skills, and control abilities. The healer will be assessed on healing output, timing of skill usage, and self-defense capabilities. Use this month wisely to practice. At the end of the month, I will conduct an internal assessment to select the representatives. You may now proceed to the training room. Do you think you can make the cut? Xing Luo inquired of Zhao Wan. I am not sure that I lack confidence, but I believe you will definitely qualify. Your healing output is unmatched in our class. High healing output is not enough. In actual combat, it's not like in dungeons where no monsters attack me. I must ensure I can cast my skills while under attack, Zhao Wan responded. Then how about I become your practice partner? I can help you train your resilience, Zhao Wan suggested. No, having you as my practice partner would waste your time. You wouldn't get enough training yourself? Xing Luo declined, pondering before adding, let us go to the virtual arena. We can enhance our reflexes and resilience through continuous battles. Great idea. Let us sign up tomorrow. Sounds good. The following day, Xing Luo and Zhao Wan arrived at the lobby of the Luo Tian group. A receptionist approached them. Hello, how may I assist you today? We're here to register for the virtual arena. Xing Luo replied. Certainly. Which format would you like to sign up for? We offer 1 versus 1, 2 versus 2, 3 versus 3, and 5 versus 5 modes. Shall we try signing up for 2 versus 2? Sure, let us go with 2 versus 2, Zhao Wan agreed. All right, please follow me. The receptionist led them to the 2 versus 2 arena, filled with a diverse array of professionals. Which level segment would you like to register for? We'll register for the 20-level segment, Xing Luo said, glancing at the arena before addressing the receptionist. What shall we name our team? He asked Zhao Wan, who appeared deep in thought. How about Luo Wan? I'm not great at coming up with names, he suggested. Naming is truly an arduous task. Very well. The next two individuals can proceed to the virtual arena over there to begin their matching. Should any questions arise, feel free to call upon me at any time. Thank you. The two of them reclined within their respective virtual chambers. And once prepared, Xing Luo pressed the match button. Matching in progress, with an estimated wait time of 32 seconds until a successful match. Chapter 8. The healers must perish, after a moment of dizziness. The two found themselves in a circular arena, flanked by two columns with a diameter of 2 meters, positioned at either side of the field, resembling a bagua when viewed from above. Surrounding the arena was a circle of bleachers. With scarcely any vacancies in sight, that moment, a staff member clad in uniform stepped onto the stage, announcing that the upcoming match would be a 2 versus 2 battle. On my left is the Hu team, who have triumphed in 6 consecutive matches, boasting an impressive win rate of 89.6. On my right is the Luo team, a newly established squad, facing off against our favorites, the Hu team. And we hope they can deliver a thrilling contest. Let the match commence. Xing Luo glanced at the opposing side, where only one individual stood. He wielded a staff and wore a spellbook at his waist. Clearly a mage. The other individual was nowhere to be seen. Be cautious. They have a mage, and the other could be a rogue or a feral druid. Keep an eye on me. They may prioritize attacking me. As he spoke, Xing Luo cast Power Word, Fortitude, on the two of them. Zhao Wan immediately raised his shield, assuming a defensive stance. That moment, the opposing mage began to cast a spell, and Xing Luo focused intently, preparing to defend against the mage's assault. Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness. The feral druid appeared behind him, his cheetah-like appearance and piercing gaze sending chills down his spine. He unleashed Pounce on Xing Luo, a skill that stuns the target for 3 seconds while in stealth. Concurrently, Zhao Wan was transformed into a little lamb by the mage's polymorph. The members of the Luo team clearly lack experience. They seem utterly unprepared for this scenario. This round is likely over, the staff member commented. Under the brutal onslaught of the druid and mage, Xing Luo was swiftly eliminated. Subsequently, the two proceeded to deliver a thorough lesson to Zhao Wan. The screen displayed the victorious Hu team. It appears our Luo team still has much to hone before they can compete effectively. Now, let us congratulate the Hu team on their victory. Marking their 7th consecutive win, applause erupted from the audience. Hu is incredible. After the battle, Xing Luo found Zhao Wan. If I had applied Renew on myself beforehand, perhaps I could have lasted a bit longer. Once I was stunned, I couldn't cast any spells. My health points hit 0 before I even regained my senses. I have a question too. Upon seeing the mage casting, I should have immediately used Charge to interrupt his spell. Even if you were incapacitated, I could have provided timely assistance. That's fine. This was merely our first attempt. There is still much for us to learn. Let's keep pushing forward, Xing Luo encouraged Zhao Wan. The two, still just 18 years old, brimming with youthful vigor and dreams for the future, refused to be disheartened by a single defeat, quickly regaining their spirits. After a day filled with battles, they lost 13 times and won once. That victory occurring against another pair of novices who lacked a thorough understanding of their skills, allowing Xing Luo and Zhao Wan to wear down their opponents. For Xing Luo, the day's events left him somewhat despondent. Yet he swiftly acquired valuable combat experience. The following day, they returned to the Luo Tian group, guided by a receptionist to the competition hall. Having trained throughout the previous day, Xing Luo felt increasingly confident in his understanding of the skills. Soon enough, they were matched for another battle. Ladies and gentlemen, today's competition is about to commence. On my left is the Luo team, newly formed just yesterday. Following their intense battles yesterday, let us anticipate their performance today. On my right is the Healers Must Perish team, known for their relentless focus on attacking healing classes. Even when their opponents are on the brink of death, they disregard others to fixate on the healer. This perfectly aligns with their name. Now, let us look forward to this match. The match began. Xing Luo and Zhao Wan entered the arena, promptly casting Power Word, Fortitude, on each other. Their opponents, a warrior and a mage, saw the warrior, charge directly at Xing Luo. In response, Xing Luo quickly cast Renew, on himself, and as Oha approached, he unleashed Psychic Scream. Oha, in a panic, covered his head and began to wander aimlessly, losing his ability to attack. A splendid Psychic Scream. This skill can instill fear in Oha, granting temporary safety to the Luo Wen team's healer, remarked the staff member. Seeing this, Zhao Wen rushed to Xing Luo's side. Raising his shield in defense, the mage, Shi Ping, realizing the situation was unfavorable, attempted to cast Polymorph on Zhao Wen. Zhao Wen, noticing this, promptly activated Charge to interrupt Shi Ping's spellcasting, but the distance was too great, and he feared it was too late. Suddenly, a golden flame descended upon Shi Ping's head. Xing Luo had successfully interrupted his polymorph with Holy Fire. Wow! The timing of that Holy Fire was nothing short of perfect. Only seasoned priests can execute such a maneuver. The healer on the Luo Wen team is quite impressive. His performance is certainly worth watching, the staff member joked. Focus on that mage and do your best to disrupt him. Preventing him from casting spells, Xing Luo shouted to Zhao Wen.at that moment. Oha recovered from the effects of Psychic Scream and swiftly charged toward Xing Luo. With Psychic Scream still on cooldown, Xing Luo had limited options. In a moment of inspiration, he spotted a large column nearby and dashed towards it. Oha followed closely behind, preparing to unleash Charge just as the cooldown was ending. But he discovered Xing Luo had disappeared behind the column. Oha quickened his pace, eager to catch up, while Xing Luo calmly circled the pillar, ensuring he remained out of Oha's line of sight, thus ensuring his safety. The Luo Wen team's healer skillfully uses the arena's pillars to evade the warrior, creating a safe distance for himself. Now it is up to his mage teammate to escape from the grasp of the Luo Wen team's warrior. Chapter 9. Oha's fractured mind. As he circled, Xing Luo seized the opportunity to cast Shadow Word, Pain, on the mage, Shi Ping. While dealing with Zhao Wen, he was also afflicted by Xing Luo's dark magic, putting him in a precarious position. Shi Ping retaliated with Frost Nova, freezing Zhao Wen in place, then swiftly used Blink to teleport within striking distance of Xing Luo, launching Ice Arrow to hinder his movement. After being struck by Ice Arrow, Xing Luo's speed diminished, and he saw Oha closing in on him. Seizing the moment, Oha prepared to unleash Charge, his face twisted in rage as he brandished his sword, intent on delivering a punishing blow to Xing Luo. Noticing that Psychic Scream had only 2 seconds left on cooldown, Xing Luo gritted his teeth and executed a forward roll to gain some distance from Oha. As Oha approached once more, the cooldown for Psychic Scream expired, and Xing Luo unleashed it again, instilling fear in Oha once more. The healer from the Luo Wen team cleverly utilized a forward roll to create distance from the opposing warrior, waiting for Psychic Scream to reset before once again instilling fear in Oha. That warrior's mindset is likely shattered now, the staff member jested. Xing Luo hurriedly distanced himself from Oha, during which Zhao Wen broke free from his frozen state and charged at the mage, Shi Ping, engaging him in close combat. With Shi Ping's abilities still on cooldown, he had no effective means of counterattack, leaving him vulnerable. As Shi Ping's health dwindled to 68 points, his skills finally reset. Frost Nova, followed by Blink, allowed him to create distance, and he attempted to cast Polymorph on Zhao Wen to control him, allowing him to assist Oha in attacking Xing Luo. Yet, Xing Luo was not to be outdone. Seizing the opportunity, he cast Holy Fire upon Shi Ping, interrupting his spell. With only 24 health points remaining, Xing Luo executed Shadow Word, Pain, inflicting 42.9 shadow damage and eliminating the mage, Shi Ping. With Shi Ping out of the picture, Zhao Wen was free to turn his attention to Oha, charging at him with a flurry of skills, Heavy Strike, and Lacerate, unleashing everything he had upon Oha. Before long, Oha's health points also reached zeroed, a magnificent victory. The healer from the Luo Wen team, through exceptional skill utilization, secured the win, and his use of Holy Fire was nothing short of classic. Let us applaud their achievement. As Xing Luo and Zhao Wen listened to the resounding applause, smiles spread across their faces in unison. I am so moved. We triumphed through our own efforts, Xing Luo exclaimed. I am utterly elated, simply ecstatic. At this moment, Zhao Wen is excitedly bouncing around with Xing Luo. Stop shaking, stop shaking. I feel like I'm about to faint. Xing Luo attempts to steady Zhao Wen's exuberant heart. Let us strive together. We will surely secure a spot for our class, indeed, in the following week. Xing Luo and Zhao Wen diligently engaged in battles at the Luo Tian group, seemingly tireless. This marks a significant turning point in their lives. In this world, hard work may not guarantee success, but it will certainly prevent one from leading a life of mediocrity. Therefore, young ones, please continue to push forward. In the days that followed, Xing Luo felt that the 2 versus 2 format posed little pressure, and he was now able to face it with composure. After discussing with Zhao Wan, they resolved to venture into 3 versus 3 battles, hoping to enhance their skills. As Xing Luo entered the 3 versus 3 arena, he sought to find a teammate. What kind of teammate do you think we should look for? How about a rogue? A rogue can stealthily approach and deliver significant damage to the opponent. Their damage output is high, and they possess numerous control skills. A rogue sounds great. Let us search for one. After a thorough search, however, they found no rogues among the players. Should we consider other classes? Then how about a mage? High damage and control. Zhao Wen replied. Just then, Shun Bing approached with an air of aloofness and said, "If you are looking for a mage, you can add me." Xing Luo glanced at Shun Bing, taking a moment to assess him. Aha! Aren't you the one who joined us in clearing Raging Flame Canyon? Shin Bing. Oh yes, that's right. It's you. Xing Luo recalled Shin Bing's performance during their previous expedition in Raging Flame Canyon, where his timing for Polymorph and Frost Nova was quite commendable. He promptly decided to recruit Shin Bing. Let us get to know each other first, so we can strategize effectively during the upcoming battle, Xing Luo said to Shun Bing. Shun Bing, level 25, mage, possesses skills such as Frostbolt, Frost Nova, Polymorph, Blink, Conjure Food, and Arcane Intellect. Arcane Intellect enhances the effectiveness of spellcasting classes by 5 for 1 hour. Shun Bing explained. That Arcane Intellect is impressive. What a splendid skill. I am Xing Luo, a level 23 priest, and my skills include Renew, Healing, Shadow Word, Pain, Holy Fire, Mindseer, and Prayer of Fortitude. Xing Luo marveled at the potency of Arcane Intellect. Zhao Wan, a level 23 warrior, with skills like Strike, Rupture, Battle Stance, Charge, Taunt, and Battle Shout. Battle Shout can enhance the attack strength of physical classes. But it won't benefit you, Zhao Wan said, scratching his head. Alright, if they have a healing class on their side, Shun Bing, you should focus on attacking their priest. Zhao Wan, you will engage one of their teammates while assisting Shun Bing in targeting their priest. Both of you need to keep an eye on my situation to prevent me from being overwhelmed in one fell swoop. Understood, Shun Bing replied. Good, let's get started. Zhao Wan confidently strode toward the virtual chamber. Xing Luo and Shun Bing also entered their respective virtual chambers, and after preparing, Xing Luo pressed the matchmaking button. After approximately a minute of waiting, they successfully matched. The 3 versus 3 format took considerably longer than 2 versus 2. Good morning to all the spectators. The upcoming event is a 3 versus 3 match. On my left, we have the Luowen team, who have gained some experience from their time battling in the 2 versus 2 format. However, 3 versus 3 presents a different level of challenge, so let us anticipate their performance. The staff member said with a beaming smile. On my right, we have the Taikala team, a new squad. What kind of sparks will fly between these two teams? Let the match begin. Chapter 10. Hold on tight to this support. As Xing Luo, Zhao Wan, and Shun Bing took the stage, Xing Luo and Shun Bing began to cast Prayer of Fortitude and Arcane Intellect on each other. Zhao Wan raised his shield and gazed at the opposing team. The Taikula team consists of a combination of shaman, warrior, and hunter. A shaman, even without a specialization, possesses healing abilities, which can compensate for the lack of a dedicated healer in the team. Shun Bing prioritize attacking their shaman. He is likely focused on healing, Xing Luo instructed. With a swift blink, Shun Bing positioned himself within the shaman's range and immediately unleashed Frostbolt. You engage the hunter. He has a wolf companion that is quite aggressive. Xing Luo directed Zhao Wan toward the opposing hunter. Zhao Wan, upon hearing this, executed a charge directly at the hunter and used Strike. The hunter, quick on his feet, reacted promptly, utilizing Escape, to leap back a distance of 2 meters before Zhao Wan's strike could connect. Well played on that Escape, the commentator exclaimed, noting how the Luowen team's warrior was thwarted by the hunter's quick maneuver. Immediately, the hunter commanded his wolf to attack Zhao Wan and employed knockback shot, reducing Zhao Wan's movement speed. This sequence of skills revealed the hunter's adeptness. It was evident he had practiced extensively. Xing Luo cast Renew on Zhao Wan just as the opposing warrior charged toward him. Xing Luo resorted to his usual tactic, casting Mind Seer to instill fear in the warrior. Shun Bing, quick to respond, initiated Polymorph on the warrior. However, just as he was about to complete the spell, the opposing shaman interrupted his casting with Wind Shear. The Taikula team's shaman effectively disrupted the mage's polymorph. How would the Luowan team respond now? At that moment, the warrior snapped out of his fear. Seeing this, Xing Luo dashed away, with the two of them in hot pursuit. Xing Luo had no opportunity to cast Healing and could only rely on Renew for support, frantically searching for a way to turn the tide. He kept a watchful eye on the opposing shaman, waiting for the moment to interrupt his casting. A stalemate ensued. It was now a race to see whether the Luowan team's mage could eliminate the Taikula shaman first, or if the Luowan team's priest and warrior would fall to the opposing team. Zhaowen found himself at a loss against the hunter, yet he knew that ignoring the hunter would allow him to attack Xing Luo. If Xing Luo faced both the warrior and hunter simultaneously, the pressure would be overwhelming, and it would not be long before his health plummeted to 0. In that instant, the opposing shaman's health was critically low. He needed to cast a heal to withstand Shen Bing's assault. Just as the shaman began his casting, Xing Luo unleashed Holy Fire, interrupting the spell and silencing him for 3 seconds. Xing Luo quickly moved to Shen Bing's side. Frost Nova, Xing Luo called out, advancing toward the shaman and casting Shadow Word, Pain. Without hesitation, Shen Bing unleashed his spell, freezing the warrior following Xing Luo in place while continuing to attack the shaman. Excellent timing with Holy Fire. The Luowan team is coordinating exceptionally well. Will the Taikula shaman be taken down in one fell swoop? Let us watch closely. After 3 seconds, the shaman's health dwindled to 127 points. Without hesitation, he initiated Healing Surge. In an attempt to recover his health, Xing Luo immediately cast Mind Seer, instilling fear in the shaman and interrupting his spell. Shun Bing seized the opportunity to cast another Frostbolt at the shaman. That Mind Seer was brilliantly executed. The Luowan team's priest has a profound understanding of the Mind Seer skill. The commentator analyzed the situation. The shaman's health dwindled to 16 points. The opposing warrior broke free from the freeze, attempting to disrupt Shen Bing's casting. Shun Bing used Blink to create distance, but the enemy warrior charged toward him, thwarting Shen Bing's chance to deliver a final blow to the shaman. Would the Taikula warrior succeed in stopping the mage from executing the shaman? At that moment, Xing Luo raised his staff and struck the shaman, dealing -7 damage. The shaman, realizing the threat, attempted to flee. What? The Luowan team's priest is striking the shaman with his staff. Is this what a priest is supposed to do? However, given the circumstances, his actions are proving quite effective. Seeing the situation, Xing Luo hurled his staff at the shaman, dealing -7 damage. The shaman's health reached 0, and he was eliminated from the match. Impressive. That flying staff throw deserves full marks. The commentator exclaimed with excitement. On the other side of the arena, Zhao Wen's health was precariously low at just 186 points. A few more hits from the hunter's skills would spell his demise. At that moment, a golden glow enveloped Zhao Wen, courtesy of Xing Luo's healing, which restored nearly half of his health. Following that, Xing Luo cast Healing once more, bringing Zhao Wen back to full health. Upon witnessing the situation, the opposing hunter shifted his target to Xing Luo, desperately attempting to make a final stand. However, with a 2-3 disadvantage and the presence of healing support on the opposing side, the chances of turning the tide were exceedingly slim. Moreover, Zhao Wen was constantly providing protection for Xing Luo. The outcome was already determined. What an exhilarating match it was. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to the Luowan team. They secured victory in their debut 3 versus 3 match. Let us give them a round of applause. The host, donning a professional smile, addressed the audience. Xing Luo sat slumped in place, her fatigue evident, yet her smile remained undiminished. Zhao Wen, with a beaming expression, continuously waved to the audience. Standing beside them, Shen Bing struggled to contain his exuberance, his expression momentarily contorting. Subsequently, Xing Luo and her team engaged in several more matches, growing increasingly adept at utilizing their skills and timing. After exiting the virtual arena, Xing Luo proactively added Shen Bing's contact information. Despite Shen Bing's somewhat reclusive nature, She found his gameplay commendable and believed they could be friends. As Shanbing exited the Luo Tian group, he clenched his fists in a secluded corner, exclaiming inwardly, "This is fantastic. I've secured his contact information. I must hold on to this opportunity tightly." Chapter 11. The Rebirth of the Healing God. Time flies, and today marks the end of the month. Yang Ku, unlike his usual self, entered the classroom dressed in refined attire. "Everyone, follow me to the training room. Today is the day we select representatives to participate in the intra-school competition." Yang Ku led his classmates to the training room. The selection process would prioritize tank roles. If a character could serve as both a tank and a damage dealer, they would have to choose one for this selection. Now, those wishing to participate as tanks. Step forward. Yang Ku clarified the rules. After a moment, only 4 out of 36 students, including Zhao Wan, stepped forward to compete as tanks. This was to be expected, as not all professions could fulfill the tank role, and many preferred to assume damage-dealing positions. The selection rules for the tank role were straightforward. I will limit the level to below 30, and your task is to withstand my attacks for as long as possible. The student who endures the longest will secure a spot. Lei Pongpong, you are first. Come to the arena, Yang Ku called out. Lei Pongpong stepped forward, a paladin with some healing capabilities. His passive skill, Guardian, reduced magic damage taken by 5, making it a relatively rare ability. The Paladin class offers slightly better magical defense compared to other tank roles, but is inferior in physical defense. Yang Ku retrieved a two-handed greatsword from his dimensional bag. Its elongated blade flowing with red liquid, embellished with golden edges, and designed for impactful strikes. The hilt, featuring a black-gold aesthetic, resonated with the blade. It turned out that Yang Ku's profession was that of a warrior. Wow! A wave of astonishment erupted from the audience. "So cool. Old classmate. I want to have your babies." Yang Ku subtly smirked. Let the demonstration begin. Faced with Yang Ku's imposing presence, Lei Pongpong began to sweat profusely, gripping his shield and assuming a defensive stance. Yang Ku charged forward with a charge directly at Lei Pongpong, who stumbled back, unsteady after Yang Ku executed a thunder strike, causing him to lose his footing. Yang Ku's greatsword then came crashing down with a heavy strike, hitting Lei Pongpong just as he attempted to rise for defense. Yang Ku had suppressed his strength to below level 30, so his attacks, while slightly more potent than theirs, lacked explosive impact. Lei Pongpong aimed to cast Holy Light Flash to restore his health, but Yang Ku would not grant him that opportunity. He swung his greatsword relentlessly at Lei Pongpong, who had no choice but to raise his shield in defense. Another sidekick from Yang Ku struck Lei Pongpong's side, sending him sprawling to the ground. Skills like Slash and Heavy Strike were unleashed upon him, and soon enough, Lei Pongpong's health was critically low. "Alright, that's enough. Time's up. 2 minutes and 23 seconds, Yang Ku announced. Next, those wishing to participate as healers stepped forward. Including Xing Luo, 8 students stepped up, 4 priests, 1 shaman, 2 paladins, and 1 druid. Each of you will cast a healing spell on him, and I will record the healing amounts as part of the assessment. Ding Binbin, you go first." Ding Binbin, a priest, cast healing spell on Lei Pongpong, restoring 189.19 health points. Level 6 healing spell, healing amount 189.19, Yang Ku noted as he recorded. Next, Long Shulan, a paladin, used Holy Light Flash, restoring 170.27 health points. Level 6 Holy Light Flash, healing amount 170.27.2. Additional classmates cast healing spells on Lei Pongpong, and by then, his health was nearly fully restored. Observing this, Yang Ku instructed the remaining students to wait for the next tank test to conclude. Wan Hongguang, a bear druid, managed to last 2 minutes and 48 seconds under Yang Ku's scrutiny, a commendable performance surpassing Lei Pongpong's. Alright, the remaining students cast healing spells on Wan Hongguang. Next, Zhang Lei, a shaman, used Healing Surge on Lei Pongpong, restoring 218.38 health points. Level 6, Healing Surge, healing amount 218.38. Wow, Zhang Lei, you're amazing, his classmates exclaimed. Zhang Lei smirked, returning to his neutral expression. Zhao Wen nudged Xing Luo, raising an eyebrow at her. "Uft, that's not even half of what I can do," Xing Luo muttered under her breath. Yang Ku glanced at Zhang Lei and noted excellent next to his healing amount. Finally, it was Xing Luo's turn. By the time she stepped up, Wan Hongguang still needed 323 health points to be fully healed. Yang Ku believed this was sufficient to assess Xing Luo's healing capacity, so he did not require her to remain for the next round. Without hesitation, Xing Luo cast healing spell on Wan Hongguang, fully restoring his health. Wow! The class erupted in astonishment. Heavens! Xing Luo, you're incredible. 666. Stay humble, stay humble. Xing Luo waved her hand dismissively. Yang Ku's eyes lit up. This girl was impressive. Xing Luo's healing spell had fully restored Wan Hongguang's health, making it difficult to gauge her exact healing capacity. Let us have you try again in the next round. The next student, Ai Shang, could only endure 1 minute and 56 seconds under Yang Ku's relentless pressure, the lowest performance thus far. Yang Ku frowned but then decided to let Xing Luo demonstrate again. Her healing spell landed on Ai Shang, restoring 432.44 health points. Level 7, healing spell, healing amount 432.44. Yang Ku beamed. My goodness. Xing Luo, are you the reincarnation of the healing god? How do you achieve such immense healing output? Oh, no. I just read more, keep up with the news, eat less junk food, and sleep more, Xing Luo said nonchalantly, evading the question. The classmates erupted in playful jeers. Alright, now it's time for Zhao Wen's test. Yang Ku called out Zhao Wen's name, signaling him to prepare for the arena. Xing Luo patted Zhao Wen on the shoulder. On. You got this. Zhao Wen clenched his fist and waved back at Xing Luo. Don't worry. I can do this. With that, Zhao Wen strode towards the arena, raising his shield and assuming a defensive posture. Come on, teacher, I'm ready. Chapter 12. This guy has serious healing power. Alright, let us begin. Yang Ku declared. As his words fell, Zhao Wen launched a charge towards Yang Ku, who swiftly rolled to the left, evading the attack. Good one. Not bad, Yang Ku laughed. Who said tanks can only passively take hits? A tank can also seize opportunities to counterattack while defending. Not deterred by Yang Ku's praise, Zhao Wen raised his shield again, maintaining his defensive stance. Facing an experienced opponent, one must remain cautious. A single misstep could lead to disaster. Yang Ku similarly executed charge against Zhao Wen, who braced himself behind his shield, prepared for impact. Yang Ku reached Zhao Wen and unleashed Thunder Strike to destabilize him and disrupt his defense. However, Zhao Wen remained unfazed by the Thunder Strike and seized the moment to counter with Slash. The Slash skill inflicted bleeding damage, dealing continuous harm to the target. Opting for Slash instead of Heavy Strike in this scenario was strategic, as the bleeding effect would deplete more health over time than a single hit from Heavy Strike. What a splendid counterattack! Yang Ku couldn't help but commend Zhao Wen. Facing such a formidable opponent, Yang Ku was cautious. He didn't want to find himself in a predicament. Gripping his greatsword with both hands, Yang Ku launched a flurry of powerful strikes at Zhao Wen, who found his health steadily dwindling. This was not a sustainable situation. Zhao Wen needed to act decisively. Attempting to evade Yang Ku's next attack with a roll, Zhao Wen was met with Yang Ku's foot, which sent him flying 2 meters away. Zhao Wenying endured the blow, sustaining minimal damage to his life points, yet his defenses were breached. Without affording Zhao Wenying a moment to react, Yang Ku charged directly at his face, unleashing a brutal onslaught upon him. Zhao Wenying convulsed and grasped his shield in a futile attempt to resist, only for Yang Ku to effortlessly send the shield flying with a single strike. The test concluded. Remarkably, Zhao Wenying achieved a time of 3 minutes and 56 seconds. An impressive feat. The tank class is not solely about passive defense, and Zhao Wenying excelled in this regard. His performance was the best among you all, and he shall represent our class in the upcoming competition. Yang Ku did not conceal his admiration for Zhao Wenying. Sitting on the ground, Zhao Wenying chuckled foolishly. There remained 24 others, all vying to represent our class as damage dealers. Each trio will be joined by a healer to form a group for mutual competition, and I will select representatives for the class based on my comprehensive evaluation of your performances. Now, I shall announce the groups. Ke Yinbin, Miao Shuang, Zhao Qiao, and Song Lei form one group. Yang Yin, Wang Jing, Qin Shu, and Long Shulan form another. Jia Bing, Lu Fei, Lu Yi, and Xing Luo constitute yet another group. Let us commence with the battle between Ku Yinbin's group and Jia Bing's group. Yang Ku declared. Upon seeing Xing Luo take the stage, Zhao Wenying waved his fist in encouragement, shouting, "Go for it. Without a doubt, this spot is mine," Xing Luo replied, brimming with confidence. Whether by design or coincidence, Apart from Xing Luo and Song Lei, the others shared identical roles: warrior, hunter, and mage. The match began. Xing Luo commenced by casting Power Word, Fortitude, on everyone, then quietly positioned himself behind his teammates. Aiming to minimize his presence, Starfather, how shall we proceed? Lu Fei inquired of Xing Luo. Shall I take the lead? Xing Luo pointed to himself, questioning. You can lead. We lack experience, Zhao Bing concurred. Very well, I shall take charge. Lu Fei, Lu Yi, you two advance to engage the healer. Zhao Bing, you as the warrior should stick close to Zhao Qiao, who is the mage. It is best to prevent him from casting. After the roles were assigned, Zhao Bing executed charge against Qin Shu, yet Zhao Qiao swiftly countered with blink, evading the attack and casting polymorph on Zhao Bing. At that moment, Xing Luo's holy fire struck Zhao Qiao, interrupting his spellcasting. Xing Luo's timing with holy fire was impeccable. Had Zhao Bing been affected by polymorph, Zhao Qiao would have had the opportunity to assault Xing Luo, potentially leading to Xing Luo's swift defeat. Yang Ku observed, analyzing. Xing Luo possesses commendable situational awareness and directs well. He could be considered for the captaincy. Taking advantage of Zhao Qiao's silence, Zhao Bing closed in, delivering a rupture to Zhao Qiao, inflicting ongoing damage before following up with a heavy strike. Lu Fei summoned his wolf pup to attack Song Lei, while Lu Yi persistently unleashed Frostbolt from a distance. Meanwhile, Ku Yanbin and Miao Shuang rushed forward, aiming to assault Xing Luo. Noticing the threat, Xing Luo cast Mind Scream, instilling fear in Ku Yanbin and Miao Shuang's companions, yet he still faced Miao Shuang's direct assault. Remarkably, Xing Luo did not attempt to defend against Miao Shuang's attack, instead casting Renew upon himself, regenerating 59.1 health per second. Miao Shuang's strikes felt inconsequential against Xing Luo. Despite having witnessed Xing Luo's healing prowess, Yang Ku silently marveled at the sight of Xing Luo undeterred by Miao Shuang's onslaught. This lad possesses extraordinary healing abilities. Observing that his teammates' health remained robust, Xing Luo then cast Pain on Ku Yanbin and the others. Under the affliction of Xing Luo's pain, Ku Yanbin and his companions began to lose health steadily. Should Song Lei fail to escape and provide them healing, their health would plunge into a perilous state. However, he was preoccupied with his own survival, overwhelmed by the relentless assault from Lu Fei and Lu Yi, and could barely hold on. He could only continuously cast Healing Surge upon himself. With Holy Fire now off cooldown, Xing Luo turned his gaze to the spellcasting Song Lei and unleashed it, interrupting his casting and silencing him for 3 seconds. As Song Lei began to flee, hoping to buy himself some time, Miao Shuang ceased her attack on Xing Luo, intent on assisting Song Lei. Unfortunately, Song Lei's already precarious health was swiftly depleted by Lu Fei and Lu Yi's concentrated fire. The outcome of the battle had been determined. Yang Ku recorded the results, moving on to the next group. After a full day of testing, Yang Ku had the students line up in 4 rows, lamenting, "You have truly disappointed me. This is the worst class I have ever taught." Chapter 13, Valley of Wailing. Aside from a few individuals who performed adequately, the rest of you are simply lacking. If this continues, why bother applying to universities? You might as well return home to farm, for that would be better than this. You would not have to face any dangers. Yang Ku slammed his notebook onto the ground in frustration. Regaining his composure, he addressed the students, Zhao Weiniang, Xing Luo, Lu Hao, Guo Shuyuan, and Bai Mengxia. The 5 of you I have named will represent our class in the school competition. Starting tomorrow, I will conduct intensive training with you, hoping that you will not disappoint me again in the upcoming competition, Yang Ku said gravely. The following day, Xing Luo and Zhao Weiniang arrived at the designated location set by Yang Ku, where the other 3 were already waiting. Xing Luo surveyed the surroundings, noting the heavily guarded area, with a massive teleportation portal in the distance. Is this not the entrance to the level 20 dungeon? Valley of Wailing, what does Yang Ku intend for us here? It is important to recognize that this is a real dungeon, and dying here means true death before the competition. I need each of you to reach level 25 or higher. At level 25, you will gain an additional skill, providing you with more options. I will lead you into the level 20 dungeon, Valley of Wailing. With me here, your lives will not be in danger. However, I will not intervene unless you are at risk, Yang Ku instructed the group. Zhao Weiniang felt a surge of excitement. Xing Luo, this will be my first venture into a real-world dungeon. Same here. I've heard that monsters in real dungeons drop equipment when defeated. I can't wait. The group entered Valley of Wailing, greeted by a lush, wooded valley that appeared serene on the surface, yet concealed a deadly undercurrent. Your tasks in the coming days will not only be to level up to 25, but also to deepen your understanding of your respective classes. Yonka spoke earnestly. I will remain hidden behind you. Let us set off. Xing Luo turned to the fading figure of Yangku and addressed the group. I suppose this is our first time in a real dungeon? Lu Hao, I remember you have an owl companion. Send it out to scout. Zhao Weining, stay vigilant. We will advance slowly. Liu Hao summoned his owl to patrol, while Xing Luo cast Power Word, Fortitude on everyone, urging them to remain alert. Ahead, we have 3 slimes and a turtle-like creature. Let us test our strength against them. Lu Hao conveyed the owl's findings to the group. All right, Zhao Weining, lead the charge. We'll take them down one by one. Xing Luo commanded. Upon identifying the target, Zhao Weining unleashed Charge on the turtle-like creature, while Sun Zhe taunted one of the slimes, engaging the remaining slimes in battle. Our primary target is the slime Zhao Weining is attacking. Xing Luo declared, casting Renew on Zhao Weining, then applying Pain on each slime. The other 3 unleashed their attacks, Smash, Arcane Shot, and Frostbolt, upon the slimes, and soon, all 4 monsters lay defeated. Loot drop, Zhao Weining exclaimed, gazing eagerly at the fallen turtle creature, where a green glowing item hovered above its corpse. It's a green quality shield. The mark of a tank, MT refers to the tank roll. The group exchanged glances, and Xing Luo proposed, shall we give the shield to Zhao Weining? He is the only one who can use it, and if he finds gear suitable for you all later, he will not contest it. Sounds good. No objections here. The other 3 readily agreed. Zhao Weining picked up the shield for inspection. Item name, Silverleaf Shield. Level, 22. Quality, Green. Attribute, reduces physical damage taken by 46 points. Wow, what an artifact, Zhao Weining exclaimed. What effect does it have? Xing Luo inquired. It reduces physical damage taken by 46 points. My skills barely exceed 50 damage. Zhao Weining admired the Silverleaf Shield more with each passing moment. My skills deal only around 80 damage. With this equipped, the damage I inflict on you is halved? This is amazing, Guishiyuan scoffed, casting a jealous glance at Zhao Weining's shield. All right, let us keep moving with that shield. You should be able to withstand even more monsters, right? Absolutely, Zhao Weining replied confidently. At the 10 o'clock position, there were 5 slimes and 2 flying serpents. Liu Hao alerted everyone. I just took a glance. The slimes' attacks were rather feeble and lacked any special abilities, with the primary threat being those 2 flying serpents. At that moment on, you should focus on attacking the flying serpents, and we will concentrate our fire on them. Xing Luo analyzed the situation and instructed Zhao Wen to prepare for battle. Zhao Wen charged towards the serpents, launching attacks on the other monsters, while everyone coordinated their strikes flawlessly. Just as the life points of one serpent were nearing depletion, the other serpent began to emit a green aura from its mouth, seemingly preparing to cast a spell. Xing Luo, witnessing the unfolding situation, knew that no spell could be allowed to be cast at such a critical moment. He unleashed Holy Fire, which struck the casting serpent directly, interrupting its incantation. The other serpent had also reached 0 health. After the battle concluded, the group noticed a green glow emanating from the corpse of the serpent. We are truly fortunate. Another piece of equipment has dropped. Xing Luo proclaimed to the group. Item name, Windstaff. Level, 21. Quality, Green. Attribute, increases damage of the user's cast attack spells by 18 points. This staff enhances damage, augmenting skills by 18 points, by Mingxia. As a mage, this is perfectly suited for you. Do you want it? If so, it's yours. Yes, please. Bai Mengxia eagerly accepted the staff, caressing it lovingly and unable to part with it. After handing the staff to Bai Mengxia, Xing Luo continued, let us take a 5-minute break. On the 6th day of their expedition in the secret realm, Zhao Wen was the first to reach level 25. He learned the area attack skill, Thunderstrike, freeing him from having to engage monsters one by one. The tank class's attacks generate hate, ensuring that monsters prioritize the tank as their primary target. Xing Luo watched with envy as Zhao Wen leveled up. He still needed 866 experience points to reach level 25 himself. It seemed he would have to wait until tomorrow to learn a new skill. In pursuit of this new skill, Xing Luo rallied everyone to make the most of their time and hastily engage monsters. Chapter 14. Home the following day, Xing Luo was the only one in the group who had not yet reached level 25. Hurry, we just need to defeat 3 more monsters. After finishing off these 3, I will level up, Xing Luo said anxiously to the others. Time dragged on like an eternity, but the 3 monsters were finally vanquished. Xing Luo joyously leveled up to 2.5 in that moment of ascension. He eagerly opened his virtual panel. Name, Xing Luo. Gender, male. Class, priest. Level, 25. Experience, 8,4500. Health, 600. Mana, 72720. Active skills, Recovery LV9, 2383 4500. Healing LV8, 1335 2100. Shadow Word, Pain LV6, 778 2100. Holy Fire LV4, 889 1000. Power Word, Shield LV1, 0100. Power Word, Fortitude, cannot be upgraded. Mind Scream, cannot be upgraded. Passive skills, Compassion, Twin Souls. Recovery LV9, instant cast, instills faith in the holy light within the target, restoring 529.3 health points over 10 seconds at a mana cost of 14. Healing LV8, cast time of 1.4 seconds, restores 490.09 health points to allies upon completion, consuming 26 mana points. Shadow Word, Pain LV6, instant cast. A dark incantation that immediately inflicts 72.072 shadow damage, with an additional 90.09 shadow damage over the next 10 seconds, costing 24 mana. Holy Fire LV4, instant cast, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Rains down holy flames on the target, dealing 68.64 magical damage. If the target is casting, it interrupts their spell and silences them for 3 seconds, consuming 50 mana. Power Word, Shield LV1, instant cast. Immediately grants a holy shield to the target that absorbs 120 damage. As long as the shield exists, the protected caster's spell will not be interrupted by physical attacks, costing 60 mana. Power Word, Fortitude, seeks the holy light's blessing, infusing the target with vitality, increasing their health by 10, lasting for 1 hour, consuming 40 mana. Mind Scream, instant cast, with a cooldown of 30 seconds, emits a psychic scream causing enemies within a 2-meter radius to flee, confusing them for 8 seconds. Damage taken may dispel this effect, consuming 40 mana. Compassion, your heart is filled with compassion for all, reducing the mana cost of releasing buff skills by 10. Twin Souls, when you use buff skills, the effect increases by 50 and costs 20 less. When you use debuff skills, the effect increases by 25 and costs 10 less. Xing Luo gazed at his new skill Power Word, Shield. With this skill, when facing enemy attacks, I can still cast healing. How splendid! Moreover, the shield's absorption capacity is quite high. With the enhancement from his Twin Souls talent, this skill at level 1 can absorb 180 health points. Capable of withstanding several skills, and this skill is only at level 1. I must fervently work on mastering this skill. In the future, beneath 1 Power Word, Shield, I will be as resilient as a turtle. At that moment, Yonka stepped forward. Well done. Now that you all have reached level 25, go home and rest for a day. Gather at the training classroom at school at 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Yonka led everyone out of the secret realm. After bidding farewell to his companions, Xing Luo returned home. Despite feeling physically and mentally exhausted, his excitement over reaching level 25 was undeniable. Entering his room, he was greeted by a cloud of thick black smoke emanating from the kitchen. What on earth is happening? Xing Luo cursed as he approached the kitchen, fearing a fire might have broken out. Just as he was about to investigate, his father, covered in soot, emerged holding a plate of charred and unrecognizable food. My son has returned. Xing Luo scrutinized his father, whose skin was entirely black except for his gleaming white teeth. Have you eaten? Come and try Dad's special braised pork. His father spoke, smoke wafting from his mouth. Xing Luo glanced at the charred mass before him, shaking his head vigorously. No, thank you. Where's Mom? She went on a business trip to Magic City today. I was so hungry at home that I decided to whip up a plate of braised pork. Want to give it a try? His father continued to promote his culinary disaster. I said, Xingyu, can you even eat this lump of charcoal? Xing Luo took his father's creation and discarded it in the trash without hesitation. Without another word, he donned an apron, opened the kitchen window, and the sounds of clattering pots and pans filled the air. About an hour later, Xing Luo emerged with 3 dishes and a soup. "Dad, dinner is ready. You're still such a thoughtful son." Xing Yu shamelessly picked up his bowl. After dinner, Xing Luo went upstairs, stripped off his clothes, and enjoyed a relaxing hot bath. 2 little rubber ducks bobbed along the waves in the tub. There's no fatigue that a hot bath can't alleviate. Stepping out of the bathroom, Xing Luo toweled off the droplets on his body and gazed at his reflection in the mirror. "Wow, I look incredibly handsome." He occasionally struck poses, admiring himself. Lying on his bed, he looked out at the starry night sky, a breathtaking sight that stirred endless imagination within him. "I am now level 25. Once I reach level 30, I can change my class." Many adventurers beyond level 30 have begun to delve into the real secret realms, battling monsters. Will I become one of them, or will I remain in the background performing the duties of a healer? With hopes and uncertainties about the future, Xing Luo drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Luo Mei returned and, upon seeing her son, expressed concern. "You've lost weight in just a few days. How has your food been while you were away?" After caring for Xing Luo Mei busied herself in the kitchen. Watching his mother's back as she entered the kitchen brought a mist to Xing Luo's eyes. The ones who care for you the most, love you the most, and work the hardest for you are always your mother. Xing Luo silently vowed to treat Luo Mei well in the future. "As a son, I must live up to my conscience and honor my mother's sacrifices." At the dining table, Luo Mei continuously served Xing Luo dishes, while Xing Yu sat beside them, feeling envious. "Honey, I want some too." Xing Luo immediately felt goosebumps, nearly spitting out his food. Here. Luo Mei half-heartedly served Xing Yu a portion of shredded potatoes before offering Xing Luo a piece of pork. "Come, son, eat more pork. It's good for your health." "Mom, that's enough. I can't eat anymore." With a piece of pork stuffed in his mouth and a chicken leg on his chopsticks, Xing Luo's bowl was nearly overflowing. Xing Yu's eyes fixated on the piece of pork in Xing Luo's mouth as he silently resumed eating the shredded potatoes in his bowl. Chapter 15. The incensed Ma Biao. Shortly after finishing breakfast, Zhao Wen knocked on the door of Xing Luo's home. "Coming? Who is it?" Xing Luo walked over and opened the door just a crack, only to have a large head poke in. "Xing Luo? Let us head to the virtual arena today." After a day of rest, Zhao Wen was bursting with energy. "Oh, it's Zhao Wen." Xing Yu, engrossed in a video, looked up to greet Zhao Wen. "Hello, uncle." Zhao Wen then noticed that Xing Yu was also home. "That's fine. We have nothing else to do. Let us go." Xing Luo turned back to Xing Yu. "Dad, I'm going out with On." "All right, be safe on the way." Xing Yu replied without looking up. "I don't know what's going on, but Jinling has been swarming with people lately. All who come to Jinling for tourism, yet as a native of Jinling, Xing Luo feels that there is nothing remotely enjoyable about this place." Gazing out of the car window at the nearby scenic spots, all he can see are throngs of people, crammed together, devoid of any real amusement. How could such a multitude gather at Jiming Temple to admire the cherry blossoms? This is hardly about appreciating the blossoms. It is clearly about watching the crowd, Xing Luo lamented. After half an hour, the two finally arrived at the lobby of Luotian Group. To their astonishment, the interior was also teeming with people, with queues forming for registration. Reluctantly, they joined the slow-moving line. While waiting, Xing Luo took the opportunity to practice the proficiency of Word of Shield. After enduring numerous trials, they finally reached the registration desk. "On. How about we try a 1 versus 1 today?" Xing Luo proposed impulsively, eager to experiment with the duel. "Sure. But how can a priest like you manage a 1 versus 1? Wouldn't you just be taking hits?" Zhao Wen replied, slightly puzzled. "Isn't that an excellent way to hone my healing skills?" The two registered for the 1 versus 1 match. Xing Luo settled into the virtual chamber for matchmaking. "Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are about to commence the 1 versus 1 competition, featuring a particularly special contestant today. Xing Luo, a priest, is daring enough to participate in a 1 versus 1 match. What unique tactics might he possess? Let us await the spectacle." After the host's introduction, Xing Luo stepped into the arena, focusing intently on his opponent, ready to unleash his skills. Ma Biao, a robust figure with broad shoulders, towered like a stone edifice. Armed with a massive axe, his eyes radiated a fierce intensity that made one hesitate. Biao charged at Xing Luo, who instinctively retreated and cast Word of Shield upon himself. Without delay, Ma Biao executed a charge, closing the distance in an instant, swinging his axe down upon Xingluo with the heavy strike skill. The blow was absorbed by Xingluo's word of shield, inflicting no damage. Ma Biao's attack was thwarted by Xingluo's shield. It appears that Xingluo's word of shield is of a remarkably high level, the commentator analyzed. Just as Ma Biao prepared to unleash another heavy strike, Xingluo activated Mind Shatter, instilling fear in Ma Biao, who fled in disarray. Xingluo quickly distanced himself and cast Shadow Word, Pain, at Ma Biao, who, upon being struck, regained his composure. Ma Biao pursued Xingluo, attempting to land an attack. But Xingluo had already created sufficient space between them. At that moment, Xingluo unleashed Holy Fire upon Ma Biao. As a warrior class does not require casting time for skills, Holy Fire could not interrupt and was directly hurled at Ma Biao. It seemed that Xingluo intended to wear Ma Biao down with the limited offensive capabilities of the priest class. This maneuver was fraught with risk. He needed to balance healing himself while launching attacks on Ma Biao. Could his mana sustain such a strategy? The two engaged in a relentless chase. At last, Ma Biao's charge skill was off cooldown, and he lunged at Xingluo, initiating a ferocious assault. Unperturbed, Xingluo cast Renew upon himself, benefiting from the dual enhancement that allowed him to recover 79.4 health points per second. Coupled with the absorption of Word of Shield, Ma Biao's attacks were ineffectual against Xingluo. Observing this, Xingluo ceased to evade, opting instead to stand his ground and absorb Ma Biao's blows. Xingluo remains stationary. He is deliberately weathering Ma Biao's attacks, and his health has not diminished in the slightest, exclaimed the astonished host. Xingluo glanced at Ma Biao. Once the effect of Shadow Word, Pain faded, he cast another, and when Holy Fire was off cooldown, he unleashed it without hesitation. Ma Biao's relentless barrage yielded no results, leaving him in a state of impotent rage. 6 minutes later, the match concluded. Xingluo had methodically worn down Ma Biao with Shadow Word, Pain, and Holy Fire. The battle was over. Victory belonged to Xingluo. He had outlasted Ma Biao through sheer healing prowess. As the match ended, Xingluo gained a clear understanding of his healing capabilities. Before level 30, he could effortlessly sustain his allies without fear of running dry. I am truly formidable, he mused, indulging in a moment of self-admiration. Upon exiting, he spotted Zhao Wen waiting for him. How did it go? Zhao Wen inquired. Oh, that was a piece of cake, Xingluo replied, forming a small gap between his thumb and forefinger. Let us go. My treat to some barbecue. With a wave of his hand, he led Zhao Wen to a roadside barbecue stall. Boss, 20 lamb skewers, 20 beef skewers, and a selection of vegetables, please. After placing their order, Xingluo sat down and took a sip of his soda. Refreshing. Indeed, soda deserves its title as the drink of joy. At that moment, Shen Bing appeared from seemingly nowhere, sitting beside Xingluo. Where did you come from? Xingluo asked, surprised at Shen Bing's sudden arrival. Do you have time during the winter break? I have news about a trial site in the Wailing Valley Secret Realm. Completing the trial could grant us a passive skill. Shen Bing got straight to the point. If possible, I would like to team up with you. I cannot manage it alone. Then why not simply enlist the help of higher-level players? Zhao Wen questioned. Only players below level 30 can enter that trial site, Shen Bing replied, taking a bite of the beef skewer on the table. Why us? Xingluo pressed. We have collaborated a few times, establishing some synergy. And I require your extraordinary healing capacity to ensure my safety, Shen Bing answered. Xingluo raised an eyebrow. All right, we shall await your notification during the winter break. Seeing Xingluo agree, Shen Bing did not linger, grabbing a beef skewer to munch on as he walked away without looking back. Chapter 16. Diligent Xing Xiaoluo. The next morning, Xingluo and Zhao Wen arrived at the training classroom. Upon entering, they found LV Hao and his companions engaged in practice, with Bai Mengxia relentlessly casting Frostbolt at LVHAO.AT. That moment, Guishiyuan attempted to incapacitate Bai Mengxia with a elbow strike, but she effortlessly countered with Blink, creating distance between them. LV Hao unleashed Arcane Shot at Guishiyuan. The scene was utterly chaotic. Yangku clapped his hands. Hold on, from now on, you will split into two groups. Zhao Wen and Xingluo will form one team, while LV Hao, Guishiyuan, and Bai Mengxia will comprise the other. The 5 individuals took their positions, ready to commence. Xingluo promptly cast Word of Shield, on both himself and Zhao Wan, while Guo Shiyuan entered stealth. An LV Hao summoned his owl companion. Without hesitation, Zhao Wan charged at by Meng Xia, who was quick to respond with a blink, creating distance. Just as she was about to cast Polymorph, Xingluo's Holy Fire landed on her head. With me, Xingluo around. How dare you attempt Polymorph? You truly underestimate me. To prevent a surprise attack from Guo Shiyuan, he cast Renew on himself. At that moment, Guo Shiyuan stealthily appeared behind Xingluo, delivering his elbow strike as planned. Stunning Xingluo for 3 seconds. It took nearly 3 seconds for LV Hao and Guo Shiyuan to break through Xingluo's shield. Damn it, Guo Shiyuan cursed. This shield is ridiculously thick. As Xingluo regained consciousness, he calmly recast Word of Shield upon himself. He stood firm, refusing to retaliate with Mind Shatter. Doing so would mean he lost. Xingluo endured the attacks from both opponents, his health remaining completely intact. Plunging the three into despair. Let us outlast him. Drain his mana? LV Hao suggested to Guo Shiyuan. Realizing the strategy, Guo Shiyuan's eyes lit up. Right. No matter how high your healing is, your mana will eventually run out. Unbeknownst to them, Xingluo, bolstered by the enhancements from Duality and Mercy, required only 9.8 mana for each Renew. Presently, his mana regeneration rate was a staggering 60 points per minute. This meant Xingluo could continuously cast Renew on himself without the worry of exhausting his mana. Not one to be idle, Xingluo cast Shadow Word, Pain, on all three opponents. Ultimately, Xingluo's superior skills prevailed, allowing him to emerge victorious. After the battle, he cast Renew on each individual, and in the blink of an eye, their health was fully restored. Xingluo, your healing capacity is astonishing. With your prowess, victory in the upcoming competition is assured, Guo Shiyuan remarked. Let us keep it low-key. Yang Ke pulled Xingluo aside. Your healing output is indeed far beyond that of your peers. When the competition arrives, you will be our class's secret weapon. For now, I have no further training suggestions for you. Focus on enhancing your healing output. That will secure our triumph. Xingluo was taken aback by Yang Ke's high expectations. The only means to elevate his healing power at this stage was through skill proficiency. From now on, I will concentrate on mastering Word of Shield, striving to make it impenetrable for the other classes. In the ensuing days, Xingluo frequently cast Word of Shield on his companions, even waking up after an hour's sleep to deplete his mana before returning to slumber. Luo may even began to wonder if Xingluo was unwell. Time flies swiftly, and before one realizes, the winter break has arrived. Mounting my beloved little motorcycle, which is forever free from traffic jams, Xingluo glanced at his phone and saw a call from Shen Bing. Hello, are we about to set off? He directly dove into the subject, recalling their previous agreement. Meet at the entrance of Wailing Valley. Beep. Goodness, he hung up so quickly. I had hoped to exchange a few pleasantries. At this rate, he will end up with no friends. After pondering for a moment, Xingluo dialed Zhao Wan. After a while, Zhao Wan answered the call. What's up? Came his voice, accompanied by sounds of aha. Aha. I wonder what he is up to? What are you doing? Xingluo could not resist his curiosity. I'm working out, doing push-ups. Zhao Wan answered naturally. Shen Bing called, asking us to gather at the entrance of Wailing Valley. You should get ready. I'll come find you shortly. What? We're going now? All right, come over when you're ready. I'll go take a shower. After hanging up, Xingluo tidied his luggage and went downstairs to find his father. Dad, I'm heading out for a few days. Okay, be safe on the road, came his father's reply, absorbed in the television. Xingluo had grown accustomed to it, sometimes questioning if he were indeed the child Zhao Wan picked up from a trash bin. Or perhaps Zhao Wan was actually his stepfather. With his luggage slung over his shoulder, Xingluo left home. The spring festival was approaching. Despite the cold weather, the streets were bustling with people, all wearing smiles, painting a scene of festive joy and harmony. I hope everything can be resolved before the festival, allowing me to return home for a splendid new year. Xingluo arrived at Zhao Wan's doorstep and rang the doorbell. Ding dong ding dong, he awaited Zhao Wan to answer the door. Soon, the door swung open, revealing Zhao Wan's father, Zhao Wudada. It's Xiao Luo. Here to find Zhao Wan, I presume? Hello, uncle. Yes, I'm here to look for Zhao Wan. We made plans to go out together. Seeing it was Zhao Wu at the door, Xingluo instantly transformed into a well-behaved child. He is upstairs. You can go up to find him. Xingluo ascended the stairs where Zhao Wan was busy packing his belongings. Ready yet? Almost, Zhaowen stuffed the last piece of clothing into his backpack, zipped it up, and slung it over his shoulder. Let us set off. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the entrance of Wailing Valley. To their surprise, it was crowded even during the winter break. After searching for a while, they finally spotted Shinbing in a corner. "Why are you hiding in the corner all alone? You made us search for ages." "It's peaceful here." Shinbing coolly adjusted his collar. "Let us get going." The three entered Wailing Valley, and after battling their way through, they finally reached the location of the trial. This place is rather concealed. Xing Luo observed the surroundings. "Insert this token into the gap of that pillar, and the trial will commence. Let us rest for a while. Once we're ready, we'll begin." Shinbing produced a token. Xing Luo found a rock, sat down, and began to regain his strength. After 10 minutes, they exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "Let us go." Chapter 17. The trial ground. Shinbing inserted the token into the slot. And in an instant, the ground shook, and the area began to transform as a portal emitting a soft glow materialized in the center. Shinbing wasted no time and walked straight into the portal. Xing Luo looked at Zhaowen. "Shall we enter as well?" Saying this, Xing Luo approached the portal, with Zhaowen closely following. After a moment of dizziness, Xing Luo took nearly 30 seconds to recover and began to survey his surroundings. The moonlight bathed the lake in a gentle glow, with shimmering reflections dancing upon the water's surface. The mist mingled with the fragrance of tender willows, creating a scene that was truly delightful. "I didn't expect this place to be so beautiful," Xing Luo exclaimed in admiration. Suddenly, a man in a long robe, holding a folding fan, with smooth, dark hair approached them. He stood before Xing Luo and his friends, clasping his hands in greeting and slightly bowing. "Greetings, esteemed gentlemen. My name is Han Chun, the guardian of this trial ground. I presume you are here for the rewards of the trial, and I shall introduce you to the rules." He pointed towards a distant tall tower. "There exists a trial tower here. By challenging this tower, you shall earn rewards. Every 10 levels contains a boss, totaling 30 levels. The higher you climb, the better the rewards. However, until now, only a handful have managed to surpass the 10th level. You may set off now, and I wish you all good fortune." Han Chun once again bowed to the three. "Oh, it's a tower climbing challenge? Huh, I'm familiar with this. I often encounter such challenges in games. However, this difficulty sounds a bit outrageous," Xing Luo remarked to the others. "There are 30 levels in total, and only a few have passed the 10th level. The odds are too low. Indeed, let us give it a try." Zhaowen patted Xing Luo on the shoulder. "Let us go." Entering the first level of the trial tower, a sudden noise erupted from within, signaling the commencement of the trial as a countdown began. 10, 9, 8. Once the countdown concluded, a swarm of slime monsters appeared, leaving the three with hardly any space to stand. "Zhaowen, start attacking," Xing Luo urged Zhaowen. Casting Word of Power, Resilience, and Word of Power, Shield, on each of them. After a fierce battle, Word of Power, Shield, surprisingly held strong. "Your healing power has increased significantly." Shinbing appeared calm on the surface. Yet inside, he was elated. "What tremendous healing! Heh, just a little something." Xing Luo replied with a hint of pride, feeling that the praise was well-deserved for his early morning dedication to practice. Zhaowen approached with his shield. "Let us move on to the next level. At the 10th level, the boss, Halifax, unleashed a fiery nova, taking away a significant portion of Xing Luo's Word of Power, Shield. Keep in mind that Xing Luo had upgraded Word of Power, Shield, to level 6. With the double effect, it could absorb up to 648.65 damage. That was even higher than Xing Luo's total health. The boss's skill alone could take out many players. Immediately after, the boss unleashed Rain of Fire towards Shinbing's position. A rain of flames descending from the sky. Shinbing quickly used Blink to evade, thinking, "Damn it. As a fellow mage, why don't I have such powerful skills?" Frustrated by this, Shinbing poured his energy into casting Ice Arrow at the boss. "I shall vanquish you." Zhaowen also struggled to withstand the boss's attacks, with a single blow capable of inflicting over 200 points of damage. Typically, Zhaowen only lost a few dozen health points. Xing Luo had previously just cast Heal on him without a second thought. "Goodness, this boss hits way too hard." "Xing Luo, heal me," Zhaowen called out. Healing now, don't panic, you won't die. "Trust me," Xing Luo assured confidently. For Xing Luo, There was indeed some pressure, but it had not yet reached a point of panic. He periodically cast Heal on Zhao Wan, whose health remained remarkably stable, showing no signs of faltering. Though the scene appeared chaotic, there was no real danger. After 10 minutes of combat, they finally emerged victorious, with Xing Luo still having over 300 mana points, which was quite abundant. The 10th level wasn't too bad. It hardly posed any difficulty, Xing Luo boasted. Honestly, I can't express how frightening it was when that boss hit me for over 200 health points. Zhao Wen replied, still shaken. That boss is indeed formidable, with high skill damage, Shun Bing remarked, chewing on some bread leisurely. The monsters after the 10th level will also become stronger. However, with the coordination among the three of us, we managed to reach the 20th level without any mishaps. Wait, why isn't there a boss on this level? Zhao Wen gazed at the empty arena. Just as Xing Luo furrowed his brow in contemplation, a lowly voice unexpectedly chimed in from nowhere. Welcome to the 20th level of the trial tower. The trial here is quite simple. You just need to answer a few questions to pass. Each question gives you 1 minute to think. Let me start with the first question. The ordinary person walks on a bridge when suddenly a chimera appears in front, and behind him comes a scorpious lion. How does he get past? He faints. Without a moment's hesitation, Xing Luo answered, correct. Next question. Can a blue pen write in red ink? This is easy. Do you have a pen? A blue pen and a piece of paper appeared beneath Xing Luo's feet. With a flourish, he wrote the character for red on the paper. See, it's just that. After several rounds of questions, congratulations. You have all answered correctly. You have passed this level. Zhao Wan and Xin Bing stared at Xing Luo in disbelief. How did you know all those answers? Oh, this is just a riddle. I enjoy watching these kinds of things, but I never expected the trial tower would ask such questions. Xing Luo placed a hand on his forehead and shook his head. What kind of normal person watches this? This is the inner turmoil of Xin Bing. Shall we continue? The challenges ahead will only grow more formidable. The guardian, Han Shun, did not specify whether death could befall us here. Thus, the risks in the battles to come will escalate dramatically. Xing Luo analyzed the current situation to the two companions. With you by my side, I fear nothing. Zhao Wen expressed unwavering faith in Xing Luo's healing abilities. Having reached the 20th floor, with only 10 more to go, you surely desire the best rewards, do you not? Xin Bing gazed at the duo. The three exchanged knowing smiles before stepping into the next passage. Chapter 18. Heart-stopping events, Floor 29-1. There are too many monsters. Protect me for a moment? Xing Luo called out to Zhao Wan, unleashing Psychic Scream to momentarily secure a safe state. Zhao Wan swiftly turned to unleash Charge on the monsters beside Xing Luo, then followed up with Thunder Strike, drawing the aggro of all surrounding creatures onto himself. Shun Bing continuously employed control skills, Frost Nova, striving to manage the movements of the monsters. Zhao Wan delivered a Heavy Strike to the last of the monsters. Finally nearing the end, after a prolonged battle, exhaustion etched across Zhao Wen's face. As a tank, he needed to observe keenly, ensuring the safety of his teammates. The extended period of heightened focus had taken its toll. Noticing Zhao Wen's pallor, Xing Luo suggested, let us take a brief respite. The final boss lies ahead. Once rejuvenated, we shall muster our strength to vanquish it. Xin Bing utilized create food and water to prepare bread and water, distributing them to Xing Luo and Zhao Wan. After regaining their composure, the trio ascended to the 30th floor of the trial tower. The boss at this level, Noah, possessed a pair of translucent golden wings and donned golden armor. Without hesitation, she unleashed Exile Light directly at Xing Luo. Caught off guard, Xing Luo stammered, "What have I been afflicted with?" Before he could finish, a golden aura radiated from him, inflicting 462 points of damage to both him and Shan Bing, who stood nearby. Realizing the peril, Xing Luo quickly cast Healing on both to restore their health, then shielded them with Power Word. Shield. Zhao Wen hurriedly directed Taunt at Noah, declaring, "You dare challenge me?" Noah immediately turned her gaze towards Zhao Wen, raising her fist to strike him. Zhao Wen swiftly raised his shield to block the attack. Life points -385. This is dire. Xing Luo, heal me. One strike from her cost me a third of my health. Zhao Wen urgently called for Xing Luo's healing. By the heavens, this boss is astonishingly powerful. Is this something a mere mortal can withstand? Xing Luo hurriedly replenished Zhao Wen with Power Word. shield and renew, continuously casting healing upon him. For now, he can endure. Keep pushing. Noah unleashed another exile light at Shunbing. Stay away from us. Without hesitation, Shunbing employed blink to distance himself from Zhao Wen and Xing Luo, who promptly shielded him with power word. Shield. Bang, a halo emanated from Shunbing, and fortunately, due to his quick reflexes, only he sustained damage this time. With Xing Luo's shield in place, his health remained intact. Indeed, Xing Luo's healing prowess is formidable, Shunbing muttered to himself. Noah offered no respite, unleashing holy light. Immediately, golden, spiral waves of light radiated from her, compelling Xing Luo and his companions to dodge. Zhao Wen, unable to evade in time, lost 433 life points. Thankfully, Xing Luo reacted swiftly, casting healing to restore Zhao Wen's health. Once Noah concluded her casting, she swung her massive fist at Zhao Wen. Your fists may be mighty, but that does not intimidate me, Zhao Wen defended with his shield while hurling colorful remarks at her. Noah's health dwindled to 22, and the trio, witnessing the boss's life nearing depletion, became invigorated, unleashing every skill they possessed upon Noah. At that moment, Noah's health plummeted to 20. She entered a frenzy. With hands outstretched, she invoked Eye of the Storm. Suddenly, the skies darkened, and a tempestuous thundercloud loomed above. Noah forcefully pressed her hands down, unleashing purple lightning upon the trio. The shields of the three shattered, the thundercloud above roared, relentlessly assaulting them. Thunder crashed, and the lightning descended like a torrential downpour. Xing Luo tirelessly cast power word, shield, upon the trio, his hands gripping the staff slick with sweat. Fortunately, after enduring 5 waves of lightning strikes, the storm finally dissipated. Xing Luo exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he had honed the proficiency of his shields, or they would have met their end here. Noah, incensed by the lack of substantial damage inflicted on them, gradually transformed into a crimson hue. She relentlessly pounded Zhao Wen. 523-549. Witnessing Zhao Wen's health plummet like an elevator, Xing Luo hastily shielded him with power word, shield, to absorb the next blow, then applied renew, casting healing, in rapid succession to stabilize Zhao Wen's health. As Xing Luo prepared to cast healing once more, he discovered his mana had been fully depleted, and Noah still retained one of her health. Zhao Wen, run. I have no mana left, Xing Luo urgently shouted to Zhao Wen. Realizing the urgency, Zhao Wen swiftly distanced himself from Noah, retreating 0.910.830.76. Noah's health steadily declined. They just needed to endure for another 6 seconds. After 6 seconds, Noah's health would reach 0. Xing Luo anxiously awaited the return of his mana. Meanwhile, Zhao Wen's health stood at 732 points. With a thunderous crash, Zhao Wen was struck by Noah once more. His health dwindled to 288 points. Should he take another hit, death would be inevitable. Noah's attack approached Zhao Wen once again, and he awaited the inevitable loss of life points with a pallid visage. Suddenly, a golden light enveloped Zhao Wen. Health points 735.14. Xing Luo's mana had partially replenished, averting this crisis. At that moment, Noah's health finally reached 0. Zhao Wen collapsed to the ground, taking a few deep breaths to regain his composure. It had been a while since he had been so close to death. By the heavens, this was Zhao Wen's first encounter with death's brink, just a hair's breadth away. Xing Luo too sighed with relief. That was close. Almost did not manage to save you. Zhao Wen, are you all right? Xing Luo approached Zhao Wen, crouching down with concern. I'm fine. Really? Zhao Wen replied, albeit weakly. Shunbing, drenched in cold sweat, faced the two, bowing deeply. Had it not been for your presence, especially you, Xing Luo, I would never have survived. Noah's skills. That lightning attack could have easily claimed my life. I owe you my gratitude. Oh, it was nothing. We fought for the rewards. Speaking of which, where do we collect our rewards? As soon as Xing Luo finished speaking, 3 distinct cards floated up in the center of the arena. Chapter 19. The Resentful Starfather. The 3 cards showcased different designs. The leftmost card bore a pattern reminiscent of a red shield. Upon witnessing the rewards, Zhao Wen instantly regained his vigor. He excitedly dashed to the center to claim the card, and the moment he grasped it, A force lifted him off the ground, suspending him in midair. Observing this, Shun Bing seized the card adorned with a magical hat. Xing Luo, however, did not rush to claim his card, choosing instead to await Zhao Wen's revival. Approximately a minute passed before Zhao Wen regained consciousness. The first thing he did was open his virtual panel at 1. What reward did you obtain? Xing Luo inquired. Ha ha ha, Xing Luo. I've reached level 28. I leveled up 3 times. Zhao Wen exclaimed with elation. Moreover, I've acquired a passive skill, Thorns. It reduces damage taken by 10 and reflects 30 of the damage back to the attacker. This skill is remarkable. From now on, let anyone who dares to strike me be wary. If they don't kill me, they might just end up harming themselves. Zhao Wen animatedly gestured, brimming with enthusiasm. Wow! Then you're bound to soar. Xing Luo, impressed by Zhao Wen's newfound skill, felt compelled to claim his own reward. He approached the card featuring a golden angel, ready to accept his reward. At that moment, Shun Bing also regained consciousness. He controlled his expression, involuntarily tightening his fist. Unable to hide his excitement, Zhao Wen asked, What reward did you receive? I leveled up 3 times, reaching level 29.1 more level, and I can change classes. I obtained a passive skill, Embrace of Ice, which increases ice damage by 30. Shun Bing maintained his stoic demeanor. Unaware that Xing Luo had already discerned his hidden pride after a while, Xing Luo too awoke, promptly accessing his virtual panel. Name, Xing Luo. Gender, male. Class, priest. Level, 28. Experience, 886 4500. Health, 666 60. Mana, 792 792. Active skills, Recovery LV9, 3833 4500. Healing Spell LV8, 1898 2100. Shadow Word, Pain LV6, 1233 2100. Holy Fire LV5, 23 1500. Power Word, Shield LV6, 666 2100. Power Word, Fortitude, cannot be upgraded. Mind Scream, cannot be upgraded. Passive skills, Compassion, Twinborn, Sacred Grace. Sacred Grace. When healing a target with health below 50, the healing effect is increased by 50. Excited tears streamed down Xing Luo's cheeks with the skill Sacred Grace. When healing someone whose health has fallen below 50, a single healing spell can restore 980.18 health. From now on, Xing Luo can truly dominate the healing realm, an unparalleled force. After the excitement subsided, Xing Luo noticed their level, only 2 levels away from a class change, and then the 4 prestigious schools would surely vie for them. There are very few who can change classes in their 3rd year nationally. My healing power has increased again, and it's a tremendous boost. Ha ha ha! Xing Luo joyfully exclaimed to the toot. Zhao Wen was equally spirited, declaring that their names would surely resonate in this realm. It was time to return home. They had been away for several days, and the day after tomorrow would be the Spring Festival, Xing Luo remarked to the 2. On the way home, Xing Luo realized that Luo Mei was not at home when they left, and they hadn't even had the chance to say goodbye. They wondered if their mother would be overly worried, unable to eat or drink. Upon opening the door, Xing Luo gazed into the empty room. Dad, Mom, are they both not home? Isn't it a holiday? They shouldn't be working. Is no one here? Xing Luo called out again. A rustling sound came from upstairs, and Luo Mei appeared, covering her nightgown and adjusting it as she walked. Xiao Luo, you're back. I was so worried. Mom, did you just wake up? Xing Luo glanced at the clock, which read 4:46 p.m. At that moment, Dad strolled out of his room in oversized shorts and disheveled clothing. Casting a resentful glance at Xing Luo instantly understood and hurriedly ran into their room, locking the door behind them. This was too embarrassing. Why did this have to happen in broad daylight? Xing Luo wished they could find a hole to hide in. After a while, Luo Mei, having composed herself, knocked on Xing Luo's door. Son, are you hungry? Shall I cook for you? Xing Luo opened the door. Sure, I'll go take a shower. I'm all dirty. After showering and changing into fresh clothes, the family of 3 joyfully gathered around the dining table for dinner. Luo Mei inquired about the events of the past few days, her face filled with concern upon hearing about the perils in the trial grounds. Meanwhile, Xing Luo finished dinner under Xing Yu's resentful gaze and quickly excused themselves. I've finished eating. I'm heading back to my room. Chapter 20. The competition begins today is New Year's Eve, and another year has quietly passed. Luo Mei presented a red envelope to Xing Luo. Son, Happy New Year, this is your lucky money. Xing Luo happily accepted the envelope. The moment they received lucky money was always a moment of joy. Although in childhood, all their lucky money was taken by dad, under the pretext of saving for them until they grew up. In high school, they no longer surrendered their lucky money, secretly saving it instead. Although it wasn't much, it was the thrill of having their own money. The streets of Jinling were now deserted. Most of the inhabitants were migrant workers or those who had bought homes here from their hometowns. During the new year, Jinling City emptied, losing its former vibrancy. On the first day of the new year, Xing Luo brought a box of milk and a basket of fruits to Zhao Wen's home to pay a New Year's visit. Arriving at Zhao Wen's door, they knocked. Knock, 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 Xing Luo, you're here. Zhao Wen opened the door, accepting the offerings and turning to enter the house. Xing Luo followed closely behind. Do you have confidence for the upcoming school competition? Facing the imminent contest, Xing Luo felt a tad nervous. With you around, our chances are guaranteed. Your prowess will surely make our opponents tremble, Zhao Wen declared, clenching his fists and flexing his muscles. Xing Luo couldn't help but chuckle at his antics. Feeling invigorated. Yes, we can definitely do this soon. The new semester commenced, and students always felt that vacations were never long enough. The training ground at Luhua High School in Jinling spanned 2,000 square meters, truly fitting for the most prestigious high school in the city. Today marked the day of the internal competition, with the school hiring external high-level healers to ensure a smooth event. The audience seats were filled with students. With barely any vacancies, the school also invited representatives from various esteemed universities to observe, hoping to attract promising talents and enhance their enrollment chances. The students representing each class in this competition were the cream of the crop. Exceptional talents chosen from a multitude. Wow, the vice principal of Jinling University is actually here. And someone from Magic City University's admissions office has also arrived at that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a formal dark blue suit. Sporting gold-rimmed rectangular glasses and slightly slicked-back hair, stood up. He waved gently to the surrounding crowd, his face adorned with a warm smile. Students, today marks the quota competition for the third year at Luhua High School. The top 2 classes will receive a sponsored entry into the Crimson Abbey Secret Realm Dungeon. Additionally, I will personally reward the top 5 students with a bottle of low-level experience potion. The school hopes for your future development. The low-level experience potion allows the user to double their experience earned within a day, worth 100,000 on the market. With it, Xing Luo and Zhao Wen could surely reach level 30 before the college entrance exams. 1 hour later, all right, without further ado, I hereby declare the competition open. Great. The host shouted into the microphone, his voice booming, thanking the principal for the inspiring speech. Next, I will introduce the rules of the competition. This competition uses a scoring system, with a total of 18 classes participating. Each class will take turns battling, and the 2 classes with the highest scores will receive the school's offered spots. Now, I will call the classes to draw lots. Among the 18 classes, aside from Class 3, Class 1 was the most renowned, with their member Ling Xingyan already at level 29. His skill proficiency was exceptionally high. Moreover, their healing class member Yi Rongrong had also reached level 28. They were formidable competitors for Class 3. Zhao Wen licked his lips, casting a passionate gaze towards Class 1. Xing Luo patted Zhao Wen's shoulder. We will definitely be first. High school students, still lacking maturity, battled swiftly. Xing Luo and the others had already faced off against 11 classes, maintaining a flawless victory record. The next match was Class 3 against Class 7. Contestants, please take your positions, quick and decisive. Xing Luo commanded, immediately casting Power Word. Fortitude on all. Zhao Wen charged forward with a charge towards the 5 members of Class 7, delivering a thunder strike that knocked 2 of them to the ground. El Hao, Guoxiu Yuan, and Bai Mengxia quickly targeted the healing class, first delivering an elbow strike to stun them for 3 seconds, followed by a barrage of skills that led to their immediate elimination. Class 7 barely had time to react before their healer was down. Confused expressions of "Who am I? Where am I?" surfaced on their faces. The battle concluded swiftly, with Class 3 eliminating all members of Class 7 in just 53 seconds. Class 3 emerged victorious, earning 12 points. The vice principal of Jinling University, Yu Gu, commented to Principal He Wangguang. The warriors from Class 3 are quite impressive, showing quick and decisive reactions. Indeed, I've heard about this child. They are already level 28, a rare gem. He Wangguang boasted about his own student, pride evident on his face. Next match, Class 1 against Class 14. The host read from the list in hand. Ling Xingyan led the members of Class 1 onto the field, a highly skilled shaman. As the match commenced, Ling Xingyan unleashed Chain Lightning, Class 14, with members predominantly around level 23, suffered severe damage from a single Chain Lightning, and with a few more skills from his teammates, the battle ended abruptly. Class 1 claimed victory, scoring 13 points. The referee announced the results. Xing Luo observed Ling Xingyan. He indeed had the confidence to be proud. Delivering high damage. As Ling Xingyan passed by Class 3, he arrogantly remarked, "Enjoy your laughter while you can, before you face our class." Ha ha ha. Zhao Wen immediately wanted to retaliate, but Xing Luo stopped him. Swiftly, Xing Luo tossed a handful of sunflower seeds into Ling Xingyan's mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Ling Xingyan's face flushed red as he frantically spat out the seeds, which scattered like glistening pearls. "You all wait for me," he exclaimed, leaving with a few seeds still protruding from his mouth. Ha ha ha, Xing Luo, that move was brilliant. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Wen clutched his abdomen, laughing uncontrollably. With his demeanor, he dared to vie for attention with me? He ought to consider who I am. Xing Luo casually draped an arm over Zhao Wen's shoulder while munching on sunflower seeds. Chapter 21. Class 3 versus Class 1. The next match is upon us. Class 1 faces off against Class 3. Ling Xingyan fixed his sharp gaze on Class 3, awaiting their demise. Xing Luo rolled his eyes and responded with an international gesture. "Teacher Yang, your Class 3 is quite impressive." Class 1's homeroom teacher, Min Wenbin, approached with narrowed eyes, engaging in pleasantries with Yang Ke. "So, Teacher Yang, are you interested in adding a little incentive to this match?" Min Wenbin revealed his intentions, exuding confidence in his class. "That might not be appropriate." Yang Ku feigned reluctance, "And no worries, it's not anything of great value. Consider it a small reward for the students. What do you think?" Min Wenbin wore an innocuous expression. "All right then, what incentive do you wish to add?" Yang Ku inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Since they are all nearing level 30, how about 5 level 30 blue quality weapons?" Min Wenbin suggested, his eyes narrowing at Yang Ku. "Very well, I accept," Yang Ku replied, fully aware of Xing Luo's healing prowess. He felt utterly confident in his victory for this wager. As both classes gathered on the field, the atmosphere was charged with tension. The match commenced. Xing Luo promptly cast Power Word, Shield, and Power Word, Resilience, on everyone. Ling Xingyan, with a fierce expression, unleashed Chain Lightning, shouting, "Embrace your doom." A bolt of lightning arced swiftly towards Xing Luo, darting among his 5 companions. Xing Luo remained unfazed. As the spell concluded, Ling Xingyan stood dumbfounded. "Impossible. This cannot be happening. You must be cheating." Ling Xingyan could hardly believe the scene before him. The shields on Xing Luo's group remained intact, indicating that his Chain Lightning had been completely absorbed by Power Word, Shield, which had not even shattered. After a winter break, Xing Luo's Power Word, Shield, had already reached level 7. With the bonuses from his dual specialization, each shield could absorb 1037.84 points of damage, rendering it impenetrable. Vice President Yu Gu of Jinling University regarded Xing Luo, pondering whether principal he was acquainted with this third-year healer. "His healing talent is exceptionally remarkable. Our school hopes to extend an early admission offer to him. Rest assured, the benefits we provide are absolutely outstanding." At that moment, Principal He beamed with delight. "Principal Yu, I have also heard of this child, who is level 28 and possesses extraordinary talent. However, I cannot make decisions on behalf of the student. How about this? Once today's match concludes, I will facilitate an introduction." "Excellent. I appreciate your assistance, Principal He." Vice President Yu graciously acknowledged. "Not at all. It's no trouble." Principal He was renowned for his dedication to his students. The prospect of a student receiving early admission to a prestigious institution like Jinling University filled him with joy and excitement. Min Wenbin, unable to fathom the unfolding events, turned around, his eyes wide with disbelief as he glared at Yang Ku. "You knew all along, didn't you? You were aware that Ling Xingyan's damage could not breach Xing Luo's shield." Yang Ku smirked. "Teacher Min, 5 level 30 blue quality weapons? I graciously accept your goodwill on behalf of my students." Min Wenbin's clenched hands trembled with frustration. Meanwhile, Ling Xingyan felt as though his worldview had shattered. How could this be? They must have paid a price or used some sort of skill. It has to be that way. Ling Xingyan, still in disbelief, unleashed chain lightning once more, only for it to again fail to breach Xingluo's defenses. Ling Xingyan's complexion paled as he recalled his earlier taunts to Xingluo. Laugh while you can. Before you encounter our class. How naive he had been. Zhao Wen charged directly at Ling Xingyan, with their tank standing guard before him. Pull yourself together, Ling Xingyan. Wang Hu defended against Zhao Wen's attack while encouraging Ling Xingyan. Yi Rongrong soon joined Ling Xingyan's side. Xingyan, get up and attack. Even if you can't break his shield alone, you still have us. We can attack together. His shield will eventually break. Xingluo, unable to hold back, interjected, is this all you've got? Trying to show off without the means to break my shield. Are you not ashamed to abandon your teammates? Where is your pride? Ling Xingyan lifted his head to face his companions, gritting his teeth as he rose with determination. You're right. I am not alone. I have teammates who believe in me. I cannot give up like this. Come on, Xingluo. Class 1 will emerge victorious, Ling Xingyan shouted, embodying newfound resolve. Now that was more like it, Xingluo thought with a slight smirk. The match resumed, with Yi Rongrong attempting to heal Wang Hu. However, her skill was abruptly interrupted by Xingluo's holy fire. Following that, Guo Shiyuan struck her with elbow strike, stunning her for 3 seconds. Bai Mengxia redirected her focus towards Yi Rongrong, aiming to eliminate her in one swift blow. Just as Yi Rongrong's health reached a critical low, a surge of water enveloped her. Ling Xingyan's healing surge. It successfully saved her life as she regained consciousness, hastily casting power word, shield, then applying renew, and finally using heal to stabilize her health. With their status restored, Class 1 launched a counterattack. Yet, with Xingluo present, Class 3 was nearly invincible, suffering no significant damage. Ling Xingyan anticipated interrupting Xingluo's healing with wind shear, silencing him and eliminating him from the match. However, given Xingluo's current healing output, renew and power word, shield, were more than sufficient to handle most situations, requiring no casting at all. Ling Xingyan's plans fell through. He failed to seize the opportunity he sought until the match concluded. Ultimately, Class 3 emerged victorious. Liu Hao clasped Xingluo's shoulder, exclaiming, Brother Xing, you're incredible. Ha ha ha. Ling Xingyan was so arrogant, yet he couldn't even breach your shield. He thought he was formidable. Guo Shiyuan and Bai Mengxia chimed in. First place is secured. Don't get complacent. There are still 2 matches to go. Let's finish strong, Xingluo replied, glancing towards Ling Xingyan. Although Ling Xingyan faced defeat, he had Yi Rongrong and trusted classmates by his side. Ling Xingyan knelt, a look of frustration etched on his face as he berated himself for his mistakes. Yet, his classmates offered nothing but encouragement. This is what youth is all about. At that moment, Zhao Wen placed an arm around Xingluo's shoulder, and the two exchanged smiles. Chapter 22. Apprenticeship. After all the matches concluded, the final results revealed that Class 3 had achieved an unblemished victory, earning 17 points for first place, while Class 1 had lost 1 match to Class 3, securing 16 points for second place. Principal, he addressed the assembly. Today's senior year competition was truly remarkable, particularly from several students whose talent is exceptional. Your names will surely resonate in the future world. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Following the conclusion of the matches, Principal He, accompanied by Vice President Yu, sought out Class 3's homeroom teacher, Yang Ku. Congratulations, Teacher Yang, on your class securing first place. I will fulfill my promise. Within this week, the experience potions will be distributed to the 5 students. I express my gratitude on behalf of the students. Principal, Yang Ku eagerly replied. This is Vice President Yu Gu from Jinling University, here to inquire about a student. Yang Ku, upon hearing this, grasped Vice President Yu's hand and shook it. Vice President, it is an honor. Are you referring to Xingluo? Yang Ku was well aware that Xingluo's outstanding performance would undoubtedly attract the attention of prestigious institutions, but he had not anticipated that it would be the Vice President of Jinling University himself. Such matters were typically handled by the admissions office. Indeed, it is student Xingluo, Principal, he confirmed. Please, follow me. Yang Ku led the 2 principals to find Xingluo, praising him profusely along the way. Xingluo noticed Yang Ku approaching, accompanied by Principal He and another gentle-looking young man. Hello, Teacher Yang, Principal He. And who might this be? Xingluo feigned innocence, greeting the newcomers. Yang Ku introduced, this is Vice President Yu Gu from Jinling University. Xingluo's eyes brightened at the mention of the Vice President's name. He slightly bowed. Greetings, Vice President. Hello, Student Xingluo. We have come to extend an invitation to you on behalf of Jinling University, inviting you to join our esteemed institution. A student as exceptional as you will receive personalized guidance from dedicated instructors and priority access to training resources. If there is anything else you wish to inquire about, we can discuss it further. Although he had anticipated that with his current abilities, he would undoubtedly secure a place in one of the 4 prestigious universities, he had not expected the offer to come so soon, especially from the vice president himself, glimpsing at Zhao Wen beside him, who silently encouraged him with a push and an encouraging look. Xing Luo understood Zhao Wen's intent. This was an opportunity not to be missed. However, he hesitated at the thought of leaving Zhao Wen behind, wishing for them to attend the same university together. Principal Yu, I may not be able to agree to your request at this moment. Zhao Wen is my dear brother, and I wish to attend the same university as him. I apologize. Xing Luo bent at a right angle. Zhao Wen, standing behind him with an incredulous expression, hurriedly exclaimed, Principal Yu. Xing Luo misspoke. He agreed. He will be attending Jinling University. Observing Zhao Wen's anxious demeanor, Principal Yu chuckled. Student Zhao, I have also taken note of your performance. I initially intended to invite student Xing Luo first, but now I extend a sincere invitation for both of you to join Jinling University. Taken aback, Xing Luo quickly comprehended the situation. The two exchanged glances and nodded in unison. We accept. Witnessing their acceptance, Yuga signaled to his assistant, who presented the enrollment documents to them. This is the admission paperwork for Jinling University. Please review it thoroughly, and if you agree, kindly sign your names. Xing Luo accepted the documents, which detailed various benefits and training resources. After reading, he promptly signed his name. Well, that concludes the enrollment matter. Additionally, I have one more thing to discuss with student Xing Luo, Yugu stated, turning towards him. What is it, Principal Yu? Xing Luo inquired, feeling somewhat apprehensive. I wish to take you as my apprentice. Would you be willing? Yugu gazed at Xing Luo with warmth. Hearing this, Principal He's eyes lit up. He quickly added, Student Xing Luo, Principal Yu is an 81-level disciplined priest. I have heard you aspire to develop in the direction of a disciplined priest. Consider this carefully. Opportunities like this should not be missed. An 81-level disciplined priest. Yugu was already among the foremost professionals on Blue Star. At this moment, Xing Luo felt somewhat bewildered. First, he was invited to join Jinling University, and now an 81-level expert wished to take him as an apprentice. A profound sense of happiness made Xing Luo feel lightheaded. He immediately knelt, exclaiming, Master, please accept my first bow. All right. Yugu laughed, helping Xing Luo to his feet. He then reached into the void, retrieving a pendant-like item and presenting it to Xing Luo. This is my gift to you as your master. Here is my contact information. Feel free to reach out directly if you have any questions. Once you arrive at Jinling University, I will provide you with systematic guidance. Xing Luo accepted the pendant, thanking his master. Yugu gently patted Xing Luo's head, saying, Good child. I have matters to attend to now, so I must take my leave. Focus on your training. Level up to 30 as soon as possible to undergo your job change. I will, master. Safe travels. Xing Luo waved goodbye to Yugu. Coming back to his senses, he noticed that Yugu and the others had already walked far away. Xing Luo looked at the pendant in his hand. Item name, Dream of Awakening. Level 1. Quality, Purple. Attributes, increases the wearer's experience gain rate by 10 and reduces mana consumption by 10. It is indeed a purple quality item, a rare item that boosts experience gain. Yugu was truly generous. With this, Xing Luo was one step closer to reaching level 30. The following day, Principal He sent someone to deliver the promised reward of a junior experience potion. The members of Class 3 trembled with excitement as they received the experience potions. Xing Guo, we can obtain these rewards. It's all thanks to you. If you ever need my help, just say the word. Lu Hao exclaimed, throwing his arm around Xing Luo's shoulder, continuously expressing his gratitude. At that moment, Yang Ku approached the 5 of them, retrieving various pieces of equipment from his virtual backpack and handing them to Xing Luo and the others. This is a special sponsorship from our Class 1 homeroom teacher, Teacher Min. Yang Ku couldn't help but smile. Upon seeing Yang Ku's expression, Xing Luo quickly understood. Not wanting to be polite, he accepted the weapon and began inspecting it. Item name, Blessing. Level 30. Quality, Blue. Attributes, increases healing spells and effects by 106 health points. A fine weapon. The increase in healing is quite substantial. Xing Luo cherished this weapon, but regrettably, he couldn't use it until reaching level 30. The quota for Scarlet Monastery has been released. You can enter tomorrow. Prepare yourselves well. Xing Luo, Zhao Wan, strive to level up to 30 as soon as possible. Yang Ku instructed the 5 of them. That's wonderful, by Meng Xia cheered. Xing Luo was equally thrilled upon hearing the news. Level 30, here I come. Chapter 23. Scarlet Monastery. The Scarlet Monastery secret dungeon is composed of 4 individual secret dungeons, sorted by level as Graveyard, Library, Armory, and Cathedral. Lu Hao and his companions had developed a certain synergy with Xing Luo, so they agreed to venture into the Scarlet Monastery together. They decided to start with the simplest, Graveyard, to gauge the difficulty. After a brief moment of dizziness, the group entered the Graveyard secret dungeon. Xing Luo immediately cast Prayer of Fortitude on everyone, while Bai Mengxia released Arcane Intellect. With their statuses enhanced, the group began to advance. Descending the staircase, they found a long corridor where 2 Scarlet Crusaders stood dispersely in the middle. On. You pull one and test its strength, Xing Luo directed. Zhao Wan, as usual, activated his taunt skill and charged toward the monster. Delivering a series of brutal strikes, before long, the monster was slain, and no difficulty at all. These creatures barely chip away at my health, Zhao Wan remarked. Then don't hold back, Xing Luo urged him. All right, Zhao Wan grabbed the remaining monster and dashed upstairs. The upper area featured a square platform with 2 particularly large pillars in the center. Zhao Wan ran around the pillar in a circle and returned, trailed by a horde of monsters. Not forgetting to taunt as he ran, he shouted, "Come on, grandchildren, come fight your grandpa." At that moment, a monster wearing a red hood, wielding a pair of gleaming dark golden daggers, lunged at Zhao Wan. Oh no. On. You've pulled the boss too. Xing Luo quickly cast Prayer of Shield on Zhao Wan. Confronted with the boss, Inquisitor Veshes, and a swarm of monsters, Zhao Wan felt the pressure mounting. Prayer of Shield was soon shattered, and Xing Luo hurriedly used Healing on Zhao Wan, closely monitoring his health. Fortunately, this boss dealt low damage and lacked formidable skills. Zhao Wan's health gradually stabilized up to this point. Bai Mengxia and Guoshi Yuan had yet to learn area of effect damage skills. Only Lu Hao possessed a multi-target skill, multi-shot, and his owl companion could also perform certain area attacks. After a few minutes, they finally eliminated all the monsters. Only the boss, Inquisitor Veshes, remained. They unleashed a barrage of skills, Backstab, Heavy Strike, Frostbolt, and Arcane Shot, until the boss's health was swiftly depleted. The group collapsed onto the ground. When will I ever learn area spells? As a mage, I can only cast Frostbolt. It drives me insane. Bai Mengxia rolled her eyes in exasperation. ITS like this in the early stages. But mages become quite impressive later on. Frost mages have Blizzard and Comet Storm. Fire mages have Flame Burst and Dragon's Breath. And arcane mages have Arcane Explosion. All spectacular skills. Xing Luo remained unable to shake his obsession with mages. Tears of frustration trickling down his cheeks. Sigh, when will I learn them? Bai Mengxia began to anticipate the skills Xing Luo described. On, let's continue. Xing Luo wiped his tears and said to Zhao Wan. Image. Zhao Wan raised his shield and charged outward. Outside lay a vast expanse, dotted with rows of tombstones, some of which appeared slightly raised, indicating they had been recently buried. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, devoid of any monsters. Zhao Wan tread cautiously, advancing inch by inch. Suddenly, a swarm of wraiths emerged from the tombstones, interspersed with a few ghostly phantoms. Zhao Wan promptly raised his shield, adopting a defensive stance. As the wraiths approached, he cast Thunderstrike, drawing their aggro. These wraiths had exceptionally high attack power. Each hit could reduce Zhao Wan's health by 50 or 60 points, causing his health to plummet. Xing Luo remained calm, casting Heal to restore him to full health. The wraiths, though powerful in attack, had fragile health. Typically, they would dissipate after receiving 2 skills. After enduring several waves of wraith attacks, the 5 reached the end of the area, where a structure resembling an altar stood. In the center was a stone pedestal, upon which lay a sword. Zhao Wan turned to Xing Luo. On. Let's not take the sword just yet. Let's see if there's any danger. All right. The group scanned the surroundings for threats and, finding none, Xing Luo instructed Zhao Wan to retrieve the sword. Just then, dark clouds gathered, and a figure materialized behind them. It was the boss, Soulbreaker Salnos. The group was taken aback. This skeletal figure, clad in a flowing cloak and glowing blue eyes, began to cast a spell. Xing Luo hurriedly unleashed holy fire, but it had no effect on the boss. At that moment, the boss completed his spell, resurrecting 5 fallen silver crusaders and transforming them into fallen crusaders. Zhao Wen quickly cast taunt on the boss, drawing the aggro of the fallen crusaders. Xing Luo promptly cast prayer of shield on Zhao Wen, preventing excessive damage and ensuring he wouldn't be overwhelmed. With a hint of urgency, Xing Luo commanded, "We must deal with the crusaders swiftly. I am uncertain if they will summon more in the future. If they do, there will be far too many for us to handle." Lu Hao unleashed multi-shot upon the fallen crusaders, while Bai Mengxia approached to cast Frost Nova, effectively controlling them and alleviating Zhao Wen's burden. At that moment, Soul Reaver Sarnath commenced casting once more. A spirit materialized out of thin air, gliding directly towards Xing Luo. Lu Hao hastily cast Arcane Shot to strike the spirit, but his attack merely passed through it, soaring into the distance. Observing this, Bai Mengxia exclaimed, "Allow me to try." She aimed at the spirit and cast Ice Arrow, which also sailed through the apparition and vanished far away. Xing Luo quickly retreated, wary of allowing the spirit to approach him. Moments later, the spirit erupted in an explosion with a radius of approximately 6 meters. Bai Mengxia found herself right at the edge of the blast zone, and her shield shattered instantly. Xing Luo promptly recast Power Word Shield on Bai Mengxia, declaring, "This spirit will persist for 10 seconds. Those being pursued must flee, and the rest should maintain their distance." Subsequently, Soul Reaver Sarnath unleashed the same skill again. Having devised a strategy, the group managed to evade harm this time. After 5 minutes, Sarnath's life force was finally extinguished. Chapter 24. The gruesome demise of Bran. I had assumed that being at level 25 would render our assault on Scarlet Monastery a breeze. Had it not been for Brother Xing's presence, we would have surely faltered. Lu Hao had transformed into an ardent admirer of Xing Luo. Enough already. We've already ventured through the graveyard, and I found it to be of moderate difficulty. We should continue onward. Xing Luo addressed the group. "All right, you have my faith," Guo Shiyuan chimed in, his tone lighthearted. Bai Mengxia blushed at the exchange. Xing Luo rolled his eyes and suggested, "Let us proceed to the library." The group entered the library instance. Upon entering the instance, 2 Scarlet Crusaders charged at them. Lu Hao, having entered first, was swiftly incapacitated by a Hammer of Justice, with both Crusaders directing their assaults towards him. Zhao Wen, now entering the instance, quickly utilized Taunt to draw their aggro. Xing Luo rushed in and cast Heal on Lu Hao, restoring his health completely. "Damn it. How did they come upon us so quickly?" Lu Hao cursed, grabbing his bow and furiously retaliating against the Crusaders. "Next time, let Zhao Wen enter first. Had he been even a moment later, you would have been nothing more than a corpse." Xing Luo remarked. The 2 Scarlet Crusaders were swiftly dispatched by Xing Luo and his companions. This instance layout is quite familiar. It features a long corridor as well. Zhao Wen noted ahead, there are 3 waves of monsters. "Zhao Wen, why don't you pull the first wave to test the waters? Let us proceed cautiously," Xing Luo instructed, gesturing towards the monsters. "All right, I'm on it," Zhao Wen declared, charging forward with a charge towards the Scarlet Crusader wielding a staff. From Zhao Wen's observations, it appeared to be a healing-type creature. The strategy of targeting healers first was solidified in Zhao Wen's mind, especially under Xing Luo's powerful healing. Indeed, the healer-type Crusader was unable to cast any healing spells under Zhao Wen's assault. And soon enough, the monsters fell to Lu Hao and the others. Let us pull the next 2 waves together, prioritizing the healers. There should be 2 healers among them. I'll focus on one. And Zhao Wen, you take the other. Make sure to eliminate your target first, Xing Luo directed. Zhao Wen dashed in front of the first wave, executing a Thunderstrike, before charging towards the second wave's healer. Following up with a Rupture, Guo Shiyuan quickly joined in, delivering a decisive elbow strike to the healer, ensuring its demise. Meanwhile, the other healer attempted to cast Heal to save its companion but was silenced by Xing Luo's Holy Fire. Once the corridor's monsters were cleared, they exited to a courtyard filled with creatures. In the center stood a bald man wielding dual daggers, the first boss, Dog Trainer Bran. Xing Luo assessed the situation and instructed Zhao Wen. "You should aggro all the surrounding monsters, Then retreat to the previous corridor and gather them. I will heal you with everything I have, and we will eliminate them in one swift strike. Seriously? Is it really that straightforward? Zhao Wen questioned, glancing at Xing Luo. While he trusted Xing Luo's healing capabilities, he was apprehensive about withstanding the barrage of over 20 monsters. Fear not, I will ensure you remain shielded. And remember, you possess damage reflection. The more damage you take, the more you can reflect. Xing Luo reassured him. Zhao Wen, encouraged by these words, wasted no time encircling the area, shouting provocatively, "Come forth, you rascals! I'm here. Can you handle me?" He effectively enacted a true form of taunting. After completing his circle, Zhao Wen dashed back to the corridor, hiding behind a wall to break the monster's line of sight. The monsters were compelled to follow him into the corridor. Once they were gathered, Zhao Wen unleashed a thunder strike. To pull all aggro, engage. Xing Luo cast Renew on Zhao Wen before releasing Power Word, Shield. The sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. Power Word, Shield, would shatter almost immediately after casting, forcing Xing Luo to continuously refresh it. Finally, after casting his 8th Power Word, Shield, one of the monsters succumbed, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The sight of hope invigorated the group, prompting them to fight with renewed vigor. Before long, all the monsters lay defeated. The virtual instance was capable of tracking damage output, and to their astonishment, Zhao Wen led the charts by a significant margin. His damage output, bolstered by the reflection from thorns, surpassed Lu Hao's by double. Lu Hao was left dumbfounded. "Brother One, how did you manage this? Your damage as a tank is twice mine. What am I even here for?" The other two shared equally incredulous expressions. Zhao Wen's performance shattered their previous perceptions. "Heh, just a piece of cake." Zhao Wen grinned, his confidence soaring. Next came the boss, Dog Trainer Bran, who could enter a berserk state, increasing his attack speed by 100 and damage by 20 for 30 seconds. He would also summon hounds to attack them at random. There was no mechanism to evade. They would have to face him head-on. Having nearly encountered disaster in the previous instance due to ignorance of the boss's abilities, Xing Luo had taken the precaution of reviewing strategies beforehand. The five approached the boss, and without hesitation, Zhao Wen unleashed Charge directly at him. After Xing Luo cast Power Word, Shield, on Zhao Wen, he followed up with Shadow Word, Pain, dealing minimal damage but contributing nonetheless. Lu Hao and the others unleashed their skills in rapid succession. The boss, Dog Trainer Bran, summoned hounds that lunged at by Mengxia. Reacting quickly, she executed a blink to evade. Just as the hounds prepared to pounce again, Xing Luo intervened with Mind Shatter, causing the hounds to run amok, temporarily rendering them unable to attack. "You useless creatures," Dog Trainer Bran cursed at the hounds, unable to contain his frustration. "Hey, if you're so tough, why not bite me yourself?" Zhao Wen taunted the boss. Unfazed, Dog Trainer Bran activated his berserk state, his body swelling with rage, eyes glowing crimson, radiating an aura of menace. He unleashed a flurry of strikes at Zhao Wen. However, with Xing Luo's presence, the damage Zhao Wen sustained was negligible. 3 minutes later, blood poured from the boss as his health dwindled to its limit, prompting him to attempt an escape. Unexpectedly, a pack of hounds pounced upon him, relentlessly biting at him. "You beasts, let go of me. I raised you," Dog Trainer Bran shouted in a frenzy. The hounds, undeterred, continued their assault, ultimately leading to Dog Trainer Bran S gruesome demise at their jaws. "Tiske, that's what he deserves," Zhao Wen remarked, gazing at the mangled remains of Dog Trainer Bran. The others nodded in agreement. Chapter 25. Setting off to the armory, Xing Luo stepped over Dog Trainer Bran's corpse, discovering the path ahead. A staircase descending into darkness with no visible end, flanked by flickering torches casting a dim glow. "Must it be so ominous?" Zhao Wen questioned, gripping his shield tightly as he peered around. Xing Luo, it certainly appeared somewhat eerie. Xing Luo pulled Zhao Wen to the forefront and gently urged him forward. "On, you lead the way." Zhao Wen grimaced but began his cautious descent. Upon reaching the bottom, he found yet another long corridor. "This is too time-consuming," Xing Luo observed the scene before him. "On, charge ahead and aggro about 20 monsters. We'll take them down together," Xing Luo proposed. "That could work. We do need to enhance our efficiency," Zhao Wen agreed. Xing Luo cast Power Word, Shield, on Zhao Wen. who then charged forward, taunting any monsters he encountered. After about 3 minutes, Zhao Wen returned with a throng of monsters in tow. Xing Luo rallied the others, preparing for battle. Soon, the wave of monsters was dispatched, and the group grew increasingly adept at this strategy. After several waves, they finally stood before the final boss. The ultimate boss, Weaver of Flames Congeler, resides in the heart of a circular library, surrounded by an array of diverse tomes. Weaver of Flames Congeler possesses 3 formidable skills. The first, Flame Burst, inflicts 550 points of fire damage on a single foe and deals an additional 50 points of magical damage every 2 seconds for a duration of 8 seconds. Without a protective shield, the 3 of you, being only at level 25 with a meager 600 health points, would likely succumb instantly to this attack. However, fear not. I shall provide you with continuous coverage of Power Word Shield. The boss's second skill, Chain Fireball, launches a fireball that moves forward, dealing 400 points of fire damage to nearby enemies. It is advisable to evade this skill. Should evasion prove impossible, I will ensure you receive healing. The final skill, Dragon's Breath, triggers the boss to teleport to the center of the arena, unleashing 600 points of fire damage in a conical area before inflicting a confusion effect. When this skill is cast, we must distance ourselves from his line of sight. That is the gist of it. Do you all comprehend? After elucidating the boss's mechanics, Xing Luo inquired of the group. Understood, understood. I am ready to engage, Zhao Wen exclaimed eagerly. Go forth. Zhao Wen activated Charge and approached the boss to initiate Taunt, prioritizing the application of Bleed to ensure continuous damage. The others maintained a safe distance from the boss. Ignoring Zhao Wen's provocation, Weaver of Flames Congeler unleashed Flame Burst directly at Xing Luo. Xing Luo attempted to interrupt with Holy Fire, but the skill fell short of its mark, leading him to realize that the boss's abilities are largely uninterruptible. A single flame burst erupted, the immense rocks engulfed in fierce flames, crashing toward Xing Luo with tremendous force. He staggered slightly, his shield singed by the flames, but soon the fire dissipated, leaving him unscathed. It is noteworthy that at this moment, Xing Luo's maximum health barely reached 660. Without a shield, a single hit from Flame Burst would have left him near death. Lu Hao could not help but gasp, truly, the boss's skills are terrifying. No wonder Xing Luo is impressive. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished instantly. At this moment, Xing Luo quietly mused, mages are truly magnificent. This, Flame Burst, is absolutely stunning. I wish to learn it. QAQ. Weaver of Flames Congeler offered no respite, casting Chain Fireball. Once more, a fireball shooting forth from him, advancing steadily. Lu Hao, evade using Escape. Xing Luo directed Lu Hao as he observed the boss's movements. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao quickly activated his skill, leaping back 2 meters and successfully dodging the trajectory of the Chain Fireball. Xinggu, incredible. How did you anticipate the boss's skill? Lu Hao marveled at Xing Luo. Observe the boss's gestures. The hand sign for Flame Burst was different, and Dragon's Breath requires him to teleport to the center before casting. Thus it could only be this skill, Xing Luo explained. You are truly remarkable, Xing Luo. I was too close to notice. Zhao Wen joined in the praise for Xing Luo. All right, let us focus. We are still engaged in battle with the boss. Xing Luo calmly reminded the group to regain their concentration. Sensing the absence of immediate danger, he unleashed Pain and Holy Fire upon the boss. Every bit of damage counts, no matter how minor. At that moment, a magical sigil illuminated the boss, teleporting him to the center of the arena. On, Guoshuyuan, quickly distance yourselves from his front. The boss was now favorably positioned toward Zhao Wen and Guoshuyuan. Zhao Wen executed a forward roll, swiftly escaping the range of the spell, while Guoshuyuan, caught off guard, was struck by Dragon's Breath. Fortunately, thanks to Xing Luo's shield, he sustained no damage, yet the skill's confusion effect rendered him incapable of delivering damage for a brief period. Subsequently, Weaver of Flames Congeler unleashed Chain Fireball, once more, targeting Guoshuyuan. Due to the confusion effect, he failed to evade, receiving the full brunt of the attack, shattering his shield. Xing Luo promptly cast Restore on him, followed by Power Word Shield. Tnd. Thankfully, Xinggu is here. Otherwise, I would have perished. Guoshuyuan joined the chorus of admiration for Xing Luo. Enough with the banter. Let us focus on dealing damage. Xinglua had grown accustomed to their flattery and paid it no mind. He possessed a clear understanding of his own abilities. Indeed, he may currently surpass the majority, but upon class transition, everyone would acquire new talents. It remained uncertain whether he could maintain his advantage then. After 5 minutes of combat, Weaver of Flames Congeler relinquished his staff and collapsed. On. How are you? Shall we proceed to the next dungeon? Xinglua inquired of Zhao Wan. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Wan replied, Let's move on. I feel quite all right, and the experience from the next dungeon, Armory, is even higher than this one. Leveling up there will be more efficient. What about the three of you? Xinglua asked the other three. Shall we continue grinding in the library or venture to the armory to assess the situation? Xinglua, do not leave me behind. I will go to the armory. Lu Hao responded decisively, So will we. By Mengxia and Guoxuan exchanged glances. Very well, to the armory, we go. Chapter 26. The dishonorable couple. Upon entering the armory, Xinglua instructed Zhao Wan to engage a wave of minor enemies to test their strength. After successfully dispatching the first wave, they determined the difficulty was manageable, just as before, and Zhao Wan pulled over 20 foes to battle simultaneously, thereby enhancing efficiency. Before long, the group arrived before the boss, Master of Arms Harland. Master of Arms Harland possesses two skills. The first, Call for Help, summons a squad of Scarlet Crusaders to attack us, at which point Zhao Wan must hold steady and engage. His other skill is a combination move, Valiant Leap, Blade of Light, where the boss leaps to inflict 600 points of physical damage within a 4-meter radius and then spins his dual axes, dealing 300 points of damage per second. Our task is to maintain a safe distance from the boss at all times. Should we all be hit by his skills, I may be unable to heal in time. Xinglua cautioned the group. Nodding at Zhao Wan, he decisively activated Charge and Taunt, establishing clear aggro. The others quickly focused their fire. Before long, the boss summoned a squad of crusaders to the battlefield. On. Draw the enemies. Zhao Wan turned and executed Charge, seamlessly following with Thunderstrike. Zhao Wan had matured into a proficient tank, adeptly utilizing various skills. Just as Lu Hao and the others finished off the minor enemies, the boss leaped towards Xinglua and Bai Mengxia. Observing this, Bai Mengxia utilized Blink to escape instantly. Xinglua, however, found himself in dire straits. He bore the full brunt of the skill. Without hesitation, he dashed out of the boss's range, applying Restore and casting Power Word Shield on himself. Why do priests lack mobility skills? Xinglua glanced at Bai Mengxia. Once more contemplating the advantages of mages. Provided one evades the boss's combination attacks skillfully, this boss poses little challenge. Soon, Master of Arms Harland collapsed. Xinglua glanced at his companions, who quickly grasped his intent. Onward, to the next. After a brief respite, the group arrived at the final dungeon of the Scarlet Monastery, known as the Cathedral. The foes within the Cathedral dungeon are all level 30, essentially designed for players beyond level 30. However, with Zhao Wan and Xinglua in their ranks, they still stood a fair chance of overcoming the cathedral. Upon entering, they were greeted by a lengthy corridor. Indeed, another corridor. Observing this, Xinglua instructed Zhao Wan to pull all the enemies in the corridor. After a flurry of attacks, Xinglua looked beyond the corridor. Outside lay a courtyard, divided into upper and lower levels, with a large fountain at its center. The area was teeming with enemies. There are so many foes in this dungeon. Just in front of us, there must be over 100, Zhao Wan remarked in awe. On. Divide the pulls into 4. First, draw the enemies to the left up to the staircase, and then we can deal with the others. After surveying the scene, Xinglua decided to have Zhao Wan segment the pulls. Zhao Wan dashed left with his shield, drawing foes up to the staircase before quickly retreating, positioning himself in the corridor to block the enemy's line of sight. Once aggro was secured, the group unleashed their attacks. The experience gained is astounding. Zhao Wan marveled at the fallen enemies. Indeed, the experience here exceeds that of the armory by 20, and there are significantly more foes here. Let us continue grinding this dungeon. Xinglua assessed the experience gains. Agreed. I shall press on. After several rounds of combat, the enemies in the courtyard fell, and the 5 of them stood before the boss. In front of the fountain, the boss, Colorado the Acolyte, was pacing back and forth. This boss is rather simple. His skills will only target Zhao Wan and the area directly in front of him. So you should either keep your distance or attack from behind. After explaining this to the group, Xinglua directed Zhao Wan to initiate the assault. Minutes later, The boss was vanquished. At that moment, the heavy iron door of the cathedral creaked open. Xing Luo gazed inside, where a multitude of Scarlet Crusade devotees fervently prayed. One of the devotees spotted them, rallied the others, and rushed out. Goodness! There are far too many. Xing Luo barely had time to curse. Hastily retreating. On, go! By Mengxia followed on, grabbing hold and casting. Frost Nova. Hao, Guishu Yuan, unleash your full might. We'll fight while we flee. Xing Luo quickly devised a strategy. Once the last one fell, he promptly sat down to recuperate. What on earth is this? They're completely breaking the norms. How could they just charge out like that? I was terrified. Zhaowen was also worn out, munching on magical bread while grumbling. After resting, they approached the final boss, Commander Lane. This boss posed no challenge. On would tank, and I'll heal. Let us do this. Zhaowen charged in, unleashing a combo of charge, heavy strike, rend, and thunderstrike. Hao and the others joined in, raining arrows and magic upon the foe. Before long, Commander Lane lay defeated on the ground. This boss is far too weak, Hao exclaimed. Before he could finish, Xing Luo noticed they were all immobilized. At that moment, the door to the chamber behind the church swung open, and High Inquisitor White Mane emerged. She rushed to Mograine's corpse, gazing at him with deep affection. Lane, how could you fall? You shall all pay for this. Arise, my warrior. Once, High Inquisitor White Mane completed her incantation. Commander Lane stood up, fully revived. Commander Lane knelt on one knee and replied, at your service, my lady. Although Xing Luo was unable to move at that moment, his skin crawled with goosebumps. What is this? Who came up with such a melodramatic plot? Commander Lane rose once more, and at last, Xing Luo and the others could act. On. Let us take out High Inquisitor White Mane first. Xing Luo cast a shield on Zhaowen. Despite the additional boss, her damage output was minimal, posing no real threat. Soon enough, this pair of lovers was vanquished by Xing Luo and his companions. Goodness gracious! It's rather fitting for this pair to die together. Zhaowen disdainfully glanced at the boss's corpse. This dialogue is beyond awkward. I almost felt like I could carve out a 3-bedroom apartment with my foot. Hao shivered. The experience from this dungeon is quite substantial. There are plenty of monsters. Grinding here is highly efficient for leveling up. Xing Luo analyzed the data. Come on, everyone, to level 30. Xing Luo extended a hand into the air, and Zhaowen immediately understood his intent, placing her hand atop his. The other 3 followed suit. Let us go. Chapter 27. Job change. On. Hold on. Xing Luo and his companions had been grinding in Scarlet Monastery for nearly 20 days, and Zhaowen had already reached level 30 during the previous 2 runs. The other 3 were now at level 28. Xing Luo opened his data panel to check his experience, 5,632 5,700. After this run in Scarlet Monastery, he should also reach level 30. The thought of leveling up made Xing Luo impatient with anticipation. His hand to cast Power Word, Shield, trembled with excitement. He took a deep breath, adjusted his state, calmed his emotions, and prepared himself to welcome his level 30. The church doors swung open, and a throng of Scarlet Crusade members surged forth. On delivered a thunderstrike, catching all the monsters in one blow, while Bai Mengxia unleashed her Frost Nova. After such extensive training, the group's synergy had improved remarkably. They instinctively knew what to do next. Yes, finally leveled up. Xing Luo excitedly clenched his fist and triumphantly struck the air. Congratulations! Congratulations! Xing Gu is about to soar again. Hao and the others sincerely rejoiced for Xing Luo. Zhaowen squatted on the ground, resting her hands on her shield while looking at Xing Luo. Xing Luo, you've finally reached level 30. I've been waiting for you forever. Zhaowen, having waited for Xing Luo, hadn't rushed to change jobs. At this moment, she was equally anxious and restless. Just a little longer. There's one more boss. After we defeat it, we'll change jobs. The group effortlessly defeated the boss, and no matter how many times I hear this dialogue, it is still so awkward. Hao rolled his eyes. On, and I will head to change jobs right away. You 3 can find someone to grind with for now. Xing Luo addressed the other 3. Hurry up, Gu is about to lose it. Ha ha ha, Hao laughed. Before long, Xing Luo arrived at the Priest Association and picked up his phone to call Gu. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, Xiao Luo, have you reached level 30? Yu Gu, seeing Xing Luo's name on the call, assumed he must have leveled up. Yes, teacher. I'm at the Priest Association, preparing to change jobs. Please wait for me a moment. I'll be right there. Upon hearing that Xing Luo was about to change jobs, Yu Gu hurried over to explain some important details. He arrived quickly, within 10 minutes, at the Priest Association. He found Xing Luo and inquired, Xiao Luo, have you made your decision to become a disciplined priest? Yes, teacher. While the healing ability of a disciplined priest may not match that of a holy priest, their resilience far surpasses that of a holy priest. Moreover, a disciplined priest possesses a certain degree of damage output. Though not high, it prevents them from being entirely passive in combat. Xing Luo explained his understanding of the disciplined priest. You have a basic understanding of the disciplined priest? But I must inform you that each person's developmental path is unique. Even among disciplined priests, there will be differences. Just like me, as a disciplined priest, when I change jobs, I receive the passive skill, Crystal Reflection, which increases shield strength by 30 and provides a 50 reflect damage effect. This also determined my future direction toward shield specialization. Disciplined priests possess a universal passive skill Atonement, which can apply the Atonement mark to targets. Your spell damage will heal all targets affected by Atonement, with the healing amount equal to 20 of the damage dealt. This passive skill allows disciplined priests to attack enemies to gain healing. But, due to the inherently low damage output of disciplined priests, the corresponding healing obtained will also diminish. This means that in a party, if a disciplined priest relies solely on attacking to heal, they cannot sustain the health of other members. Thus, in the later stages, you will still need to learn healing-oriented skills, of course. In team battles, no other healing can compare to that of a disciplined priest. One more thing, skills after job change are learned through skill books. The skills you learn will also determine your future direction. Xing Luo listened intently to Yu Gu's explanation. Understood, teacher. Go over there and see those 3 goddess statues? The one on the left is for the disciplined priest. Go pray there, and she will guide you in your job change. Yu Gu patted Xing Luo's head. Knowing Xing Luo's healing ability was already exceptional, he held high hopes for him. Xing Luo knelt before the statue of the disciplined goddess, bowing his head in silence. If receiving the message from Xing Luo, the statue radiated golden light, and a beam of light pierced through Xing Luo's body, causing him to slowly float upward, his body instinctively stretching out. A pair of golden wings sprouted from his back, gently flapping, with hints of purple shining through the golden glow. Yu Gu's eyes lit up. Only those who earn the goddess's recognition can sprout wings during their job change. Xing Luo felt a vision flash in his mind. He transformed into the god of angels, battling demons amidst a scene of devastation, with countless teammates injured or dead. Bloodied feathers littered the ground. His eyes were filled with despair. The golden light suddenly ceased, and Xing Luo fell to the ground, losing consciousness. When Xing Luo awoke, he found himself lying in bed, feeling dizzy. He tried to recall what had happened but could not remember anything. After a while, Yu Gu gently pushed the door open. Xiao Luo, you're awake? How do you feel? Teacher, what happened? My head feels heavy, and I can't remember what just occurred. Xing Luo rubbed his temples. I'm not sure what exactly happened. You simply fainted right after your job change. You should rest more. I won't disturb you. All right, thank you, teacher. Xing Luo weakly propped himself up and addressed Yu Ji. Why? Yu Gu gently patted Xing Luo's head, then left the room. Xing Luo reached into his pocket for his phone and discovered he had 11 missed calls. All from Zhaowen. He must have been worried since he couldn't reach him. Xing Luo dialed back. I'm fine. The job change took a lot out of me, so I rested for a bit. Xing Luo, you finally called me back. I was worried sick. Where are you? I'll come find you. After giving Zhaowen his address, Xing Luo slowly lay down, staring at the ceiling, pondering what had transpired. Before long, Zhaowen rushed in. Xing Luo, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Zhaowen reached out to check Xing Luo's forehead. I'm fine. Just a bit tired. Needed to rest for a while. With Zhaowen's help, Xing Luo sat up. Well then, take your time to recover. Chapter 28. I, Xing Luo, unilaterally announced my departure. I must tell you, after my job change, I have acquired a new skill called Absorb, which allows me to regain 3 of my health with each instance of damage taken. My current health stands at 2,000 points, meaning I can recover 60 health points every time I sustain damage. Ha ha ha, I am invincible now. Zhaowen observed the seemingly unscathed Xing Luo, sharing in his joy indeed. He had yet to witness the skills acquired post-job change. As he spoke, Xinglua accessed his virtual data panel. Name: Xinglua. Gender: male. Class: discipline priest. Level: 30. Experience: 0-10,000. Health: 1,000 1,000. Mana: 1,200 1,200. Active skills: Heal LV1, 0-1,000. Treatment LV1, 0-1,000. Shadow Word: Pain LV1, 0-1,000. Holy Fire LV1, 0-1,000. Power Word: Shield LV1, 0-1,000. Power Word: Fortitude, cannot be upgraded. Mind Scream, cannot be upgraded. Passive skills: Compassion, Duality, Divine Grace, Redemption, Holy Light Inspiration. Heal LV1. Instant cast, instills the target with faith in the holy light, restoring 60 health points over 10 seconds. Consuming 30 mana points. Treatment LV1. Casting time of 2 seconds, restores 100 health points to an ally upon completion, consuming 40 mana points. Shadow Word: Pain LV1. Instant cast, a dark incantation that inflicts 40 shadow damage immediately, and an additional 50 shadow damage over the next 10 seconds, consuming 30 mana points. Holy Fire LV1. Instant cast, cooldown of 30 seconds, summons divine flames to attack the target, inflicting 60 magic damage, interrupting any casting if the target is in the midst of a spell, silencing them for 3 seconds, consuming 50 mana points. Power Word: Shield LV1. Instant cast, cooldown of 12 seconds, immediately applies a holy light shield to the target, absorbing 200 points of damage. While the shield exists, the protected individual's casting will not be interrupted by physical attacks, consuming 60 mana points. Power Word: Fortitude. Invokes the Holy Light's blessing, energizing the target and increasing their health by 10 for 1 hour. Consuming 40 mana points. Mind Scream. Instant cast, cooldown of 30 seconds, emits a psychic scream causing enemies within a 2-meter radius to flee, disorienting them for 8 seconds. Damage taken may dispel this effect. Consuming 40 mana points. Compassion. Your heart is filled with compassion for the world, reducing the mana cost of casting buff skills by 10. Duality. When you cast a buff skill, the effect increases by 50, and the mana cost decreases by 20. When casting a debuff skill, the effect increases by 25, and the mana cost decreases by 10. Divine Grace. When healing targets with health below 50, the healing effect is increased by 50. Redemption. You can apply a mark of redemption on a target. Your spell damage will heal all targets affected by redemption for 50 of the damage dealt, with excess healing converted into a shield of equal value. Holy Light Inspiration. The shield effects you apply to targets are enhanced by 20, and attacks on targets with your shield will deal an additional 20 holy damage. All skills have been initialized to level 1, with the proficiency required for advancement increased from 100 to 1000, making it exceedingly slow to enhance skill levels afterwards. However, the initial skill data has doubled, indicating that increasing the level will yield even more potent effects. As he continued to scrutinize the panel, his brow furrowed at the sight of Power Word: Shield, now having a 12-second cooldown, when it previously had none. Nevertheless, the numerical values had indeed improved. Xinglua calculated that once the skill reached maximum level, it could potentially grant a shield of approximately 10,000 health points. Quite impressive. Upon further examination of his passive skills, he found himself wide-eyed with astonishment. The effect of redemption was an extraordinary 50 of the damage dealt. That was a 30 increase over normal circumstances, making it 1.5 times stronger. Moreover, the additional healing could be automatically converted into a shield. Next, he turned his gaze to Holy Light Inspiration and, after perusing its details, found himself agape. This skill seemed tailor-made for him. The supplementary shield provides a 20 increase in attack power, and with each attack, he could grant shields to others. These two skills complemented each other perfectly. This 20 enhancement could essentially be maintained throughout combat. With this thought, Xinglua gulped in excitement. How delightful! From now on, anyone who encounters him shall undoubtedly refer to him as Father Xing. Zhao Wan, observing the blissful expression on Xinglua's face, knew he had acquired an exceptionally powerful skill. Stop grinning. Quickly tell me what skill you gained. Xinglua briefly outlined the effects of his new skill to Zhao Wan. Wow, this is going to propel you to new heights. After exchanging a few more words, Zhao Wan suggested Xinglua take a moment to rest before he departed. Xinglua collapsed onto his bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered Yugu seated in a chair nearby, engrossed in a book. He hastily attempted to rise. Noticing the movement, Yugu turned to him. Awake? How do you feel, teacher? I am much better now. The discomfort has subsided. Xinglua had regained his vitality. This is the asceticism skill book, only learnable by disciplined priests. It is an invaluable skill for your class. Yugu closed the book in hand and presented a palm-sized volume, faintly glowing with golden light, placing it into Xinglua's hands. Absorb it and reflect upon it. Due to your job change, your skill levels will reset, and you will need time to level them up again. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Should you have any questions, feel free to contact me. All right, thank you, teacher. I will strive to improve. With that, Yugu stood and exited the room. Xinglua gazed at the skill book in his hands, examined it, and promptly chose to absorb it. In a short while, the absorption was complete. He opened the panel, studying the skill description. Asceticism. Instant cast, cooldown of 8 seconds. Launches 3 beams of holy light at the target, each dealing 30 points of holy damage to an enemy or restoring 50 health points to an ally. This skill is versatile, capable of generating substantial healing while also providing respectable offensive capabilities against foes. Comparing his pre- and post-job change data, Xinglua noted that his current healing output appeared inferior to what it once was. However, he realized that with a bit of skill leveling, it would far surpass his previous capabilities. Xinglua quickly devised a training plan and set off toward the training grounds. He first tested the effects of redemption and found it remarkably powerful. The converted shield could persist for up to 5 minutes. For instance, if a shield of 66 points was generated in the first second and no attack occurred, it would automatically dissipate after 5 minutes and 1 second. If damage was taken, the oldest shield points would be consumed first. Although there was a time limit preventing him from exploiting a glitch to maintain an excessive shield, the 5-minute duration was still quite substantial, especially since damage would likely be incurred during combat. Chapter 29. Marching into the Thorny Lands. After a month of diligent effort, Xinglua had finally managed to elevate the levels of his primary skills. Heal LV7. Instant cast. Instills the target with faith in the holy light. Restoring 553.19 health points over 10 seconds, consuming 18 mana points. Treatment LV7. Casting time of 1.47 seconds. Restores 921.98 health points to an ally upon completion, consuming 28 mana points. Shadow Word. Pain LV5. Instant cast. A dark incantation that inflicts 153.664 shadow damage immediately, with an additional 192.08 shadow damage over the next 10 seconds, consuming 30 mana points. Holy Fire LV4. Instant cast, cooldown of 30 seconds, summons divine flames to attack the target. Inflicting 164.64 magic damage, interrupting any casting if the target is engaged in a spell, silencing them for 3 seconds. Power Word. Shield LV6. Instant cast, cooldown of 12 seconds, immediately applies a holy light shield to the target, absorbing 1,152.48 damage points. While the shield exists, the protected individual S-casting will not be interrupted by physical attacks. Asceticism LV5. Instant cast, cooldown of 8 seconds, launches 3 beams of holy light at the target, each dealing 115.248 holy damage to an enemy or restoring 192.08 health points to an ally. Calculating the days, graduation from high school was approaching, and having heard tales of the joys of university life, Xinglua found himself eager to embark on that new adventure. That moment, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Xinglua promptly hung up. Another advertisement. Just as he was about to tuck his phone into his pocket, the ringtone sounded again. Irritated, he answered, "Are you people ever going to stop?" There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by, Xinglua, I wanted to ask if you would be willing to represent the outstanding students and deliver a speech at the graduation ceremony. I apologize. I thought it was an advertisement. Yes, of course, no problem, leave it to me. Initially, Xinglua had no intention of participating in such events, but having already expressed his frustration, he felt it would be rude not to assist. Wouldn't it? He had intended to be a slothful fish, but alas, his excellence was undeniable. As the time for the speech approached, Zhao inquired, Xinglua, have you completed your script? Let me borrow it for reference. Not yet. Not yet. I am currently searching online. Xinglua and Zhao are nothing but 2 underachievers. How could they possibly compose such a piece? They pieced together the speech by copying snippets from various sources. ultimately managing to cobble together a manuscript. Now, let us invite the outstanding student representative, Xinglua, to the stage. Amidst a sparse round of applause, Xinglua ascended the platform, glancing down at the younger students and the soon-to-be graduates. An inexplicable impulse led Xinglua to crumple the manuscript he had painstakingly transcribed. After the third year, many individuals will have new aspirations, while others may feel adrift, uncertain of the path that lies ahead. However, there is one truth you must hold dear. In this world, as long as you are willing to strive and invest effort, you can undoubtedly seize your future and fate, becoming the formidable individual you envision. Strive to act with a clear conscience. In conclusion, may we all overcome obstacles and aim for the heavens. The audience erupted into a fervent applause. Xingu speaks wisely. From where did you copy that? Elhao inquired, leaning toward Xinglua. Just some random sources. What are your plans for the future? I've been accepted into Jingwu University. I plan to develop my career in Kyoto. Elhao shared his circumstances. That's quite commendable. While Jingwu University may not rank among the top 4 prestigious institutions, it is still one of the finest schools with great prospects. Xinglua clapped Elhao on the shoulder. Guizhou Yuan and Bai Mengxia also shared their situations, one heading to the bustling metropolis and the other to Chang'an. A wave of melancholy swept over the group. What's wrong with you all? It's perfectly normal. All good things must come to an end, right? For the sake of your futures, you must work hard. After graduation, we can still explore dungeons together. Zhaowen quietly shook his head. You all better put in the effort. If you remain too weak, I won't take you along. Not a chance, the three exclaimed in unison, and the atmosphere began to ease. Such is life, is it not? Filled with farewells, Xinglua gazed at his classmates. At Yangku, at the entire campus, slowly disappearing into the sea of people, looking back with every step. With 2 months of summer vacation ahead, Xinglua sought to enhance his abilities. Thus, he approached Zhaowen. I wish to further improve myself before the new semester. Do you have any ideas? Xinglua looked at Zhaowen. I was just thinking the same. I've been terribly bored these past few days. Why don't we venture to the Thorny Lands? Zhaowen eagerly rubbed his fists together. Excellent suggestion. Should we invite Shenbing along? Just the two of us may lack sufficient firepower. Xinglua thought of Shenbing at that moment. That works, you can call him. Zhaowen casually replied, his excitement palpable. Xinglua dialed Shenbing's number. Hello, Shenbing. Zhaowen and I plan to head to the Thorny Lands. Would you like to join us? Xinglua expressed his invitation. Sure. Let's meet at the entrance of Thorny Road tomorrow at 8 a.m. After hanging up, Xinglua turned to Zhaowen. Let's go pack our bags and prepare. I'll come by to pick you up in the morning. All right, no problem. Finally, we can engage in battle. Zhaowen was now visibly excited, repeatedly clashing his fists together. Back home, then? Xinglua texted Gu, Teacher, I plan to train at the Thorny Lands with Zhaowen during summer break, just giving you a heads up. If you are heading to the Thorny Lands, there happens to be a creature known as the Wailing Spectre there. This creature drops a skill book for Mind Whip, a range-based dark skill that would suit you well. You should try to acquire it. Understood, Teacher, I will take note. Although your talent is commendable and you can face most dangers, do exercise caution. The variety of magical creatures in the secret realm is vast, and you may encounter situations you cannot handle. By the way, I will send you some magical potions via a magic carrier pigeon. Keep them handy just in case. Thank you, Teacher. Shortly after ending the call, a pigeon flew through the window. Xinglua retrieved the mini parcel from its back, which instantly expanded. Upon opening it, he discovered 10 bottles of mana potion, 10 bottles of life potion, and 2 bottles of invisibility potion. These magical potions are incredibly valuable alchemical products. A single ordinary life potion can cost upwards of 10,000. The teacher actually provided so much at once. Xinglua silently cherished this act of kindness. Chapter 30 Role points not exceeding 3. That night, as Xinglua lay in bed, he accessed the Explorer Association app, searching for bounty tasks related to the Thorny Lands. Eliminate the ghost-faced cat demon in the Thorny Lands to collect 10 Shadow Fangs for a reward of 30,000. Gather Thorny Berry from the Thorny Lands, receiving 5,000 for each submitted. Defeat the Twin Leaf Cobra in the Thorny Lands to acquire the Cobra Shot Skill Book, with a reward of 200,000 upon completion. Eliminate the Wailing Spectre in the Thorny Lands to collect Spectral Dust for a reward of 100,000. Xinglua accepted all the available tasks, as no deposit was required. He was particularly interested in the bounty for the Wailing Spectre, as he originally intended to farm for the Mind Whip skill book, making this task a perfect fit. Why not seize the opportunity? The next day, the group gathered at the designated time at the entrance of the Thorny Lands. Shun Bing had already transitioned into a level 31 Frost Mage, her gear exuding quality. In contrast, Xinglua possessed only the purple quality Awakening Dream and the blue quality Weapon Blessing, one from a bet with Yang Ku. Compared to Shen Bing, Xinglua and Zhao Wen appeared somewhat lacking. After exchanging greetings, the trio entered the Thorny Lands. Upon entry, they were greeted by dense thorns, a faint gray mist in the air, and the occasional cries of ominous birds echoing in the distance. This place is truly eerie, Zhao Wen remarked, observing the surroundings. It feels somewhat sinister. Danger could lurk anywhere, Xinglua replied. Do you have any targets in mind? Xinglua inquired. I aim to farm the ironback dragon turtle. This creature has a chance to drop a purple shield. Zhao Wen's eyes shimmered with anticipation. I need to head north to farm the Frost Witch. I require the Ice Storm skill book. Shun Bing expressed her objective. Coincidentally, I need to farm the Wailing Spectre, which is also located in the Northern Valley. How about we assist on in farming the shield first, then head north together? Xinglua suggested. Sounds good. Shun Bing readily agreed, recognizing the experience gained in the real-world secret realm far exceeds that of the virtual realms. All right, let us set off. Xinglua opened his map to locate the iron-backed dragon turtle. He prioritized casting Word of Power, resilience on the three of them before making their way to the creature's location. After walking a few hundred meters, Zhao Wen, leading the way, signaled for the others to stop, his expression alert as he peered ahead. The rustling of leaves in the forest heralded the sudden appearance of several Windfang wolves. Surrounding the trio, Xinglua recalled the information he had reviewed yesterday. Windfang wolves, level 32, with skills of bite and lacerate, and a chance to drop wind wolf boots. Zhao Wen stepped forward, proclaiming, You beasts, your grandfather is here. Xinglua cast Renew on Zhao Wen, noting that his health was under minimal pressure, and proceeded to cast Word of Power. Shield on Shun Bing. As the shield enveloped her, Shun Bing immediately felt her damage output increase. Turning to Xinglua with surprise, his support abilities had indeed improved, with substantial healing and damage amplification. Who wouldn't he appreciate such a boon? Xinglua then marked both with redemption, applying Shadow Word, pain to each Windfang wolf before launching a penance at the lead wolf. Xinglua was ecstatic at last. I can output damage too. His anticipation for the Mind Whip skill grew ever stronger. The healing from Zhao Wen's Renew, combined with the healing from Xinglua's damage output, kept Zhao Wen in a state of minimal health loss, occasionally generating shields from healing overflow. Zhao Wen was both exhilarated and frustrated by the fluctuating damage output. Xinglua, give me a big shield. I want to truly experience the sensation of damage amplification. Xinglua chuckled, waiting for the cooldown to pass before casting Word of Power. Shield on Zhao Wen. Ah, bliss. With your damage boost and my counterattack, my damage output is comparable to that of a standard damage dealer. Zhao Wen exclaimed, vigorously attacking the Windfang wolves. Hey, equipment drop. Xinglua's keen eyes caught sight of a green glow near a fallen corpse. Hearing this, Zhao Wen grew even more spirited, and soon the trio had vanquished the Windfang wolves. Xinglua picked up the drop gear to inspect it. Item name, Wind Wolf Boots. Level, 31. Quality, green. Attributes. Increases the wearer's movement speed by 10, reduces damage taken by 43 points. These attributes are decent. Do either of you want them? Xinglua asked the others. I don't need them. Shen Bing promptly declined. It was evident. She likely wore purple quality footwear. Why would she want this inferior green gear? Truly, comparisons can be disheartening. On, let's roll for it. Xingluo tossed the dice, and as they rolled on the ground, they spun incessantly. Zhao Wen stared intently at the die. 2 points. Ha ha ha. Xingluo, your luck is truly abysmal. Zhao Wen mocked Xingluo's score. The highest being 100 points, the lowest 1 point. I'll graciously accept this equipment with that. Zhao Wen threw his own dice. Moments later, the dice came to a halt after a vigorous spin, and Xingluo couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. 1 point. Ha ha ha. And you still dared to mock me. Zhao Wen looked at the dice on the ground, beginning to question whether he had washed his hands after using the restroom earlier. Shen Bing covered her mouth with her hand, a sly smile creeping onto her face. Ha ha ha. No worries, On. If your luck is poor now, It will surely be better when we tackle the ironback dragon tortoise later. Perhaps we'll get lucky right off the bat. Xing Luo teased Zhao Wen. At this moment, Zhao Wen was entirely disinterested in others, squatting on the ground, doodling with a stick, engrossed in whatever he was sketching. After a brief respite, the trio continued their journey. Along the way, Xing Luo and his companions faced 3 or 4 waves of attacks, all of which they dispatched with ease. As they walked, Xing Luo noticed a vibrant red herb growing by the roadside, next to which lay a lurking dark red serpentine creature, its Blood Emperor herb, worth 10,000. The Blood Emperor herb is a crucial ingredient for crafting life potions. One Blood Emperor herb can produce 3 to 5 bottles of life potions. At this moment, Xing Luo's eyes gleamed with greed. Close the door and let on in. Zhao Wen charged at the serpentine creature, and the trio effortlessly vanquished it. Wow, this snake is truly our benefactor. Not only did it provide us with a Blood Emperor herb, but it also dropped a skill book. Xing Luo gazed at the corpse of the serpentine creature, picking up the skill book to reveal Cobra Shot. Isn't this the very one from that 200,000 bounty mission? Luck is exploding. Chapter 31. Rare monsters. After traversing approximately 3,000 meters, Xing Luo and his companions finally arrived at the lair of the ironback dragon tortoise. Zhao Wen picked up his shield, ready to charge in, but Xing Luo stopped him. Wait, there's a rare monster over there. It seems to be the leader of the ironback dragon tortoises. Following Xing Luo's pointed finger, they spotted a massive dragon tortoise lying in the corner, eyes closed in slumber. Let's first clear out the surrounding ironback dragon tortoises, then deal with this leader monster. It will surely drop valuable items. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wen began searching along the perimeter for ironback dragon tortoises. The trio unleashed their skills upon the ironback dragon tortoises, and soon, the creatures met their demise. Just as Zhao Wen was about to strike the next one, Xing Luo called out to him. Look, the corpse of the previous ironback dragon tortoise is glowing with a purple light. Holy cow, Zhao Wen exclaimed with his mouth agape. Item name, Kresh's back, level 30. Quality, purple. Attribute, reduces damage taken by the user by 246 points. The attribute may be singular, but the value is impressively high. Shinbing's Frost Arrow, combined with her talents, only deals about 368 damage. This is exceptional. Ha ha ha. Zhao Wen was laughing uncontrollably. At that moment, Zhao Wen's laughter interrupted the peaceful slumber of the ironback dragon tortoise leader, who raised its head and roared fiercely. In an instant, all nearby ironback dragon tortoises turned their gaze towards Xing Luo and his companions. Oh dear! Xing Luo quickly instructed Zhao Wen to manage the aggro, casting Renew and Power Word Shield on him in advance. Then, he attempted to apply Pain to each ironback dragon tortoise. After Zhao Wen successfully drew aggro, he hurriedly retreated. The numbers were overwhelming, necessitating a kite strategy to wear down the ironback dragon tortoises. Shen Bing, displaying great agility, used Blink to appear before the horde of ironback dragon tortoises, casting Frost Nova, while continuously unleashing frost arrows at the leader. Once the freezing effect of Frost Nova wore off, Shen Bing followed up with Ice Spear, sending a chilling blast along with numerous ice spears erupting from her palms, significantly slowing the movement of the ironback dragon tortoises. Shen Bing circled the ironback tortoises, repeatedly using Frost Nova and Ice Spear. After several rounds, the ironback dragon tortoise horde began to suffer casualties. Seeing this, Zhao Wen pressed forward without hesitation. He charged at the ironback dragon tortoise leader with Charge, and followed up with Thunder Strike. With a powerful stomp, he crushed several ironback dragon tortoises. Witnessing the demise of its offspring, the ironback dragon tortoise leader entered a state of frenzy, spewing a torrent of corrosive acid at Zhao Wen, reducing his health to below 1,000. Alarmed, Xing Luo swiftly cast Power Word Shield on Zhao Wen to ensure his safety. He then rapidly cast Penance on him, triggering Zhao Wen's passive skill, Divine Favor, which increased the healing effect by 50. Originally, Penance would heal 576.24, but with the enhancements from Twin Souls and Divine Favor, it doubled to 1,152.48 points, instantly restoring Zhao Wen's health to full. Incredible! Zhao Wen marveled at his sudden recovery. Shen Bing, witnessing this scene, widened her eyes in astonishment. His healing prowess has skyrocketed again, his attributes enhanced by his purple gear, are being effortlessly matched by him? Truly, competition among peers can be disheartening. While mulling over this, her actions remained unceasing. Soon after, the ironback dragon tortoise horde was annihilated, leaving a multitude of their corpses strewn across the ground. A few scattered bodies emitted a green glow, and everyone turned their attention to the corpse of the ironback dragon tortoise leader, eagerly anticipating what items it might yield. Xing Luo approached to inspect. Uncovering a skill book titled Tortoiseshell Technique, Zhao Wen excitedly snatched it from Xing Luo's hands. Just the name indicated it was tailor-made for him. Indeed, the effect of Tortoiseshell Technique is a 50 reduction in damage taken, lasting for 12 seconds, a highly potent and perfectly suited damage mitigation skill for Zhao Wen. With their agreement, Zhao Wen absorbed the skill, brimming with joy. He exclaimed to Shen Bing, "Good brothers, if you need me, I am at your service." After a brief rest, the trio prepared to head towards the valley north of Thornylands to farm the skill books that Xing Luo and Shan Bing required. After a day's journey, they finally arrived at their destination, a desolate, icy wasteland, where the wind howled chillingly and several ominous birds flitted through the slow-moving dark clouds. Suddenly, an wailing phantom appeared out of nowhere. It unleashed psychic shock at the three, causing Xing Luo's mind to go blank, struggling to maintain his footing. Seizing the moment, the wailing phantom cast Shadow Arrow at Xing Luo, gritting his teeth against the discomfort. Just as the wailing phantom was about to release Shadow Arrow, Xing Luo used Holy Fire to interrupt its casting. Gradually regaining his senses, Xing Luo hurriedly cast Power Word, Shield, on himself for safety, then applied Renew to both Zhao Wen and Shen Bing. Following this, he unleashed Pain and Penance at the wailing phantom. 3 beams of divine light spiraled toward the wailing phantom, inflicting 624.26 points of damage. This dealt nearly half of its health. Xing Luo realized his burst damage was not insignificant. Although it was just a single strike, he felt satisfied. Once Zhao Wen and Shen Bing came to their senses, they unleashed a torrent of attacks on the wailing phantom, swiftly ending its life. Its corpse yielded no items. Alas, nothing dropped. Let's keep going. Xing Luo expressed a hint of disappointment. "Teak, who do you think you are?" "Me?" Zhao Wen triumphantly brandished Kresh's back. "Oh right. I wonder who it was that rolled a 1. Shen Bing observed the playful banter between the two, a faint smile gracing her lips. Having a few companions like this isn't too bad. After a brief respite, the trio pressed onward, gradually delving deeper. After 200 meters, they finally discovered a clearing populated with several wandering frost witches. Their bodies were cloaked in frost, their blue and white hair billowing behind them, and their icy blue eyes were mesmerizing. Ahead stood 8 frost witches, all level 36. With On's current defense, he should be able to withstand them. On, go! Xing Luo assessed the situation, confident that with Zhao Wen's defensive capabilities and his healing, they could withstand the 8 level 36 frost witches. Zhao Wen raised his shield and charged in with Charge, then forcefully stomped down to unleash Thunderstrike. Chapter 32. Wailing Phantom. At that moment, Shen Bing acted aggressively. She used Blink to appear right before the frost witches, casting Ice Spear. Just then, all 8 frost witches simultaneously unleashed Blizzard upon Zhao Wen. Xing Luo, quick on the draw, used Holy Fire to interrupt one of the frost witches, casting. But there were still 7. He swiftly cast Power Word, Shield, on Zhao Wen, but facing 7 frost witches, casting simultaneously, the resulting damage could potentially break through Xing Luo's Power Word, Shield, and kill Zhao Wen. Seeing this dire situation, Zhao Wen acted without hesitation, activating his newly learned Tortoiseshell Technique, a 50 damage reduction effect for 12 seconds. As the 7 frost witches completed their casting, they conjured countless shards of frost that rapidly shot toward Zhao Wen. The shield around him shattered. His health dwindled to 2,108 points. Zhao Wen's passive skills, Fortitude and Thorns, inherently provide a permanent damage reduction effect of 20. Coupled with the effects of Turtleshell Technique, the total damage mitigation reaches an impressive 70. In the face of this strike, with a 70 reduction in damage and bolstered by Power Word, Shield, which grants 1,728.72 health points, Zhao Wen still loses 92 health points. Had Zhao Wen not employed Turtleshell Technique, this blow would have directly taken away 4,855.25 health points. It is evident that Zhao Wen would not have been able to withstand such an onslaught. The power of turtle shell technique is indeed formidable. Xinglua hurriedly reapplied Power Word, Shield, on Zhao Wen, for the damage dealt by the level 36 Frost Witch was exceptionally high. A single misstep could lead to disaster. On, let us focus fire on one. As she spoke, Xinglua unleashed Penance and Shadow Word, Pain, on one of the Frost Witches, striving to stack the shield provided by Redemption to ensure Zhao Wen's safety. With each Frost Witch that fell, Zhao Wen's burden grew lighter. The damage from this Frost Witch was alarmingly high. Fortunately, On had just learned Turtle Shell technique, and it would be wise for them to proceed with caution from here on out. However, it was somewhat regrettable that these Frost Witches did not yield any loot. Zhao Wen felt a lingering apprehension. They should continue their search. The trio swiftly recuperated their energy during this interval, then cautiously resumed their hunt for the Frost Witches. Behind a ruin, Zhao Wen discovered a wailing spirit. He immediately alerted his companions. Xinglua, feeling a surge of excitement, noted that the number of wailing spirits was far lower than that of the Frost Witches. They wandered alone in the valley, rare and elusive. Xinglua signaled to Zhao Wen, who understood and charged towards the wailing spirit, leaving a deep scar in his wake. After Xinglua cast Power Word, Shield, on Zhao Wen, he used Penance, converting the damage into healing that resulted in excess healing for Shen Bing, forming a protective shield and granting a 20 attack boost. This time, Xinglua took the initiative, just as the wailing spirit was about to cast Psychic Scream. A divine flame descended upon it, abruptly interrupted by Xinglua's holy fire. Loot acquired. Zhao Wen, positioned closest, witnessed a blue glow materializing above the corpse of the wailing spirit as it perished. Upon hearing this, Xinglua dashed to the remains. But upon examining the item, he was met with disappointment. It was spirit dust. Although it did not drop the mental whip, spirit dust was still valued at 100,000 for a bounty quest. Overcome with excitement, Xinglua cast aside his earlier sorrow over the lack of a skill book, clutching the spirit dust and standing there with a goofy grin. Xinglua, Luo, what is the matter with you? Even without a skill book, there's no need to lose your wits, Zhao Wen inquired, waving a hand in front of his face. Get lost. I'm just thrilled. This is worth 100,000. What? Just this worthless thing is worth 100,000? What use is it? Zhao Wen exclaimed in astonishment. Not entirely sure. The Adventurers Guild bounty states it's worth 100,000. Xinglua admitted he was unaware of the spirit dust's purpose. Spirit dust can be used to craft equipment that enhances spell effects. It is also a material for beginner experience potions. Shen Bing chimed in. What a valuable item. Xinglua understood. After securing the spirit dust, the trio continued their pursuit of the Frost Witches in the distance. A massive Frost Witch came into view. There's a Frost Witch, Zhao Wen announced to his companions. So large. It could be a rare creature. Let us investigate. Cautiously, the three approached the enormous Frost Witch. Indeed, it was a rare beast. Melancholic Alice. With its hands covering its face, it appeared to be weeping. Level 37. What a sorrowful name, Zhao Wen jested. Shen Bing's eyes lit up. Recalling their previous encounter with the Ironback Turtle Leader, he speculated that this Melancholic Alice would surely drop valuable items. Perhaps even the Ice Storm skill book he desired. Regaining his composure, Shen Bing remarked, this Melancholic Alice should yield good loot. He discreetly gauged Xinglua and Zhao Wen's reactions. Since we've encountered it, let us engage. Xinglua's focus was also on Melancholic Alice. Who wouldn't he want valuable treasures? Receiving the command, Zhao Wen charged forward. Upon seeing Zhao Wen approach, the Melancholic Alice abandoned its sorrowful demeanor and, in a fit of rage, swiped at him with a claw. An icy blue claw mark shot towards Zhao Wen. He hastily raised his shield to defend himself, just as Xinglua's Power Word, Shield, enveloped him. After successfully fending off the attack, Zhao Wen retaliated with a slash of his sword, unleashing the Heavy Strike skill. Shen Bing, meanwhile, continuously cast Ice Arrow. For some reason, his ice arrows seemed more potent this time, and his casting was remarkably rapid. After applying Renew on Zhao Wen, Xinglua joined the fray, executing Penance, followed by Shadow Word, Pain, then stepped back to observe. If only I had an output skill with no cooldown, Xingluo lamented, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with his damage output. But you're a priest. Why do you need so much damage? The melancholic Alice, sensing Xingluo's boredom, unleashed the Frost Orb skill, attempting to provide him with some excitement. A gigantic ice sphere, encircled by swirling shards of ice, hurtled towards Xingluo. Chapter 33. Melancholic Alice. Xingluo hurriedly cast Power Word Shield on himself, but with his current agility, he could not evade the attack in time, continuously being eroded by the Frost Orb, which slowed his movements. Quickly, he began to retreat, but the Power Word Shield shattered after just 1.5 seconds. Fortunately, he had reached the edge of the Frost Orb. Xingluo swiftly cast Renew on himself and executed a forward roll to escape. At that moment, Xingluo's health was reduced to 677 points. He quickly cast Healing. Once fully healed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Xingluo was momentarily safe, Melancholic Alice turned its attention to Zhaowen, casting Ice Storm. Xingluo interrupted its casting with Holy Fire. The interrupted Melancholic Alice was furious. Disregarding Zhaowen's taunt, it drifted towards Xingluo. Terrified, Xingluo sprinted away. Hold it off. Even while running, he managed to turn back and unleash a combination of Penance and Shadow Word Pained. The Melancholic Alice became frantic, its speed increasing. Zhaowen pursued closely behind, ceaselessly taunting, "You scoundrel! Your grandfather is here." Zhaowen's taunts failed to deter Melancholic Alice, which continued its relentless chase after Xingluo. Feeling increasingly anxious, Zhaowen unleashed every unflattering epithet he could muster until, "You wicked hag!" The Melancholic Alice abruptly turned around, its once deep blue eyes now blood-red. Rage surged to its peak. Zhaowen was taken aback, shrinking back and gently shaking his hand. "Hey!" The Melancholic Alice unleashed a flurry of frenzied claw strikes, its withered hands ruthlessly tearing at Zhaowen. His clothing was shredded beyond recognition, leaving him clad only in his undergarments, shivering in the cold wind. At that moment, Xingluo returned, casting Penance on Zhaowen, instantly restoring his health, and then enveloping him in the comforting embrace of Power Word Shield. Thanks to Xingluo's healing, all physical pain was alleviated, yet the emotional scars lingered. After several intense minutes of battle, the Melancholic Alice was finally vanquished. Zhaowen plopped down on the ground, exclaiming, "BRR! In this freezing weather, clad only in my undergarments, I'm freezing to the bone." He quietly placed his shield beneath him, curling up alone atop it. "Haha! Don't be disheartened. I have spare clothes." Xingluo produced a garment and handed it to Zhaowen. His eyes brightened as he gratefully accepted the clothing and quickly donned it. Though it was a bit snug, it was sufficient to prevent Zhaowen from being indecently exposed. "Luo, you're so considerate." Shun Bing stifled a laugh as he approached the Melancholic Alice to inspect the spoils. Item name: Pendant of Alice's Sorrow. Level: 32. Quality: Purple. Attribute: when the bearer is attacked, there is a 10 chance to summon a shadow of Alice to retaliate for 3 seconds. Additionally, there was a skill book. Shun Bing promptly picked up the skill book, neglecting to glance at the pendant. Upon seeing its name, he leapt with excitement. "Wow!" Then he quickly composed himself, returning to his stoic demeanor. "This is the skill book for Frost Orb." Recalling the potency of the earlier Frost Orb, which was an area of effect attack with exceptionally high damage, Shinbing felt satisfied even if the Ice Storm skill book did not drop. Its the skill book for Frost Orb, and there's a purple pendant as well. I don't want it. Do either of you? Shinbing struggled to contain his overwhelming emotions, his face slightly contorted. "I see that the skill that nearly obliterated me just now?" Xingluo exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. "Indeed, that's the one. However, it will be at level 1 upon absorption, significantly reducing its power." Shinbing could not help but smile as her lips curled upwards. How impressive indeed. Handsome yet dangerous. Xingluo felt a twinge of envy. "I have the pendant now. Ah, one. This pendant is for you." Zhaowen, not one to be polite, immediately donned it, subsequently revealing the pendant's effects to the Toot. The summoned shadow of Alice could not possibly be that rare magical creature from earlier. Could it? If so, that would be extraordinarily powerful. It was undoubtedly a remarkable piece of equipment. After the trio had rested adequately, they began their focused search for the Wailing Wraith, assisting Xing Luo in acquiring the skill book he so desperately needed. After a thorough search, they finally located a Wailing Wraith. In a decisive move, they swiftly dispatched the creature. Why is this skill book so difficult to drop? There are hardly any of these monsters around. Xing Luo could not help but complain as night fell. Xing Luo had yet to acquire the skill book. The three gathered around a campfire, Zhao Wen polishing his prized shield. Shun Bing watched as Xing Luo swallowed hard, while he meticulously prepared the meat of the wind-piercing wolf, readying himself to savor a roasted wolf leg. Suddenly, a chorus of wails echoed through the valley, revealing a swarm of wailing wraiths emerging before Xing Luo. Their silhouettes ominously closing in, the trio quickly sprang into action. Xing Luo bestowed buffs upon them and surveyed their surroundings. How could so many wailing wraiths appear all at once? Xing Luo pondered in confusion. Whatever the reason, after searching all day to find none, a multitude appeared at night. This is perfect, with so many. I refuse to believe the skill book won't drop. Zhao Wen was eager to engage. Xin Bing gripped her staff, vigilantly observing their surroundings. We cannot remain passive like this. Prepare to engage. Xing Luo cast a shield upon Zhao Wen. Seizing the moment, Zhao Wen charged into the throng of wailing wraiths, using Thunder Strike to draw their aggro before darting towards the other wraiths, attempting to gather them together. Seeing that enough had congregated, Shun Bing unleashed Blink, appearing beside Zhao Wen. This sight, Xing Luo swiftly placed the redemption mark on Shun Bing, casting penance upon the wailing wraiths. This bestowed a shield effect upon Shen Bing, amplifying her damage. Shen Bing first cast Frost Nova to incapacitate the wailing wraiths, then unleashed Ice Spike. Following that, a Frost Orb was sent hurtling towards the wailing wraiths. Her movements fluid and graceful, the immobilized wailing wraiths absorbed the full brunt of the Frost Orb's damage. At that moment, the special effect of Zhao Wen's pendant also activated. A spectral, sorrowful Alice manifested behind Zhao Wen, unleashing a Frost Orb directly at the wailing wraiths. Under the relentless assault of two Frost Orbs, the wailing wraiths succumbed, collapsing one after another. Finally, amidst the last few fallen wailing wraiths, Xing Luo discovered the coveted skill book he had long desired. What is that burnt smell? Zhao Wen sniffed the air. Just as Xing Luo was reveling in his joy, he suddenly jolted awake. Ah, my roasted wolf leg. Chapter 34. The Devil's Forest. Once satisfied and replenished, Xin Bing summoned a folding chair from her virtual backpack, reclining gracefully as Xing Luo and Zhao Wen looked on in astonishment. She delicately licked her lips, savoring the memory of the roasted wolf leg's flavor. Is this person here on vacation? What a life of leisure! Zhao Wen couldn't help but feel a pang of envy, thinking to himself that he would bring a folding chair next time. He then lay down on the ground, gazing up at the sky, slowly closing his eyes until his breathing became steady and rhythmic. After tidying up his belongings, Xing Luo retrieved the skill book for Mental Lash, gently pressing it against his chest as a soft glow flickered. Soon, the absorption of Mental Lash was complete. Xing Luo examined the skill's effects. Mental Lash LV1. Instant cast, inflicts mental decay on all enemies within a 3-meter radius, dealing 35 shadow damage per second while consuming 20 mana points per second. Although the damage of this skill is not particularly high, it can be cast endlessly as long as there is mana, making it a viable means of sustained attack. At last, Xing Luo had acquired the ability for continuous assault. Although the damage was modest, this realization filled him with immense satisfaction. After taking turns keeping watch, the night passed quietly without incident. Xin Bing, shall we continue to help you farm Ice Storm? Xing Luo inquired, looking at her. Meichim. Xun Bing nodded, then quietly uttered a thank you. What did you say? Xing Luo turned back to her. It's nothing. Xin Bing hurriedly donned a neutral expression. Over the course of the day, the trio vanquished nearly 200 frost witches, finally obtaining the Ice Storm skill book. Good heavens, my Mental Lash was already difficult to drop. I never imagined this would be even more elusive. Xing Luo gazed at the hard-earned Ice Storm skill book, sitting on the ground and taking a deep breath. In just 2 days, we have accomplished our objectives. Do you two have any other goals? Xing Luo asked the pair. I seem to have no further objectives. Zhaowen replied after some contemplation. The time ahead is still long. We could farm for some equipment for both of you. After all, you're both over level 30 yet still wearing basic gear. Shenbing offered her thoughts. It is indeed time to acquire a proper set of equipment. While farming gear, we can also gain experience. With that, Xing Luo opened the map. Let us venture to the Devil's Forest to the west. The distribution of magical creatures there is relatively concentrated, and the variety is ample, allowing for different equipment drops that would suit our needs perfectly. Xing Luo pointed to the western section of the map, marked as the Devil's Forest, level 33 to 37, with a red skull icon positioned beside the level. Shun Bing scrutinized the map. The red skull symbolizes that a map boss will appear in that area. The map boss refers to the greatest boss of the entire map, typically commanding all magical creatures within. Upon hearing this, Zhaowen was immediately intrigued. Then we must go take a look. Even if our trio cannot defeat it, we should be able to retreat. After pondering, Xing Luo resolved to explore the Devil's Forest, for risks often equate to rewards. All three were exceptional youths, proud in their own right. Naturally, they would not be deterred by a mere icon. Upon reaching the edge of the Devil's Forest, they first encountered a group of twisted treants. Without hesitation, Zhaowen charged in after Xing Luo cast Word of Power, Shield, upon him. Once the treants had gathered sufficiently, Shen Bing unleashed her skills. Xing Luo cast Heal on Zhaowen, observing their stable health lines before casting Mental Lash. At the treants, a dark purple beam of energy surged from Xing Luo's palm towards the treants, concentrating upon their forms before gradually expanding outward. Thanks to dual casting, it dealt 43.75 points of damage per second, and in that moment, a faint golden shield enveloped him, providing a 20 increase in attack power, resulting in 52.5 damage per second. With the enhancements from Holy Grace and dual casting, the conversion rate of 50 combined with a 70 buff yielded a shield value of 44.63. The shield value generated from excess healing could continuously accumulate thanks to Mental Lash. The results were quite impressive. Before long, the wave of twisted treants was vanquished, yet they yielded no valuable drops. After a brief rest, the trio proceeded to explore the periphery of the Devil's Forest. As they continued onward, Zhaowen spotted two brown bears battling one another. Shoo, let us approach slowly and see what is happening. Xing Luo gestured with a finger to his lips. Upon closer inspection, they found two level 37 brown bears engaged in a fierce fight, both on the brink of death. Without hesitation, Xing Luo instructed Zhaowen to claim the kill. Zhaowen charged in with Charge, followed by Heavy Strike. At that moment, Xing Luo's Penance and Shen Bing's Ice Arrow struck, swiftly dispatching one of the bears. Witnessing this, the remaining bear turned to flee, but under the barrage of Shen Bing's Blink, followed by Frost Nova, it was left immobilized, allowing Shen Bing to unleash Ice Arrow. A massive ice shard, accompanied by countless tiny shards, hurtled towards the brown bear, which was unable to react in time and fell to the ground. What a haul indeed! Being the opportunist is gratifying. They effortlessly brought down two level 37 brown bears. Zhaowen grinned widely as he picked up the loot. Item name: Brown Bear Bracers. Level: 37. Item level does not affect wearability. A level 30 character can equip items from level 30 to 39. Quality: Blue. Attributes: Reduces damage taken by the wearer by 103 points. Xing Luo promptly instructed Zhaowen to equip them, with a tank sturdy enough he could better protect his allies. The trio had sustained minimal damage, so they continued their exploration of the outskirts. Once they became familiar with the terrain, they began to unleash their full potential. Zhaowen was now capable of attracting large groups, at least 20 or so monsters, and under the 20 attack boost from Xing Luo's Holy Inspiration, Shen Bing's Damage Sword. Xing Luo intermittently employed Mental Lash for damage, which, while not significant, was deemed satisfactory by Zhaowen, who remarked, "As long as you're happy." Thus, the three spent 2 weeks exploring the Devil's Forest. Zhaowen and Xing Luo reached level 31, and their equipment was nearly complete. We have been here for nearly 20 days. The periphery has been largely explored, and I believe it is time to venture deeper. Xing Luo boldly proposed. I agree. Zhaowen concurred with Xing Luo's sentiment. After deliberation among the three, they resolved to embark towards the depths of the Devil's Forest. Chapter 35. Lin Nuosheng. Deep within the Devil's Forest, a woman swiftly navigated through the thicket, an icy aura enveloping the entire space. Her pale countenance bore no trace of color, and her eyes were filled with an unsettling calmness. As she moved, she frequently glanced back, as if evading an unseen threat. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as a cluster of trees collapsed. Not far behind her, a creature resembling an elf, with icy eyes fixed forward, demanded, "Hand over the demon strike." This was none other than the map's chief, Mackerel. It turned out that Lin Nuasheng had infiltrated the depths of the Devil's Forest, utilizing the stealthy thief ability to pilfer the prized demon strike from the map's chief. Mackerel quickly realized his treasure had been stolen and pursued her furiously. Xing Luo and the others sensed the immense commotion from another part of the forest, and after exchanging glances to confirm, they hastened towards the source of the disturbance. Mackerel executed heroic leap, charging at Lin Nuasheng with charge. Reacting swiftly, Lin Nuasheng employed the dissipation skill, becoming invisible. In the very next moment, Mackerel unleashed Thunderstrike, dispelling her invisibility. At this juncture, Lin Nuasheng's condition was dire. Her health reduced to a mere 488 points. "Since you refuse to surrender the demon strike, then perish," he proclaimed, raising his massive sword to unleash the heavy strike upon her. In that instant, a shield of holy light energy manifested around Lin Nuasheng. The blow shattered the word of power shield. Her health plummeted to 186 points. Immediately, she perceived 3 beams of holy light approaching her. The holy blessing activated, and through the enhancement of the twin-born holy blessing, this bitter cultivation restored an astonishing 1,152.48 health points, fully replenishing Lin Nuasheng's vitality. Incredible! It restored my health completely in an instant. Lin Nuasheng, taken aback, hastily prepared for battle. At this moment, a robust man charged towards Mackerel. "Are you all right?" Zhaowen glanced back at Lin Nuasheng's condition. "Be careful," Lin Nuasheng shouted, attempting to warn Zhaowen. Just then, Mackerel swung his great sword towards Zhaowen. He executed a roll to evade, while taunting, "You scoundrel! Your grandfather is right here." This infuriated Mackerel, who pursued Zhaowen, intent on striking him with his sword. An ice pillar, mixed with shards of frost, struck Mackerel, inflicting damage and slowing his movement by 30. Seizing the opportunity, Zhaowen distanced himself from Mackerel. "Zhaowen, be cautious." Xin Bing emerged from the side, her actions unwavering as she unleashed an ice storm towards Mackerel. At that moment, Xing Luo reached their side, first casting Word of Power, Tenacity, on Lin Nuasheng, then bestowing redemption and restoration upon the 3. Having completed these tasks, he unleashed Dark Word, Pain, on Mackerel, refraining from using bitter cultivation to conserve it as an emergency measure. Lin Nuasheng felt the shield re-emerging around her, along with the 20 increase in attack power granted by the shield. She looked towards Xing Luo, realizing he had just saved her life. He is truly remarkable. His healing capabilities surpass that of an ordinary priest. Not to mention the group damage enhancement. Taking a deep breath, Lin Nuasheng joined the fray. Entering a stealth state while Mackerel was preoccupied with Zhaowen, she struck him with elbow strike, stunning Mackerel for 3 seconds. Following this, she unleashed Armor Break, reducing Mackerel's defense by 20 for 6 seconds. Xin Bing seized this opportunity to cast Ice Orb, aiming to maximize the damage inflicted on Mackerel. At this moment, Xing Luo also employed Mental Whip, asserting, "Even the smallest mosquito is still meat." Moreover, using Mental Whip effectively maintained the shield effects on everyone. After a series of strikes, Mackerel's health dropped to 90. With a forceful stomp, he unleashed Thunder Strike, causing the ground to collapse. The shields surrounding the group shattered, and their health plummeted by half. "Damn." As a fellow warrior, "Why is my Thunder Strike so pathetic?" Zhaowen lamented. Xing Luo, unwavering and resolute, unleashed Bitter Cultivation, combined with Holy Fire. Thanks to the twin-born enhancement, Bitter Cultivation dealt 432.18, 164.64 damage to Mackerel. The subsequent redemption transformed into 298.41 in healing, which, augmented by the twin-born and Holy Blessings 100 increase, resulted in each member instantly recovering 596.82 health points, restoring them to a healthy state. I didn't expect his group healing to be this formidable. Lin Nuasheng marveled at Xing Luo's healing prowess. Shortly thereafter, Mackerel targeted Zhaowen with a heavy strike. But Zhao Wan, aware of the recent group damage and knowing Xing Luo needed time to heal, activated Turtle Shell Technique. This granted him a 50 damage reduction, combined with his passive skill's 20 effect, allowing Mackerel's attack to inflict only 432 points of damage on Zhao Wan, who could still endure a few more hits. Of course, Xing Luo was determined to prevent Zhao Wen's health from becoming precarious. After applying Restoration to everyone, he swiftly cast Word of Power, Shield on Zhao Wan, followed by a healing spell, restoring Zhao Wen's health to full. Seeing the health statuses stabilize among the group, Xing Luo resumed attacking Mackerel, aiming to restore the 20 attack increase for everyone. Hold on, Xing Luo continuously unleashed Dark Word, Pain, and Mental Whip upon Mackerel. The damage from these two skills converted into a shield value of 57.59 per second. After a minute, the cumulative shield value exceeded 3,000 points. At this point, Mackerel's Thunderstrike was ready again, and he aimed to unleash it upon Xing Luo and the others. However, this time, none of them sustained any damage. Even their shields remained intact. Incredible! Lin Nuasheng had braced herself for defense, yet she didn't lose any health. Zhao Wan and Shen Bing, accustomed to Xing Luo's healing, may not have noticed anything amiss, but Lin Nuasheng was different. She had never encountered such a powerful healing class. Chapter 36. Xing Luo's despair in his effort to stack an extraordinarily high shield for the group. Xing Luo's mana was depleting rapidly. After 3 minutes, Mackerel's health reached 50. Meanwhile, Xing Luo's mana was nearly exhausted. Swiftly, he retrieved the mana potion, gifted by his teacher, and downed it, instantly restoring 500 mana points. With the regained mana, Xing Luo continued to stack shields for everyone, occasionally casting Restoration on Zhao Wan to ensure his health remained at a safe level. As Mackerel's health dwindled to 30. He became frenzied with rage. After a series of howls, Mackerel entered a bloodthirsty state, increasing his damage by 50 while sacrificing 0.5 of his maximum health per second. He began trading his life force for damage. With his massive sword raised overhead, Mackerel continuously channeled power. Run. He's about to unleash a big move. Xing Luo warned the group urgently. After fully healing Zhao Wan, he cast Word of Power, Shield on him. Zhao Wan was dangerously close, a perilous position. Activate Turtle Shell Technique. Quickly, Xing Luo implored Zhao Wan. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wan hastily activated Turtle Shell Technique. The group quickly dispersed. After charging his attack, Mackerel unleashed a devastating strike towards their location. The attack's radius was immense. No one could evade its impact. All shields were shattered. That was a shield that had accumulated to 6,000 health points. Fortunately, Zhao Wen's health had been restored to full by Xing Luo, and with the Turtle Shell Technique and the shield, he faced no immediate life-threatening danger. However, all members were now in a precarious state, their health critically low. Xing Luo cast Bitter Cultivation on Zhao Wan, instantly restoring him to full health. Zhao Wan rushed forward to engage Mackerel, enduring his attacks with the remaining 7 seconds of the Turtle Shell Technique. Seizing this moment, Xing Luo cast a healing spell on each member. The burden of restoring their health, enhanced by the Twinborn and Holy Blessing, allowed a single healing spell to restore 1843.96 health points, far exceeding the total health of all members except Zhao Wan. Xing Luo expended a total of 4.4 seconds to fully replenish everyone's health. He applied Restoration to Zhao Wan, followed by another healing spell, ensuring Zhao Wan's health was maximized before the Turtle Shell Technique expired. At this moment, Mackerel's health was reduced to a mere 14.3. If only Xing Luo and the others could withstand the remaining 29 seconds, Mackerel would be vanquished. Persevere. His enhanced state will continue to drain health. If we can hold on for approximately 30 more seconds, we shall deplete him. Xing Luo calculated the health of Mackerel. The others were equally resolute. Lin Nuasheng utilized the skill, Dissipation, to forcibly enter a state of invisibility, stealthily approaching Mackerel from behind, unleashing a elbow strike that stunned her for 3 seconds. In combat, rogues cannot use the ordinary stealth skill. Upon witnessing this, Xing Luo immediately cast Shadow Word, Pain, upon Mackerel, causing a shield of 130.61 to manifest around the group. With the damage amplification effect provided by the shield, they rallied with fervor. managing to inflict 6.2 of McClure's health within those 3 seconds. McClure's health now dwindled to a mere 8.1. An idea sparked in Xingluo's mind as he stealthily maneuvered behind McClure to unleash Mind Scream. However, at that moment, McClure was entirely unaffected by Mind Scream. Realizing this, Xingluo hastily retreated. If Mind Scream proved ineffective, he would have to directly heal Zhao Wan, ensuring he could withstand McClure's assault. After applying Renew to Zhao Wan, Xingluo continuously cast Healing upon him. Yet another strike. Zhao Wan's health plummeted to just 332 points. Thanks to Xingluo's preemptive reading of Healing, Zhao Wan's health was instantly restored to full. Shun Bing and Lin Nashing fought valiantly against McClure. McClure's health now stood at a mere 0.9, unconcerned. McClure immediately assaulted Zhao Wan, leaving him with just 233 points of health. With Penance on cooldown, Xingluo could only cast Healing on Zhao Wan. But McClure's attack was about to land on Zhao Wan. Xingluo could not complete Healing in time. Despair engulfed him as he realized his dear brother was on the brink of death before his very eyes. At that moment, a miracle occurred. Alice's Sorrow Pendant activated. Sorrowful Alice Phantom appeared behind Zhao Wan, casting Ice Pearl and instantly slaying McClure. As he beheld the fallen McClure, Zhao Wan collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Damn it! I nearly died. Shen Bing and Lin Nashing also exhaled a sigh of relief. Sitting down to recuperate, Xingluo hurriedly healed everyone to full. Feeling a twinge of fear after completing the task, he was still too weak. His skills were overly singular. He lacked effective protective measures for his allies. His dear brother Zhao Wan had come dangerously close to death. At that moment, he was engulfed in profound self-reproach. Recovering, Zhao Wan looked at Xingluo and noticed his helplessness. With heavy steps, he approached Xingluo and casually draped an arm over his shoulder. It's all right, Xingluo. You're already quite formidable. What just happened was not your fault at all. It's all because that cursed boss was too strong, and I'm to blame for being too weak. Zhao Wan silently added this thought in his heart. We are only at level 30 now. There is still a long journey ahead, and you will learn even more powerful skills. I will rely on you to heal me in the future. Zhao Wan continued to comfort Xingluo. Taking a deep breath, Xingluo resolved to strive harder. I have become somewhat complacent. Such incidents must never happen again, he silently vowed to himself. After regaining composure, Lin Nashing approached the trio and bowed deeply. Thank you for saving my life. This is the Demon Strike I obtained from McClure, a gift for you. I shall repay this debt of gratitude in the future. Item name, Demon Strike, Dagger, Da. Level, 39. Quality, Orange. Attribute, increases the user's attack by 332 points. There is a 3 chance to trigger a critical hit when attacking, dealing 200 damage. It was indeed an orange quality dagger, a top-tier one at that. Zhao Wan and Shun Bing turned to Xingluo, inquiring about his thoughts. Xingluo did not accept the dagger. You fought valiantly to acquire this. It suits you perfectly. You should keep it. As for the debt of gratitude, let us say this. Consider yourself indebted to us. How about that? From the recent encounter with McClure, it was evident that Lin Nashing was also a genius. Demon Strike would truly shine in her hands. Moreover, sometimes, favors are the most valuable currency. Chapter 37. I would trade my 10 years of life. Upon hearing Xingluo's words, Lin Nashing felt somewhat at a loss. This priest is so powerful yet so kind-hearted. Of course, Lin Nashing was not one to be overly sentimental. Sentimental individuals would not resort to stealing McClure's dagger. She bowed deeply to everyone once more, expressing her gratitude. I will surely repay this debt of gratitude. Her words resonated with strength and conviction. Zhao Wan, ever boisterous, chimed in, It's nothing, nothing at all. Xingluo, go check the loot. Shen Bing reminded Xingluo. It was then that Xingluo realized he had yet to check McClure's drops. He hurried over to McClure's corpse to inspect the loot. Item name, McClure's Ring. Level, 39. Quality, Orange. Attribute, randomly increases one of the wearer's skill levels by 1. Once confirmed, it cannot be changed. It can surpass the limit. One must understand that as skills progress, the proficiency required increases. Level 7 requires 100,000 proficiency to upgrade. Who knows how much level 8 will need? Xingluo and the others' eyes lit up. Without hesitation, Zhao Wan threw the dice. After spinning, It came to a halt. 98 points. Ha ha ha. I refuse to believe this isn't mine. Zhao Wen exclaimed triumphantly. Shen Bing followed suit and rolled, landing on 33 points. Clearly, he was out of luck. Only Xingluo remained to roll the dice. Xingluo picked up the dice, covering it with both hands, whispering fervently, "Oh heavens! I would trade my 10 years of life for a mere 100 points." With that, he cast the dice point 100 points. Xingluo was taken aback. What I just said was merely a jest. Please don't take it seriously. He quickly donned Mackler's ring. The skill enhancement had been randomly determined upon equipping it. Power word, shield, received a 1 boost. Yes, Xingluo leaped for joy. Had power word, shield, reached level 7, it would have granted a shield of 3,330.67 health points. Perhaps that could have saved Zhao Wan. The higher the skill level, each additional point represents a qualitative leap. After equipping the ring, Xingluo continued to examine Mackler's loot. Item name, Fallen Elf's Ring. Level, 38. Quality, purple. Attribute, reduces the wearer's casting time by 15. Wow, another excellent item, Xingluo remarked on the effect of the Fallen Elf's Ring. This ring held little value for Zhao Wan, but it was invaluable for Shen Bing and Xingluo. As spellcasters, a shorter casting time means more spells can be unleashed. Had Xingluo's healing spell been significantly reduced earlier, Zhao Wen's near-death experience would never have occurred. Shen Bing, you take it. I have a better one. Xingluo handed the ring to Shen Bing. Shen Bing was immensely touched at that moment. What a divine teammate. So generous and capable, thank you. Shen Bing's gratitude resonated with everyone. Zhao Wen and Xingluo burst into laughter. There remained one final item, World Core. Its purpose was yet unknown. Xingluo took out the last item. A sphere radiating a soft blue glow. Even Shen Bing, well versed in the ways of the world, had never heard of it. I shall keep this for now and show it to my teacher later. Xingluo shared his thoughts with the two, who had no objections. Subsequently, Lin Nashing added Xingluo's contact information and departed for the day. The trio spent another month training in the Thorny Land. On August 27th, Xingluo and the others finally emerged from the Thorny Land. Upon returning home, Xingluo indulged in a delightful bath, thoroughly reviewing the spoils of their recent venture. Name, Xingluo. Gender, male. Class, discipline priest. Level, 35. Experience, 3,522 20,000. Health, 2,000. Mana, 2,400 2,400. Active skills, Renew LV7, 98,981 Healing LV7, 56,756 100 Shadow Word, Pain LV6, 32,333 50,000. Holy Fire LV5, 998 10,000. Power Word, Shield LV6, 42,333 50,000. Penance LV6, 2,333 50,000. Mind Spike LV5, 1663 10,000. Power Word, Fortitude, unable to upgrade. Mind Scream, unable to upgrade. Passive skills, Compassion, Twinborn, Divine Grace, Redemption, Holy Light Infusion. Renew LV7. Instantly restores the target's faith in the Holy Light, recovering 553. 19 health points over 10 seconds, costing 18 mana. Healing LV7. Casting time of 1.47 seconds, restores 921.98 health points to allies upon completion, costing 28 mana. Shadow Word, Pain LV6, instant cast, inflicts 230.496 shadow damage immediately, and deals an additional 288.12 shadow damage over the next 10 seconds, costing 30 mana. Holy Fire LV5, instant cast, cooldown time of 30 seconds, unleashes a divine flame upon the target, inflicting 230.496 points of magical damage. If the target is casting a spell, it interrupts their incantation and silences them for 3 seconds, consuming 42 mana points. Prayer of Shield LV61. Instant cast, cooldown time of 12 seconds, immediately grants the target a shield of holy light that absorbs 1843. 97 points of damage. As long as the shield persists, the protected individual's casting will not be interrupted by physical attacks, consuming 60 mana points. Penance LV6, instant cast, cooldown time of 8 seconds. Fires 3 rays of holy light at the target, each dealing 172.872 points of holy damage to enemies or restoring 288.12 0.12 points of health to an ally, consuming 50 mana points. Mental Whip LV5. Instant cast. Inflicts mental corruption on all enemies within a 3-meter radius of the target, dealing 96.04 points of shadow damage per second, consuming 12 mana points per second. Prayer of Fortitude. A plea for the sanctifying light to invigorate the target. Increasing their health by 10 for 1 hour. Consumes 40 mana points. Mind Shatter. Instant cast, cooldown time of 30 seconds, emits a piercing scream that causes enemies within a 2-meter radius to flee, leaving them confused for 8 seconds. Damage taken may dispel this effect. Compassion. Your heart overflows with empathy for humanity, reducing the mana cost of your buffing skills by 10. Duality. When you employ buffing skills, their effects are amplified by 50 and their mana cost is reduced by 20. When utilizing debuffing skills, their effects increase by 25 and their mana cost decreases by 10. Holy Grace. When healing a target with health below 50, the healing effect is increased by 50. Redemption. You can place a mark of redemption upon the target, where your spell damage will heal all affected by redemption for an amount equal to 50 of the damage dealt. Excess healing will automatically convert into a shield of equivalent value. Holy Inspiration. The shield effect you apply to a target is enhanced by 20 when the target possesses your shield effect. Their attacks will additionally inflict 20 holy damage. Chapter 38. A new beginning. The following day, Xing Luo sought out his mentor, Yu Gu. After greeting him, he retrieved the core of the world from his virtual backpack. Yu Gu gazed in astonishment at the core of the world in Xing Luo's hands. How did you come to possess the core of the world? Xing Luo recounted the circumstances of acquiring the core to Yu Gu. Xiao Luo, the core of the world, is of paramount importance. It can be used to seal the secret realm. Though the monsters have been temporarily repelled back into the secret realm by humanity, it does not mean they will willingly remain there forever. One day, they will launch another assault. The core of the world can permanently close the passage from the secret realm to reality. However, the conditions for obtaining the core are exceedingly stringent. Only practitioners of the same level can enter the secret realm. For instance, in the level 30 secret realm, the Thorny Land, only practitioners between levels 30 and 39 can enter. To acquire the core of the world, one must defeat the leader monster within the secret realm. But the leader monster is formidable. Humanity once dispatched an elite squad of 40 members to subdue the leader of the secret realm, all of whom were level 39 practitioners. A level 39 practitioner possesses only 1,900 health points, and they often cannot withstand a single skill from the leader monster. Ordinary priests cannot infinitely stack shields as you do. Xing Luo, you possess unparalleled talent. No one can compare. I will assist you in delivering the core of the world to the military. At that time, your abilities will surely be recognized by them. But you are still too young. You need more time to grow. Undertaking such a dangerous task of defeating the leader of the secret realm is far too perilous. I hope you can focus on other matters while ensuring your own safety. Do you understand? Yu Gu felt both joy for Xing Luo's talent and concern for his safety. Teacher, I understand. I will still prioritize my university studies. Through this experience, I have recognized my shortcomings. I need to grow, so I can better protect my teammates. Good child. Yu Gu patted Xing Luo on the head. Xiao Luo, I have just received a skill book for purification, which can dispel negative effects from allies. It is a very practical skill. Take it back and absorb it. Yu Gu handed the skill book to Xing Luo from his virtual backpack. Thank you, teacher. Xing Luo accepted the skill book with both hands. Over the course of a few months, Yu Gu had already gifted Xing Luo with 2 skill books and 1 purple rare pendant. Yet Yu Gu had not gained any benefits from Xing Luo. Such is the grace of a mentor. Selfless dedication without expectation of reward. Xiao Luo, the school year is about to commence, and as is customary, the school holds a freshman competition each year, where the winners receive rewards prepared by the school. This time, the prize for the Priest Academy is the skill book for Pain Suppression. This skill is incredibly rare. It allows the target to reduce damage taken by 40 for 5 seconds. A remarkable defensive skill. Furthermore, it can be directed at any chosen target. With this skill, any healer can become a godlike support. For you, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. It will enhance your capabilities. I believe this skill book is meant for you. Yu Gu revealed the rewards of the freshman competition to Xing Luo, hoping to divert his focus temporarily back to his studies. I understand. Teacher, I will not disappoint you, Xing Luo replied with renewed confidence. This skill was too significant for him, Had he possessed it at that time, Zhao would not have found himself in such a predicament. This incident would continue to motivate Xing Luo, driving his growth. After bidding farewell to his mentor, Xing Luo returned home. He absorbed the purification skill and examined its specific effects. Purification. Instant cast, cooldown time of 16 seconds. Dispels negative effects from the target, consuming 30 mana points, a highly practical functional skill. Previously, when faced with negative effects, Xing Luo had to endure them. Now, with the ability to counteract effects such as armor reduction and slow, he finally had means to address such challenges. Time swiftly passed to August 31 ST. Early in the morning, Xing Luo encountered Zhao, and together they set off for Jinling University. Before they even reached the university gates, they could see a massive banner warmly welcoming new students. Many upperclassmen were there to greet the newcomers. As Xing Luo approached the entrance, a handsome upperclassman ran over with a photograph in hand. "Hello, you must be Xing Luo, right?" Shu Liangkai confirmed after repeatedly comparing the photo. "Yes, are you Brother Shu?" Yu Gu had informed Xing Luo that an upperclassman would be there to assist him. Yes, the teacher arranged for me to show you around. Let me take you to your dormitory first." With that, Shu Liangkai led them to the front of a small villa. Upon entering the villa, Xing Luo inquired, "Brother Shu, which room is my dormitory?" "Huh? You can choose any room. This entire villa is for you to stay in." Shu Liangkai handed the villa key to Xing Luo. Their dormitory was an entire villa. Jinling University was indeed lavish. This was all arranged by the teacher. "In the future, your entire team can reside here for convenient communication," Shu Liangkai explained to Xing Luo. "Thank you, brother," Xing Luo replied, slightly bowing in gratitude. "Go ahead and drop off your luggage. I'll take you to get your student ID shortly." Xing Luo and Zhao each found a room to store their belongings before stepping out again. After obtaining their student IDs, Shu Liangkai took them on a tour of the university. To the left is the training ground, which can accommodate 30,000 people at once. However, using the facilities here requires points, which can be earned by completing tasks set by the school. I've shown you around the school. Ahead is the Priest Academy, and to the left of it is the Warrior Academy. You should go report now. Junior, add my contact information. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions. I'll take my leave now. After adding Xing Luo's contact information, Shu Liangkai departed. The two then went to report to their respective academies. Upon entering the classroom, a teacher was conducting roll call. Xing Luo approached the teacher. "What is your name? What level? Have you changed classes? What is your specialization?" The teacher asked a series of questions in quick succession. Xing Luo, Xing for star, Luo for the goddess. Level 35, Disciplined Priest. Xing Luo presented his information. The teacher raised his head to glance at Xing Luo, seemingly noting his presence. "Not bad. You may go. Don't forget to attend the opening ceremony tomorrow at 8 a.m. With that, he returned to his paperwork. "All right, thank you, teacher." Xing Luo politely thanked the teacher and returned to the dormitory with Zhao Wan. Chapter 39. The freshman competition. The next morning, the sky was clear and cloudless. So much so that one could fry an egg on the ground. The opening ceremony was held at the training ground, and by 8 o'clock, the venue was already filled with students. Each face brimming with youthful vitality, numerous upperclassmen were milling about, chatting and laughing. What is so interesting about the opening ceremony? Many freshmen were filled with confusion. Xing Luo stood among the students of the Priest Academy when a fellow priest approached him. "Hi, classmate. Hello. My name is Su Jie, and I am a holy priest." Su Jie introduced himself to Xing Luo. "Greetings, my name is Xing Luo." Xing Luo gazed at Su Jie. He was a man of approximately 170 centimeters in height, with a slender build and an unremarkable appearance, yet he wore a smile that suggested he was quite easy to get along with. "There are so many people here," Su Jie remarked, sitting up straight. Xing Luo surveyed the crowded hall, where attendees filled every available seat. How much longer will the school leaders speak? The president of Jinling University, Xu Xiangming, was currently delivering an extensive speech. Who knows? It might not even conclude by noon. Under the blazing sun, Xing Luo felt somewhat speechless. "What do you mean?" Su Jie inquired, puzzled. "Look over there." Xing Luo gestured towards the podium. At that moment, President Xu had finished his speech, and Vice President Yu Gui stood up. "Students, you are the elite from various schools, the CRME de la CRME of your generation. I believe you have all come to Jinling University to pursue your dreams. Those who graduate from Jinling University are destined to become the backbone of the future world, the heroes capable of upholding the mission of safeguarding humanity. Upon hearing Yuji's words, the new students felt a surge of passion, eager to showcase their talents, earn recognition, and become heroes. Now, an opportunity presents itself for you to demonstrate your worth. I will now call the names of students. Please come to the stage. Warrior Academy, Zhaowen. Zhaowen had already begun to get excited about the freshman competition, having heard about it from Xing Luo. Mage Academy, Shun Bing. Xing Luo was taken aback upon hearing this name. Shun Bing was also a new student at Jinling University. Paladin Academy, Lu Yi. Rogue Academy, Lin Nuosheng. Wow! Xing Luo exclaimed involuntarily. What a coincidence. What is it? Sujia looked at Xing Luo. Nothing, just saw someone I know. Do you know why the principal called them? Sujia asked. Perhaps for some sort of competition? Xing Luo was uncertain about the specifics. Hunter Academy, Ji Hua Qing. Druid Academy, Tong Junyu. Priest Academy, Xing Luo. Huh. Is it you? Sujia looked at Xing Luo.it. Should be calling me. Xing Luo replied as he stood and walked towards the stage. The students whose names I called are the highest-level practitioners from their respective academies, especially Tong Junyu, who has reached level 36 at just 17 years of age. Wow. Observing the small and adorable Tong Junyu, many girls in the audience transformed into his enthusiastic admirers. They will form a 7-member team to defend their position, while you, the audience, are free to form your own teams to challenge them. Before noon, the team that remains on stage will receive a rare skill book suitable for their profession from the school. You may prepare. The official start will be in 30 minutes. After announcing the rules, Yugu walked towards the audience. The students eager to challenge could hardly contain themselves. Each of them was a genius capable of attending Jinling University. None would easily concede to the other. Xing Luo quietly greeted Xinbing and Lin Nuosheng from the stage. At this moment, Lu Yi from the Paladin Academy stepped forward. Hello everyone, I am Lu Yi, a level 35 Retribution Paladin. I have considerable experience in combat. I hope everyone will listen to my commands this time. Zhaowen, Xinbing, and Lin Nuosheng exchanged glances as if in agreement, and Xing Luo shook his head at them. Not wanting to vie for leadership, he thought it was nice being a bystander. Shall we introduce ourselves? Although Louis had taken the lead, he remained humble and seemed to possess the qualities of a commendable paladin. Tong Junyu, level 36 Balanced Druid. Balanced Druids are spellcasting damage dealers, skilled in utilizing astral energy. Zhaowen, level 35 Protection Warrior. Shunbing, level 36 Frost Mage. Lin Nuosheng, level 36 Subtlety Rogue. After everyone introduced their professions, Lu Yi outlined their strategy. We will have 1 tank, 5 damage dealers, and 1 healer, which will place a significant burden on the healer. Once we begin, I will protect Xing Luo while the rest of you focus your fire on the opposing healer. If the opposing team has more than 1 healer, Frost Mage should look for an opportunity to polymorph one, and I hope Zhaowen can withstand the damage from the opposing team. The battle would essentially conclude there. Although Xing Luo had the capability to heal one while dealing damage to 6, having someone to protect him was certainly advantageous. Rest assured, I've got your back. Zhaowen confidently patted his chest. Before long, the first challenging team was formed and issued a challenge to Xing Luo and his group. The first team consisted of 1 healing druid and 6 damage dealers. The match commenced. Zhaowen charged towards the enemy mage, disrupting their output. Lin Nuosheng entered stealth and appeared behind their healer, delivering an elbow strike that stunned them for 3 seconds. Shun Bing unleashed Ice Lance towards the others, delivering a wide area attack while slowing them down and obstructing their attempts to rescue the healer. Tong Junyu transformed into a Gugu form and cast 2 Starfire spells in succession against the healer. With the combined firepower, the healer's health plummeted to half. At this moment, Tong Junyu cast a quick Star Surge, launching a deep blue orb the size of a basketball, surrounded by shimmering starlight towards the healer. A faint golden shield appeared around the healer. Autumn Pine is out. It turned out to be the priest referee who intervened to save him. This demonstrated just how outrageous the damage from Tong Junyu's Star Surge was. With the healer down, the remaining 6 members were swiftly defeated. Throughout the match, Xing Luo had only cast Power Word, Fortitude, on his teammates and Power Word, Shield, on Zhaowen, taking no further action. The powerful performance of his teammates allowed him to truly embrace a leisurely role. Chapter 40. I will not submit. In the following time, several teams challenged them, but they were utterly crushed in terms of strength. Having had a poor night's sleep, Xing Luo couldn't muster the energy to engage in combat, preferring to remain inactive. Shun Bing, Tong Junyu, Lin Nuasheng, each of them had reached the pinnacle of their respective professions. By 11:30, nearly 20 minutes had passed without any new challengers stepping forward. The new students in the audience observed Zhao Wen's defensive prowess and Shun Bing's explosive output. After making comparisons, they realized there was indeed a gap between themselves and the formidable individuals on stage. At this moment, a priest stood up. "Principal, I will not accept this. Xing Luo has hardly contributed at all and has been completely reliant on the protection of the paladin. The victory is solely due to his teammates. I can do it too." Exactly. With a leader emerging, the priests in the audience expressed their discontent. Vice President Yugu stood up, acknowledging, "This student has a point. Therefore, among the 6 remaining on stage excluding Xing Luo, you may select 3 to form a team, while the rest will join Xing Luo's group. You will then compete against each other. If your team wins, you will replace Xing Luo on stage." Yugu was quite confident in Xing Luo's abilities and wished to showcase them, allowing more people to witness his strength. After Yugu turned to look at Xing Luo, his eyes were filled with trust. Understanding the underlying intention, Xing Luo nodded vigorously at Yugu, realizing that the teacher wanted him to demonstrate his capabilities. The priest who had just stood up found Yuji's proposal acceptable and stepped onto the stage. Qiu Tian was a level 34 holy priest, and individuals who reached this level carried their own pride. "Principal Yu, I choose Tong Junyu, Lu Yi, and Shen Bing." Shun Bing felt a rush of panic. "I don't want to be bullied. Why provoke him for no reason? All right, you have 10 minutes to familiarize yourselves with your teammates." "Hee. I've been wanting to deal with that guy Shen Bing for a long time. Always wearing that stern face. It's not like I don't know what he is like." Zhao Wen clenched his left fist with his right hand, producing a crisp sound, and raised an eyebrow at Shen Bing. Shen Bing, witnessing Zhao Wen's demeanor, felt a wave of despair. Oh no. The little voice in his head began to devise plans. 10 minutes elapsed, and the match began. After casting Power Word, Fortitude, on everyone, Xing Luo nodded at Zhao Wen, who instinctively charged toward Shen Bing. Xing Luo prioritized casting Power Word, Shield, on himself, wary of the explosive damage output from both Tong Junyu and Shun Bing. After Zhao Wen charged to the front lines, Shun Bing immediately unleashed Frost Nova, swiftly followed by Blink, to create distance. Just as he began to cast Polymorph, Xing Luo's Holy Fire interrupted him, and a layer of shimmering starlight shield enveloped everyone. "Your disciple has some skill," President Shu remarked to Yugu. "Please continue watching." Yu Ji's lips curled into a slight smile. "Oh, then I shall observe closely." The first to experience the benefits of the shield was Hunter Ji Huaqing, whose eyes lit up. Indeed, how could someone who is able to defend their position be anything less than extraordinary? At that moment, Lin Nuasheng approached Qiu Tian from behind and executed an elbow strike, stunning the priest, while Lu Yi, guarding nearby, quickly used Hammer of Justice to stun Lin Nuasheng in return. A pure white radiance ascended from Lin Nuasheng's feet, as Xing Luo's Purification spell instantly dispelled Lin Nuasheng's stunned state. Witnessing this, Principal Shu nodded slightly. Upon regaining consciousness, Lin Nuasheng immediately aimed to cast Backstab at Qiu Tian, but the attack dealt no damage, for Lu Yi had bestowed Protective Hand upon Qiu Tian, rendering him immune to physical harm for 12 seconds. Realizing this, Lin Nuasheng pivoted and engaged Lu Yi in combat. Concurrently, Tong Junyu had unleashed 2 Starfire spells upon Xing Luo. "Why hasn't he his shield shattered yet?" Tong Junyu furrowed his brow, speaking softly. After casting another Starfire at Xing Luo, Tong Junyu finally gathered enough energy to invoke Star Surge. He launched a Star Surge directly at Xing Luo. However, Xing Luo paid no heed. Although Tong Junyu's damage was considerable, could it surpass the 39 damage dealt to a map boss upon impact? Star Surge indeed failed to inflict any harm on Xing Luo, and to this moment, the Word of Shield that Xing Luo initially cast remained unbroken. Principal Shu's eyes brightened. Yugu's apprentice not only exhibited impeccable timing and skilled deployment, but also possessed an astonishingly high shield value. A rare talent indeed. Tong Junyu felt somewhat disheartened. Never had anyone been able to disregard his damage. He recklessly charged at Xing Luo, unleashing his skills. Observing his team's full health, Xing Luo realized there was no need for his healing. Thus, he cast Word of Pain upon each of Tong Junyu and the others, and subsequently unleashed Penance on Qiu Tian, continuously applying mental lash upon him, as they were all physical damage dealers. Only Xing Luo could inflict damage on Qiu Tian. Qiu Tian's allies, already struggling to heal him, faced a formidable challenge, especially considering Lin Nuoxing and the others were high-output damage dealers. Now, he too was under assault. At this moment he faltered. In contrast, on Xing Luo's side, all members bore the shields applied by him, and the shield values were steadily increasing, while Xing Luo found the time to attack Qiu Tian. The disparity in strength was evident. Xing Luo's divine fire had cooled down completely, and he awaited the perfect opportunity, one that could potentially eliminate Qiu Tian in a single strike. Once Qiu Tian's word of shield and mind shout entered their cooldown phase, Xing Luo interrupted Qiu Tian's healing spell with divine fire, silencing him for 3 seconds. Focus on healing, Xing Luo commanded. Lin Nuoxing immediately turned to assault the healer. Zhao Wen surged towards Qiu Tian with a charge, and Ji Huaqing swiftly responded with aimed shot, directed at Qiu Tian. Xing Luo dashed to Lu Yi's side, casting mind shout, instilling fear in both Lu Yi and Tong Junyu, who stood not far off. Splendid. I underestimated your apprentice. I initially thought he merely excelled in skill execution and had a high shield value, but his combat talent is remarkably strong, exhibiting exceptional control over the battlefield. Principal, Xing Luo's abilities extend far beyond that. He possesses formidable healing capabilities and enhancement effects. With his current prowess, even a priest 10 levels above him might struggle to surpass him, Yu Gu exclaimed, his face brimming with pride. It is evident that you hold high expectations for him. Thus, I shall arrange for resources to be allocated to support his rapid growth. Such a talent is exceedingly rare nationwide. The school will undoubtedly take notice. I extend my gratitude to Principal Xu on behalf of Xing Luo. Chapter 41. The military's expectations. The only one left capable of turning the tide was Shen Bing, who could merely cast Ice Pearl upon the crowd, yet it failed to breach Xing Luo's shield. Seeing no effect, he cast Polymorph on the highest damage dealer, Lin Nuoxing. But in that instant, Lin Nuoxing was restored to his original form by Xing Luo's purification. Thus, under the relentless assault of the others, Qiu Tian was eliminated. Lu Yi and the others still sought to resist desperately. Once fear was lifted, he charged at Xing Luo, casting Hammer of Justice at the approaching Zhao Wen, stunning him. Xing Luo had just employed purification and was now unable to dispel Zhao Wen's negative effects. Tong Junyu utilized Gust, propelling Lin Nuoxing 2 meters away, delaying her rescue. In the face of 3 attackers, Xing Luo prudently cast Word of Shield on himself, bringing his shield value to an impressive 6,000. Every 12 seconds, he could regain an additional 3,134.75 points of shield, and as the Word of Pain inflicted damage on the 3, Xing Luo's shield value would increase by 110.21 points per second. Despite Lu Yi and his companions exerting their utmost efforts, they could only chip away approximately 1,500 to 2,000 of Xing Luo's shield value every 2 seconds, meaning that Xing Luo could endure at least 6 seconds without taking action. Yet, Xing Luo did not grow complacent. Instead, he employed Penance and Mental Lash, continuously augmenting his shield value. One application of Penance stacked an additional 661.24 shield points, while Mental Lash contributed 122.45 shield points per second. After Zhao Wen and the others emerged from their negative status, they focused their fire on Lu Yi. Until Lu Yi was eliminated, Xing Luo's shield had yet to shatter. From the sidelines, Lu Yi observed Xing Luo. Recognizing his overwhelming strength, previously, he had sensed that Shen Bing, Zhao Wen, and Lin Nuoxing were somewhat aligned with Xing Luo. Those who recognized him could not possibly be mere slackers. Shortly thereafter, Tong Junyu too fell to the onslaught. When it was Shen Bing's turn, he executed a blink to escape the fray. The referee declared Shen Bing eliminated. Maintaining his aloof demeanor, he thought, fortunately, I ran fast. Otherwise, I would have been overwhelmed. Xing Luo's side emerged victorious. The audience erupted in applause, marking the most substantial match of the day thus far. Each individual had showcased their abilities. The new students from the Priest Academy fell silent, initially perceiving Xing Luo as a slacker. They were astonished to discover he was the hidden powerhouse. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? Yu Gu stood, addressing the new students below. That moment, the newcomers fell into silence. Having witnessed numerous teams fail in their challenges, They realized that even Xing Luo, whom they had thought to be the breakthrough, was so formidable, their desire to challenge had evaporated. Time ticked by. Yu Gu glanced at his watch, noting it was precisely noon. Time is up. I hereby announce the conclusion of this new student competition. The champion shall receive prizes provided by the school. Now, may I invite Principal Shu to speak? Principal Shu delivered a lengthy speech. At last, the opening ceremony concluded. After exchanging farewells with everyone, Xing Luo and Zhao Wen returned to their villa. I didn't sleep well last night. I was utterly exhausted on the stage. Xing Luo complained to Zhao Wen. You can take a nap now. There shouldn't be anything going on this afternoon. All right, I'll take a quick rest. Call me if anything comes up. After pondering, Xing Luo conceded there was indeed nothing pressing and returned to his room. Lying on his bed, the moment he reclined, he fell into a blissful slumber. Indeed, the most comfortable place in the world is on a bed. Upon awakening, it was already 3 p.m., and Xing Luo stretched contentedly. As he descended the stairs, he was astonished to find teacher Yu Gu seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Zhao Wen appeared somewhat reserved beside him, and upon seeing Xing Luo, he looked as if he had seen a savior. Teacher, what brings you here? Xing Luo approached Yu Gu, awake at last. I've come to deliver your prizes for this round, Yu Gu replied, retrieving 2 skill books from his virtual backpack. Point 1 was Pain Suppression, for Xing Luo, and the other was Support, for Zhao Wen. Pain Suppression. Cooldown time 2 minutes, severs the target's pain nerves, enhancing their resistance, reducing damage taken by 40, lasting 8 seconds, consuming 120 mana points. Support. Cooldown time 1 minute. Provides support to friendly targets, reducing damage taken by both the user and the target by 10, and helping to bear 20 of the damage, lasting 6 seconds, consuming 30 mana points. Subsequently, Yu Gu produced a staff from his virtual bag and handed it to Xing Luo. Item name, Staff of Radiance. Level, 39. Quality, Orange. Attributes, restores 20 mana points per second to the user, increases healing effects by 153 points, and enhances spell damage by 35 points. This was a reward for submitting the core of the world. Xing Luo inspected the staff's attributes and was astonished to find it was of orange quality. The mana restoration was exceedingly enticing. With this, Xing Luo could use his skills without restraint. Thank you, teacher. The military holds high expectations for you. They have arranged tasks for you as an evaluation during this period. If you excel in fulfilling them, the difficulty will gradually increase until you can stand on your own. Recently, a secondary secret realm has emerged in Daeong City. Your task from the military is to close this realm. Secret realms are categorized into secondary, intermediate, advanced, and top tier, corresponding to map bosses of levels 37, 38, 39, and 40. For instance, Thorny Lands is classified as an advanced secret realm. You may assemble a 5-member team to undertake this task, and the military has pledged support. Upon completion, accumulating the merits from the prior core of the world, each participant will be awarded the rank of captain and a piece of custom equipment. Xiao Luo, this is the military's evaluation of you, as well as your opportunity. Yu Gu smiled, ruffling Xing Luo's hair. Why does Xing Luo always feel that Yu Gu, despite not being much older, exudes such warmth and approachability? I understand, teacher. I will strive diligently to accomplish this task and live up to your expectations. After discussing some trivial matters, Yu Gu departed from Xing Luo's villa. At this moment, Zhao Wen finally let out a sigh of relief. He had not dared to breathe freely in Yu Ji's presence. For after all, Yu Gu was the vice principal. Luo, your team must have a place for me, right? Zhao Wen immediately rushed towards Xing Luo, tugging at his hand and raising his eyebrows in anticipation. Of course, how could we possibly leave you out? I wouldn't feel at ease with anyone else. Xing Luo affirmed his trust in Zhao Wen. Chapter 42. Xing Luo's quintet. After the two of them absorbed their skills, Xing Luo and Zhao Wen began deliberating on the roster for the remaining 3 members. Shun Bing would be a great fit. His talent is exceptional, his equipment top-notch, and his skills are impressive. Lin Nuashang is also quite capable. With her Demon Strike, her damage output will not be inferior to Shen Bing's. Moreover, it was indeed the 4 of us who obtained the world core last time. Xing Luo expressed his thoughts. Zhao Wen found no fault in this, so Xing Luo promptly called Shen Bing and Lin Nuashang to invite them to the villa. After outlining the circumstances, Xing Luo proposed the idea of forming a team. Shen Bing, who had lived his life according to his parents' wishes, realized that if he could attain the rank of captain, his parents would undoubtedly ease their constraints on him. His eyes sparkled with determination as he gladly accepted Xing Luo's invitation. Lin Nuoshang considered this a splendid opportunity and felt indebted to Xing Luo, thus agreeing to join as well. With their confirmations, only one spot remained. What about Tong Junyu? Zhao suggested. His damage output is quite high, but he often comes across as arrogant and difficult to approach. Xing Luo rejected Zhao Wen's proposal. As this was a formal team formation, and it was essential to have members with compatible personalities for long-term cooperation, I believe Lu Yi would be an excellent choice. His damage might not surpass Tong Junyu's, but he is quite humble and possesses a well-rounded skill set. Xing Luo recommended Lu Yi as the final member. All right, Lu Yi does seem to have a pleasant demeanor. I quite like him. Zhao Wen agreed that Lu Yi sounds good. Shen Bing stated nonchalantly, I also think Lu Yi is quite capable. Lin Nuosheng chimed in. Very well, I shall invite him now. Xing Luo called Lu Yi and arranged to meet him. Upon arriving at the designated location, they spotted Lu Yi enthusiastically explaining something to a fellow student. After finishing his explanation, Lu Yi noticed Xing Luo and waved, jogging over to him. Xing Luo, is there something you need from me? Xing Luo outlined the situation. Currently, our team consists of 4 members. Myself, Zhao Wen, Lin Nuosheng, and Shen Bing. I would like to invite you to join us for the final position. What do you think? Xing Luo felt a bit anxious. Lu Yi was indeed his preferred candidate. This task, aimed at alleviating the world's troubles, perfectly aligned with the honor of a knight. I accept. Thank you for your trust. Lu Yi replied. Subsequently, Xing Luo brought Lu Yi to the villa. This villa was arranged for me by the teachers. If you all wish, you can move in with us, which would facilitate our future communication. Xing Luo addressed the group. Shen Bing and Lin Nuosheng quickly moved their belongings over. Lin Nuosheng, as a girl, you can stay in the room on the 3rd floor. The rest of us will occupy the 1st and 2nd floors. Thank you. Lin Nuosheng expressed her gratitude before returning to her room to organize her things. After a while, Lu Yi finally finished packing and arrived at the villa. I see it's getting late. It's already past 6. I brought some meals from the cafeteria, so let's eat something first. Wow, Lu Yi, you are so thoughtful. I'm starving. Zhao Wen eagerly grabbed the food and began unwrapping it. Lu Yi smiled as he arranged the dishes. The 5 of them gathered around the table, enjoying the dinner that Lu Yi had brought. The cafeteria at Jinling University is truly exceptional. It's not only affordable but also nutritious. The taste is unparalleled. Xing Luo raised his drink. Brothers, this is our team's first meal together. I hope we accomplish our mission successfully. Cheers. Smiles adorned everyone's faces as they clinked their glasses together. That moment, Lu Yi shared his thoughts. Since we are not very familiar with each other yet, before heading to the romping secret realm, shouldn't we train in the 35-level virtual secret realm Yaedaman first? Indeed, we should familiarize ourselves before venturing into the romping secret realm. However, won't the costs for Yaedaman be quite high? It will likely cost us over 2 million for all 5 of us. Xing Luo expressed his agreement. And no worries, I have a card. I can take you all for free. Shen Bing revealed as he pulled out his black gold card from Luo Tian Group. Wow, Shen Bing, you must be incredibly wealthy. The black gold card from Luo Tian Group requires a spending threshold of 100 million. Zhao Wen exclaimed in astonishment. Finally, I can show off in front of you guys. This feels amazing. Shen Bing thought inwardly, reveling in his good fortune. With your black gold card, we can enter at will. Zhao Wen remarked, ever the warrior, eager for battle. But don't we have classes tomorrow? Lu Yi interjected. You don't know? Xing Luo's teacher is vice principal Yu. Asking for leave isn't a simple matter. Besides, the current classes don't offer much benefit to us. So, Xing Luo's teacher was indeed vice principal Yu. No wonder vice principal Yu had readily agreed to Qiu Tian's request that day. It was a testament to the trust in Xing Luo. After some discussion, Xing Luo reported on the team's formation to the teacher and their intention to practice in Yaedaman the following day. Your team consists of elite members from various professions. The value of your squad is remarkable. I am quite eager to see what achievements you will accomplish in the future. I will speak to the administration on your behalf regarding your leave. You may proceed to practice tomorrow. Thank you, teacher. After a brief exchange, Vice Principal Yu hung up. The teacher said she would arrange everything for us, and we can go to Yaedaman tomorrow, Xing Luo informed the group. Zhao Wen was visibly excited. Another adventure awaits. Shen Bing shared his eagerness for the new dungeon as well. After the meal, the group scrambled to clean up the dishes, with Lu Yi ultimately donning the hand of protection. immune to everyone's interference, successfully claiming the right to wash the dishes. Who would even want to wash dishes? Afterward, Shen Bing and the others returned to their rooms to organize their belongings. Xing Luo stepped into the courtyard in front of the villa, reclined on a chair, and gazed up at the starry sky. He pondered. Had the team truly formed so easily? Everything had proceeded so smoothly. He hoped that their mission would conclude just as successfully. You can do it, Xing Luo. This time, you will not let your teammates face danger. Under the starry sky, he dreamed of the future. The next morning, the group arrived at Luo Tian Group, walking into the lobby, where a receptionist immediately approached them. Sirs. Before she could finish, Shen Bing discreetly shook his head from the back of the line. Esteemed guests, please follow me. Chapter 43, Lin Nuasheng versus Lu Yi. The group followed the receptionist to the hall of the 35-level virtual dungeon, Aedaman. Once prepared, they lay down in the virtual pods to enter the dungeon. A sensation of weightlessness washed over them. Xing Luo prioritized casting Prayer of Fortitude on everyone before surveying their surroundings. They found themselves in an ancient kingdom nestled within a mountain, populated by numerous cave-dwelling creatures. A1, lead the way for a damage test. Got it. Zhao charged forward with his shield, using charge, towards the furthest cave-dweller, drawing the attention of the monsters along the way. Grandpa is here. After securing the aggro, Shen Bing executed Blink to appear behind the cave-dweller, unleashing Ice Spike, followed by Frozen Orb, delivering a powerful area damage combo. Lin Nuasheng and Lu Yi followed closely. However, Lin Nuasheng had yet to master area attack skills, so he could only strike one cave-dweller at a time with Demon Strike. As a Retribution Paladin, Lu Yi utilized Divine Storm for area damage. He swung his weapon in a vigorous 360 arc, conjuring a storm of holy energy that swept through the surrounding cave-dwellers. Seeing that Zhao Wen's health was stable, Xing Luo cast Mental Whip to attack the cave-dwellers while providing a 20 attack boost to his teammates. Soon, this wave of cave-dwellers was vanquished. It feels quite manageable. If possible, A1, you can continue to pull them to the boss. Understood. After Xing Luo cast Prayer of Shield on Zhao Wen, he led all the monsters directly to the boss. Once positioned, Zhao Wen activated Turtle Shell, shielding himself from the monster's onslaught while the others focused on dealing damage. Due to the sheer number of monsters, Xing Luo had to monitor Zhao Wen's health closely. After applying heal, he treated Zhao Wen while looking for opportunities to cast Mental Whip to maintain the attack buff for the team. As Zhao Wen's Turtle Shell effect expired, Xing Luo promptly unleashed Pain Suppression. Under the explosive damage from the team, the monsters fell before Pain Suppression even concluded. Before them stood the first boss, Reviro, equipped with two skills, Chain Lightning and Lightning Arrow. These two skills were straightforward, targeting specific players and impossible to evade. Let's go for it. Zhao Wen launched himself forward, engaging the boss while three damage-dealing classes fervently unleashed their attacks. After Star Luo bestowed a protective shield upon Zhao Wen, she turned her attention to the boss, initiating the accumulation of further shielding. During this exchange, Lu Wei Luo unleashed several chain lightning spells, targeting Zhao Wen specifically with a lightning arrow. However, the shield maintained its integrity, and Lu Wei Luo was swiftly vanquished. Why does this dungeon feel so effortless? It lacks any real challenge, Zhao Wen remarked. Indeed, it is rather simple, Shen Bing concurred. That is primarily because all of you are exceptionally formidable. Especially Star Luo. Facing the boss, healing is scarcely necessary. It feels as though we have 4 damage dealers in this raid. Louis expressed his thoughts. The 5 of them swiftly cleared the dungeon. Odaman, without any significant obstacles. It was too easy. There was no challenge whatsoever. Quite dull, to be honest, Zhao Wen complained. Star Luo pondered for a moment, conceding that it was indeed overly simplistic, noting that many of Lu Yi's abilities had gone unused. Now that I am quite familiar with the Wan and Shen Bing, how about you two, Lu Yi and Lin Nuasheng, engage in a private 1 versus 1 duel? This would allow us to better gauge your capabilities. That sounds like a great idea. I agree. Louis considered for a moment and accepted the proposal. Sure, I can do that as well. Before long, the 5 arrived at the 1 versus 1 virtual arena, with Star Luo and the others taking their seats as spectators. The match commenced. The moment the competition began, Lin Nuasheng entered stealth mode. Lu Yi, possessing some knowledge of rogue skills, recognized this as her entering a concealed state and remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, Divine Storm erupted, as Louis attempted to force Lin Nuosheng out of hiding with an area attack. However, she maintained a safe distance, refraining from any rash actions. Seizing the opportune moment, she unleashed Shadow Step, appearing behind Louis, delivering an elbow strike that stunned him for 3 seconds. Just as she prepared to execute a backstab, Louis activated Hand of Protection, rendering him immune to physical attacks for 6 seconds. Hand of Protection could be activated in any state. Lin Nuosheng quickly distanced herself, aiming to re-enter stealth. The scene reverted to its initial state. However, if Lu Yi were to be struck by the elbow strike this time, he would undoubtedly suffer the full brunt of Lin Nuosheng's damage. Additionally, she needed to complete her actions before the cooldown of Hand of Protection elapsed. Lu Yi continued to utilize Divine Storm, failing to strike Lin Nuosheng. Capitalizing on this opportunity, she swiftly appeared behind him, executing another elbow strike. As the strike connected, a barrier of holy light enveloped Lu Yi, Revenge Shield. This entire sequence had been a calculated maneuver by Lu Yi. He had deliberately unleashed Divine Storm to bait Lin Nuosheng into attacking him. The stunning effect of the elbow strike was triggered, plunging Lu Yi into a state of confusion. Lin Nuosheng, unfamiliar with Revenge Shield, assumed it was merely a standard shielding skill and proceeded to unleash a flurry of strikes against Lu Yi. Once the absorption limit of Revenge Shield was reached, it erupted, inflicting considerable damage upon Lin Nuosheng. As the control was lifted, Lu Yi retaliated with Hammer of Justice, eager to let her experience the sensation of being stunned herself. However, Lin Nuosheng possessed her own means of escape. Activating Cloak of Shadows, she broke free from control and immediately employed the Vanish skill, forcing herself into a state of invisibility. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Yi's skills were on cooldown, she launched another swift attack. Another elbow strike. This time, Lu Yi found himself without any countermeasures, stunned for 3 seconds. Lin Nuosheng initiated the armor break effect on Lu Yi. Subsequently, she followed up with a backstab, delivering a series of brutal blows to his rear. In the final moment of those 3 seconds, she executed the Bone Shatter skill. The damage dealt by this skill increased with the number of consecutive hits. At that moment, Lu Yi regained his senses. And with both combatants devoid of other strategies, they could only engage in a fierce melee. Lu Yi swung his dual swords, unleashing Crusader Strike. But Lin Nuosheng nimbly leaped back, narrowly evading the attack. Yet she was still struck by a holy hammer. It was the judgment spell cast by Lu Yi. Lin Nuosheng swiftly regained her footing, brandishing her dagger at Lu Yi. The two exchanged blows in a back-and-forth manner. Ultimately, it was Lin Nuosheng who narrowly triumphed over Lu Yi, leveraging the initial damage from her elbow strike. Chapter 44. The Romping Secret Realm. Star Luo, having observed the match, gained a profound understanding of both individuals' capabilities. What an exhilarating competition! You both have worked hard. Now that we have a fundamental grasp of each other's abilities, we can begin to strategize for our expedition into the Romping Secret Realm. By the way, how are we getting to Daeong City tomorrow? Zhaowen posed a question he had contemplated for quite some time. Of course, we will take the bus, Star Luo responded, revealing the most practical travel option for someone of modest means. Oh right, I need to hurry and purchase tickets. Isn't there a portal for mages? Shinbing, why not conjure one? Zhaowen looked at her expectantly. You need to be level 60 to learn it. While I could acquire the spellbook for the portal, I can't learn it without reaching that level, Shinbing replied, her expression conveying her own helplessness. Daeong City is relatively close to Jinling, only about an hour's drive. With 5 of us, we could easily fit into one car. We just need to borrow one. Louis proposed. I have a car, but no driver's license. Shinbing remarked nonchalantly. That's splendid. I have just obtained my driver's license. Louis exclaimed, thrilled to finally put it to use. The following morning, a brand new BMW arrived at the villa. Wow! Shinbing, you truly are affluent. The group gathered around, admiring the vehicle. Lin Nuosheng stood nearby. Wearing a subtle smile, as a girl, she wasn't particularly fond of cars. To her, all vehicles seemed the same. However, she relished the camaraderie shared with her friends. Lu Yi could hardly contain his excitement as he took the driver's seat. Fastening his seatbelt while mentally reciting, clutch on the left, brake in the middle, accelerator on the right. Taking a deep breath, he shifted into first gear and gradually began to move forward. Louis, could you drive a bit faster? Zhaowen urged, eyeing the sluggish pace of the BMW. All right, Louis pressed the accelerator slightly, increasing the speed to a staggering 5 mph. It's fine. Just take your time to adjust. Star Luo observed that Lui was still a novice driver. After a lengthy hour and 40 minutes, they arrived in Daeong City. Aside from stalling a few times, they managed to avoid any traffic mishaps, which was quite commendable for a beginner. Upon reaching the pre-booked hotel, the weary group disembarked from the vehicle. Why does sitting in a car feel so tiring? Zhao stretched his limbs. Thank you for your hard work, Lui. Star Luo patted him on the shoulder. No problem at all, Lui replied with a hint of excitement. He was thrilled to have successfully driven such a long distance as a novice. After dropping off their luggage at the hotel, the group descended to savor a local delicacy, pot lid noodles. Despite Daeong City being a small town, it was bustling with people. Ah, this is delightful, Zhao exclaimed, slurping his noodles. After their meal, Star Luo and the others arrived at the entrance of the Romping Secret Realm. The entrance to the Romping Secret Realm, as a secondary secret realm, was significantly smaller than that of the Thorny Lands, nearly half its size. At that moment, a soldier approached. Ladies and gentlemen, the Romping Secret Realm is currently under lockdown. Entry is temporarily prohibited. We are from the Jinling Military District. Here are our credentials, Star Luo stated, producing the documents to present to the soldier. After reviewing the documents, the soldier immediately saluted Star Luo and her companions. I have verified the documents. You are free to enter the Romping Secret Realm at any time. After expressing their gratitude, the group stepped into the Romping Secret Realm. Star Luo opened the map to confirm their position. The location of the Secret Realm's boss is in Screeching Valley, situated on the eastern side of the entire realm. We are currently in the southern part, and it will take us approximately half a day to reach there. O1, you will take the lead. Lin Nuasheng, please scout the surrounding area and report any issues immediately. Upon receiving her orders, Lin Nuasheng entered stealth mode, proceeding ahead to conduct reconnaissance. The group advanced methodically towards Screeching Valley. Ahead lay a pack of 25 wind wolves, each at level 33. Lin Nuasheng emerged from stealth, addressing the group. 1. 25 of them might be overwhelming. You should activate tortoise-shell technique to tank, while the rest of us unleash our full damage potential. Listening to Star Luo's commands, Zhao Wen raised his shield, bracing for battle. The moment he laid eyes on the pack of wind wolves, Zhao Wen charged forward, executing a thunder strike, causing the ground to crack beneath him as he stomped down with force. He swiftly activated tortoise-shell technique, withstanding the oncoming attacks from the startled wind wolves. A faint golden holy shield enveloped him as Star Luo cast a mental whip upon the wolf pack, bestowing shields upon her comrades. Empowered by the attack boost, the group unleashed their ultimate skills without reservation. Both Frost Orb and Divine Storm erupted simultaneously, unleashing a tempest of ice and holy fury upon the wind wolves. Following the initial onslaught, the pack suffered notable casualties. However, the effects of Zhao Wen's tortoise-shell technique soon waned, increasing the pressure on him exponentially. Star Luo hastily cast Power Word, Shield on him, immediately followed by Pain Suppression, ensuring Zhao Wen's health remained stable without any fluctuations. At this moment, Xinglua also began to unleash her attacks, casting Shadow Word, Pain, upon each surviving Gale Wolf, followed by a relentless assault utilizing Mind Whip. Lin Nashing, observing the current situation, resolved to learn an area of effect skill as well. In instances like this, she often felt her contributions were minimal. As a damage dealer, her current output was likely inferior to that of Xinglua. Before long, the pack of Gale Wolves was entirely vanquished. Xinglua surveyed the battlefield, discovering several corpses from which loot had dropped, some wolf pelts and a skill book for Gale Step. Fortune smiled upon her. Xinglua regarded this bounty, stating, Gale Step can be utilized by all of us. Let's roll for it. She examined the skill S description, noting it increased the user's movement speed by 60 for 8 seconds, and was available for all classes in an instant. Everyone cast their dice. Zhao Wen's die came to a halt first, showing a 56. Neither too high nor too low. It was likely a lost cause. Shun Bing rolled a 12. Truly unlucky. Lui rolled a 78. Xinglua rolled a 79. Just as Xinglua believed the skill book was rightfully hers, Lin Nashing rolled a 91. Ultimately, the skill book belonged to Lin Nashing. Nashing, this skill book is yours. Absorb it first. The effect is quite impressive. It enhances mobility, making it perfect for you. Thank you. Although Lin Nashing's contribution was minimal this time, she felt a touch of embarrassment and profound gratitude for acquiring the skill book. She silently vowed to learn an area attack skill. Chapter 45. Who understands? After absorbing the skill, Lin Nashing re-entered stealth mode, scouting ahead. Xing Luo contemplated the situation, thinking that if she could learn a scouting skill, it would greatly enhance their exploration efficiency. She planned to research such skills after this endeavor concluded. To the right ahead, a rare monster, Ovatanka, appeared, level 35, surrounded by several level 34 thunder lizards, numbering around 10. Should we engage, or should we circumvent? Lin Nashing re-emerged. Zhao Wen's eyes sparkled. Rare monsters signify valuable treasures. How could they let this opportunity slip away? Even Xing Luo, typically frugal, shared this sentiment. Let us do it. On, you'll pull all of them in. Our primary target is the rare monster. Nashing, your single target damage is high. Focus your output on Ovatanka, while Shen Bing and Lu Yi will handle the other monsters. After analyzing, Xing Luo proposed this strategy. The group found no objections. Thus, Zhao Wen charged in, bombarding Ovatanka with verbal taunts while utilizing Thunderstrike. To aggro the rest of the monsters, Lin Nashing followed closely, delivering a powerful elbow strike to Ovatanka, stunning it for 3 seconds, alleviating Zhao Wen's pressure. After applying the armor break debuff, she unleashed a flurry of attacks. Xing Luo, as usual, cast a shield on Zhao Wen before beginning her own assault. Enhancing the group's defensive and offensive capabilities, Shen Bing and Lu Yi focused on the ordinary thunder lizards, unleashing all their area of effect damage skills. When Ovatanka regained consciousness, Lin Nashing had already unleashed Frostbite 7 times. This time, her luck soared, triggering the critical effect of Demon Strike. Her attack power surged by 200. She dealt a staggering 1,500 points of damage to Ovatanka. At that moment, Ovatanka was left with only 63 of its health. Remarkably, Zhao Wen and Lin Nashing, with their minimal direct damage, had already whittled down Ovatanka's health by 37. The rogue class truly excelled in single target damage. With the boost from Demon Strike, their damage reached unprecedented heights. Yet, Ovatanka, being a rare monster, was not easily subdued. It retaliated with War Stomp. It raised its upper body and stomped the ground. The area of effect was immense. Everyone fell victim to this skill, stunned for 2 seconds. The shield Xing Luo had stacked on everyone shattered instantly. Seizing the moment while the group remained incapacitated, Ovatanka unleashed Lightning Bolt. If it completed the casting, the consequences would be dire. Lin Nashing swiftly activated Shadow Cloak, dispelling her stunned state, and executed a kick to interrupt Ovatanka's casting. At that moment, Zhao Wen was the target of choice, but Ovatanka's primary aggro shifted to Lin Nashing. Quickly, she utilized Dissipate to enter stealth, evading Ovatanka's pursuit. The group finally regained their senses. Zhao Wen promptly cast Taunt to reclaim aggro. Xing Luo followed up with Penance, reapplying shields to the group. Although the values were modest, having shields ensured additional damage output. As Ovatanka attempted to weather the onslaught, it sought to cast Lightning Bolt. Once more, Xing Luo would not allow that and interrupted with Holy Fire, silencing it for 3 seconds. After the silence wore off, Ovatanka was undeterred, attempting to cast Lightning Bolt again. Just as Xing Luo prepared to unleash a devastating blow upon the group, Shen Bing executed a spell interrupt, thwarting its casting. Shen Bing, when did you learn to interrupt? You could have informed us, Xing Luo inquired. It was a reward from the school. I just learned it and kept forgetting to use it, Shen Bing replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed, murmuring an apology. No worries, just remember to inform us next time. Xing Luo responded directly. A look of surprise crossed Shen Bing's face. His voice had been so soft yet still heard. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment, but fortunately, everyone was preoccupied with attacking Ovatanka, leaving no time to notice him. Once the silence effect ended, Ovatanka resumed its casting of Lightning Bolt. I'll take care of this, Lu Yi declared, unleashing Hammer of Justice upon Ovatanka, stunning it for 3 seconds. Upon awakening, Ovatanka attempted to cast Lightning Bolt again, believing the group would let it go this time. Yet, Lin Nashing, with her cooldown ready, unleashed another kick. Ovatanka felt utterly hopeless. It was a magic-based creature. Unable to cast spells was akin to suffering from a severe stomach ache yet being unable to relieve oneself. Who could possibly understand this, in the end, apart from its initial War Stomp, Ovatanka could not cast a single skill. As a magic creature, it was effectively controlled to death. The coordination was simply flawless. Ha 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 ha, Zhaowen laughed heartily. Our synergy is improving. The group exchanged smiles. Ovatanka dropped a purple armor piece, Thunder Armor, which could only be worn by warriors and paladins. Since Zhaowen already possessed a similar purple quality armor piece, he graciously passed this one to Lu Yi. Upon donning the Thunder Armor, Lu Yi examined its effects. Item name, Thunder Armor. Level, 35. Quality, Purple. Attributes, reduces damage taken by the wearer by 163 points. This was Lu Yi's first item since joining the team, and he was overjoyed. After a brief rest, the five continued their journey towards the Howling Gorge. The moment they stepped into the gorge, Xinglua suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, quickly scanning her surroundings, overwhelmed by the sensation of being watched. "What's wrong?" Zhaowen inquired of Xinglua. This feeling inexplicably vanished at that moment. "It's nothing. Perhaps just an illusion." Xinglua heightened her vigilance. Along the way, no issues arose, and seeing this, Xinglua let out a sigh of relief. It truly might have been her imagination. Not far behind them, beneath a tree, a figure clad as a jester materialized out of thin air. He lightly caressed the dagger in his hand, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his tongue slowly gliding over his lips, exuding an air of excitement. How interesting! Suddenly, Xinglua turned around. Gazing at the empty space beneath the tree, she furrowed her brow. Could it truly have been her illusion? Chapter 46. The Troublesome Xylopus. Ahead lay a solitary rare monster. Feroz, a creature of the wind serpent variety. It appeared to possess magical abilities. Lin Noshing reported the situation to her companions. Upon hearing of yet another rare monster, the group showed eager anticipation. However, Xinglua couldn't shake a sense of impending danger. She turned to Louis and said, "Remember to keep an eye on me. I have a bad feeling." Noticing Xinglua's worried demeanor, Louis nodded vigorously, believing that focusing on the healer would prevent any mishaps. "Everyone, prepare and let's engage." Xinglua signaled the group to commence their assault. This time, she prioritized casting Prayer of Shield on herself rather than shielding Zhaowen first. She then placed Regeneration on Zhaowen and unleashed a flurry of attacks on Feroz. Trusting her instincts, she felt the need to continuously stack shields for safety. Feroz, indeed, exhibited magical traits. Under the constant interruptions and control from the group, its health swiftly dwindled to 13. Just as the group believed victory was at hand and began to relax, Xylopus appeared behind Xinglua, delivering a swift elbow strike. Stunned for 3 seconds, Lu Yi reacted instantly, casting Protective Hand on Xinglua, granting immunity to physical attacks for 6 seconds. He then charged towards Xylopus, delivering Hammer of Justice. The massive hammer struck Xylopus on the head, yet Xylopus remained unfazed. It was immune. At this moment, everyone had come to their senses. They turned their gazes towards Xylopussy. Xylopussy glanced back at them, a commendatory smile gracing his lips. With a flick of his left hand, he unleashed the skill, Confusion, upon Luii.in. That moment, Lu Yi appeared to be entranced, meandering aimlessly about. Noticing that Xingluo was immune to physical attacks, he shifted his focus to Shen Bing. In an instant, he executed Shadow Step, materializing behind Shen Bing, poised to strike with Backstab. Just as the dagger descended, Shen Bing employed Blink, narrowly evading disaster. Amidst the distraction of the crowd, Feroz unleashed Chain Lightning. Instantly, each individual suffered 1,500 points of damage. Fortunately, prior to this, Xingluo had amassed a significant amount of shields. At this juncture, Feroz commenced another casting of Chain Lightning. A divine flame descended upon his head. Xingluo finally regained his composure and declared, "First, eliminate Feroz. My shield can still withstand Xylopussy's onslaught for a while longer." After enduring for so long, Xingluo's shield had accumulated to 4,500 points. Having just been struck once by Feroz's Chain Lightning, approximately 3,000 shield points remained, sufficient to weather one or two of Xylopussy's assaults. Upon receiving the command, the group rallied to deliver a final strike against Feroz, hoping to eradicate him swiftly in preparation for Xylopussy's impending attack. Observing that Xingluo was unguarded, Xylopussy again executed shadow step, materializing behind Xing Luo, landing a armor break that reduced his shield to 2,800 points. Hastily, Xing Luo unleashed the skill Mind Shatter. But contrary to expectations, Zillapussy was not subdued as imagined. Instead, he brandished his dagger, launching a backstab at Xing Luo. The shield value dwindled to 1,400 points. Witnessing such terrifying damage, Word of Shield had merely 1 second left on cooldown. In desperation, Xing Luo cast Pain Suppression upon himself. Another backstab struck Xing Luo. His shield value plummeted to 560 points. At this moment, Zillapussy had already executed 4 consecutive strikes, preparing to use Piercing Strike to obliterate Xing Luo's health completely. Without hesitation, Xing Luo unleashed Word of Shield the instant it became available. Following that, Zillapussy concentrated his skill on Xing Luo. The shield value dwindled to a mere 334 points. Zillapussy was taken aback. His finishing move had failed to eliminate Xing Luo in one blow. Enraged, he continued his assault on Xing Luo. The shield shattered completely, health reduced to 994.75 points, just over half. Xing Luo promptly cast Painful Atonement upon himself, restoring his health back to 1,500 points. At this moment, Faraz was finally vanquished. Zhao swiftly cast Support on Xing Luo, reducing the damage Xing Luo received by 10, and with Zhao absorbing 20 of it, coupled with the remaining 3 seconds of Pain Suppression, they now boasted a 70 damage reduction. Zillapussy struck Xing Luo once more, this time inflicting only 420 points of health loss. A holy light enveloped Xing Luo. It was Lu Yi casting Holy Flash upon him. Though Lu Yi was a retribution paladin, he possessed the most fundamental healing capabilities, restoring Xing Luo's health to 1,430 points. Zhao hastily directed a taunt at Zillapussy, launching a verbal barrage, yet Zillapussy ignored him completely, continuing his relentless assault on Xing Luo. This was hardly the behavior of a lesser dungeon boss. This was evidently more formidable than their previous encounter with the Thornlands boss. Noting that Zillapussy was unaffected by Zhao Wen's taunt, he brandished his shield and rushed to Xing Luo's side. Mitigating Zillapussy's attack, with the pressure alleviated, Xing Luo quickly topped off his health, then unleashed Word of Pain upon Zillapussy. He needed to accumulate his shields swiftly. Lin Nuashang and the others also advanced, unleashing their skills against Zillapussy. At this moment, Zillapussy employed Dissipation, vanishing into stealth. The group promptly encircled Xing Luo, vigilant against Zillapussy's potential return. Seconds trickled by, yet Zillapussy remained elusive. This was untenable. The enemy remained hidden while they were exposed. And if he failed in one attempt, he could simply retreat and re-engage. Such a scenario placed them in a precarious position. We must vacate this place and reassess our strategy. Upon articulating his thoughts, the group departed the Romping Dungeon with heightened vigilance. It was only upon returning to Daong City that Xing Luo and the others could finally breathe a sigh of relief. How could they possibly contend with him? Louis procured some ice-cold beverages from a shop and distributed them among the group. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Zhao downed his drink in one go, exclaiming, "Ah, refreshing. But what if that dungeon boss emerges? No one would be able to see him." He crushed the empty can in his hand. Indeed, what if he simply appeared? With that thought, Xing Luo immediately sprinted towards the camp, convinced that the military must have a countermeasure. He soon approached a soldier. "Excuse me, may I ask you a question? What happens if an invisible monster emerges?" The soldier replied, "Your level suggests you haven't yet entered university, have you? Such topics are covered in university courses. We possess radar detection devices capable of sensing nearby invisible entities." Recalling that his information had already been verified, he explained the rationale. He then produced a circular device from his pocket. "Here it is. It can detect invisible beings within a certain range and provide precise location information." Xing Luo's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he needed. With this, they would undoubtedly eliminate Zillapussy this time. Chapter 47. Truly impressive. Prepared with the radar detection device, Xing Luo eagerly anticipated the arrival of the next day. Early the following morning, the group re-entered the Romping Dungeon. Upon entering the dungeon, they immediately activated the radar detection device to survey their surroundings, ensuring that Zillapussy would not ambush them at the entrance. Subsequently, they advanced towards the Screeching Valley. Along the way, they deftly circumvented all encountered monsters. After several hours, they finally arrived at the Screeching Valley. Shortly after stepping into the valley, the radar detection device emitted an alarm. In the 8 o'clock direction behind them, an invisible creature lurked. Xing Luo quietly whispered something to the others, and they quickly surrounded Zillapussy. Observing their actions, Zillapussy grew curious. Assuming that his invisibility granted him the advantage, he cautiously approached them to investigate. Now, Shen Bing, following the radar detection device's indication, used Blink to appear near Zillapussy, casting Frost Pearl in his direction. Zillapussy, intrigued by the actions of Xing Luo and the others, was caught off guard as Shen Bing suddenly materialized beside him, and Frost Pearl struck him directly, disrupting his stealth. Zhao Wen charged directly at Zillapussy. The others surged forward. Realizing the situation, Zillapussy immediately activated Dissipation to escape, intent on withdrawing from the battle. He was baffled as to how Xing Luo and his companions could discern his presence. At that moment, Xing Luo relayed Zillapussy's location based on the radar detection device. Hearing Xing Luo accurately state his position, Zillapussy realized that the device in Xing Luo's possession was likely the key to uncovering his stealth. Due to being hit by Frost Pearl, Zillapussy was afflicted with a slowing debuff, impairing his movements. Zhao Wen dashed to Zillapussy's side, stomping down with Thunder Strike, sending Zillapussy reeling. Realizing escape was futile, he aimed to first destroy the radar detection device in Xing Luo's hand. Otherwise, he would be severely disadvantaged. With a swift, shadow step, he materialized behind Xing Luo, lunging to strike the radar device. However, Xing Luo had already activated Word of Shield, and until the shield shattered, Zillapussy could not inflict harm upon him. At that moment, Lin Nuosheng appeared behind Zillapussy, executing Backstab. Lu Yi and Zhao Wen followed suit, and the four unleashed a barrage of attacks on Zillapussy. Zillapussy braved their onslaught, delivering several blows to Xing Luo. But at last, Word of Shield shattered. With a single strike, he destroyed the radar detection device. He then let out a chilling laugh. Without that device, how will you contend with me? Humph, ho ho ho. With that, he resumed his assault on Xing Luo, as his Dissipation was still on cooldown, preventing him from entering stealth. In response, Lu Yi cast Hand of Protection on Xing Luo, granting him immunity to physical damage. Seizing the opportunity, Xing Luo unleashed all his offensive skills upon Zillapussy. Instantly, a shield value of 1124.84 appeared on everyone. He then cast Restoration on Zhao Wen, stabilizing his health while simultaneously launching Mental Lash at Zillapussy. Zillapussy found his attacks entirely blocked by Zhao Wen, and with Xing Luo's healing, Zhao Wen remained unharmed. Consequently, Zillapussy targeted Xing Luo with Confusion, impairing his ability to heal. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a flurry of attacks on Zhao Wen. Zhao Wen immediately activated Turtle Shell Technique, yet the damage dealt by Zillapussy was undeniably overwhelming. Merely relying on Tortoise Shell Technique is insufficient to withstand his onslaught. At this moment, Xing Luo's Pain Suppression was also cast upon Zhao Wen. Fortunately, Pain Suppression can be activated in any state. Otherwise, Zhao Wen would have been in dire peril. With the damage reduction effects of Tortoise Shell Technique and Pain Suppression, for a brief period, Zillapuss's attacks on Zhao Wen only inflicted a mere 100 points of damage. After enduring 8 successive assaults, Xing Luo finally emerged from his dazed state, casting a healing spell that instantly restored Zhao Wen's health to full. In a flurry, he enveloped Zhao Wen with Word of Shield. And indeed, at that moment, Zillapuss unleashed the bone-piercing skill. Thankfully, although the effects of Pain Suppression had dissipated, Tortoise Shell Technique still had 2 seconds remaining. Bone Piercing pierced through Zhao Wen's protective shield directly, dealing 339 points of damage. Xing Luo hurriedly topped off Zhao Wen's health. Despite Zillapuss's bizarre ability to be unaffected by control skills, his health was alarmingly low. Under the relentless assault from the group, Zillapuss was left with merely 8 of his life. At that juncture, Zillapuss's Dissipation skill finally cooled down, and a chilling smile curved upon his lips. Farewell, my prey. With that, he vanished from sight, reappearing 5 meters at the 3 o'clock direction. How could Xinglua have not anticipated this situation? He had long prepared 10 radar sensing devices. Hearing this, Shun Bing swiftly blinked to Xylopus' side and unleashed Frost Nova, dispelling his stealth state in this moment. Xylopus no longer bore the same expression, replaced instead by disbelief. Xinglua and his companions could not let this opportunity of his momentary stupor slip away. They unleashed a barrage of skills upon Xylopus. Under their relentless bombardment, Xylopus completely lost his vitality. Finally, he was vanquished. We did it. Xinglua exhaled deeply, exclaiming with excitement to the group. Every face radiated with brilliant smiles. The first mission entrusted to them by the military had been splendidly accomplished. Once they had caught their breath, Xinglua approached Xylopus' lifeless body to inspect the spoils of this encounter. Item name: Shattered Jester's Mask, Reparable. Level: 37. Quality: Orange. Attribute: Immunity to all control skills below level 40. Just one effect, yet it is simple and brutal. This equipment is usable by all professions. Let us roll for it. After Xinglua introduced the effects of the equipment, he tossed the dice. Soon, the dice settled on 3. Ha ha ha! No surprise there, Zhaowen chuckled, throwing his arm around Xinglua's shoulder. Xinglua wore a face of disappointment. This piece of equipment was incredibly useful for him. A priest unaffected by control effects, he could heal as he pleased. No one would be able to stop him. Moreover, this was a damaged piece of equipment. If it could be restored, how powerful it would become. Alas, what a pity. Chapter 48. Invasion of the Secret Realm. You all roll. The group exchanged smiles, and Zhaowen took the equipment and directly pressed it into Xinglua's hands. This equipment is perfectly suited for you. An uncontrollable Xinglua can better protect our safety. Don't you think? Holding the equipment in his hands, Xinglua felt somewhat overwhelmed. This piece of equipment could easily fetch a minimum of 1 million on the market. What a substantial fortune. They were actually giving it to Xinglua outright. Tears of gratitude brimmed in Xinglua's eyes as Lai and the others smiled and nodded at him. Zhaowen was right. An uncontrollable Xinglua could provide better support for them, however. Xinglua truly felt embarrassed to accept it outright. Enough with the hesitation. Put it on quickly. Lin Nuoxing chimed in. Thank you all. Xinglua ceased his reluctance, and looking at his warm-hearted teammates, he vowed to ascend to the pinnacle of the world together with them. Xylopus had dropped only one piece of equipment. The rest was the crucial core of the world. After tidying up, the group departed from Romping Secret Realm. Finally, it was over upon returning to Daong City. The group finally dared to relax. It was already midnight. Let us go celebrate with some barbecue, Zhaowen proposed. Great. A tear of relief trickled down Xinglua's cheek. Shun Bing silently swallowed hard. After a day of intense battle, their resistance to delicious food was nearly non-existent. Soon, they found a bustling barbecue stall, suggesting that the food must be exceptional. Boss, bring me a pitcher of beer first. One. You're drinking beer? What a surprise. No worries, you all should have some too. Before long, the skewers arrived, and Zhaowen displayed 7 or 8 skewers with glee. After completing this task, will we finally gain some recognition? Zhaowen mused with anticipation. Who knows, whether the military will promote us remains to be seen. Xinglua expressed his thoughts. Luo, our team hasn't even named itself yet. What if we become famous in the future? We need a name. How about calling ourselves the Proud Sky Team? That name sounds so imposing. Zhaowen, having drunk only a few times, was already slightly tipsy at this point. That name won't do. It doesn't sound appealing. I think we should call ourselves the Holy Light Team. It sounds hopeful and aspirational. Lai joined the discussion. How about the Deep Cold Team? Xinbing also shared her preferred name. Lai and Zhaowen exchanged glances with Xinglua, then continued their chatter. Let us stick with the Proud Sky Team. That name sounds unique. No way, let us go with the Holy Light Team. Let us have a contest. Whoever has the greater alcohol tolerance gets to decide the name. A contest it is. Who is afraid of you? Count me in. Xinbing also wanted to contest for her team name. The 3 of them had already consumed quite a bit of alcohol and were feeling quite tipsy. Not long after, all 3 collapsed onto the table, unconscious. Xinglua and Lin Nuoxing, feeling somewhat helpless, exerted all their strength to drag the 3 back to the hotel. After settling the trio, Xinglua lay down on his bed. Indeed, what should we name ourselves? We must have a name. As he pondered, aided by the effects of alcohol, Xinglua soon drifted into slumber. Thunder rumbled. In the northwestern region of Daong City, atop Baohua Mountain, a massive entrance to a secret realm materialized out of thin air. With its emergence, the entire Daong City trembled. Xinglua jolted awake from his bed. What is happening? Wail, 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 alarm, alarm. All citizens, please pay attention. A new high-level secret realm has appeared on Baohua Mountain. Numerous magical creatures are surging forth. Please heed the commands of the local defense teams and evacuate immediately. The shrill and urgent siren echoed throughout Daong City. Xinglua swiftly drew back the curtains to assess the situation outside. Amidst the blaring alarms, the citizens became frantic. Countless individuals hurriedly abandoned their tasks and rushed southward. Some even emerged clad only in their undergarments. Of course, there were those who clung to their wealth, slowly moving at the cost of their precious lives. The scene was utter chaos. Everyone, don't panic. Listen to the commands. We will do our utmost to ensure your safety. The guard team stepped forward to maintain order. However, at that moment, the populace paid little heed, madly rushing southward. Massive black clouds gathered directly above the secret realm. The once azure sky was gradually consumed by it. Zhao Wan and the others, now awakened, hurried to Xinglua's room, awaiting his command. Xinglua's gaze was resolute. Having acquired power, they should now step forth to contribute to this world and its people. They quickly armed themselves and advanced towards Baohua Mountain. It was then that Yugo called. Xiao Luo, a high-level secret realm of level 40 has appeared on Baohua Mountain. The Daong military is already engaged in combat with the magical creatures on the front lines. High-level practitioners from both Daong City and Jinling City are rushing there, but they require time. Xiao Luo, your team is the closest. With your abilities, you should be able to effectively assist the Daong military in temporarily stalling the magical creatures' assault. The teacher earnestly requested for Xinglua to provide support on the front lines. After much contemplation, Yugu decided to send Xinglua for support, knowing that if Xinglua were to perish, he would pay the price of using revival to bring him back, even if it meant sacrificing 30 years of his own life, rendering him a shell of his former self. Teacher, I am already on my way to Baohua Mountain. Rest assured, I will exert every effort to thwart the invasion of the magical creatures. You must be very careful, Yugu repeatedly cautioned Xinglua. Passionate bloodshed is never confined to just a few individuals. A multitude of practitioners from Daong City rushed to the battlefield. They disregarded their own lives, exerting their utmost to halt this vile incursion of magical creatures. Xinglua finally arrived at the scene, surveying the ravaged Baohua Mountain, littered with countless corpses, some unrecognizable, others reduced to mere limbs. A wave of sorrow surged within him. He took a deep breath and addressed his 4 companions. Please protect me for a moment. In an instant, Xinglua marked everyone present with the redemption sigil. A profound discomfort surged through Xinglua's heart. His mana was instantly drained. Shen Bing hurriedly retrieved a bottle of high-level mana potion and administered it to Xinglua. Although his mana was restored, the act of casting so many redemption sigils at once placed a tremendous strain on his spirit. Xingluo, suppressing his discomfort, promptly unleashed the bitter cultivation skill against the monstrous entities. One by one, he cast Dark Word, Pain. Each Dark Word, Pain, could convert 36.73 shield points per second. Thus, 10 would yield 367. 300 would amount to 3673. The assembled practitioners swiftly recognized the protective shield and the offensive enhancement it provided, prompting them to recklessly charge into the fray against the monsters. Chapter 49. Crisis averted. With Xing Luo's augmentation, the human faction fought with increasing valor, gradually gaining the upper hand against the abyssal creatures. Major General Du Cheng, the highest-ranking officer of the Dorong army, surveyed the surroundings and discerned that it was Xing Luo who had bestowed upon everyone formidable shields and offensive boosts. Fan Xing, take a squad to ensure the safety of that young man. It is he who has contributed to this powerful enhancement. Du Cheng commanded his aide. At this moment, the realm's chief appeared quietly. The level 49 realm chief exerted tremendous pressure on all present. As the vampire, Villiers, materialized, Du Cheng swung his colossal sword towards him. Currently, the highest level practitioner among humans was Du Cheng at level 53. The military's healers continuously provided him with enhancements, ensuring he did not falter against Villiers. Meanwhile, Villiers noticed Xing Luo, recognizing him as the human responsible for the current predicament. He must be eliminated first. Ignoring Du Cheng's assault, he unleashed Night Raid directly at Xing Luo, transforming into a shadow that appeared before him. Zhao Wen promptly raised his shield, activating Tortoiseshell Technique, knowing he could not afford to underestimate the level 49 Realm Chief. Astonishingly, Villier's strike was blocked by Zhao Wen. However, Zhao Wen's shield was significantly diminished, having been painstakingly accumulated to over 12,000 shield points by Xing Luo. Du Cheng finally arrived, engaging Villiers in battle. Seizing the opportunity, Xing Luo and the others quickly distanced themselves from the confrontation. Their attacks were overwhelmingly powerful, and the aftermath of the battle was beyond their capacity to withstand. Zhao Wen and the others stood vigilantly around Xing Luo, ever cautious not to stray too far. The monsters here vastly outclassed them. They had to remain vigilant. At that moment, a rare level 46 Blood Clan monster, Arrow, received orders from Villiers and charged toward Xing Luo's team. Lu Yi, quick on his feet, denied him any opportunity, launching a Hammer of Judgment directly at Arrow. Xing Luo, focus all your support. We will handle this rare beast. Our shield points are sufficiently high. We can wear him down. Lu Yi swung his two-handed sword at Arrow. Lin Nuosheng appeared behind Arrow, and as the stunning effect of Hammer of Judgment wore off, Lin Nuosheng swiftly executed Elbow Strike, stunning Arrow once more. Within those 6 seconds, she struck Arrow 9 times consecutively. Finally, she unleashed Bone Extraction, reducing his health to 80. The level 46 monster possessed an immense health pool, rendering the group's attacks relatively ineffective. Fan Qing's squad soon arrived, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon Arrow. Control skills were rapidly deployed against Arrow, and before long, he was vanquished. Fan Qing's team, tasked with protecting Xing Luo, proved to be quite formidable. Greetings, esteemed sir. I am Fan Qing, Major General Du Cheng's aide. Under his orders, I've come to ensure your safety. Fan Qing stood tall, saluting Xing Luo with a formal military gesture. Xing Luo did not cease his actions, continuing to accumulate shield points. Every second on the battlefield was crucial. Thank you. Hello. My name is Lu Yi, and this is our captain, Xing Luo. Lu Yi introduced the others to Fan Qing. With the shield effects provided by Mr. Xing Luo, casualties were significantly reduced. On behalf of Durong City, I express our gratitude. We shall strive with all our might to protect your safety. Shortly thereafter, another wave of monsters surged toward Xing Luo and his companions. Form ranks, Fan Qing commanded. Zhao Wen and the others surrounded Xing Luo, remaining ever vigilant. The monsters emerged relentlessly from the realm. Du Cheng was also barely holding his ground against Villiers' onslaught. As the realm chief, Villiers' stats were exceedingly high. Even though Du Cheng was several levels above Villiers, he was no match. At that moment, Villiers waved his hand towards the ground, and countless monsters instantly turned to ash, their blood coalescing in Villiers' grasp. He was about to unleash a devastating attack. Sensing the impending danger, Xing Luo immediately cast painful pressure on Du Cheng. The military healers also bestowed various damage reduction effects upon him. Yet, even in such circumstances, after facing Villiers' strike, Du Cheng's health plummeted to a mere 436 points. Xing Luo's true word, shield, was instantaneously cast upon Du Cheng. Having arrived on the battlefield and tirelessly employing various skills, coupled with his prior extensive training, Xing Luo's true word, shield, had finally reached level 7. With the added effect of the Markler Ring skill enhancement and the activation of the Holy Grace effect when his health fell below half, a shield capable of absorbing 6,896.43 points of damage enveloped Du Cheng. The military healers hastily restored Du Cheng's health to full. Rejuvenated, Du Cheng once more clashed with Villiers. Suddenly, a colossal ice-blue magical array manifested in the sky. Countless immense ice shards and fragments rained down amid the tempest, decimating numerous monsters. Reinforcements from the Jinling army had arrived. They dispatched the level 70 ice mage Jiao Nan to their aid. Upon witnessing this, Villiers attempted to retreat into the realm, seeking refuge in the confines of the realm's level restrictions. However, Jiao Nan would not grant him such an opportunity. A barrage of deep blue sword rain, composed of innumerable ice shards, pierced through Villiers' chest, sending him plummeting earthward. The Jinling army's support was incredibly swift. From the realm's opening to their arrival, it took a mere 14 minutes. thanks to the mage's teleportation skill. The journey for reinforcements was significantly shortened. Shen Bing gazed up at the brilliant azure magical array in the sky, his eyes shimmering with golden light. Magnificent! Xing Luo felt compelled to express his admiration. But as he maintained shields for so many, his spirit was utterly exhausted. With the situation stabilizing, he felt his legs weaken and collapsed backward. Fortunately, Zhao Wen was quick to catch him, just before losing consciousness. Only the words mages are truly magnificent echoed in his mind. Jiao Nin grasped the core of the world, reciting an ancient, cryptic incantation, and in an instant, the massive realm passage dissipated like bubbles at last. The crisis of the realm invasion was finally averted. Chapter 50. Let us call it Qin Guang. In a hazy state, Xing Luo felt as if he had arrived in paradise, surrounded by a gentle glow and a serene atmosphere. Not far away, an ancient structure captured his attention. He followed a path leading to the door, gently pushing it open. There, an elderly man was praying before a statue. At this moment, the teacher slowly turned, a warm smile illuminating his face. You've come. Xing Luo jolted awake, rubbing his temples and straining to recall something. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember. Awake? Yu Gu had also accompanied the Jinling army's rescue team to Baohua Mountain. When he spotted Xing Luo collapsing from a distance, he panicked momentarily, only to realize that Xing Luo was merely fatigued. Subsequently, he remained by Xing Luo's side with his teammates, awaiting the young man's awakening. Teacher, what brings you here? Xing Luo, looking at his teammates and his teacher surrounding him, felt a warm sensation in his heart. I came along with the rescue team. How are you feeling? Still unwell? Yu Gu touched Xing Luo's forehead. I am perfectly fine now, teacher. I feel great. As he spoke, Xing Luo flexed his lean arm, managing to form a small bulge. His words were not merely to comfort Yu Gu. He genuinely felt invigorated. By the way, teacher, we have defeated the realm chief of Romping Realm. Xing Luo produced the core of the world and handed it to Yu Gu. Xiao Luo, you did exceptionally well. I've already heard from Zhao Wan. The military would certainly provide you with corresponding rewards. Moreover, this time, your contributions were significant. Arrangements have been made. Upon your return to Jinling, military district personnel will come to formally engage with you. Upon hearing this news, Xing Luo's team members were filled with excitement. Their squad's name would surely become renowned, basking in glory. Oh? Already dreaming of the future when you haven't even settled on a name for the squad? After Xing Luo recovered, the group departed from the Changguang Hotel, embarking on their journey home in Shen Bing's latest BMW.as for Yu Gu. He had some matters to attend to in Durong City, so he did not accompany them. After all, a single vehicle could hardly accommodate everyone. Following a long journey, Xing Luo and the others finally returned to the villa. Before they could even set down their luggage, personnel from the Jinling army arrived. A strikingly poised female officer rang the doorbell. Upon hearing it, Zhao Wen dashed out to open the door. However, upon seeing the officer's appearance, he became infatuated, staring at her in awe. Xing Luo and the others also emerged to greet her. Indeed, the officer's beauty was striking, combined with the unique aura of a soldier, rendering Zhao Wen utterly captivated. Hello. May I ask who you are? Xing Luo, ever composed, inquired. With utmost courtesy, the newcomer inquired, Greetings. I am Ning Qian from the Jinling military region. I am here, primarily to represent the Jinling military in presenting the rewards for your successful completion of the recent missions. May I ask who among you is Mr. Xing Luo? Ning Qian cast her gaze over the assembly. I am he. Please, come in. We can discuss matters inside. Xing Luo led Ning Qian into the villa. Please, take a seat. Ning Qian settled into a single armchair, while the others positioned themselves across from her. Thank you. The purpose of my visit today is twofold. Firstly, I bring forth the rewards for the mission that included your Team's rescue operation at Baohua Mountain. The Jinling military region will bestow upon each of you the rank of lieutenant. Furthermore, each individual may select a rare skill book. As she spoke, she waved her hand over the coffee table, causing an array of skill books to materialize before them. Zhao Wan and the others immediately began to peruse the selections. Xing Luo inclined his head towards Ning Qian. I apologize, but we require some time to deliberate before making our selections. Not to worry, take your time. Ning Qian's demeanor was not one of authority. Rather, she was quite amiable. Among the skill books, Xing Luo found himself torn between two options. One was Shadow Veil, with a cooldown of 1 minute. It obscures your figure, rendering you invisible for 5 seconds at the cost of 36 mana points. The other was Holy Avatar. With a cooldown of 3 minutes, it imbues you with the power of Holy Light, increasing your healing output by 30 for 10 seconds, costing 120 mana points. Ultimately, Xing Luo opted for Shadow Veil, as survival capabilities were his immediate concern, superseding the need for increased healing. Before he could stack his shields, his only effective means of survival were Pain Suppression and Prayer of Shielding, both of which he needed to reserve for the safety of his comrades. Zhao Wen chose Divine Descent, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. It transforms the user into a giant, granting immunity to control effects, increasing damage dealt by 10, and reducing damage taken by 20 for 10 seconds. A skill that was versatile for both offense and defense. Perfectly suited for Zhao Wen. Shun being selected, Frostblood Affinity. With a cooldown of 3 minutes, it enhances your affinity for ice attributes, increasing damage dealt by 30 for 10 seconds, a powerful burst skill indeed. Lin Nuosheng acquired, Dance of Shadows. With a cooldown of 3 minutes, it increases damage dealt by 30 for 10 seconds. Louis opted for Holy Awakening. With a cooldown of 3 minutes, the Holy Light grants you the power to combat evil, increasing damage dealt by 20 and converting 10 of the damage you inflict into health. Also a burst skill, it featured a lifesteal effect that could effectively alleviate the burden of healing. The skill books offered as rewards were undoubtedly among the rarest of their kind. Once everyone had made their selections, Ning Qian continued, the second matter at hand is that the Jinling military region wishes to formally invite you to establish a special task force, primarily tasked with sealing off the secret realms. What are your thoughts on this proposal? This notion had been previously broached by Xing Luo when discussing the formation of their team, and thus, it was only natural for everyone to agree. Our team is in accord. Excellent. What shall be the name of your squad? I require it for the registration of your personnel information, which will facilitate future operations. Ning Qian retrieved a computer from her virtual backpack to commence the registration. Zhao Wen frantically gestured to Xing Luo, imploring, choose mine. Choose mine. The Aotian squad. Lu Yi shot an intense glare at Zhao Wen, insisting, the Holy Light squad is preferable. Xing Luo, witnessing their fervent exchange of glances, simply shut his eyes, envisioning a scene from his memory. Chengguang Hotel? Yes, that's it. Chengguang Hotel? Xing Luo blurted out, oh, wait, I meant Chengguang Squad. Our squad shall be named Chengguang. This was the first hotel where they had stayed together on a mission, and the term Chengguang symbolized hope and beauty. Thus, it was decided. Chengguang Squad. Excellent! Your registration has been completed. The Jinling military region has credited your account with a reward of 1,000 points for the tasks you have completed. These points can be accrued through mission completions or significant contributions. You may utilize them in the point shop to acquire desired equipment and items. As she spoke, Ning Qian produced 5 mobile phones, distributing them among the group. These are military-issued phones. Future missions will be communicated through these devices, and you can also view your information on them. My task here is complete. My contact information is saved on the phones. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to reach out to me via these devices. Thank you for making the long journey. Xing Luo quickly rose to express his gratitude to Ning Qian. Ning Qian smiled in return. Not at all. Farewell, everyone. With that, she turned and departed. Once Ning Qian had left, Xing Luo opened the point shop to explore what their 1,000 points could purchase. As they scrolled through the options, they soon discovered that their points could only acquire basic potions and equipment of blue quality or lower. Wow! Zhao Wen suddenly exclaimed. He had stumbled upon the skill book for Divine Descent. It was valued at 50,000 points. The skill he had just learned was astonishingly expensive. The rewards from the military were indeed substantial. The combined value of the skill books for the 5 of them reached an astounding 250,000 points. Brothers, I see our team information. We are now classified as an E-level squad. They had been designated as E-level right from the start. It was noteworthy that the special task forces in Huaxia were categorized into 6 tiers: A, B, C, D, E, and F. Chengguang Squad had immediately ascended a level to become an E-level squad. Look at the description below. Chengguang Squad's achievements: sealed the 39-level high-tier secret realm, Thornyland, the 37-level intermediate secret realm, Romping Secret Realm, and played a pivotal role in the battle against the invasion at Baohua Mountain. The group gazed at the description, all wearing silly grins. This was their honor. All right, everyone. Let us not dwell on this too long. We just returned, so let us all take a good rest. Currently, there are no new missions, and we can take some time to familiarize ourselves with our newly acquired skills. With that, the group gathered their belongings and returned to their rooms to settle in. After taking a shower, Xing Luo returned to his room to review his recent gains. Name: Xing Luo. Gender: male. Class: priest. Level: 37. Experience: 19356-24000. Health points: 2,400. Mana points: 2,880. 2,880. Active skills: recovery LV 813233-500000. Healing LV 8,865 5000000. Shadow word: pain LV 32,333 1000000. Holy fire LV 998 50,000. Prayer of shielding LV 18733 1000000. Penance LV 532 1000000. Mind spike LV 1663 50,000. Prayer of fortitude, unable to upgrade. Mind scream, unable to upgrade. Purify, unable to upgrade. Pain suppression, unable to upgrade. Shadow veil, unable to upgrade. Passive skills: mercy, twin souls, holy grace, redemption, holy inspiration, mind's eye. Recovery LV 8. Instant cast, instills in the target a profound belief in the holy light, restoring 940.423 health points over 10 seconds, consuming 16 mana points. Healing LV 8. Casting time of 1.4 seconds, restores 1,567.37 health points to allies upon completion, consuming 26 mana points. Shadow word: pain LV 7. Instant cast. A dark incantation that inflicts 368.7936 shadow damage immediately, with an additional 489.8 shadow damage over the next 10 seconds, consuming 28 mana points. Holy fire LV 6. Instant cast, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Calls down holy flames upon the target, inflicting 345.74 magical damage, interrupting any ongoing spellcasting, and silencing the target for 3 seconds, consuming 40 mana points. Prayer of shielding LV 71. Instant cast, with a cooldown of 12 seconds. Grants the target a holy shield that absorbs 3,134.75 damage. As long as the shield exists, the protected individual's spellcasting cannot be interrupted by physical attacks, consuming 58 mana points. Penance LV 7. Instant cast. With a cooldown of 8 seconds, launches 3 beams of holy light at the target, each inflicting 276.59 holy damage to enemies or restoring 460.992 health points to an ally, consuming 38 mana points. Mind spike LV 6. Instant cast, inflicts mental corruption on all enemies within a 3-meter radius of the target, dealing 96.04 shadow damage per second, consuming 12 mana points per second. Mind's eye. With your formidable mental prowess, you can perceive all that surrounds you. The greater your perception range, the more mental energy it consumes. The training he had undergone during this period had elevated his skill levels. Additionally, he had inexplicably acquired a new passive skill. Xing Luo did not recall having learned this skill. Nevertheless, the potent effects of this skill filled him with joy. Lying on his bed, he attempted to activate Mind's Eye, his perception first reaching the room adjacent to his, where Zhao Wen was currently engaged in a workout, holding dumbbells in both hands. His breathing was steady, and beads of sweat glistened on his face. Having only just returned home, he was already exercising, truly living up to his muscular build. What an impressive skill! The ability to observe even the minutiae of perspiration. Upon noticing this, Xing Luo hesitated, realizing that employing such a skill could be somewhat of an invasion of privacy. Contemplating this, Xing Luo knocked on Zhao Wen's door to recount the earlier incident. Zhao Wen, seemingly unfazed, invited Xing Luo to join him for a workout. Fresh from a shower, Xing Luo promptly declined his invitation and swiftly retreated to his room. Once lying down, Xing Luo pondered whether a person in stealth mode could be detected using this skill. He immediately dashed up to the 3rd floor. Knock, knock, knock. After a while, Lin Nuosheng opened the door. What's the matter? Well, I've recently acquired a new exploration skill and would like to test its effectiveness. Could you possibly assist me? Sure, please wait outside for a moment. I'll be right there. 5 minutes later, they began the experiment in the villa's yard. Nuosheng, Could you enter stealth mode and then move around? After speaking, Xing Luo activated his mind's eye. Indeed, even a target in stealth mode could be detected. Every move of Nua Shang was captured by Xing Luo's keen sight. Xing Luo was filled with excitement. This truly was an extraordinary skill. Chapter 52. A life without joyful water is incomplete. That evening, Xing Luo took it upon himself to cook a sumptuous feast and called everyone down for dinner. "Wow, Captain, this is impressive," Louis exclaimed, admiring the array of dishes, before grabbing chopsticks to help with the cleanup. "Not bad, not bad. Everyone, please take a seat," Xing Luo responded. After serving the dishes on the table, he removed his apron and assisted Louis with the utensils before joining them. Xing Luo retrieved a large bottle of joyful water from the fridge. He preferred it over beer. Everyone has worked hard during this time. Through our efforts, the Chenguang team is officially established starting today. Moreover, we have already become an E-level team. I hope that one day we can advance to B, A, or even the legendary S-level team. Let more people know our name. For this goal, let us strive together. Xing Luo stood up and toasted with everyone. Let us go. The shout was filled with the Chenguang team's aspirations for the future. The next day, the 5 members of the Chenguang team returned to their normal campus life. Xing Luo was attentively listening to the teacher's lecture on combat techniques. The knowledge imparted was quite valuable. At that moment, Su Jie quietly took a seat beside Xing Luo. "Hey, do you remember me?" Xing Luo turned to see that it was the student he had chatted with during the opening ceremony. "Someone quite amicable. Of course, I remember. Su Jie, right? Just call me by my name. No need for titles." "Haha, all right, Xing Luo. Where have you been lately? You haven't been attending classes. I had some matters to attend to. But I'm back now, Dio, you know. You've become quite famous. Since showcasing that astonishing shield ability at the opening ceremony, many want to invite you to team up for the Battle Tower. Even some second-year seniors are reaching out to you." "What is the Battle Tower?" Xing Luo asked, intrigued. The ultimate goal of the Battle Tower is to select teams to represent the school in the national competition. But the school has set several tiered awards. Teams ranked 50th to 100th each receive a bottle of Beginner Experience Potion, monthly. Teams ranked 10th to 50th receive a bottle of Intermediate Experience Potion, monthly. Teams ranked 3rd to 10th receive a bottle of Advanced Experience Potion, monthly. The 2nd and 3rd place teams each receive a bottle of Special Experience Potion, monthly. The team that wins first place, representing the school, not only receives Special Experience Potions, but also a rare skill book each. Xing Luo felt a stir of excitement. After all, the cheapest rare skill book is worth several million. But aren't the top teams mostly composed of 4th-year seniors? They are all over level 40, Xing Luo questioned. That is true. The Battle Tower doesn't impose level restrictions, but winning a single match grants 50 points. So, practitioners of any level can sign up. I've participated 4 times and managed to win once by sheer luck. That earned me 50 points, which is quite useful. Using equipment at the training ground consumes points. Completing a school-assigned task usually grants 20 to 60 points, which can be tedious, but winning a match grants 50 points, so many are eager to take their chances. Sounds quite appealing, exactly. If you join the second-year seniors team, you might actually make it into the top 100 and earn the Beginner Experience Potion. I'll think about it. He planned to discuss it with his team members. Even if they couldn't secure a top position, earning points and gaining combat experience was worthwhile. After a day of classes, Xing Luo returned to the villa. Just as he sat down to take a sip of water, Zhao Wen rushed in excitedly. "Xing Luo, let us challenge the Battle Tower." Soon after, the others returned to the villa. It's going to be so much fun. Plus, there are rewards. Let us go. Zhao Wen was visibly thrilled at the prospect of combat. Ive heard about the Battle Tower. Making it into the top 100 is primarily for 3rd and 4th-year seniors, along with a few outstanding second years. Most teams are over level 40. Xing Luo glanced at the others. Currently, Zhao Wen, Xing Luo, and Lu Yi were all level 37, while Shen Bing and Lin Nuashang had reached level 38. This was already a level typically attained by second-year students. I think we should give it a try. There are no tasks assigned to us at the moment, and attending classes has become a bit too comfortable. We need some challenges for our growth. The Battle Tower is a good option. Although our current levels might not guarantee a place in the top 100, the higher the ranking, the better our combat skills will develop, right? Xing Luo then looked to the others for their opinions. I agree. Zhao Wen was the first to raise his hand in agreement. I concur. Lin Nuasheng firmly agreed. She needed to grow stronger to achieve her goals. Indeed, We need to train. Only by continuously improving can we better face future challenges. Lu Yi expressed his full support for Xing Luo's words. Finally, all eyes were on Shen Bing, who was taking joyful water from the fridge. Turning around, he noticed everyone staring at him. Looking at the joyful water in his hand, he asked, "Do you want some?" He then retrieved 4 more bottles from the fridge and tossed them to the others. "Shen Bing, we want to challenge the battle tower, or rather, the combat tower. Do you have any objections?" At that moment, Shen Bing had already opened a chilled bottle of joyful water and began drinking with gusto. "Joyful water is truly delicious. My parents were overly strict at home, so I've never had junk food growing up. A life without joyful water, hamburgers, fried chicken, and ice cream is incomplete." During this college life, Shen Bing's six-pack abs gradually transformed into a more unified form. "All right, it's settled then. We'll sign up after school tomorrow." Xing Luo gulped and downed the joyful water Shen Bing had tossed to them. November in Jinling was still quite hot. A cold bottle of joyful water would be heavenly. Chapter 53. The Battle Tower the following afternoon. After completing a full day of classes, Zhao eagerly made his way to the Priest Academy. From a distance, he spotted Xing Luo surrounded by 4 individuals and hurried over to assist him. "Xing Luo, are you all right? What do you want with him?" Zhao shielded Xing Luo protectively. "1. It's fine. These seniors from the second year merely wish to invite me to team up for the combat tower." "Senior, I'm truly sorry, but I already have my own team." "All right then, if you change your mind, feel free to come find me." Once the second-year students departed, Xing Luo and Zhao proceeded to the battle tower, where the other 3 were already waiting. I took a quick look. There are currently over 2,300 teams. We'll start with this ranking, and the system will gradually adjust the ranks based on our performance. Lu Yi shared what he had gathered. Xing Luo gazed up at the battle tower, a grand and imposing structure. Upon entering the battle tower, they reached the first floor. After a simple registration process, Xing Luo and his team embarked on their journey in the battle tower. Before long, the matching results were announced. They were set to challenge the team ranked 23-12. Lu Yi inquired about their opponents and learned that they consisted of a paladin, hunter, healer, mage, and arms warrior, with an average level of 33, all freshers like them. Though their levels are low, we must not underestimate them. "Let us aim for a decisive victory," Zhao exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm in order to ensure the safety of the students. The battle tower employs the virtual technology developed by the Luotian group. After a brief moment of dizziness, the participants found themselves in the arena, where only a single referee was present, and the spectator seats were utterly vacant. Perhaps their rankings were too low to garner any interest from others. The match commenced. Everyone immediately unleashed their status-altering skills upon one another. Zhao was the first to charge at the mage. While the opposing warrior rushed directly towards Xing Luo cast Mind Shatter, instilling fear in the warrior. Lin Nuosheng appeared behind the paladin, swiftly delivering an elbow strike that knocked him out. The paladin hurriedly activated Hand of Protection, becoming immune to physical damage. At that moment, Shen Bing stepped in front of the paladin and activated Ice Bloodline, increasing his damage by 30. Observing Shen Bing in full-on burst mode, Xing Luo promptly cast Power Word Shield on him, granting a 20 damage boost. Shen Bing unleashed a flurry of skills right in the paladin's face. The protection paladin attempted to heal his comrade but was abruptly interrupted by Xing Luo's Holy Fire. A thin layer of shield enveloped everyone. The protection paladin then executed a shield charge, interrupting Shen Bing's casting, and began to unleash his own attacks on Shen Bing, who stood firm, confident in his shield against Xing Luo's protection. Once the silence dissipated, Shen Bing promptly cast Polymorph, transforming the protection paladin into a small lamb while continuing his assault on the paladin. The paladin frantically worked to restore his health, seemingly lacking any dispel skills. Leaving the protection paladin in a state of transformation, Lu Yi targeted the hunter with Hammer of Justice, only to be ensnared by a preemptively laid Frost Trap. Xing Luo swiftly cast Cleansing, removing Lu Yi's frozen status. Following that, Lu Yi unleashed Crusader Strike, swinging his dual-handed sword at the hunter. Unable to attack the paladin, Lin Nuosheng directed her assault against the mage. Faced with the relentless onslaught from Zhao and Lin Nuosheng, the mage began to panic, hastily using Blink to distance himself. However, just as he blinked away, Lin Nuosheng utilized Shadow Step to pursue him, activating Shadow Dance and furiously brandishing her daggers at the mage. In an attempt to retaliate, the mage cast Ice Spike, which Lin Nuosheng absorbed, continuing her assault. Observing his dwindling health, the mage grew increasingly frantic, urgently casting Polymorph on Lin Nuosheng, only to be interrupted mid-cast. The paladin experienced a similar fate. Upon awakening and attempting to cast a self-rescue spell, he was abruptly silenced by Shen Bing's spell reflection. The warrior, having regained awareness, unleashed Storm Hammer, striking Xing Luo with a massive blow. Yet, it failed to inflict a stunning effect. Unbeknownst to him, Xing Luo's Jester Mask granted immunity to all control skills below level 40. How could this be? The warrior was momentarily bewildered. Wink with a frown. Storm Hammer was his favorite skill, a signature move to control and unleash damage upon foes. Xing Luo, however, had no time to dwell on the confused warrior. Noticing the paladin's health was critically low, he unleashed Penance, directing Psychic Whip at the paladin. He aided Shun Bing in dealing damage. Before long, the paladin's health hit 0. Simultaneously, the opposing mage fell to the combined attacks of Zhao Wen and Lin Nuosheng. With their hands free, the remaining participants turned their attention to the hunter, who, amidst the relentless onslaught, was swiftly eliminated as well. Ultimately, the Chuangguang team emerged victorious in this match, completing it in a mere 27 seconds. Exiting the virtual arena, they checked their rankings. 2164th, they had surged nearly 200 places. If this trend continued, they would soon reach the top 100 and enter the second tier. Do we need to rest? Xing Luo inquired of the group. No. Let us keep going. We've only just warmed up. Zhao Wen insisted, eager for more, and led the group into another match. From 3 p.m. until 6 p.m., the Chuangguang team engaged in 6 exhilarating battles, winning them all. They had yet to encounter any teams with levels exceeding their own. In the subsequent 2 matches, they faced upperclassmen at level 35 and 36. After 6 matches, the Chuangguang team's ranking soared to 1168th. They had climbed over 1,000 ranks in a single day, attracting considerable attention. Observant individuals noted that each member was the top student from their respective first-year departments. A team composed of such members was certainly formidable. If the Chuangguang team could average a level of 40, they believed a spot in the top 100 was well within reach. The group headed to the cafeteria to pack some meals to take back to their villa. Zhao Wen eagerly arranged the dishes, indulging in a hearty feast. It's a pity we didn't encounter any strong opponents today, he lamented. Our ranking is still too low. Let us rest well and push harder tomorrow. Chapter 54. Victory is certain. For a period thereafter, whenever afternoons were free, Xing Luo and the others would engage in battles at the tower. After 2 weeks, the Chuangguang team had participated in a total of 32 matches. The further they progressed, the harder it became to find opponents. Moreover, the intense battles necessitated adequate time for rest. Ultimately, their ranking reached 123 RD. They had ascended to the 3rd tier of the battle tower. Now, they were primarily matched against upperclassmen, most of whom were at levels 41 and 42. The high-intensity battles effectively honed Xing Luo and his comrades' combat abilities. Match found. The group was now situated in the virtual arena. Next up was the first-year rookie team ranked 123 RD, the Chuangguang team, facing off against the 106th ranked Luotian team. The Chuangguang team had achieved an impressive 32 consecutive victories, as a team composed entirely of first-year students. Could they secure yet another win? Let us await the outcome. The match is now underway. The stands were filled to capacity. Higher-ranked teams had much to learn from their battles. Opposing them was a team with an average level of 42, featuring a Fury Warrior, Rogue, Hunter, Protection Warrior, and Holy Priest. Focus fire on the Priest. Lu-E, be ready to provide me with Hand of Protection. Xing Luo assigned tasks before the group charged toward the Priest. Lin Nuosheng landed a successful elbow strike. The Priest was incapacitated for 3 seconds. Shen Bing and the others unleashed their burst skills, bombarding the Priest with a relentless assault. Xing Luo began by casting Power Word, Shield, on himself, then applied Shadow Word, Pain, on the opposing Priest, providing an attack boost to his team while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. He utilized Mind Vision to observe the movements of the Luotian team's rogue. The 4 opponents disregarded the Priest's safety entirely, collectively lunging towards Xing Luo. It was a test of whose healing could endure longer. The rogue activated Shadow Step to position himself behind Xing Luo, just as he raised his hand to unleash Elbow Strike, only to be met with Xing Luo's Mind Shatter. that instilled fear. Thanks to mind vision, Xing Luo could monitor the rogue's every move, denying him the opportunity to strike first. Seeing the rogue fail, the two warriors charged directly at Xing Luo. With power word, shield, protecting him, Xing Luo felt no pressure. He cast shadow word, pain, on each of them, inflicting damage while gradually stacking his teammates' shield values. The rogue finally regained his senses and attempted another elbow strike against Xing Luo. He was successfully controlled under the relentless assault from the four. Xing Luo's power word, shield, shattered. However, as soon as Xing Luo regained his composure, he cast fade, vanishing before their eyes. Utilizing the 5 seconds of invisibility, he created distance, and upon reappearing, his power word, shield, was ready once more, which he promptly cast on himself. The four opponents, witnessing Xing Luo's reappearance, rushed to attack. Little did they expect Shun Bing to materialize before them, unleashing an ice nova that froze all four in place. They had already eliminated the priest. The priest, possessing the weakest self-preservation ability among all healers, was swiftly killed within the 16 seconds of the match. Meanwhile, Xing Luo stood unscathed on the platform, nearly at full mana. The four opponents decided to go all out. Once the freeze effect wore off, they aimed to attack Xing Luo while his skills were on cooldown. Power word, shield, was soon shattered. Yet, they were unaware that Xing Luo still held a pain suppression in hand. Zhao Wen had assistance, and Louis possessed Hand of Protection. To counter the melee team, Louis immediately activated Hand of Protection, effectively granting 6 seconds of invulnerability against the melee team. Xing Luo wasted no time, unleashing his full output against the four, with the dual birth and holy inspiration providing a 45 boost. While Xing Luo's damage might not match Shun Bing's or even Zhao Wen's, it was still substantial. The continuous damage from pain, combined with penance and psychic whip, stacked the team's shield value up to 3,026.14 points. After Hand of Protection concluded, Xing Luo's shield value neared 5,000 points. The four opponents exerted all their strength but could not break through Xing Luo's shield. With Xin Bing and the others' damage output, the Chuangguang team emerged victorious once again. An exhilarating match. It was evident that every player on the Chuangguang team was exceptionally skilled, particularly Xing Luo, who managed to maintain composure even while facing the onslaught of four opponents. Allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations to them for achieving an astonishing 33 consecutive victories. The audience erupted into a thunderous applause. Having triumphed over the Lucian team, they have ascended to the 106th rank. In the next match, they are poised to face a team ranked within the top 100. Everyone is brimming with anticipation, eager to take on the challenge. Without delay, they unanimously decided to proceed with matching. Today, they aspire to break into the top 100. As the seconds ticked away, anxiety mounted. Oh dear. Time is slipping away. It has almost been half an hour, yet they have not found a match. Zhao Wen anxiously paced in front of the group. Xing Luo checked his phone, noting the time. 1746. The matchmaking system for the battle tower closes promptly at 6 p.m., leaving only 14 minutes. Time quickly advanced to 17:57, and Xing Luo contemplated giving up. It appeared they would not find a match today. Perhaps they should go eat first. Zhao Wen felt regretful about the unsuccessful matchmaking, his interest in dining waning. Just as Xing Luo and the others were about to step outside, a notification chimed. Match found. Your opponent is the 94th ranked Long Yi team. Please enter the virtual arena within 15 minutes to prepare for battle. Yes, Zhao Wen exclaimed in exhilaration. The other's eyes sparkled with determination. Taking a deep breath, Xing Luo entered the virtual arena. The forthcoming match pits the 106th ranked Chuangguang team against the 94th ranked Long Yi team. Chuangguang has achieved an incredible 33 consecutive victories. Will they be able to overcome the Long Yi team and secure a place in the top 100? Let us eagerly await this match. Now, may the contestants take the stage. The audience erupted into cheers and applause. Chuangguang, Chuangguang, Chuangguang. Xing Luo turned at the sound, spotting Su Jie. He had brought the first-year students to cheer for the Chuangguang team. The members of Chuangguang were overwhelmed with emotion. For the first time, a crowd had gathered specifically to witness their match and cheer for them. Go, Xing Luo, go. Su Jie waved at Xing Luo. In an instant, Xing Luo felt a surge of adrenaline. Clenching his fists and raising them high, this battle, victory is assured. Chapter 55, Chuangguang, Chuangguang. The match begins. Faced with a team within the top 100, Xing Luo did not dare to be complacent and prioritized casting True Word, Shield on himself. The opposing team comprised a Protection Paladin, Hunter, Rogue, Mage, and Restoration Druid. The Rogue had already entered a state of stealth. On. I leave the Hunter to you. Lu Yi, focus on the Mage, Shenbing and Nuashang. Target the Druid, he instructed. If the other two attack me, I'll handle it with Fade. At his disposal, Xing Luo felt confident in his survivability. After assigning roles, everyone charged toward their respective targets. That moment, the Long E team's rogue had approached Xing Luo, but he had already detected his presence. He promptly unleashed Mind Shatter, instilling fear in the rogue. However, a team capable of entering the top 100 was no ordinary foe. The rogue immediately employed Cloak of Shadows, dispelling the fear effect. With sharp eyes, he activated Shadow Step to position himself behind Xing Luo. A swift elbow strike landed squarely on Xing Luo, stunning him for 3 seconds. Seeing that he had immobilized Xing Luo, a grin spread across the rogue's face. He then unleashed a flurry of attacks. As the stun effect faded, Bone Spike hit Xing Luo, yet he stood unharmed. With 1,394 shield points remaining, the rogue was taken aback. His seemingly flawless combination of attacks had failed to breach Xing Luo's shield. Regaining his composure, Xing Luo quickly cast Fade to enter stealth, swiftly distancing himself from the rogue. Meanwhile, Zhao Wan and Lu Yi successfully engaged the Long E team's Mage and Hunter. Lin Nuashang appeared behind the Druid, using Elbow Strike to immobilize him, while Shen Bing and Lin Nuashang decisively initiated their burst damage. Oh no, the Druid thought. After Shen Bing unleashed Ice Sphere, he immediately followed up with Frostbolt, aimed at the Druid. The opposing Protection Paladin interrupted Shen Bing's casting with a flying shield, silencing him. Not again. As a mage, he was a prime target for the enemy. They would rarely grant a mage the opportunity to deal damage. Instead of attacking Xing Luo, he rushed to protect their Druid. Subsequently, he cast Hand of Protection on the Druid. Once the Druid regained consciousness, he seized the moment of physical immunity to initiate Wild Growth, a powerful area healing spell. The healing amount was substantial. However, Xing Luo would not allow him this opportunity. A Holy Fire struck the Druid, interrupting his casting and silencing him for 3 seconds. The Druid was astonished. How could the priest entangled by the rogue have time to cast Holy Fire on him? Impossible. The rogue, having detected Xing Luo's return to visibility, charged at him. Protection. At the moment Xing Luo called for protection, Hand of Protection was cast upon him. Seizing the precious 6 seconds, Xing Luo hastily applied Pain to the opposing 5. He then unleashed Penance and Mind Spike at the Druid. After this series of actions, the 6 seconds concluded. Due to the silence effect, the Druid's health remained at 73. Furthermore, amidst the stun and silence effects causing a lack of healing, the members of the Long E team suffered varying degrees of health loss. The Changguang team's health had fully recovered under Xing Luo's output, with shields ranging from 3,000 to 5,000 points appearing on them. Once Hand of Protection expired, the cooldown for True Word, Shield, was over. Xing Luo immediately applied it to himself. The rogue relentlessly assailed Xing Luo, yet with a staggering shield value of 10,074.44, Xing Luo remained utterly unfazed. Moreover, the pain he had cast on the Long E team continued to accumulate 301.83 shield points per second. At this moment, Xing Luo boldly weathered the rogue's attacks while providing auxiliary damage to the Druid. What on earth? Why can't I damage him? The rogue's mind was filled with confusion. Meanwhile, the Druid dared not use any casting skills, resorting to the survival skill, Barkskin, reducing damage taken by 20 for 12 seconds. He quickly applied Bloom to himself and cast Rejuvenation on everyone, gradually restoring the Long E team's health. The healing provided by Bloom also increased the frequency of rejuvenation. The Druid's health decline had noticeably slowed. At this moment, the Protection Paladin opted to use Hammer of Justice to stun Shen Bing for 3 seconds, alleviating pressure on the Druid. However, this was swiftly dispelled by Xing Luo. Every second was crucial at this juncture. A 3-second burst could significantly increase the Druid's pressure. The Druid utilized Gust to push Lin Nuashang 2 meters away, but she instantly employed Shadow Step to return to the druid's rear. At this point, her combo count had reached 6. She decisively unleashed Bone Spike. The druid's health plummeted significantly, leaving him with only 35. He needed to cast a self-saving spell immediately. Focus the druid. Seeing the druid's health dwindle to a third, Xing Luo urged everyone to seize the opportunity to take him down. The druid, however, transformed into a cheetah and swiftly fled, attempting to escape from the Tianguang team. Lin Nuosheng used dash to closely follow the druid, relentlessly attacking his rear. Zhao Wen charged in, activating divine intervention. His body grew to a massive size. Lu Yi similarly unleashed his burst skill, divine awakening, manifesting a pair of golden, translucent wings behind him. His weapon shimmered with golden light. Hammer of Justice struck the protection paladin, and they unleashed their full assault on the druid. Sensing the dire situation, the Long Yi team's mage hurriedly attempted to cast Polymorph on Lu Yi. But Shun Bing interrupted his casting with Counterspell. Shun Bing continued to cast spells against the druid. At this moment, the Long Yi team's rogue abandoned his assault on Xing Luo, instead using Shadow Step to appear behind Shun Bing, delivering a kick that interrupted his casting. He then swiftly moved to Lu Yi's side, striking him with Elbow Strike, stunning Lu Yi for 3 seconds. The hunter also deployed Freezing Trap against Lin Nuosheng. Yet, as she was frozen, she activated Cloak of Shadows to dispel it. At this moment, the druid's health was reduced to 15. He was on the brink of death. Meanwhile, all damage from the Long Yi team's output was absorbed by Xing Luo's shields. Their attacks had no impact on the Tianguang team's offensive. After 3 seconds, Shun Bing and Lu Yi rejoined the assault on the druid. The protection paladin continuously used Holy Light to provide minimal healing to the druid. They had no other means to safeguard the druid's safety. Under yet another Bone Spike from Lin Nuosheng, the druid's health reached 0, realizing they had no chance against the formidable shield values on the Tianguang team. The Long Yi team surrendered. The victors of this match are the Tianguang team. Let us congratulate them for achieving success as first-year students, overcoming their opponents despite a 4-level average difference. They have successfully entered the top 100. The host stirred the atmosphere in the venue. Qinguang, Qinguang, Qinguang. Su Jie led the students in a continuous chant. Gradually, more people joined in the uproar. Xing Luo and the others surveyed their surroundings. They reveled in the sweetness of victory. They had succeeded. Chapter 56. Please allow me to be your ornament. The Tianguang team has secured the 94th position. Through this competition, Xing Luo discovered that practitioners above level 40 have increasingly formidable damage output. After enhancements, the shield value of True Word Shield exceeded 5,000, yet it was reduced to a mere 1,000 within 3 seconds by the rogue from Long Yi's team. They are beginning to struggle. It is worth noting that the top 10 teams all boast an average level exceeding 45. Furthermore, they possess a myriad of rare skills. From the intelligence he gathered, the team ranked 7th has a healing member with a passive aura skill that provides a permanent 20 damage reduction to teammates. Faced with such godlike abilities, Xing Luo could not help but acknowledge the abundance of talent in this world. He must exert himself even more diligently. Upon returning to the villa, the group convened to review their recent competition. Through this encounter with Long Yi's team, I have realized that the disparity brought about by levels has become increasingly pronounced. You can only match their damage output when you unleash your full potential. Thus, I believe that the most effective method for our advancement at this stage is to level up. Let us venture into the virtual secret realm for dungeon runs tomorrow. In pursuit of challenging more formidable teams, Zhao Wen expressed his willingness to endure the tedium of dungeon grinding. However, the experience gained from virtual dungeons is meager. It might take us 2 months to level up just once. At this moment, Lu Yi proposed, indeed, that is the case, which is why I plan to explore the level 30 elite secret realm, Forest of Terra, in Jinling City, where the monsters range from levels 37 to 39. It is perfectly suited for our current leveling needs. Moreover, given our current capabilities, as long as we avoid the territory of the secret realm's boss, we should face minimal danger. What do you all think? I agree. As a defensive warrior, I will surely ensure your safety. Zhao Wen was elated at the prospect of another adventure. I concur. To surpass others, one must inevitably embrace certain risks. Lin Nuosheng calmly articulated her thoughts. Indeed, if Xing Luo and his companions had not faced the bosses of 2 secret realms and participated in the defense of Baohua Mountain during the invasion, how could they possibly have attained their current levels and achievements? Consider those classmates who, for the sake of safety, grind through virtual dungeons. The highest among them has only reached level 34, equipped with nothing but ordinary skills. The current world is no longer reminiscent of the era before the revival of spiritual energy. Back then, ordinary individuals found it exceedingly difficult to achieve anything significant. Countless people were ensnared by mortgages and car loans. The 996 and even 007 work culture. Most crucially, hard-earned efforts often yield inadequate rewards. However, times have changed. As long as you dare to confront danger, slaying monsters can yield materials, equipment, and even skill books. Many are too fearful to face peril, including some exceptionally gifted individuals. If you dare, you shall surpass these so-called geniuses and become an object of admiration. Li's ability to stand out from the beginning is certainly not indicative of a timid nature, and one need not even mention Shan Bing, who has accompanied Xing Luo throughout this journey. Alongside Zhao Wan, the group solidified their decision. Xing Luo also communicated his thoughts to his teacher via phone. Yu Gu wholeheartedly endorsed Xing Luo's perspective, noting that achieving level 81 at such a young age was not accomplished through grinding in virtual realms, but rather through repeated trials in secret realms and survival on the battlefield, which ultimately led to his current success. Stay safe. Remember, do not challenge secret realm bosses unless you are absolutely confident. Although Yu Gu agreed with Xing Luo's ideas, he remained concerned for their safety. The following day, under Yu Ji's arrangement, the Chengguang team received the reward for ranking in the top 100 of the combat tower. Beginner experience potions, which would significantly aid in their leveling up. After preparing their luggage, they arrived at the location of the Forest of Terra, secret realm. Nestled in the southernmost part of Jinling City, the Forest of Terra, secret realm was devoid of residents. A massive building stood solitary not far from the secret realm. Upon closer inspection, it was the Luo Tian Grand Hotel. The name clearly indicated it was an asset of the Luo Tian Group. With no other accommodations in the vicinity, we shall reside here. Xing Luo gazed at the front desk, where the price of 998 per night made his heart bleed. Just then, Shan Bing approached the front desk, produced his black gold card, and arranged for a presidential suite for them. Certainly, sir. The front desk attendant accepted the black gold card. Amazing, Shan Bing. You can utilize your black gold card here. Please let me be your hanger-on from now on. Xing Luo jokingly remarked, elated at the prospect of saving a significant sum. 10086. Zhao Wan and Lu Yi chimed in, offering their services as hangers-on should the big shot require it. Shen Bing, walking ahead, refrained from turning back, fearful of betraying his amusement. Upon verifying the information, the front desk attendant became even more respectful. She was astute. Having been in such an establishment, she had undoubtedly encountered various storms and recognized Shen Bing's intent to conceal his identity. Your room has been prepared. Please follow me. She stepped out from behind the front desk, leading Shen Bing and the others to their room. Lin Yueshang, at the back of the group, cast a discreet glance at Shen Bing. Upon entering the room, Zhaowen excitedly collapsed onto the couch. This couch exuded luxury. Zhaowen gently caressed the fabric, savoring its quality. All right, everyone, please stow your luggage and prepare the essentials. We shall convene in the lobby in 10 minutes. Before long, the group arrived at the entrance of Forest of Terra. The elite secret realm truly lived up to its reputation. Its entrance was more than twice the size of that of a high-level secret realm. At this moment, an officer approached Xing Luo and his companions, blocking their path. Greetings, do you possess authorization? The elite secret realm is exceedingly perilous. However, those who emerge alive will reap immense rewards. This allure draws countless daredevils. Yet, the likelihood of ordinary practitioners surviving the elite secret realm is exceedingly low, prompting the military to prohibit regular practitioners from entering altogether. Only those with authorization or recommendations are permitted entry. Yes, we do. Xing Luo presented the credentials to the officer. He had previously inquired with Ning Qian, and their team was a special unit, qualified to enter the elite secret realm. After reviewing the credentials, the officer respectfully returned them to Xing Luo and saluted him. Lieutenant Xing Luo, as the elite secret realm, Forest of Terra, is fraught with peril, please exercise utmost caution. The officer, noting the young lieutenant's position, offered an additional word of caution. Thank you. We will certainly be vigilant. Subsequently, the members of the Changguang team entered the Forest of Terra. Chapter 57. Forest of Terra. The Forest of Terra. Secret realm is an expansive forest. Dense foliage obscures all sunlight. In the silence lies hidden danger. Xing Luo promptly activated Mind's Eye. Surveying the surroundings, he remained exceedingly cautious, consistently maintaining the restoration effect on his companions. Although Mind's Eye allowed for reconnaissance of the area, Lin Nuasheng still entered a stealth mode, vigilant of her surroundings, just in case. To the 4 o'clock direction, a colossal Sinran perched atop a tree, level 38. It could very well be a rare monster. Xing Luo immediately relayed the discovery to the group. Shall we engage? Zhao Wen was already poised for battle. On initiated by drawing aggro, while Nuasheng immediately controlled it, allowing me a moment to stack shields. Following Xing Luo's orders, Zhao Wen charged forward, with Lin Nuasheng activating Gale Step. In close pursuit. As Zhao Wen lunged at the Sinran, wide. A gaping maw descended upon him. Fortunately, Lin Nuasheng arrived just in time. A well-placed elbow strike, stunned, wide, causing its head to droop. Zhao Wen swiftly executed a roll, narrowly evading the attack. That nearly crushed me. Zhao Wen, infuriated, brandished his one-handed sword and thrust it toward Wide's head. Shen Bing utilized Blink to appear beside Wide, immediately unleashing Frost Bloodline, deploying all his skills. Lui and Xing Luo hastened to join Wide. Observing that the effect of Elbow Strike was about to expire, Lui delivered a Hammer of Judgment, extending the stun for another 3 seconds. After applying Dark Word, Pain, to Wide, Xing Luo relentlessly attacked with Mental Whip. The 3 seconds elapsed. Xing Luo furrowed his brow. Realizing the damage dealt by Shen Bing and the others to Wide was alarmingly low. They were only inflicting about 60 of their usual damage. 6 seconds of sustained output had merely stripped Wide of 7 of its health. Even with Shen Bing in a burst state, Wide's defenses were too formidable. A solution must be found. If this continues, prolonged engagement might attract other monsters. Upon awakening, Wide fixated on Zhao Wen, slightly arching its body before charging at him. Zhao Wen, unable to evade, raised his shield to absorb the impact. At that moment, Xing Luo also cast True Word, Shield, on Zhao Wen. Wide collided with Zhao Wen. He thrust his one-handed sword directly into Wide's eye, inflicting substantial damage. In a fit of rage, Wide flung Zhao Wen into the air before swiftly ensnaring him with its body. At this moment, Zhao Wen found himself incapacitated. His health plummeted rapidly. Lui hurriedly cast Hand of Protection upon Zhao Wen, granting him a 6-second reprieve. Xing Lu hurriedly dashed to Wade's side and unleashed the Mind Scream. Wade, ensnared in a state of terror, gradually loosened the binds around Zhao Wen's song. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Wen fled, targeting Wade's eyes. From the earlier skirmish, it was evident that striking its eyes inflicted considerable damage. Given the high defense of its body, the only feasible approach was to breach its defenses through its eyes. With Wade's head upright, only Shen Bing and Xing Lu could attack its eyes from a distance. A strategy to force it to the ground was essential. Lui pondered anxiously. I'll take charge. Zhao Wen boldly charged at Wade's head, activating the Divine Descent and transforming into a giant form. Wade, unable to bear Zhao Wen's weight, collapsed onto the ground. 10 seconds. Seized the moment, Xing Lu shouted. Lin Nashing and Lu Yi unleashed their explosive skills, launching a fierce assault on Wade's eyes. Time ticked away, and in the final second, Lin Nashing, having amassed a combo of 14 hits, executed the bone removal skill. This strike dealt immense damage to Wade, reducing its health to 34. Zhao Wen's transformation ended. Wade immediately flung Zhao Wen aside and lifted its head once more. It let out a deafening roar, and countless small serpents surged from the forest. A terrifying sight. Xing Lu's fear of dense crowds was triggered. Nashing, Lu Yi, clear the serpents. Shen Bing, focus on its eyes and keep attacking. Without hesitation, Xing Lu continued to unleash damage on Wade. Although the serpents were numerous, their damage was quite limited. Moreover, during this time, Xing Lu had significantly stacked the group's shields. Wade continued its assault on Zhao Wen, attempting to swallow him whole, but unexpectedly, Zhao Wen wedged his shield against Wade's throat. Wade thrashed its head wildly, trying to throw Zhao Wen off, but Zhao Wen seized the chance to keep attacking Wade. Wade howled in pain, and at that moment, the serpents ceased their attack on the group, all pouring into Wade's mouth and biting Zhao Wen incessantly. Xing Lu hurriedly cast the Shield of Truth on Zhao Wen and used healing spells to restore his health. At that moment, Lin Nashing's elbow strike finally cooled down. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed it. Wade, now stunned, slammed its head against the ground again. Zhao Wen quickly crawled out of its mouth. Damn. Almost got eaten. He unleashed a furious barrage of strikes against Wade. Venting his pent-up rage, ultimately through the combined efforts of the group, Wade's health reached 0, leaving it no chance to rise again. After fully restoring Zhao Wen's state, Xinglu examined Wade's drops. Item name: Magic Scale Armor. Level: 38. Quality: Purple. Attribute: Reduces damage taken by 134 points. This was a piece of leather armor, suitable only for rogues and druids, and it was significantly superior to what Lin Nashing currently wore. So Xinglu promptly allocated it to her. In addition to this equipment, a skill book dropped as well. Thick Armor. Instant cast, cooldown of 1.5 minutes, reduces damage taken by 20, lasting for 12 seconds. A reasonably good damage reduction skill. Only warriors and paladins can learn it. Louis immediately forfeited his role, allowing Zhao Wen to take the skill book. Zhao Wen had suffered greatly this time, being bound by death and nearly swallowed whole. Furthermore, with you and Xinglu protecting us, I hardly had the chance to utilize it, so you should absorb it instead. Louis understood that the more methods Zhao Wen and Xinglu possessed, the safer they would be. Thanks, brother. I'll treat you to a drink another day. Chapter 58. He wouldn't have feelings for me, would he? Upon acquiring the skill book, Zhao Wen promptly absorbed it. After a brief respite, the group slowly resumed their exploration of the Forest of Terra. Their primary objective this time was still to level up. Thus, they endeavored to seek out areas abundant with magical beasts. As Xinglu and the others continued their exploration, they unconsciously found that evening had fallen. Throughout the day, they had eliminated a total of 13 waves of magical beasts, amounting to 246. They had entered the Forest of Terra around noon, and in half a day's time, they had only managed to defeat 246 magical beasts. Xinglu and the others were not pleased with this efficiency. If others found out, they would surely be disheartened, as they couldn't possibly slay that many magical beasts in an entire day. We're not far from the entrance now. Let us head back tonight. There's no need to spend the night in the dungeon, lest we lose sleep worrying. Having nearly explored the area near the entrance, they decided to delve deeper the following day in search of larger waves of magical beasts. Upon returning to the hotel, it was already 10 p.m. After a quick wash, the group soon drifted into slumber. Unbeknownst to them, one individual quietly descended to the first floor. After adjusting his demeanor, he approached the front desk. Upon seeing Shen Bing arrive, the front desk attendant immediately bowed respectfully and inquired, "Young master, what can I do for you? I need to know where the magical beasts are most concentrated in the Forest of Terra. Deliver the information to my room shortly, and remember, do not disturb my companions." With that, Shen Bing turned and left. Zhao Wen suddenly felt an urgent need to relieve himself. Groggy, he rose from his bed, not bothering to turn on the lights as he stumbled towards the restroom. After finishing, he prepared to return to his room to search for his big sister in his dreams. In a daze, he caught sight of a figure slipping into Shan Bing's room, quietly closing the door behind them. Through the crack, he could discern the silhouette of the person, well-proportioned and attractive. Faintly, he could hear Shan Bing's voice from within, which eased his mind, and he continued on his way to his own room. Shan Bing was awake, so that woman must not be a bad person. Not a bad person, Zhao Wen suddenly realized. His eyes widening. Wow, who would have thought? So Shen Bing has a preference for this type. Unintentionally, Zhao Wen chuckled aloud. He hurried back to his room and shut the door. Shen Bing peeked out, quickly scanning the room for anyone else. Is there no one here? Did I hear wrong? He turned to the front desk attendant and said, I've received the information. You may leave now. Thank you. Of course, it is my honor to serve you. Young master, I shall take my leave now. With that, the front desk attendant exited the room, gently closing the door behind her. Having confirmed that no one was inside, she departed. That moment, Zhao Wen was sprawled across his bed, once again searching for his big sister. The following morning, after everyone awoke, they gathered in the dining room for breakfast. Zhao Wen sat directly beside Shen Bing. Looking at Zhao Wen, Shen Bing noticed the mischievous grin plastered on his face. Along with his playful raised eyebrows, a shiver ran down Shen Bing's spine. What was wrong with this person? Is he sick? He quickly finished his breakfast and retreated to his room. Zhao Wen's smile only grew wider. This guy must be feeling guilty. Absolutely. Half an hour later, the group re-entered the Forest of Terra. I inquired yesterday, and about 6 kilometers north of the entrance, there is a village of goblins. The villages are spaced apart, so reinforcements will take time. Each village has around 50 to 200 goblins. If we take a bit of a risk, we can go there to level up. Shinbing shared the information he had gathered. Zhao Wen suddenly understood. He had wrongfully accused Shinbing. Last night, Shinbing had been gathering intel from that woman. At this moment, Zhao Wen felt like slapping himself. Shinbing had sacrificed greatly for this information for their team. This responsibility should have fallen to him. As the strongest man in the team, how could he not bear such a burden? Shinbing, next time, he must take the lead. With that thought, Zhao Wen mischievously raised his eyebrows at Shinbing once more. Shinbing felt increasingly uneasy under Zhao Wen's gaze. What was going on with Zhao Wen today? He wouldn't have feelings for me, would he? Shinbing quickly hid behind Lig Yi, using his body to shield himself from Zhao Wen's gaze. Upon hearing the intel provided by Shinbing, Xinglu's eyes lit up. This location was perfect for their leveling up. Zhao Wen now possessed 3 damage reduction skills. He also had pain suppression and shields. And with the explosive output from Shinbing and the others, they could easily wipe out a village before reinforcements arrived. This would greatly enhance their leveling efficiency. We should give it a try. What do you all think? That does sound like an excellent leveling spot. The group unanimously agreed. Subsequently, the Qingguang team set off towards the goblin village. Along the way, Xinglu expanded the range of mind vision, opting to bypass any small waves of magical beasts they encountered. Finally, after half an hour, they spotted the goblin village not far ahead. Xinglu utilized mind vision to assess the situation within the village. There were a total of 63 goblins present. Zhao Wen, you'll go in and aggro all the goblins, then run back here. Once they're gathered, we'll strike and eliminate them swiftly. Drink the experience potions. With that, Xinglu cast the Shield of Truth and Restoration spells on Zhao Wen. After gulping down the experience potion, Zhao Wen charged toward the furthest goblin. Activating thick armor, he circled the village and then raced back toward Xinglu without looking back. Once a sufficient number had gathered, Xinglu issued the command. Shinbing, go. Shinbing instantly teleported to the right side of the goblin crowd, casting Frost Nova to control them. Upon witnessing the situation, Zhao Wen immediately turned around and activated the Turtle Shell technique and Divine Descent. In that moment, he boasted a remarkable 70 damage reduction. Under the influence of the passive skill, Absorb. Not only did his health not diminish, but it gradually restored to full vitality. Seeing this, Xing Luo swiftly cast Suffering on a goblin, prioritizing the shielding of their group. Once the protective shields were established, everyone unleashed their burst skills. Ice Crystal Orb, Holy Storm, Thunderstrike, and Mental Whip. All area damage skills were unleashed in unison. BY the 3rd second. Casualties among the goblins had already begun to surface. Soon enough, the first goblin village fell. After a day's efforts yesterday, coupled with this recent wave of goblins, Zhao Wen leveled up thanks to the experience potion. Joy radiated from the faces of the group. This was indeed a promising start. Chapter 59. The support of Shinbing. Xing Luo's experience points were also nearing completion. Surely, the next village would allow him to level up. The group began to scout the vicinity, and before long, they discovered another village. Xing Luo activated Mind's Eye to assess the situation of the goblin village. This particular goblin settlement was even larger than the last, housing 86 goblins. Sticking to their previous strategy, they pressed on. After bestowing a shield upon Zhao Wen, the group sprang into action. Everything proceeded smoothly. Xing Luo, as desired, leveled up. As of now, the Qingguang team was only awaiting Lu Yi to reach level 38. A day's time swiftly passed without any unexpected incidents. Lu Yi's experience points were also on the verge of completion, ensuring his upgrade the following day. Today, they had dismantled 11 goblin villages, slaying nearly 1,000 goblins. Amidst such efficiency, the experience points of Xing Luo's group surged rapidly. Unbeknownst to them, 2 weeks had elapsed, and each day had been filled with accomplishments. The goblin village before them was the last and the largest, with the surrounding settlements entirely cleared by the Qingguang team. As before, Xing Luo activated Mind's Eye to probe further. The village before them contained 231 goblins, including a rare creature, Morsha. This village posed a considerable challenge. Not only was there a substantial number of goblins, but the presence of a rare monster as well. We must swiftly eliminate a large number of goblins. Otherwise, with this many goblins alongside the rare creature, On might not withstand the onslaught. After explaining the situation to the group, Xing Luo fell into contemplation. How could they ensure the defeat of so many goblins while maintaining their safety? Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Shunbing, we will rely on you this time. Your sheep transformation can incapacitate the target for 60 seconds. I need you to continuously cast sheep transformation on the rare creature, Morsha, prevent it from attacking us. On. Once you draw all the other goblins' attention, activate all your damage reduction skills and retreat. We'll wear them down gradually. Once you're ready, charge in. Zhaowen took a deep breath, and after Xing Luo shielded him, he dashed forward. Morsha, upon detecting the intrusion of a human into their village, promptly rallied all villagers to attack Zhaowen. Morsha began casting Fireball at Zhaowen, just as Shunbing used Blink to appear beside Morsha, interrupting its spell with a spell interruption. Following this, he cast Sheep Transformation, successfully transforming Morsha into a little lamb, wandering aimlessly. Zhaowen skillfully drew all the goblins toward him, not daring to be careless, and sprinted toward the village's outskirts. Once the goblins clustered slightly, he unleashed Charge at the central goblin, simultaneously activating Charge, along with Turtle Shell Technique and Thick Armor. Upon reaching the goblin's center, he activated Divine Descent, growing in size and forcefully stomping down to initiate Thunder Strike. The ground around him cracked rapidly, causing the goblins to stumble and rendering them unable to retaliate momentarily. Xing Luo hurriedly layered shields upon the group. Faced with such a multitude of goblins, Xing Luo employed Mental Whip. Due to the limited damage range of the skill, Mental Whip could strike approximately 20 goblins each time, cumulatively dealing 3,202.93 damage per second. This meant that it could provide the group with an additional 2,722.49 shield value per second. An astonishing figure indeed. At that moment, Zhaowen had activated all his damage reduction skills, with the damage he received reduced to an almost negligible amount. The shield value surrounding him was rapidly accumulating. Lin Nuashang and Louis swiftly unleashed their burst skills, dealing damage to the goblins. Taking advantage of Morsha, the sheep state, Shunbing hurriedly moved to the rear of the goblins, unleashing Ice Crystal Orb and Ice Spike. Before quickly returning to Morsha's side, he remained vigilant of Morsha's status, ever ready to renew Sheep Transformation, truly a qualified support. After 10 seconds, Zhaowen exited the state of Divine Descent, and Xing Luo promptly cast Pain Suppression upon him, combining it with a shield value exceeding 20,000, allowing him to endure for a while longer. Xing Luo calculated the time, and when Pain Suppression had 2 seconds remaining, he immediately warned Zhaowen. On, run! Xing Luo dashed into the throng of goblins, unleashing Mind Scream to instill fear in the majority of the goblins, allowing Zhaowen to make a swift escape. Shunbing, needing to maintain Morsha's sheep state, was unable to slow the goblins, forcing Zhaowen to evade their relentless pursuit. Observing Zhaowen's health stabilizing, Xing Luo resumed casting Mental Whip, further enhancing Zhaowen's shield value. The goblins continued to dwindle under the group's assault. With Xing Luo's relentless attacks, Zhaowen's shield value soared beyond 50,000. As Thick Armor was on the verge of cooling down, he adjusted his direction and charged back into the goblin horde. Unleashing Thunder Strike, he toppled a majority of the goblins. Subsequently, he activated Thick Armor. Although it only offered 20 damage reduction, there were barely over 100 goblins remaining, and with more than 50,000 shield value, he could withstand their onslaught. Facing the now stationary goblins, Lu Yi and Lin Nuasheng found optimal opportunities for their attacks, and with their concerted efforts, only 63 goblins remained. Under Xing Luo's full shield enhancement, even after the effect of Thick Armor dissipated, he could still barely endure. The final goblins succumbed under Lin Nuasheng's bone removal, yet they dared not relax. There remained a rare creature, Morsha, that awaited their confrontation. After such a prolonged engagement, Zhaowen's Turtle Shell Technique had finally cooled down. Xinbing's burst skill was still active. Lin Nuasheng and Lu Yi's bursts were also nearing cooldown. They could strike. Zhaowen charged directly at Morsha, and the attacked Morsha immediately reverted from its sheep state, preparing to unleash Fireball on Zhaowen. A divine flame descended upon its head. Interruption of the spell ensued. Granting a 3-second silence effect, Shun Bing promptly activated his burst skill, continuously dealing damage to Morsha. Lin Nuosheng also positioned himself behind Morsha, and once the silence expired, unleashed Elbow Strike. Morsha was granted yet another 3 seconds of stun. Ultimately, Morsha collapsed to the ground, unconscious, under the relentless onslaught of interruptions and stuns from the grouped in that instant. As it fell, Shun Bing, having accumulated experience points over 2 weeks, finally leveled up. Congratulations, the group erupted in cheers. Shun Bing, with a stoic expression, felt a surge of joy within. Chapter 60. A Good Person. The demise of Morsha not only elevated Shun Bing to level 39, but also yielded a skill book for Rain of Flames. Regrettably, the Ice Mage could not learn this skill. This skill book would have to be set aside for sale or potential exchange for other skills upon their return. Following the eradication of the Goblin Village, Xing Luo found himself pondering again, considering where they might efficiently level up. At that moment, Shun Bing, like a beacon of hope, spoke up once more. I inquired yesterday and learned of a merman village in the marshlands to the east. What? This fellow is going without bringing his brothers? Zhao Wen's eyes widened in disbelief. Once again, Zhao Wen began. Why is he always fixated on me? Shun Bing felt as if he could carve out a 3-bedroom apartment from Zhao Wen's unwavering gaze. Wonderful, you're incredibly reliable, Shun Bing, Xing Luo exclaimed, grinning as he draped an arm around Shun Bing's shoulder, inadvertently shielding him from Zhao Wen's scrutiny. Xing Luo is truly splendid. He must have come to assist me. A good person indeed. It was getting late, so let us set forth. Xing Luo glanced at the time, which read 14:24. There remained ample daylight to scout the situation there. With their experience in dismantling goblin villages, the merman village would surely pose no challenge. Another month slipped by, and school had long since adjourned, with only 5 days remaining until the new year. With the holiday approaching, each of them had advanced over a level. Just as the merman tribe had been completely wiped out, they could return home to celebrate the new year. After the festivities, they would resume their battles. Following Xing Luo's suggestion, the group tidied their belongings and returned to the city. Are you three celebrating the new year in Jinling? Xing Luo and Zhao Wen were both locals of Jinling, while Xing Luo had roughly deduced Shun Bing's background, knowing his family also resided in Jinling. However, Shun Bing seemed reluctant to reveal his identity, prompting Xing Luo to don the guise of an actor and begin his performance. I live near the school. If there are activities during the new year, feel free to invite me. The Lui family is not lacking in wealth. They can afford to purchase a residence adjacent to Jinling University. I am also in Jinling. Are you in Jinling as well? Where do you reside? Xing Luo feigned ignorance as she inquired of Shun Bing. I live near the Luotian group. Oh, Luotian group. She elongated the tone. Yes, I reside in that vicinity. At this moment, Xing Luo ceased to press Shun Bing further and turned her attention to Lin Nuosheng. What about you? I live in a villa. Feel free to call me if anything arises. Lin Nuosheng's expression remained composed. Zhao Wen was about to ask why, but Xing Luo restrained him. All right, let us meet again after the new year. As she spoke, she pulled Zhao Wen away, and after walking a distance, Xing Luo finally addressed Zhao Wen. Since she did not volunteer any information, let us refrain from probing. Everyone has their own privacy. Zhao Wen silently nodded in agreement. On New Year's Eve, as delicate snowflakes danced in the air, Lin Nuosheng walked alone on the street, holding an umbrella under the dim light. A touch of white appeared on the black umbrella, making her figure seem somewhat forlorn. She entered a courtyard, where the sign outside, covered in snow, barely revealed the words Warm Beginning Orphanage. Nuosheng is back? A kindly old lady looked toward her. Director, Happy New Year's Eve. Lin Nuosheng tucked her umbrella away and stepped inside. Happy New Year's Eve to you too. How have you been recently? The elderly woman approached and took Lin Nuosheng's arm. I've been quite well. Having met several wonderful companions, a gentle smile graced Lin Nuosheng's face as she thought of Xing Luo and the others. The old lady was also delighted that she had made friends. They conversed for quite some time, with the elderly woman continuously inquiring about Lin Nuosheng's recent experiences. After finishing dinner and lingering for a while, Lin Nuosheng eventually departed the courtyard. By then, the snow had ceased, and the dark clouds had quietly dispersed, revealing a bright, full moon. She walked slowly along the road, and upon returning to campus, Lin Nuosheng discovered that their villa was illuminated. She immediately slipped into stealth mode, as the school should be deserted at this hour. She has arrived. The occupants of the villa noticed Lin Nuosheng and quietly alerted the others to prepare. Lin Nuosheng cautiously entered the villa, and at that moment, surprise! Xing Luo placed a paper crown atop Lin Nuosheng's head. The lights then dimmed. Zhao Wen wheeled out a cake, while Lui and Shen Bing held up a sign that read Happy Birthday. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. The group clapped in rhythm as they sang the birthday song. It turned out that this night was not only New Year's Eve, but also Lin Nuosheng's birthday. Looking at the faces before her, Lin Nuosheng's eyes brimmed with tears. She had not felt such warmth in a long time. Thank you all. Make a wish, Lin Nuosheng nodded vigorously, closed her eyes tightly, and clasped her hands together. I wish to always be with them. She opened her eyes, took a deep breath, and blew out the candles. The lights brightened, and Xing Luo seized the moment to swiftly smear some cream on Lin Nuosheng's face. Lin Nuosheng, undeterred, smiled gently. Dinner is served. Xing Luo hastily redirected everyone's attention. Thus, the group ushered in the new year amidst laughter and joy. The following days, Xing Luo spent her time visiting relatives and friends. To be honest, she was reluctant to attend such gatherings. Facing the various questions from numerous aunts and uncles was quite bothersome. On the 5th day of the new year, Xing Luo finally slipped out of her home and made her way to the villa. Upon arrival, she discovered that everyone was present except Zhao Wen. Why is everyone here? My parents went traveling right after the new year, and since I had nothing to do at home, I came over early. Lui glanced up at Xing Luo before returning to his phone, tapping away. Shen Bing also responded with a nonchalant nod. Upon closer inspection, Xing Luo realized that these two were engrossed in an intense battle in the Summoner's Canyon. Wow, let me join! Xing Luo set her luggage aside and began to watch their duel. Ride my beloved little motorcycle. After observing the team battle, Xing Luo finally took out her phone. Zhao Wen, Luo, I'm so bored. Let's gather everyone and level up at Tierra Forest. As soon as the call connected, Zhao Wen's voice came through. The eyes of those engaged in battle brightened. Just as Xing Luo was about to seek the group's opinion, she noticed everyone looking at her, waiting for her to give the signal to depart. A slight smile crossed Xing Luo's face. All right, Chapter 61. The Wolfman tribe. The group returned to the Luotian Grand Hotel. After tidying up, they headed straight into Tierra Forest. Upon entering, they halted at the entrance of the secret realm, staring intently at Shen Bing. Shen Bing immediately understood and cleared his throat. Well, I previously inquired about it. There's a Wolfman tribe in the northeastern direction. Their numbers are vast, however, they are relatively concentrated. If they gather too closely, it could become problematic. With such a large number, one may not be able to withstand them. Let us first assess the situation. Xing Luo activated Mind's Eye, and the group set off toward the Wolfman tribe. Shortly thereafter, the distribution of the Wolfmen appeared in Xing Luo's mind. There were simply too many. An estimate revealed more than 10,000 of them. The houses were interconnected, leaving very little space between them. As soon as Xing Luo and the others appeared, the Wolfmen would swiftly band together to attack. This was indeed a challenging situation due to their density. We can only devise a plan to lure them out in small waves. Let me give it a try. If I attract too many monsters, I can use the dissipation skill to stealthily escape. Lin Nuosheng was the most suitable candidate for this task within the team. Please be careful. I'm counting on you with that. Xing Luo cast True Word, Shield, on Lin Nuosheng. Lin Nuosheng entered stealth mode and approached the outskirts of the Wolfmen, using the steal skill to snatch a pouch of coins. Afterward, she deactivated her stealth in front of the Wolfmen, shaking the stolen pouch back and forth. The Wolfmen, upon seeing the pouch, quickly checked their own belongings, and upon realizing it was theirs, they became furious and charged at Lin Nuosheng. Hearing the commotion, the surrounding Wolfmen rushed to offer support, and Lin Nuosheng swiftly activated Wind Step and fled. Xing Luo observed the number of monsters Lin Nuosheng had drawn using Mind's Eye. Once the 83rd had been drawn and no more Wolfmen emerged, Xing Luo instructed Zhao Wen to swiftly engage the enemies. Following the command, Zhao Wen charged into the midst of the Wolfmen, activating Divine Descent and Heavy Armor, which provided a 40 damage reduction. Coupled with the healing from Xing Luo, he could withstand them without issue. Xing Luo prioritized casting Recovery on Zhao Wen and randomly selected a fortunate Wolfman to reward with Penance. Shields formed around the group. Shen Bing and the others simultaneously activated their burst skills, followed by a barrage of attacks on the Wolfmen. Xing Luo began to gradually accumulate shield values for the team. 10 seconds later, Zhaowen employed turtle shell technique. His use of damage reduction skills had become increasingly strategic, creating an excellent environment for output for his teammates. Including Xing Luo, everyone was desperately dealing damage. The Wolfmen were level 39 monsters, significantly tougher than the previous goblins and fishmen. Xing Luo calculated the duration of the turtle shell technique, and once it expired, he immediately cast pain suppression on Zhaowen. As the effect of pain suppression approached its end, there were still 34 Wolfmen remaining. Without the damage reduction skill, Zhaowen, along with Xing Luo's shields, could barely hold their ground. As time passed, the Wolfmen fell one by one. After defeating the last of the Wolfmen, Shen Bing quickly prepared magical food for the group to replenish their status. Xing Luo maintained mind's eye, remaining vigilant of their surroundings in case of unforeseen circumstances. The level 39 Wolfmen were only one level higher than the level 38 goblins, yet their damage and health had increased significantly. They had exhausted all their skills before finally overcoming this wave of Wolfmen. Once everyone had recovered, Lin Nuashang entered stealth mode again, attempting to lure the second wave of Wolfmen. Unexpectedly, this time, the Wolfmen surged toward Lin Nuashang in droves. Seeing this, she quickly activated Dissipation to escape. After the cooldown for Dissipation concluded, Xing Luo instructed Lin Nuashang to continue luring the Wolfmen. Throughout the day, the Changguang team managed to eliminate a total of 769 Wolfmen on the surface. This seemed less efficient than farming goblins, but in reality, the experience gained from defeating Wolfmen was slightly higher. Soon, half a month passed, and Jinling University had commenced its new semester. After explaining the situation to Yugu, Xing Luo obtained a leave of absence with his assistants. The once vast Wolfman tribe now had only about 1,000 remaining in its core area. After several attempts to lure them, Lin Nuashang discovered that the Wolfmen in the core area always moved in unison, leaving no opportunity to separate and eliminate them. Xing Luo fell into deep thought. Since we cannot lure them, we shall launch a full-scale assault. A1, you will draw a wave, and then we will unleash our burst skills to eliminate them. If the Wolfmen gather in numbers exceeding 100 or your damage reduction skills run out, we will retreat. We will engage in guerrilla warfare, gradually wiping them out. Before the gathered crowd, a spark of inspiration ignited, leading them to a less frequented location where the wolf-like creatures were sparse, and they charged forth with determination. Upon arrival, they unleashed their full arsenal of explosive abilities. In the distance, the Wolfmen detected the threat and began converging towards Xing Luo's position. Calculating the number of adversaries, Xing Luo assessed whether Zhao Wen could withstand the onslaught. Until the Wolfmen fully assembled, danger was not imminent. 98.99.100. The numbers continued to rise. As Zhao Wen's damage reduction was about to expire, Xing Luo urgently instructed his retreat. He hastily advanced to cast Mind Shriek, instilling temporary fear in the approaching Wolfmen. Seizing this opportunity, the group swiftly distanced themselves, gradually vanishing into the forest. As the Wolfmen regained their senses and discovered their quarry had vanished, they returned to their original positions. Relieved by the absence of pursuing foes, the group collectively exhaled, their breaths gradually calming. This strategy proved effective. That last wave alone had dispatched over 40 Wolfmen. Once our skills are off cooldown, we can attempt again, praised Lu Yi. Thus, after more than 20 encounters, only 100 Wolfmen remained in the tribe. However, a challenging situation arose, for among the remaining Wolfmen were two rare creatures. Externally, they appeared to be one magical and one physical type. Moreover, the concentration of over 100 Wolfmen posed a significant threat. Focusing our efforts on the two rare entities would demand our utmost attention. If they attacked simultaneously, Zhao Wen might not endure. One could be targeted by Shen Bing's transform into sheep, but two would be insurmountable. What are your thoughts? Should we take the risk or abandon this pursuit? Given the precarious circumstances, Xing Luo prioritized the safety of the group and delegated the decision to them. Chapter 62. I, Zhao Han San, have returned. I think we can give it a shot. If it fails, we retreat immediately. Zhao Wen assessed his limits. He felt the greatest risk, and if he dared, there was no reason for me to hesitate. Lu Yi swiftly concurred with the plan. The other two shared the same sentiment. Excellent. In that case, let us proceed with the attempt. Shen Bing, as before, transformed the magical rare creature into a sheep, and upon success, join the offensive immediately. We must seize every second to eliminate the remaining Wolfmen. a 1. Act when you are prepared. As Xing Luo spoke, he cast Word of Shield, Shield and Restore, upon Zhao Wan. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Wan charged towards the physical rare creature, Narg. Simultaneously, Shun Bing blinked beside the magical rare creature, Narmo, transforming it into a little lamb. The other wolfmen, sensing the intrusion, surged towards the duo. While Zhao Wan engaged Narg, he shielded Shinbing, drawing the attention of any hostile creature seeking to attack him. The number of wolfmen swelled, prompting Zhao Wan to activate Divine Descent and Thick Armored. Lu Yi and the others unleashed their respective explosive skills, unleashing Ice Pearl and Holy Storm upon the wolfmen. Lin Nuasheng focused his output on a single wolfman, reducing the pressure on Zhao Wan with each creature that fell. Xing Luo continuously cast Healing on Zhao Wan, interspersing it with Word of Pain, directed at Narg. Bestowing a wave of apprehension swept through the crowd, prompting a fervent resurgence as they collectively redirected the earlier chaos squarely onto Now mode. Several individuals took turns interrupting Nalmo's spellcasting, employing control abilities to incapacitate it whenever possible. Under the relentless onslaught of the group, Nalmo succumbed and departed this realm that it, too, dropped a skill book, Mind Control. With a cooldown of 1 hour and a casting time of 2 seconds, it harnesses formidable mental energy to invade the opponent's soul, allowing the wielder to control a target with lesser mental strength for a duration of 10 seconds, consuming 300 mana points. This exclusive skill for priests was eagerly absorbed by Xingluo upon acquisition. May I test the skill? Come on. Zhao Wan had barely finished speaking when an overwhelming void engulfed his mind, leaving him with a vacant stare as he unleashed the Thunder Strike skill in place. While controlling Zhao Wan, Xingluo simultaneously cast a healing spell on Shanbing. What a divine skill! With Xingluo's immense mental prowess, he can execute other actions while controlling Zhao Wan. Consider the implications. During a battle, if a teammate suddenly turns their blade upon you, how terrifying would that be? After 10 seconds, the mental control dissipated. Zhao Wan stood dazed, taking a while to regain his senses. I've realized that this skill not only controls a person but can also leave them dazed. A dual effect, Zhao Wan remarked, clutching his head. The more Xingluo observed this skill, the more he appreciated its potential. It was truly insidious. He found himself utterly enamored. After a day of combat, the group decided to return to their hotel for some much-needed rest. Following lengthy efforts, the members of the Changguang team had finally reached level 39. Lai had just achieved this level today, while Shunbing was already halfway to level 40. They gathered in the living room to discuss their recent gains. Shunbing is about to hit level 40, after which we cannot enter Terra Forest. Should we attempt to defeat the secret realm boss? Zhao Wan said, cracking his knuckles in anticipation. Xingluo contemplated the situation. If Shunbing reached level 40, only 4 of them would remain eligible to enter Terra Forest. Ideally, it would be more prudent for all 5 of them to confront the secret realm boss together. But facing such a formidable foe posed significant risks. What do you all think? If we are to challenge the secret realm boss, now truly is our last opportunity. Our levels are currently optimal for this endeavor. I concur. Lin Nuasheng was the first to voice her intent, unwilling to relinquish the chance to grow stronger so easily. Indeed, the time is ripe, Captain. I agree. Lai affirmed shortly thereafter. Agreed. Shunbing had already begun to fantasize about the treasures the secret realm boss might drop. All right, everyone, rest well tonight. We depart early tomorrow morning. The next morning, Xingluo and his companions arrived at the vicinity of the secret realm boss. Xingluo expanded the reach of Mind's Eye, cautiously searching for the boss. Soon, he spotted the secret realm boss, Gina, leisurely sipping tea and reading in a wooden cabin, with no other monsters in sight. It seemed that Gina favored a tranquil environment. After a brief respite to restore his mental energy, the group approached Gina. Xingluo concealed himself behind a thicket, with Gina's cabin directly ahead. Lure Gina. Outside. The cabin is too cramped for us to maneuver effectively, Zhao Wan shouted as he approached the cabin. Hey, you ugly hag, come out here. As a woman, she could hardly tolerate such remarks. In an instant, she appeared behind Zhao Wan, unleashing a Frost Pearl. Zhao Wan quickly activated Turtle Shell technique and fled. Lin Nuasheng utilized Shadow Step to position herself behind Gina, landing a solid elbow strike. Upon noticing Lin Nuasheng, Gina immediately cast Frost Nova, freezing Lin Nuashang in place. Astonishingly, she was unaffected by the elbow strike control effect. Xingluo promptly deployed Purification to dispel Lin Nuashang's frozen state. Lai and Shen Bing joined the fray, unleashing their full potential in a furious onslaught against Gina. Xingluo observed a frosty shield encircling Gina. They needed to shatter this shield before they could harm her. Gina braved their attacks and launched a frost arrow at Zhao Wan, but Xingluo swiftly countered with Holy Fire. Gina's casting was interrupted. Silence for 3 seconds. The ability to disrupt a mage's spellcasting was truly invaluable. With renewed vigor, the group intensified their assault. Xingluo also applied Shadow Word, Pain, on Gina, followed by a barrage of Mental Whip. With a resounding crack, the shield enveloping Gina shattered. Lai, Hammer of Justice. Xingluo had an idea he needed to test. Gina was stunned for 3 seconds by Lai's skill. Success. The shield made Gina immune to control effects. Seizing the moment, the group unleashed a relentless barrage upon Gina. After 3 seconds, Gina regained consciousness, activating Frost Bloodline. Her form becoming elemental, surrounded by swirling snow. Like a sprite amidst the snow, she lightly tapped her staff to the ground, and Frost Nova instantly radiated outward, covering a radius of 50 meters. The shield, which had granted the group over 3,000 points of protection, shattered in that single blow. Except for Xingluo, everyone was ensnared by the freezing effect of Frost Nova, but his jester's mask miraculously activated once again. Xingluo was astonished that immunity from control effects below level 40 also encompassed level 40. In a hurry, Xingluo cast Purification on Zhao Wan, freeing him from the freezing effect. Lin Nuashang also used Shadow Cloak to escape control and continued her assault on Gina. At this moment, Xingluo could not provide effective protective measures for the group. Wink with a frown. Gina was far too perilous. They needed to restrict her and hinder her attacks. Without hesitation, Xingluo unleashed the newly learned mind control on Gina. It had to work. Moments later, the skill was successfully cast. Gina immediately dispelled her Frost Bloodline state. Then, she began tapping her staff against her own head. This skill was utterly insidious. While controlling Gina, Xingluo hastily restored the group's health and calculated the cooldown times for their control abilities. Nuashang, is your elbow strike almost ready? Just 2 more seconds. Good. Once I finish my control, you must unleash it upon her immediately. After 10 seconds, Gina barely regained her senses before being struck by Lin Nuashang's elbow strike. This bought Xingluo an additional 3 seconds. After completing Shadow Word, Pain, Xingluo promptly cast Penance, instantly bestowing the group with a shield value of 1477.22. Following that, he reapplied Power Word, Shield, on Zhao Wan. Then unleashed Mind Spike, persistently dealing damage to Gina. At last, Gina awakened, her eyes blood-red as she glared at Xingluo. The act of Xingluo controlling Gina to strike her own head ignited her fury. At this moment, the animosity directed towards Xingluo far exceeded that towards Zhao Wan. Gina immediately began casting Frostbolt at Xingluo. Observing this, Zhao Wan swiftly entered full verbal assault mode against Gina. Xingluo calculated the timing perfectly, and one cast of Holy Fire descended. Gina was interrupted once more. The Holy Fire had been ready for quite some time, specifically to counter this maneuver. Now, Gina was left in a state of impotent rage. Regardless of the mage's formidable damage potential, if the skills cannot be cast, they serve no purpose. Once the silence effect wore off, Gina unleashed Frostbolt again towards Xingluo. This time, Xingluo intently focused on Gina's casting movements. And as she reached the halfway point, he activated invisibility. Entering a state of stealth, he quickly evaded. The Frostbolt sailed harmlessly into the void. With Xingluo vanished, Gina redirected her ire towards Zhao Wan, who had been relentlessly taunting her. Seizing the opportunity, Xingluo silently reappeared behind Gina, layering shields upon the group once more. Under the barrage of attacks, Gina's health rapidly dwindled, now down to just 18. At this juncture, Gina cast Ice Barrier, the solid frost swiftly enveloping her. Her health began to recover at an alarming rate. Through the Ice Barrier, the group was unable to inflict any damage upon Gina. Moments later, the frost dissipated, and Gina's health astonishingly returned to 58. The painstaking damage they had dealt was almost halved within seconds. At this point, Gina cast Blink to create distance between herself and Zhao Wan, immediately following with Frost Orb and Ice Spike. The moment the skills were unleashed, Lin Nuoshang utilized Shadow Step to position himself behind Gina. However, both Lu Yi and Zhao Wan were caught unawares. Struck by the spells, Zhao Wan quickly regained his composure and dashed towards Gina, executing Charge to escape the radius of Frost Orb, arriving directly before Gina. Yet, Lu Yi, lacking a mobility skill, could only endure the damage from Frost Orb as he fled. Xing Luo continuously healed Lu Yi, not daring to pause. Subsequently, Gina was compelled to cast Frostbolt. Once more, her burst damage was formidable, but as long as they withstood the initial onslaught, they would only need to contend with Frostbolt. Ultimately, Gina succumbed in agony. Chapter 65, Level 40. Sitting on the ground, Xing Luo exhaled deeply, for this battle, although seemingly devoid of peril, had the potential for fatal missteps. Without the shield Xing Luo had accumulated, facing the combination of Frost Orb and Ice Spike would have resulted in instant annihilation. Moreover, a single Frostbolt inflicted 2,647 points of damage upon Zhao Wan. Had the group not expertly interrupted the distribution, Zhao Wan might not have survived. After a brief rest, Xing Luo examined Gina's loot, while Shen Bing watched eagerly from the side. This was the dungeon boss for ice mages. Surely, it would yield some useful items for him. Item name: Elemental Robe. Level 40. Quality: Orange. Attributes: Damage taken reduced by 183 points. Spell cooldown time decreased by 30. Shen Bing swallowed hard, his excitement palpable. Wearing this robe would allow his burst skill, Ice Bloodline, to cool down in just 2 minutes and 6 seconds. While others could only unleash 2 bursts in 6 minutes, he could manage 3 in 6 minutes and 18 seconds. Incredible! He quickly wiped away tears of joy. His gaze towards Xing Luo tinged with a hint of rivalry. The only competitor for this item was Xing Luo. Let the battle commence. Xing Luo's eyes sparkled with determination as well. Come on. Shen Bing, it's time to settle this. Both cast their dice simultaneously, the dice spinning rapidly upon the ground. Shen Bing's die came to a halt first, showing 33 points. This score was rather low. He glanced at his roll with a hint of disappointment, silently wishing for Xing Luo to roll even lower. 1 point. 1 point. Shen Bing cursed Xing Luo fiercely in his mind. Soon, Xing Luo's die came to rest. 32 points. Xing Luo stared at his score in disbelief. Eyes wide. Ha 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 ha. Shen Bing could hardly contain his joy, bursting into laughter. Though it wasn't a 1, it was still 1 less than his. Once he regained composure, he cleared his throat, declaring, "This equipment is mine, right? Take it. Take it. Such a treasure." Reluctantly, Xing Luo handed it over to Shen Bing. Then, Xing Luo produced a second item, a skill book. Glancing at it, he tossed it directly to Shen Bing. This was a skill that only ice mages could learn, and Xing Luo felt helpless. Ice Barrier. Instant cast, cooldown time 30 minutes. The caster is enveloped in an icy barrier, entering a state of unconsciousness, during which they will receive no physical or magical damage and restore 30 of their health, consuming 600 mana points. After receiving the skill book, Shen Bing struggled to hold back his laughter. This was too delightful. Both items were his. Moreover, this skill was exceptionally useful. As for the 600 mana point cost, with his 5,000 mana, he wouldn't even flinch at such a trivial expense. It's worth noting that a mage's mana pool far exceeds that of other classes. Defeating dungeon bosses provides a wealth of experience, and Shen Bing had now reached level 40. He had also acquired an orange quality divine item, along with a rare skill book that could save his life. The group looked at Shen Bing with envy. After safely securing the core of the world, Xing Luo turned to the others, stating that Shen Bing wouldn't be able to enter again after this outing. They needed to raise their levels to 40 while he was still around. Otherwise, a lack of damage output would severely hamper their efficiency. Once they readied themselves, they focused their attention back on Shen Bing. Understanding the unspoken plan, Shen Bing noted that not far away was a hive of bee monsters, which had low health but immense numbers. The low health made it worth a try. If they could eliminate them swiftly, Zhao Wan would face minimal pressure. Let's go take a look. Subsequently, the group approached the hive, and Xing Luo expanded mind's eye to assess the situation. The health of the bee monsters was indeed quite low, ranging from 1,500 to 2,500, making them feasible targets. Let's initiate a burst and see how it goes. If we can mostly eliminate them, we can press on. If not, we should retreat first. Once prepared, Zhao Wen charged ahead, with Xing Luo and the others closely following. Zhao Wen lured one, and Xing Luo cast Shadow Word, Pain. The shields on everyone were rapidly stacking. As the numbers gathered, they unleashed their bursts, deploying area of effect skills. Just Frost Orb and Holy Storm alone managed to take down numerous bee monsters. Lin Nuasheng also zealously harvested the monsters with barely any health left. With Xing Luo's shields and the group's rapid kill speed, Zhao Wen felt no pressure at all. They worked in perfect harmony, continuing the slaughter. The group, fueled with adrenaline, worked tirelessly, not pausing even once, and astonishingly cleared the entire hive by 2 a.m. They had slain an uncountable number of monsters. Gazing at the wreckage of the hive, smiles adorned their faces. At this moment, every member of the Changguang team had reached level 40, time to head home. Upon returning to the Luo Tian Hotel, it was already 4 a.m., and they collapsed onto their beds, falling into a deep slumber. With the sunlight streaming in, Xing Luo groggily opened his eyes and stretched luxuriously. He picked up his phone to check the time. 11:22 a.m. It was already midday. After freshening up, Xing Luo entered the living room, where Louis and Lin Nuasheng had prepared lunch. Neatly laid out on the table. How thoughtful! Xing Luo grabbed a piece of braised pork and popped it into his mouth. Have they woken up yet? Not yet. Should I call them? Let them sleep a bit longer. After so many days of continuous battle, they finally had a chance to rest today. Shortly after, Shin Bing joined them in the living room, and after finishing their meal, the group displayed their prowess in the Summoner's Canyon. It wasn't until 1:13 p.m. that Zhao Wen slowly emerged from his room. Good morning, he greeted the others, still bleary-eyed. It's already midday. Hurry up and eat. Xing Luo was fully focused on the canyon, not even lifting his head as he replied to Zhao Wen. Once Zhao Wen finished his meal and packed his belongings, the group finally departed the Luo Tian Hotel, heading towards Jinling University. The campus had regained its vibrancy, with students visible everywhere. Upon returning to their villa, they tidied up, and Xing Luo sent a message to Ning Qian, informing her of their defeat of the Terra Forest boss and the acquisition of the core of the world. Ning Qian replied that she was nearby and would be arriving shortly. Before long, the doorbell rang, and Zhao Wen dashed out with great urgency. Come in. Chapter 66, The Ring of Guardians. Ning Qian nodded with a smile. Sister Ning, this is the world core of Terra Forest. Xing Luo handed the world core to Ning Qian. Although we haven't assigned you a mission, the military will still grant your team corresponding points for bringing back the world core from Terra Forest. Your team has now reached level 40 as professionals, and you are eligible to undertake the D-Rank team assessment. Do you accept it now? Joy spread across everyone's faces. Of course. The D-Rank team assessment task is to obtain any world core from a level 40 secondary secret realm. But you may also venture into higher level secret realms to acquire the world core, which will count as task completion. Alright, I won't disturb you any longer. You can check your points later with that. Ning Qian departed from the villa. Shortly thereafter, Xing Luo opened his phone to check the points he had earned. An astonishing 10,000 points. Last time, he had only received 1,000 points, but that time included an additional 5 highly valuable skill books. Perhaps it was an initial investment in them. With 10,000 points in hand, Xing Luo swiftly browsed the point shop to see if there were any suitable skills or equipment. Item name: Glimmering Robe. Level: 43. Quality: Purple. Attribute: Damage received reduced by 166 points. Spell cooldown time decreased by 10. Value: 9,999 points. Xing Luo coveted this piece of equipment, but it was far too expensive. Purchasing it would leave them with very little points remaining. Reluctantly, he decided to forego this item and continue to browse. After a long while, Xing Luo felt a bit overwhelmed. All the equipment he liked was prohibitively expensive. He turned to the skills section to see what was affordable. Feathers of Paradise. Instant cast, 15 seconds cooldown. Can be charged 3 times. Bestows the target with the blessing of Feathers of Paradise, increasing their movement speed by 40 for 6 seconds, costing 20 mana points. Value: 5,999 points. Shield Slam. Instant cast, 8 seconds cooldown. Strikes the target forcefully with a shield, dealing 30 physical damage and reducing physical damage received by 60 points for 8 seconds. Costs 10 mana points. Value: 10,999 points. Ice Lance. Instant cast, launches a high-speed shard of ice at the target, dealing 68 magic damage and doubling the damage against frozen targets, costing 36 mana points. Value: 6,999 points. After reviewing the skills available within their budget, Shield Slam emerged as Xing Luo's top choice. He calculated that when maxed out, it could provide a permanent reduction of 3,216.25 points in physical damage. This would significantly mitigate the gap left by Zhao Wen's lack of damage reduction skills. After consulting with the others, Xing Luo decided to purchase it. 10 minutes later, the doorbell of the villa rang again. Zhao Wen thought it was Ning Qian returning and hurriedly ran to open the door. "Good day, sir. Here is your package." A young man, dressed simply and carrying a large backpack, handed the parcel to Zhao Wen. "Thank you." Zhao Wen then realized that his skill book had arrived. "Please leave a 5-star review," he exclaimed before beginning to cast a spell, disappearing from the spot 2 seconds later. Wow! Could this be a delivery from a level 60 mage? How extravagant! No wonder it arrived so quickly. A level 60 mage delivering goods. Shun Bing watched the delivery person vanish and fell into contemplation, imagining the exhausting scene of delivering goods, which sent a shiver down her spine. Ignoring the commotion, Zhao Wen immediately began to absorb his skill book outside the house. And upon success, he eagerly dashed to the training ground to test his new ability. The others resumed their respective tasks. As the team leader, Xing Luo was already considering which secret realm would be best for the D-rank team assessment. He approached Yu Ji's office and knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock, come in." Yu Ji's gentle voice floated from within. Upon hearing this, Xing Luo pushed the door open and entered. "Teacher, I'm back." "Ah, it's Xiao Luo. How did it go? Has the boss of the Terra Forest secret realm been defeated?" As Xing Luo's mentor, Yu Gu had great confidence in him. "Yes, I've already submitted the World Core to Sister Ning. She has also assigned us the D-rank team assessment task." Hearing Ning Qian's name made Yu Ji's lips curve upward slightly. The level 40 secondary secret realm, Farilas, in Gusu City would be very suitable for you. The realm boss, Roma, is a paladin, and your team just happens to have a paladin. Perhaps you might acquire some excellent items. Xing Luo's eyes lit up at this suggestion. "Thank you, teacher. I was just worrying about this. One more thing, the orange quality equipment, the Jester's mask, I obtained previously is broken. Dio, you know how I can repair it?" Xing Luo handed the mask to Yu Gu. After examining it for a moment, Yu Gu replied, "This equipment is likely over level 40, and due to the damage, it has downgraded to level 37. Repairing it will probably require a master-level equipment forger. Fortunately, my teammate is a master-level equipment forger. I'll ask him for help. Please hold on to this equipment for me for now." "Thank you, teacher." Xing Luo was not at all modest. He remembered his teacher's kindness and vowed to repay him once he became stronger. "No need to be so formal with me. You are already level 40 and can learn this skill now. With it, your support capabilities will significantly improve." Yu Gu handed a skill book to Xing Luo. Ring of Guardians, instant cast, cooldown of 1.5 minutes, grants the friendly targets within range the protection of holy light, reducing damage taken by 20 for 12 seconds, costing 20 mana points per target. After receiving the skill book, Xing Luo expressed his gratitude to Yu Gu once more. Yu Gu affectionately ruffled Xing Luo's hair and said no more. After chatting for a while, Xing Luo returned to the villa. Upon absorbing Ring of Guardians, he immediately began testing its effects. This skill's range could expand in accordance with his mental power. Xing Luo discovered that later acquired skills were more or less related to his mental strength. He suddenly had a thought. If his mental power continued to increase, would the effects of these skills also enhance? With this plan in mind, Xing Luo decided to focus on training his mental power. Hoping that its growth would bring him unexpected surprises, by nightfall, he discussed the situation of the Farilas secret realm with the others. Louis was envious of Shun Bing's previous acquisition of both equipment and skill books. Wondering if it would finally be his turn this time. Chapter 67. Farilas. The next day, after completing his leave procedures, Xing Luo and the others set off toward Gusu City, opting to take the high-speed train. When booking tickets, they happened to secure a row of seats together, ideal for their team of 5. Lying back, Xing Luo admired the scenery outside the window. "How beautiful!" Suddenly, a man at the back of the carriage shouted desperately, "Is there a doctor? Help! Someone's dying!" "I am." Xing Luo stood up. Without a second thought, as a priest and healer, this was precisely when he was needed. The bystanders instinctively made way for him. He approached the man, with Zhao Wen following closely behind to ensure his safety. The other three also kept a watchful eye on the situation. The woman in the man's arms appeared pale, her lips cracked, clutching her chest, her breathing shallow, and her life points plummeting rapidly. Xing Luo hurriedly cast, suffering, restoring the woman's life points, but her complexion remained ashen. Soon after, her life points began to drop again. Without hesitation, Xing Luo cast recovery on her, providing a steady restoration of 141.06 life points per second to halt the decline. Furrowing his brow, he directly cast purification on her, and a pure light enveloped her. Her complexion visibly improved. It's working. It's working. Thank you. Thank you. The man continuously expressed his gratitude to Xing Luo, a miracle worker, truly remarkable for one so young. The crowd around them offered praise for Xing Luo. Among them, a woman wearing a baseball cap and a mask. Her gaze filled with malice, seethed with rage. It's all right. It's all right. Just a small effort. Xing Luo waved his hand and returned to his seat amid the applause of the onlookers. However, the woman's condition did not seem to be the result of poisoning but rather a curse. He wondered whether the person who had cast the curse on her was still on the train. If that person were still present, then Xing Luo, who had rescued the woman, might become a target for retaliation. With his senses heightened, Xing Luo remained vigilant. Quietly activating mind's eye, he observed the movements around him. At that moment, Yu Qiuyun was seething with anger. Why hasn't that wretched woman died? That mistress. I must make her pay. It was all that man's fault. Why did he have to appear on this train? Why couldn't he just ignore it? Yes, it's all his fault. It's entirely his mistake. Yu Qiuyun was consumed by hatred. Her mind clouded. All she wanted now was for Xing Luo to perish. Enraged, she approached a spot where she could see Xing Luo, preparing to unleash her magic upon him. Every move she made was captured by Xing Luo's mind's eye. Xing Luo was not in a hurry to interrupt her. He needed Yu Qiuyun's attack to strike him, providing him with a valid reason to penalize her. To be on the safe side. Xing Luo cast Truth Spell, Shield, upon himself. At that moment, the woman unleashed Shadow Arrow, hitting Xing Luo squarely. The crowd erupted into chaos, murder, help. The performance had reached its climax. Xing Luo clutched his chest. Groaning in agony, Zhao Wen swiftly advanced to subdue the woman, halting her assault, while the guards from the vehicle rushed over. Observing the suffering Xing Luo, they redirected their focus onto the woman. After being apprehended, Yu Qiuyun incessantly cursed Xing Luo, berating that mistress. Yu Qiuyun, is it you? You cast a curse on Lan Lan, didn't you? A man lunged forward, gripping Yu Qiuyun's clothing tightly, roaring, Ha ha, it was indeed me. I want her to suffer a terrible fate. At this moment, Yu Qiuyun had completely lost her sanity. And you heartless scoundrel, you and that pair of shameless lovers shall meet a disastrous end. Once the guards clarified the situation, they escorted Yu Qiuyun away. The passengers in the vehicle returned to their seats, whispering about the incident. Xing Luo exhaled deeply in his seat, then gazed out at the scenery. Truly, one encounters all sorts of people. Soon, they arrived at their destination. At that moment, a 7-seater executive vehicle appeared before the crowd. Several individuals instinctively turned their attention to Shen Bing. I called someone to pick us up in advance. After all, the station is quite a distance from the Fila's mystic realm. Shen Bing remarked nonchalantly, Haha, I've outsmarted you again. Where else could you find a teammate as explosively damaging and wealthy as me? Haha. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the entrance of the Fila's mystic realm. After the soldiers checked their documents and learned that the group's objective was the realm's leader, they provided some intelligence to the Qianguang team. Upon entering the mystic realm, the Qianguang team did not immediately head to the domain of the realm leader. Xing Luo expanded the range of mind's eye as much as possible, searching for rare magical beasts. They had just reached level 40, and their equipment was mostly at level 30, meaning most of it could be replaced. Xing Luo believed it would be wiser to update their gear before challenging the realm leader. Before long, Xing Luo spotted a target, a wolf-type magical beast named Samo, level 43. Surrounding it were 23 ordinary wolf-type magical beasts. On, you go straight in, with your shield bash and my guardian's ring. We can easily handle this. Xing Luo expressed his confidence in them. All right, I'm going in. Zhao Wan, brimming with enthusiasm, charged toward Samo, unleashing Thunderstrike to draw the other magical beasts before delivering Shield Bash to Samo. After casting a shield on Zhao Wan, Xing Luo unleashed Dark Word, Pain, on Samo. With the 20 attack bonus from the shield, he then cast Penance. Penance was a powerful skill Xing Luo often used to stack shields when under little pressure, as a single cast could directly accumulate a shield value of 1022.69. At this moment, Zhao Wan activated Divine Descent, and with the 20 damage reduction combined with the shield bash's mitigation, along with the healing effects from Redemption, his health remained largely unaffected. Shen Bing and the others also unleashed their full power, with Shen Bing and Lu Yi responsible for clearing the ordinary magical beasts, while Lin Nuashang focused on outputting damage to Samoda. Observing that there was little pressure, Xing Luo applied Dark Word, Pain, to each magical beast. Before the pain could fully manifest, the magical beasts began to suffer casualties. The magical beasts, 3 levels higher than them, posed no significant threat to the Chengguang team. At that moment, Samo unleashed Tear on Zhao Wan, inflicting 368 points of bleeding damage per second, prompting Xing Luo to cast Purify on Zhao Wan, successfully dispelling the effect. The Purify spell given by the teacher proved to be exceptionally useful. Seeing that the first strike had failed, Samo cast Bite Shatter. Quick on his feet, Zhao Wan activated Thick Armor, absorbing 1,687 points of damage without breaking his shield. Before long, Samo lay lifeless on the ground. Chapter 68. The judgment of the paladin Xing Luo did not rest but immediately approached to inspect the loot. Item name, Wolf Leggings. Level, 43. Quality, Purple. Attributes, damage taken reduced by 188 points. Movement speed increased by 5. It was a piece of leather armor, which Xing Luo promptly handed over to Lin Nuashang. The first rare drop yielded a fine piece of equipment. Let us continue. We need to farm more. Given the current strength of the Chengguang team, facing rare magical beasts below level 45 posed little difficulty. Encountering them meant a straightforward confrontation. With Xing Luo's ample healing, they hardly sustained any damage. Along the way, the Chengguang team defeated 6 rare magical beasts and over 100 ordinary ones, acquiring 6 pieces of purple equipment, 2 pieces of blue equipment, 8 pieces of green equipment, and a druid skill book for Solar Flare. Among the 6 pieces of equipment, 5 were needed by the team, and the 2 blue pieces were superior to their current gear, while the green equipment was less impressive. The Rain of Fire skill book obtained from the Terra Forest still remained with Xing Luo, and he planned to address it upon returning. Next, Xing Luo intended to hunt for the realm leader, Ramo. The group arrived at the territory of the realm leader. Expanding mind's eye, Xing Luo thoroughly searched for Ramo. Usually calm and composed, Lu Yi was now also filled with eagerness. When Xing Luo pinpointed Ramo's location, the group wasted no time and rushed toward it. Their long-standing cooperation meant they no longer required excessive communication. Zhao Wan charged in directly, bellowing, "Thief, your grandfather has arrived." As he spoke, he executed a shield bash aimed at Ramo. Xing Luo prioritized casting Truth Spell, Shield, on Zhao Wan before unleashing Dark Word, Pain, on Ramoda. However, just as Dark Word, Pain, inflicted damage, Ramo used Cleanse to dispel it. Although Ramo was a paladin, his character was far from that of a saint. He unleashed Hammer of Justice upon Xing Luo, stunning him for 3 seconds. At that moment, Lin Nuashang positioned himself behind Ramo and executed Elbow Strike, causing a 3-second stun effect. Seizing the opportunity, the group activated their burst skills and unleashed their full output. With Xing Luo stunned, the only damage they had was the instantaneous damage from Dark Word, Pain, converting to a shield value of 666.12 points. Without substantial shield value, the group found themselves in a precarious situation. As soon as Xing Luo regained consciousness, he cast Penance on Ramo. Needing to stack his shield as quickly as possible, Zhao Wan and Lu Yi took turns casting control skills on Ramoda. Xing Luo hurriedly reapplied Dark Word, Shield, and used Mental Lash to build up his shield. Within 6 seconds, the group's shield value increased to 4,110.98 points. Ramo finally regained consciousness, with only 73 of his health remaining. Seeing Ramo awake, Zhao Wan immediately activated Thick Armor. As expected, Ramo wielded his two-handed sword to unleash Holy Storm. A powerful surge of divine energy swept over Zhao Wan and the others. Except for Zhao Wan, the shields of the other two shattered. Lu Yi quickly activated Shield of Vengeance to prepare for the impending assault. Noticing this, Xing Luo swiftly cast Truth Spell, Shield, on Lin Nuashang, fully restoring their health before resuming his offensive against Ramo. As a healer, Xing Luo needed to possess a strong psychological constitution to accurately judge the optimal timing for deploying his damage reduction skills. At that moment, Ramo unleashed Devotion, divine energy surging from beneath his feet, causing the ground around him to erupt violently, attacking the group. Under the influence of this skill, the shield value Xing Luo stacked per second was countered by the sustained damage from Devotion. The shields could not accumulate at all. If they could not build up their shield value, the group's health limits would not withstand Ramo's attacks. He quickly activated Guardian's Ring. With a 20 damage reduction effect, the shield values of the group began to increase slowly once more. Before long, Ramo's health dropped to 53, at which point he cast Hand of Protection on himself, utilizing the immunity to physical attacks to cast Holy Flash. Xing Luo was startled and promptly cast Holy Fire on him. The hard-earned health could not be restored by a few Holy Flashes, back to full, under the influence of the silence effect. Ramo fled. After 3 seconds, he summoned a Holy Steed. A steed composed of condensed holy light galloped from a distance. Ramo leaped onto the horse, swiftly distancing himself from the group, already exceeding their attack range, and hurriedly cast Holy Flash on himself. Shen Bing would not let him seize this opportunity. Such a splendid stage must be cherished. He used Blink to appear 3 meters away from Ramo, casting Spell Law to interrupt his spell. Well done, Shen Bing. Zhao Wen charged toward the boss, giving Shen Bing a thumbs up as he passed. Awesome. Shen Bing felt pleased, pouring even more effort into his Ice Arrow. Unable to heal himself, Romo was exceedingly frustrated and unleashed a divine storm upon the crowd. Yet, the shields of those present had already surpassed 8,000 points. His skills failed to inflict any damage. Soon, the group managed to reduce his health to 30. Romo grew increasingly frantic and resorted to his ultimate move, the Judgment of the Paladin. Observing this, Zhao Wen hastily activated the turtle shell technique. Sensing the terrifying aura of the skill, Xing Luo promptly cast Power Word, Shield on Zhao Wen, landing a successful hit, with a shield value of 5,329.08 and a 50 damage reduction. Zhao Wen's health dwindled to 4,624 points. Xing Luo felt a pang of fear. Thankfully, he had bestowed the shield upon Zhao Wen. Romo's health plummeted by 10. This was a powerful strike unleashed at the cost of 10 of his own health. When Romo saw that his strike had not killed Zhao Wen, he became desperate, sacrificing another 10 of his life to cast the Judgment of the Paladin once more. Xing Luo quickly cast Pain Suppression on Zhao Wen. Under the effect of 90 damage reduction, Zhao Wen's health fell by an additional 1,341.01 points. Xing Luo hurriedly cast Atonement, restoring Zhao Wen's health to full. At this moment, Romo was entirely out of options. His health was insufficient to cast the Judgment of the Paladin again. His fate was sealed. Under the relentless assault of the group, Romo's health finally reached 0. Chapter 69. The Executor. This chapter does not count towards today's update. Xing Luo approached Romo's corpse to inspect the loot, while Lu Yi eagerly craned his neck to get a better look. As expected, the first item was a two-handed sword named the Executor. This piece of equipment was not even worth considering. It was immediately tossed to Lu Yi. Item name: Executor. Level: 47. Quality: Orange. Attributes: increases the user's attack power by 418 points, with a 10 chance to deal splash damage to 2 nearby targets upon attacking. Lu Yi examined the weapon's effects, stroking the two-handed sword repeatedly, genuinely impressed. The effects were indeed worthy of its orange quality. Next, he found a skill book titled Atonement. Well, last time Shen Bing at least competed with Xing Luo for points. But this time, both items were directly for Lu Yi. He put away the skill book, feeling a bit embarrassed. Once we return, I'll treat you all to barbecue. The group finally set aside their eager hands. Otherwise, they would have surely given Lu Yi a set of Aruba. After defeating Romo, both Shen Bing and Lin Nashing had reached level 41. Xing Luo and Zhao Wen's experience points had surpassed half, while Lu Yi was at a third. The group decided to continue leveling up while they were here. Xing Luo expanded the range of Mind's Eye, probing the distribution of monsters nearby. A month had passed, and the various tribes and villages of Feralas had been ruthlessly obliterated by the Dawnlight Squad. The monsters here had essentially been eradicated. It was time to return. Xing Luo looked at the others. At that moment, everyone had reached level 42. In just 3 months, they had gained 5 levels through intense battles. This filled them with confidence to face the battle tower at Jinling University. It was time to return and test the results of their efforts. The group exited Feralas, where Shen Bing's 7 business cars had been waiting for quite some time. The driver had thoughtfully purchased tickets for everyone. Boarding the high-speed train home, Xing Luo promptly fell asleep. He was utterly exhausted from the relentless battles. The most fatigued of all was Xing Luo. Throughout this time, he had maintained the use of Mind's Eye, constantly monitoring everyone's health. He had to be vigilant about the safety of his teammates at all times. This burden was too great for him. At 8 p.m., the group finally returned to the villa. Xing Luo arranged to meet Ning Qian at school at 1 p.m. the following day, a perfect time during the break, eliminating the need for any leave. Now that they were back at school, it was time to focus on classes. After showering, Xing Luo lay on his bed, reviewing his recent gains. Name: Xing Luo. Gender: male. Occupation: priest. Level: 42. Experience points: 1333134,000. Health points: 3,400. Mana points: 4,080. Active skills: Restoration LV8, 183,233 500,000. Healing spell LV8, 78,865 500,000. Shadow word: Pain LV8, 32,333 500,000. Holy fire LV7, 1998, 100,000. Power word: Shield LV7, 96,354 100,000. Atonement LV7, 81,227 100,000. Mind Whip LV7, 72,163 100,000. Power word: Tenacity, cannot be upgraded. Mind Scream, cannot be upgraded. Purify, cannot be upgraded. Pain Suppression, cannot be upgraded. Fade, cannot be upgraded. Mind Control, cannot be upgraded. Guardian Circle, cannot be upgraded. Passive skills: Compassion, Twinborn, Holy Grace, Redemption, Holy Light Inspire, Mind's Eye. Restoration LV8. Instant cast, instilling the target with faith in the Holy Light. Restoring 940.42 health points within 10 seconds. Consuming 16 mana points. Healing spell LV8. Casting time of 1.4 seconds. Restores 1,567.37 health points to allies upon completion, consuming 26 mana points. Shadow word: Pain LV8. Instant cast, a dark incantation that inflicts 626.94 shadow damage immediately, and an additional 832.66 shadow damage over the next 10 seconds, consuming 28 mana points. Holy Fire LV7. Instant cast, cooldown of 30 seconds, calls down holy flames to attack the target, dealing 553.18 magical damage, interrupting the target's spellcasting if they are casting, and silencing them for 3 seconds, consuming 42 mana points. Power word: Shield LV71. Instant cast, cooldown of 12 seconds, immediately grants the target a holy light shield that absorbs 3134.75 damage. As long as the shield exists, the protected target's spellcasting will not be interrupted by physical attacks, consuming 58 mana points. Atonement LV7. Instant cast, cooldown of 8 seconds, fires 3 rays of holy light at the target, each causing 276.59 holy damage to enemies or restoring 460.99 health points to an ally, consuming 48 mana points. Mind Whip LV7. Instant cast, inflicts mental corrosion on all enemies within a 3-meter radius of the target, dealing 153.66 shadow damage per second, consuming 12 mana points per second. Power word: Tenacity. Pleading for the Holy Light's baptism, invigorates the target, increasing their health by 10, lasting for 1 hour. Consumes 40 mana points. Mind Scream. Instant cast, cooldown of 30 seconds, unleashes a piercing scream that causes enemies within a 2-meter radius to flee, confounding them for 8 seconds. Damage taken may dispel this effect. Purify. Instant cast, cooldown of 16 seconds, dispels negative effects on the target, consuming 30 mana points. Pain suppression. Cooldown of 2 minutes, severs the target's pain nerves, enhancing their resistance, reducing damage taken by 40, lasting for 8 seconds. Consuming 120 mana points. Fade. Cooldown of 1 minute, diminishes your form until invisible, lasting for 5 seconds, consuming 36 mana points. Mind control. 1 hour cooldown, casting time of 2 seconds, harnesses powerful mental force to invade the opponent's soul. Controlling a target with lower mental power for 10 seconds, consuming 300 mana points. Guardian Circle. Instant cast, cooldown of 1.5 minutes, grants allies within a 5-meter radius the protection of the holy light. Reducing damage taken by 20, lasting for 12 seconds, consuming 20 mana points per target. Compassion. You are filled with compassion for the world, reducing the mana cost of casting beneficial skills by 10. Twinborn. When you use beneficial skills, the effect is increased by 50, and the cost is reduced by 20. When using detrimental skills, the effect is increased by 25, and the cost is reduced by 10. Holy Grace. Increases the healing effect by 50 when healing targets below 50 health. Redemption. You can apply a redemption mark to a target. Your spell damage will heal all targets affected by redemption for an amount equal to 50 of that damage, with excess healing automatically converted into a shield of the same value. Holy Light Inspire. The shield effect you apply to targets is enhanced by 20. When a target has your shield effect, attacks will additionally deal 20 holy damage to Mind's Eye. With your powerful mental strength, you can perceive everything around you. The greater the range of your perception, the greater the consumption of mental energy. Chapter 70. Spending like water the next morning, Xing Luo returned to the Priest Academy, where Su Jie found it novel to see him in class and stealthily approached him while the teacher was distracted. Long time no see, big shot. Indeed. I've been leveling up during this time. Su Jie's eyes lit up. Are you aiming for the top 50? Xing Luo smiled faintly. The top 50 is not our goal. Big shot. What level are you at now? Su Jie began to envision the Dawnlight squad charging into the top 50, clearly acting like a fan of Xing Luo. Not much, just level 42. Xing Luo casually boasted a little. Oh, level 42 already. After a moment, Su Jie finally came to his senses. Level 42. He almost couldn't contain himself, hastily covering his mouth with his hand. He gazed at Xing Luo with an expression of disbelief. You're not deceiving me, are you? It's worth noting that some ordinary senior students are only at level 42. Why would I lie to you? Upon hearing this, Su Jie's eyes sparkled even brighter. This wasn't merely aiming for the top 50. This was a rhythm aimed at the top 10. Keep it up, big shot. When you head to the battle tower, I will definitely come to cheer you on. Thank you. In the midst of their conversation, Xing Luo also began to anticipate the upcoming battles. After their afternoon classes, Xing Luo and his companions shared a meal together, and then they returned to the villa to await Ning Qian's arrival. At 12:58, Ning Qian rang the doorbell of the villa. Once again, Zhaowen was the first to rush to open the door for her. Please, come in. Hello? Ning Qian greeted Zhaowen with a smile and a wave. Hello, hello. Zhaowen felt a bit shy all of a sudden. He led Ning Qian into the living room, where Xing Luo and the others greeted her in turn. Ning Jie, this is the core of the world, from the level 40 sub-dungeon, Phalaris, in Gusa's city. Xing Luo handed the core of the world to Ning Qian. Congratulations to you all. From now on, you will be a D-class team. After becoming a D-class team, you can enjoy a 10 discount in the points shop. Upon hearing this news, everyone was thrilled, as there were so many items they wanted to buy, and their points were far from sufficient. Ning Jie, there's one more thing. I have a batch of equipment and a few skill books. Will the military be recycling them? Of course. For green equipment above level 30, it's 100 points each. For blue equipment, it's 200 points each, and for purple equipment, it's 800 points each. 4 items above level 40. The price doubles. As Xing Luo and the others presented all the equipment they had gathered over this period, they laid out 53 pieces of green equipment at level 30, 18 pieces of blue equipment, and 3 pieces of purple equipment. Additionally, they had 47 pieces of green equipment at level 40, 13 pieces of blue equipment, and 1 piece of purple equipment. It seems you all have done quite well during this time. Ning Qian calculated and found they had amassed a total of 27,500 points. Xing Luo then produced the skill books, Rain of Fire and Sunflower. The Rain of Fire skill book was worth 6,000 points, while Sunflower was valued at 1,200 points. Adding the previous equipment, They totaled 34,700 points. Dio, you plan to exchange all of it for points? Upon hearing the total of 34,700 points, everyone's eyes sparkled as they nodded enthusiastically. Ning Qian smiled slightly, packed everything up, and then left. The members of the Changguang team were overjoyed. With the additional 12,000 points from the core of the world, they now had a total of 46,701 points. Eagerly, they opened the point shop and began to browse the available items. Ultimately, Lin Nuashang chose the long-desired area of effect skill, Sleeve Arrow Storm, costing 7,999 points. Sleeve Arrow Storm, instant cast, 15-second cooldown. Throw sleeve arrows at all enemies within a 5-meter range, each dealing 113 points of physical damage, consuming 40 points of mana. Shun Bing opted for the Black Ice Arrow skill, priced at 8,999 points, which effectively increased his damage output. Black Ice Arrow, casting time of 1.5 seconds, cooldown of 30 seconds, releases a solid black ice spear to attack the target, dealing 168 points of spell damage, and causing the next 2 ice arrows to be instant cast with damage increased by 50, consuming 200 points of mana. Li, for the time being, chose not to make a selection, as he had made significant gains this time and had no immediate needs. He decided to wait until Zhao Wen and Xing Luo finished selecting before considering any remaining items. Zhao Wen selected the skill, Heroic Leap, valued at 6,666 points. Heroic Leap, instant cast, 45-second cooldown. Leaps into the air towards the target area, simultaneously striking the ground with devastating force, dealing 86 points of physical damage to all enemies within a 6-meter radius, consuming 30 points of mana. This skill was exceptionally useful for both pursuing and escaping. At this point, the Changguang team had 25,403.4 points remaining, and none of the trio had chosen overly expensive skills, instead opting for those best suited to their current needs. Xing Luo selected the Shadow Demon skill, priced at 9,999 points. Shadow Demon, instant cast, 1-minute cooldown, summons a Shadow Demon from the void to attack the target, dealing 130 points of magic damage each time. Lasting for 15 seconds, consuming 120 points of mana. This skill would effectively supplement Xing Luo's offensive capabilities, as due to his innate talents, he needed to continuously attack to gain stronger shields. However, if Zhao Wen faced high-intensity single-target damage, Xing Luo had to focus entirely on healing Zhao Wen's health, leaving no room to stack shields for others. The Shadow Demon could maintain its attack for 15 seconds with a single cast, effectively compensating for Xing Luo's shortcomings. To his surprise, when it was Lu Yi's turn, he found he still had 16,404.3 points remaining. With ample points at his disposal, he began to browse the skills available. Ultimately, he chose the skill, Judgment of the Paladin, having been intrigued by its use by Romeo previously, sacrificing 10 of his health for a massive burst of damage. With Xing Luo's presence, he didn't have to worry about the 10 health loss. As long as his shield was substantial, he could unleash this skill for a powerful strike. Judgment of the Paladin. Instant cast, 12-second cooldown, sacrifices 20 of one's health for a significant burst of damage, inflicting 432 points of holy damage on the target. Valued at 15,999 points. Why is it 20 of health? That is twice the sacrifice compared to the dungeon boss's release, and their SA 12-second cooldown. Quite a ripoff, however, that exaggerated damage certainly justified its price. In an instant, the Changguang team was left with only 2,005.2 points, effectively resetting their progress. Nevertheless, the enhancements they achieved were monumental. Chapter 71. The Devious Team in the following period. The group did not rush to challenge the battle tower, but rather focused on honing the proficiency of their newly learned skills. During this time, Yugu once sought out Xing Luo, delivering the repaired clown mask to him. Item name, Clown Mask, upgradable, level, 49. Quality, orange. Attribute, immunity to all control and interruption skills below level 50. My friend embedded a growth crystal while repairing it, turning it into a growth-type equipment that can be enhanced by consuming orange quality gear. Thank you, teacher. Please extend my gratitude to your friend. Xing Luo's hands trembled slightly as he accepted the clown mask. It's a small matter. He is quite wealthy, don't worry. When you obtain some good gear in the future, just show it to him. He loves to study such things. I'll remember that. Thank you, teacher. Xing Luo was incredibly excited. With this equipment, It meant he would never again be subject to control or interruption. After Yugu left, he hurriedly opened the point shop to search for growth crystals. To his astonishment, they were priced at a staggering 200,000 points each. What an exorbitant price! He then shared this news with the others and began to consider the Team S equipment. Currently in our team, I possess the Clown Mask, Markler S Ring, and Staff of Radiance, while Lin Nuasheng has the Demon S Strike, Shen Bing has the Elemental Robe, and Louis has just acquired the Judgment. In total, there are 6 pieces of orange quality equipment. I also have an Ice Element SI. Shen Bing chimed, revealing the ring in his hand. The growth crystals are far too precious for us to afford at the moment. If conditions allowed, I would love to convert all our equipment into growth-type items. The others nodded in agreement. We can't afford to slack off. The resources required for growth are increasing exponentially. One more thing, for the next dungeon, I aim to find a warrior-type dungeon boss. Our team is left with only a one without orange quality equipment. I feel quite guilty towards him. After all, he is always at the forefront. Yet he has been without suitable gear. Zhao Wen's face lit up with joy. Really? It must be true. I'll go gather some information right away. Louis offered to take on this task. I am counting on you, brother, Zhao Wen exclaimed, pulling Louis into a tight embrace. It's all on you. Good luck. Afterward, Xing Luo and the others discussed the battle tower, and they all agreed to challenge it the next day. Thanks to their practice during their time at school, they had refined their newly learned skills, and it was time to put them to the test through battle. Let us meet at the battle tower after school tomorrow. After organizing their plans, they each returned to their respective pursuits. After 2 weeks of training, Xing Luo's Shadow Demon skill had already reached level 3, with each hit dealing 254.8 points of damage. If coupled with the boost from the Holy Light, each strike could stack a shield value of 314.04. Even at level 3, that's already a significant figure. Xing Luo looked forward to this skill more and more. The next afternoon, after gathering, they eagerly completed their registration. Your opponent is the 89th ranked Devious team. Please enter the virtual arena within 15 minutes to prepare for battle. Today's matchmaking was remarkably swift. They matched immediately upon registration. The Devious team consisted of a Bear Druid, 2 Feral Druids, a Balance Druid, and a Restoration Druid. The arena was filled with druids, leaving many spectators speechless upon witnessing this peculiar configuration. While undeniably unconventional, this setup was, in fact, quite reasonable. As the only class boasting 4 distinct specializations, druids possess versatility that allows them to engage at both ranged and melee distances, wielding physical and magical prowess, and capable of fulfilling both healing and tanking roles, a true embodiment of adaptability. After a moment of bewilderment, the crowd found themselves in the virtual arena. From the stands, Su Jie enthusiastically waved at Xing Luo, a gesture that spoke volumes of his respect and support. Behind him, a throng of first-year students rallied behind the Changguang team, cheering fervently. Upon spotting Su Jie, Xing Luo reciprocated the gesture with a wave of gratitude. Next up was the match between the 94th-ranked Changguang team and the 89th-ranked Keida team. It had been nearly 3 months since the Changguang team last competed after breaking into the top 100. Would they be able to extend their winning streak? Let us await the outcome. As the match commenced, the opposing 5 swiftly entered a state of stealth, an innate ability of the druid's cheetah form. Observing this, Xing Luo promptly cast Mind Vision to reveal their positions. The healing druid is 10 meters away at 2 o'clock, Nuasheng, Shen Bing. Focus your fire on him. The balance druid is 8 meters away at 5 o'clock. I leave him to you. On, Louis. Stay back and protect me for a moment. After assigning tasks, Xing Luo prioritized casting Power Word, Shield, on himself. He noticed 2 feral druids charging directly towards him and, maintaining his composure, waited until they were within casting range before unleashing Mind Shatter. To instill fear in both Louis, go after the healing druid. At that moment, the healing druid was forced out of stealth by Shen Bing's Ice Shard. Lin Nuasheng seized the opportunity and stunned the healing druid with an elbow strike. The bear druid then charged at Shen Bing, using Mighty Blow to incapacitate him for 3 seconds. Xing Luo swiftly dispelled the stun effect. Free from pressure, he unleashed Shadow Word, Pain, on the healing druid, followed by summoning Shadow Fiend. The team erupted in a flurry of explosive skills, directing all assaults towards the healing druid. Zhao successfully ensnared the balance druid, who could only cast Sunfire and Moonfire, but the damage output was insufficient to match the shield value Xing Luo had accumulated. The Balance Druid, a skilled contender, cast Sunbeam at Shen Bing, illuminating a 2-meter radius with sunlight. Silencing him, Shen Bing hurriedly attempted to retreat. However, he was ensnared by the Balance Druid's Uther's vortex, trapped as he was swept back towards the center of the sunlight. The Bear Druid employed Gust, pushing Lin Nuoshang and Lu Yi away from the Healing Druid's position. In the moment of being blown away, Lin Nuoshang utilized Shadow Step to return behind the Healing Druid, following up with a swift backstab. At this juncture, the Healing Druid's health had dwindled to 78. As the Healing Druid regained consciousness, he promptly cast Bloom on himself, followed by Rejuvenation on all allies. He then used Gust again, pushing Lin Nuoshang and Lu Yi 2 meters away, seizing the opportunity to cast Wild Growth. Xing Luo, keenly observing the battlefield, interrupted the Wild Growth spell just as it was cast, silencing the Healing Druid for 3 seconds. Lu Yi and Lin Nuoshang closed in once more on the Healing Druid. The Bear Druid shifted back to humanoid form, casting Heal on the Healing Druid. Lu Yi quickly followed up with Hammer of Justice, stunning him. The 2 feral druids, now awakened, unleashed a barrage of spells on Xing Luo, only to be astonished to find that he had not lost any health. After a moment of contemplation, they transformed back into humanoid forms and began casting Heal on the Healing Druid, restoring his health to 92. Each member of the opposing team possessed healing capabilities. This was becoming troublesome. Chapter 72. Confronting the top 10 at this moment, the Healing Druid regained his senses and attempted to cast Wild Growth once more, only to be interrupted by Lin Nuoshang's kick. Shen Bing finally emerged from the sunbeam, launching Black Ice Arrow at the Healing Druid. The Bear Druid retaliated against Shen Bing with Headbutt, interrupting his casting and silencing him for 3 seconds. Under the barrage of attacks, the Healing Druid's health plummeted to 83. The Bear Druid and the 2 feral druids had suffered minimal health loss, while the Balance Druid's health had dwindled to 76 due to Zhao Wen's relentless assaults. Once the Healing Druid's silence lifted, he immediately cast Barkskin on himself, followed by Swift Mend, a rapid and effective healing spell that restored his health to 94. He then cast Wild Growth once more, successfully completing the spell this time. Immediately after, he cast Heal on the Balance Druid, restoring his health to 89. Just as he was about to continue casting Heal, Shen Bing's silence effect expired, and he utilized Spell Lock to interrupt the Healing Druid's spell. Seizing the opportunity, the team intensified their attacks on the Healing Druid. The mana of the 2 feral druids was dwindling rapidly due to their continuous casting of Heal. They transformed back into cheetah form and pressed their assault on Xing Luo. Currently, a stalemate ensued. All control abilities on the Chen Guang team side had been exhausted, while the Healing Druid remained in a relatively secure state. A burst of offensive power was required to break this deadlock. In that moment, Lu Yi decisively unleashed Judgment of the Paladin. He currently boasted 6,000 points of shield value. Judgment of the Paladin sacrifices the caster's health, meaning that even without any healing, if Lu Yi were to cast Judgment of the Paladin 4 times consecutively, he would still retain a shield value of 6,000, even if his health dropped to 20. Moreover, Xing Luo was providing him with ongoing healing. With Xing Luo's assistance, Lu Yi meticulously timed his cooldowns, unleashing Judgment of the Paladin repeatedly. The Healing Druid's health plummeted at an alarming rate. He hastily cast Ironbark, reducing incoming damage by 30 for 12 seconds. What was happening? The damage output from this paladin was astonishing. The Bear Druid swiftly cast Entangling Roots on Lu Yi, immobilizing him. Sensing the imminent danger, the Healing Druid attempted to flee from Luai at that moment. Shen Bing used Blink to reappear beside the Healing Druid, casting Frost Nova to immobilize him. The Healing Druid quickly shifted into cheetah form, breaking free from the control. Xing Luo cast Purify to dispel the entangling effects on Lu Yi. Lu Yi resumed his pursuit of the Healing Druid, whose health now stood at a mere 37. Switch to healing, Zhao Wen called out, leaping towards the Healing Druid with a powerful, heroic leap. The Balance Druid targeted Lu Yi, while the 2 feral druids shifted their focus to him as well. Attempting to disrupt his assault, however, Lu Yi swiftly cast Hand of Protection on himself. The 2 feral druids found themselves at a loss, unable to penetrate his defenses, and were forced to redirect their attacks towards Shen Bing. Xing Luo activated Guardian Spirit, bestowing a 20 damage reduction on the entire team. Coupled with the accumulated shields, they were momentarily impervious to significant damage. At this juncture, Xing Luo continued to unleash damage upon the healing druid. Once Li Yi's Hand of Protection expired, the two feral druids reverted their focus back to him. Unfazed, Lu Yi relentlessly attacked the healing druid. With another cast of Judgment of the Paladin, his weapon, ablaze with holy flames, struck the healing druid with devastating force. At last, the healing druid's health reached 0. As the remaining 4 opponents witnessed the healing druid's defeat, they suddenly threw themselves at Lu Yi with renewed vigor. Desperate for one final push, Lu Yi's shield shattered, yet he remained at 58 health. The remaining members of the K-Did team felt a flicker of hope as a golden shield appeared around Lu Yi. Xing Luo casually reinforced him with power word, Shield. The bear druid's expression turned ashen. It was clear that continuing the fight was futile. The outcome had been decided. Let us extend our congratulations to the Chen Guang team for their hard-earned victory. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Chen Guang! Chen Guang! The name resonated throughout the venue once more. After exiting the virtual arena, the team wasted no time in matching up for their next battle. To qualify for this year's national competition, they needed to secure at least second place within the month. The improvements they had made instilled immense confidence in Xing Luo and his comrades. In no time, 10 days had passed, and the Chengguang team finally ascended to the 11th position. Tomorrow, they would face the 9th-ranked Leihua team. The top 10 battles would unfold the following day, granting participants ample preparation time. Best of luck in tomorrow's match, everyone. Su Jie suddenly emerged from the crowd. Rest assured, we will secure victory. Zhao Wen enthusiastically slung an arm around Su Jie, engaging in friendly banter. Despite facing the 9th-ranked team, Xing Luo and his companions brimmed with confidence, for they had set their sights on an even loftier goal. They were determined to seize the first place. At 4 p.m. the next day, the members of the Changguang team arrived at the battle tower, which was now teeming with spectators. Every match involving the top 10 teams drew immense attention. Truly, this was a premier virtual arena. Exuding an air of sophistication, Zhao Wen took in the grandeur of the virtual arena before lying down to enter. After a brief moment of dizziness, the team found themselves once again in the virtual arena, which was particularly expansive this time. The audience seating is capable of accommodating 10 times its usual capacity. Yet, even with this expansion, there are no available seats left. Good afternoon, esteemed friends. Today's match promises to be exhilarating. The 11th-ranked Changguang team is set to challenge the 9th-ranked Leihua team. Since breaking into the top 10 last October, the Leihua team has never slipped out of their position. As for the Changguang team, they have carved their path through fierce competition as first-year students, remaining undefeated. They currently stand at 11th place. Should they emerge victorious today, it would mark the first time a team of first-year students from Jinling University enters the top 10. Truly, the anticipation is palpable. Let the match commence. Chapter 73. Max-level skill effects. The Leihua team's composition consists of a tank warrior, an elemental shaman, a fire mage, along with a weapon warrior and a healing paladin. Shamans are rather rare at Jinling University, as the Shaman Academy is considered one of the lesser institutions among the 4 major colleges. Capable shamans typically gravitate towards Magic City University. Their average level is an impressive 46. Truly deserving of their top 10 status. Only a select few students manage to reach level 45 before graduation. As Xing Luo enters the fray, he promptly casts Power Word, Fortitude, on his allies, followed by Power Word, Shield on himself. With 2 formidable magical DPS opponents before him, ensuring his safety is paramount. On the Shaman, Lai the Fire Mage, Shun Bing, and Nua Sheng, keep an eye on the Healing Paladin. Tasks swiftly delegated, the team disperses, just as the opposing Shaman and Fire Mage initiate their spells against Xing Luo. Xing Luo quickly interrupts the Fire Mage's cast, while Shun Bing employs Spell Lock to disrupt the Shaman's Chain Lightning. At this moment, Zhao Wen and Lai close in on their targets. Lin Nuasheng appears behind the Healing Paladin, striking with Elbow Strike. In the instant the Paladin is stunned, he activates Guardian's Blessing, reducing incoming damage by 20. The Changguang team is unleashing their crowd control abilities right from the outset. The Healing Paladin of the Leihua team, caught in the control, promptly activates his damage reduction skill to stay alive. Truly, a top 10 team. Their reactions are astonishingly swift. The match among the top 10 has commenced with a commentator providing insights. The tank warrior charges towards Shin Bing, disrupting his assault. Shin Bing casts Frost Nova, immobilizing the tank warrior, then uses Blink to create distance. He transforms the tank warrior into a helpless sheep and continues his assault on the healing paladin. The Ice Mage of the Changguang team executes this sequence of actions with remarkable finesse. Clearly, they have been targeted often. Indeed, should a mage be left unchecked, the damage they can inflict is staggering. Simultaneously, the weapon warrior charges at Xinglua, using the execute skill, reducing the healing Xinglua receives by 30 for the next 8 seconds. Following this, a storm hammer hurtles towards Xinglua's head. The weapon warrior, seeing that Xinglua remains unstunned, is momentarily taken aback. He quickly regains his composure and prepares to unleash another skill. What? The Changguang team's priest, despite being struck by the weapon warrior's storm hammer, remains standing? Does he possess some special ability? Curious spectators may wish to investigate further. Xinglua hastily casts Mind Shatter, instilling fear in the warrior for 8 seconds. Seizing the moment to apply Shadow Word, Pain, to his 4 companions, and then summons a Shadow Fiend to attack the healing paladin. A dark, shadowy creature emerges, relentlessly assaulting the paladin. Xinglua continues his onslaught. Unbelievably, the priest of the Changguang team is unleashing full power. However, the Team S members are continuously accumulating shield values. Could this be a unique talent of the priest? My curiosity only intensifies after executing this series of actions. The healing paladin regains consciousness and casts Holy Shock upon himself, a swift healing spell with an 8-second cooldown. Simultaneously, the shaman and the mage are enveloped in holy light, restoring their health. This is the paladin's rare ability. The light beacon, after marking a target, healing spells cast will replicate 40 of their effect onto the target, with a maximum of 3 targets. The healing paladin then dispels the sheep transformation from the tank warrior. Rejuvenated, the tank warrior closes in on Shin Bing once more. Fortunately, Xinglua has stacked shields, and with their protection, Shin Bing disregards the tank warrior's feeble attacks, steadfastly continuing to assault the healing paladin. At this moment, both the shaman and fire mage are incapacitated, and Lai and Zhao Wen swiftly deliver their crowd control abilities upon them. Following this, a fierce barrage ensues. Both their health pools are dwindling, and the healing paladin, aware that Lin Nuashang's interrupt skill is still available, hesitates to cast. Yet, astonishingly, he abandons healing to throw Judgment at Lily. Hitting Lily, the fire mage, now alert, retaliates and simultaneously restores some of his own health. Remarkably, the healing paladin of the Leihua team has mastered the Judgment skill to its maximum level. Only at max level does a skill yield additional special effects. The special effect of max level skills is random, and the healing paladin's Judgment skill possesses a rather favorable effect. Such mastery requires an immense investment of time. Truly exceptional individuals often strive even harder. The elemental shaman unleashes Static Totem, and Zhao Wen immediately employs Heroic Leap to evade its range. Lai, lacking a mobility skill, cannot react in time, and is ensnared by the overwhelming electric currents, left stunned on the spot. What a remarkable area stun skill. Zhao Wen uses Charge to return to the shaman's side. The fire mage seizes the opportunity to relentlessly assault Xingluo. At this juncture, the weapon warrior finally regains consciousness, launching a fierce attack against Xinglua. Faced with the onslaught of 2 opponents, the shield values Xinglua had painstakingly accumulated begin to dwindle rapidly. Xinglua hastily casts Invisibility, creating distance from the weapon warrior. The weapon warrior and fire mage, seeing Xinglua vanish from the stage, pivot their attacks towards Shin Bing. Under the pressure of their assault, Shin Bing's shield struggles to hold. Xinglua quickly bestows Power Word, Shield, upon Shin Bing, just as Lai regains his senses and rains down blows upon the fire mage. Xinglua continues his assault on the healing paladin. At this moment, all members of the Changguang team still possess shields, and there is no need for individual healing. The current situation has left Xinglua unmonitored. Thus, he will not hold back. With a stable environment for output, the shield values of the team members rapidly accumulate. The weapon warrior notices this and charges at Xinglua again, intent on disrupting him. At this moment, Xinglua pays no heed to the weapon warrior's interference. The shield values he possesses are more than sufficient to withstand a flurry of attacks, and he continues to stack shields for his allies. The Fire Mage, meanwhile, draws closer to Zhao Wan and at a distance of 2 meters. Unleashes Frost Nova, simultaneously freezing Lai and Zhao Wan. The Elemental Shaman and Fire Mage then swiftly create distance to unleash their burst. Seeing this, Xinglua hastily casts Guardian's Aura, granting the entire team a 20 damage reduction. The Fire Mage is engulfed in flames. A massive fireball coalesces before him, while the Elemental Shaman raises his hand to the sky, drawing forth countless winds and lightning. The Elemental Shaman and Fire Mage of the Leihua team prepare to unleash their burst. Are they aiming to take down the priest in one fell swoop? Chapter 74. Advancing into the top 10, Zhao Wan, witnessing this, immediately activates Fortification and casts Guardian upon Xinglua. 2 seconds later, the Fire Mage's Pyroblast hurtles towards Xinglua, while the Elemental Shaman instantaneously unleashes 3 Chain Lightnings. The damage dealt is twice the norm. In an instant, lightning dances among the combatants, resembling a colossal net woven from electricity. With the 20 damage reduction in effect, the shield values dwindle perilously low, and it is only with Zhao Wan's Guardian that Xinglua withstands the Fire Mage's ensuing assault. Lei promptly casts Hand of Protection upon Xinglua, who quickly shields himself with Power Word, Shield, followed by a Penance directed at the Fire Mage, causing shields to manifest once more. After that, he casts Renew upon himself, disregarding his own health to unleash Mind Control on the healing paladin. Bursting into action, focus fire on the Fire Mage. Xinglua deliberately refrained from using Mind Control in the previous matches, aiming to catch his opponents off guard in this top 10 battle. Facing the Fire Mage, who has activated his burst skill, Xinglua recognizes that now is the perfect moment to strike. At this instant, everyone converges on the Fire Mage, with Xinglua controlling the healing paladin to restore his health completely, while Xinglua himself continues to assault the Fire Mage. Mind Control. This skill is the C'Armée de la C'Armée. Moreover, he manages to control both himself and the target simultaneously, a feat requiring extraordinary mental fortitude. The Fire Mage hastily employs Blink in an attempt to escape the onslaught, but Lin Nuashang and Zhao Wan, both equipped with mobility skills, closely pursue him, unleashing their attacks. Lai rushes in with all his might, while the Elemental Shaman continually casts Healing Surge on the Fire Mage. Yet, can the healing output from a damage-dealing class withstand the onslaught of 5 attackers? The tide of battle has turned. The Changguang team seeks to capitalize on the absence of healing, aiming to eliminate the Fire Mage in one fell swoop. The defensive warrior also utilized the Guardian skill to assist the Fire Mage, swiftly approaching the Fire Mage's side with Heroic Leap to provide protection. Yet, the crowd seemed utterly oblivious to the defensive warrior, relentlessly attacking the Fire Mage. The weapon warrior turned his focus toward Xinbing, aiming to disrupt his output. However, Xingluo's control paladin promptly cast Hand of Protection on Xinbing. Seeing his plan thwarted, the weapon warrior hurriedly charged toward the Fire Mage. The Fire Mage's health dwindled to 23. The paladin's mental control effect finally dissipated, just as he prepared to unleash Holy Shock upon the Fire Mage. Lin Nuashang's Bone Shatter and Lu Yi's Judgment of the Paladin struck the Fire Mage simultaneously. These 2 potent burst attack skills swiftly sent the Fire Mage to his demise. The battlefield transformed into a 5 versus 4 scenario. Remarkably, the rogue of the Changguang team had amassed a considerable combo count through relentless assaults. And with the release of Bone Shatter, combined with the Retribution Paladin's high-damage skill, Judgment of the Paladin, the Fire Mage was eliminated. The Changguang team now stood at full health, fortified by protective shields. Conversely, the members of the Leihua team, aside from the weapon warrior, were in less than optimal health, with most hovering around 60. Nevertheless, they remained undeterred. As long as the paladin was alive, hope lingered. The remaining members surged toward Xingluo, determined to turn the tide by eliminating the priest. With a faint smile, Xingluo acknowledged their intent to switch targets toward the paladin. Upon receiving Xingluo's directive, the crowd charged at the paladin, who quickly cast Judgment upon Xingluo before using Holy Shock on himself. As Lin Nuashang and the others reached his side, a powerful radiance emanated from the paladin as he executed Blinding Light. stunning 3 opponents in place. Lin Nuosheng promptly dispelled the stun effect with Shadow Dance and began attacking the paladin. Facing the assault from 3 adversaries, Xing Luo cast Power Word, Shield, which had just cooled down and unleashed Mind Shatter. Both the defensive warrior and weapon warrior succumbed to fear. Subsequently, Xing Luo dispelled Li's stun effect, while the paladin simultaneously removed the weapon warrior's fear. With Power Word, Shield, active, Xing Luo withstood the onslaught from both assailants while retaliating against the paladin. This was a moment of mutual exchange. The Qianguang team held a clear advantage. As long as they safeguarded the priest, victory seemed assured. However, the situation was perilous. At that moment, the paladin's health plummeted to a mere 34. The shield protecting Xing Luo was finally shattered by the trio, allowing the weapon warrior to seize the opportunity and unleash Disarm upon him. A splendid disarm. The priest was now in jeopardy. Deprived of his weapon, Xing Luo struggled to cast spells. He hastily applied Pain Suppression to himself, thankful that this skill could be activated under any condition. With the paladin at 34 health and Xing Luo, who was in a disarmed state yet at full health with 40 damage reduction, it remained uncertain whose health would deplete first. Shortly thereafter, under Lu Yi's relentless judgment of the paladin's health was the first to reach 0. The Qianguang team, capitalizing on their numerical advantage, swiftly dispatched the paladin. However, their priest's health was also critically low. Moreover, Xing Luo's condition was far from favorable, as his health had dropped to 17. At this moment, Xing Luo regained his composure and urgently cast Penance upon himself, restoring his health to full. The healing surge was astounding. The 3 members of the Lei Hua team were left in disbelief. They had assumed Xing Luo's shield skills were formidable, but they were astounded by the sheer magnitude of his healing. Incredible! The priest had managed to regain full health with just a single penance. Witnessing Xing Luo's health restored, the 3 members raised their hands in surrender. An exhilarating match indeed. Today's victors are the Qianguang team. They have successfully advanced into the top 10 with an all-freshman lineup. Let us extend our most fervent applause to them. With only 2 weeks remaining, will they continue to secure victories in the upcoming matches and earn a place in the national tournament? Everyone, please keep a close watch on them. We hope they will allow us to witness a miracle. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Xing Luo noticed that many upperclassmen were cheering for them. After concluding today's match, the team returned to their villa. I'm sorry. I was careless today. I relied too much on my jester mask and overlooked other control effects, nearly costing us the advantage. I'm truly sorry. Xing Luo repeatedly apologized to his teammates, recognizing his mistake. It's all right. It's all right. Everyone makes mistakes. Louis comforted Xing Luo. Exactly, Zhaowen chimed in, draping an arm over Xing Luo's shoulder. But if you keep messing up, there must be consequences. You'll be punished with a month of bathroom duty. Can it at least be just 1 week? No way. All right then. Xing Luo's mouth twitched incessantly. A whole month of cleaning the bathroom. Chapter 75. Battle against the Twilight team in the following week and beyond. The Qianguang team faced numerous challenges, overcoming obstacle after obstacle. They ultimately secured 3rd place. They decided to rest for a day and prepare to face the 2nd place team in 2 days, aiming to challenge them in peak condition. Just the thought of competing in the national tournament as first-year students was exhilarating. Although they had planned to rest, Zhaowen still ventured to the training ground. Xin Bing immersed himself in gaming, while Louis wandered off somewhere. Lin Nuosheng remained in his room. As for Xing Luo, his method of relaxation consisted of lounging in bed all day. What could be more soothing than the comfort of a bed? Facing the 2nd-place team, each member felt a tinge of nervousness, each finding their own way to alleviate the tension. Time swiftly flew by, and soon it was the day of the match. Before Xing Luo and the others could enter the arena, students gathered around, eager to cheer them on. Big shots. You must give it your all. Su Jia rushed forward to surround Xing Luo and the others. Xing Shun, Xin Bing's younger brother, I love you. Go for it. Zhaowen, you too. The chorus of encouragement echoed around them. Qianguang, victory is ours. At that moment, someone led the chant of their team's name. Qianguang. Qianguang, victory is ours. More voices joined in, rallying to support Qianguang. The sight brought tears to the eyes of Xing Luo and his companions, as they realized how many people admired them, cheering for their success. Yet, in such a moment, when they were honored and supported unconditionally, It was impossible to rein in their emotions. They too were gradually swept up in the fervor. Chen Guang, victory is ours, Xing Luo shouted with all his might, as if expending every ounce of his energy. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his emotions. Thank you. Thank you all. The Chen Guang team will strive to do our best. Chen Guang, victory is ours. With unwavering determination in his gaze, Xing Luo settled into the virtual chamber. Good afternoon, esteemed viewers. Today's match promises to be thrilling. The third-place Chen Guang team is facing off against the second-place Twilight team. The names of these two teams are quite intriguing, as Chen Guang and Twilight symbolize the beginning and end of a day. This marks the 37th time the Twilight team has been challenged, and they have maintained an unblemished record. Meanwhile, the Chen Guang team has not shied away from competition, arriving at this stage with a perfect winning streak. Who among them will emerge victorious today and secure a spot in the national tournament? Let us keep our eyes peeled and witness this match unfold. I hereby declare the match to commence. The Twilight team comprises a Protection Paladin, Shadow Priest, Balance Druid, Rogue, and Holy Priest, boasting an average level of 48. The members of the Chen Guang team swiftly activated their buff skills, observing the battlefield. On positioned himself near the Balance Druid, Li near the Shadow Priest, while Shen Bing and Nua Shang stood by the Holy Priest. As soon as Xing Luo's command was issued, everyone sprang into action. Xing Luo activated Mind Vision to guard against the rogue. Lin Nua Shang swiftly maneuvered behind the Holy Priest, executing the Elbow Strike skill, stunning the Holy Priest for 3 seconds. Fortunately, the Holy Priest was protected by Power Word, Shield, preventing Lin Nua Shang and Shen Bing from inflicting significant damage immediately. The Shadow Priest, entangled by Lu Yi, unleashed Mind Shatter, instilling fear in Lu Yi, and began casting Vampiric Touch on Xing Luo. This skill inflicted continuous damage while restoring 20 of the damage dealt as health to the Shadow Priest. Before the Shadow Priest could finish casting, Xing Luo's Holy Fire struck him, interrupting the spell, and Purify dispelled Lu Yi's fear effect. As Lu Yi regained his senses, he retaliated with Hammer of Justice against the Shadow Priest, allowing him to experience the taste of control. Meanwhile, the rogue, concealed in stealth, seized the opportunity. As Xing Luo targeted the Shadow Priest with a skill, the rogue attempted to strike from behind with Elbow Strike, but it produced no effect. The rogue remained unfazed, as prior intel indicated that Xing Luo possessed immunity to control effects. He merely sought to test the waters, just in case. Realizing he had failed to control his target, the rogue continued to assault Xing Luo with Shadow Strike. As the Protection Paladin approached Xing Luo, the latter, upon noticing both adversaries at his side, unleashed Mind Shatter, instilling terror in both. After afflicting the other three with Shadow Word, Pain, he directed an Shadow Fiend towards the Holy Priest and followed it up with a swift Penance. This sequence of maneuvers resulted in an impressive accumulation of over 2,000 shield points on everyone. The Balance Druid attempted to use Gust to push Xiaowen away, but Xiaowen countered with Heroic Leap, effortlessly returning to the Druid's side. At this moment, the Balance Druid found himself unable to cast spells due to Zhao Wen's interference and could only apply Sunfire and Moonfire to a few team members. The Shadow Priest was in a similar predicament, unable to cast spells but managing to afflict several with Shadow Word, Pain. The Twilight Squad was currently at a disadvantage, with both of their damage dealers ensnared and unable to unleash their skills. The resultant damage was exceedingly limited. Amidst the multitude of sustained damage reduction effects, Xing Luo's shield value accumulated per second precisely offset the incoming damage, forcing him to rely on the burst damage from Penance to stack shield value. Meanwhile, the Holy Priest regained consciousness, his health remaining at a commendable 87. After bestowing Renew upon his allies, he dispelled the rogue's fear effect. Seizing the moment of his relatively healthy vitality, he commenced casting Heal. He aimed to bait out the opponent's interrupt abilities. As anticipated, at the instant he cast, he was interrupted by Lin Nua Shang, falling silent for 3 seconds. During the ensuing 3 seconds, he had to endure. On the side of the Morning Light Squad, with Xing Luo continually dealing damage, everyone maintained full health and boasted nearly 3,000 shield points. The Shadow Priest and Balance Druid's health had now dwindled to around 70. Particularly concerning was the Holy Priest, who, bereft of the protection of Power Word, Shield, saw his health plummet to a mere 43. The Twilight Squad's Holy Priest was now in a perilous state. his health dipping below half. His teammates did not choose to protect him. Was there some other strategy at play? The moment he dispelled the silence effect, he cast Holy Word, Serenity, a specialized skill of the Holy Priest, delivering a rapid, wide-area group healing spell. The health of several allies surged by 16. A remarkable recovery. Following this, he cast Holy Word, Calm, upon himself, another of the Holy Priest's exclusive skills, a swift and effective single-target healing spell. His health shot back up to 93. Chapter 76, Guardian Spirit. The Holy Priest of the Twilight Squad, through 2 healing spells, restored both his own and his teammates' health to a robust state. Such tremendous healing. The Holy Priest prepared to repeat his previous success, casting Power Word, Shield, upon himself before unleashing Heal. Once more. This time, Shen Bing did not interrupt him. The Holy Priest's health was nearly full already, and with the shield's protection, any interruption now held little consequence. The Protection Paladin awakened from his fear, while the rogue had already landed 4 consecutive strikes on Xing Luo. In a hurry, Xing Luo activated Cloak of Shadows. With the rogue losing sight of him, further attacks ceased, and his combo points reset. Seeing his allies in a secure position, Xing Luo maintained his stealth, refraining from revealing himself. With their target lost, the rogue and Protection Paladin shifted their focus towards Shen Bing. As the two charged at him, Shen Bing remained unperturbed, continuing to deal damage to the Holy Priest. When they reached him, he unleashed Frost Nova, immobilizing both. Quick to react, they each utilized Freedom and Cloak of Shadows to break free from the control, resuming their pursuit of Shen Bing. At that moment, a sunbeam descended upon Shen Bing, prompting him to flee outward. The two followed closely, attacking him. With a substantial shield value, Shen Bing was not overly concerned, keeping his distance from the rogue and Protection Paladin. Just then, Xing Luo's invisibility ended, and the rogue, anticipating this moment, employed Shadow Step to materialize behind him. He had reserved this skill, waiting for Xing Luo's appearance to continue his assault. The Protection Paladin also redirected his focus to Xing Luo. Meanwhile, the Balanced Druid had amassed enough energy and unleashed Star Surge at Xing Luo, shattering his shield under the dual assault of the rogue and Star Surge. Unfazed, Xing Luo promptly recast Power Word, Shield, upon himself, now boasting a shield value of 5,329.08 points, enough to withstand the rogue's onslaught for a while. Both sides found themselves in a balanced contest once more. Which team would break the stalemate first? Xing Luo surveyed the unfolding scene, noting his team's health remained robust, with over 3,000 shield points available. It was time to engage. Lu Yi dashed towards the Holy Priest, prompting the Shadow Priest to launch a full-scale assault on Xing Luo. At this moment, Lu Yi, Lin Nuashang, and Shen Bing pressed their attack on the Holy Priest, while the opposing Protection Paladin, Rogue, and Shadow Priest concentrated their efforts on Xing Luo. The battle commenced. The Morning Light Squad initiated a focused attack on the Holy Priest. Zhao Wen swiftly cast Guardian on Xing Luo, alleviating his pressure, while the Protection Paladin shielded the Holy Priest with Hand of Protection, preventing Lu Yi and Lin Nuashang from dealing damage. Undaunted, Lu Yi and Lin Nuashang redirected their efforts towards the Shadow Priest, disrupting his output. The Holy Priest's health now stood at 84. Xing Luo remained at full health. In this moment, Xing Luo awaited the expiration of the Hand of Protection effect on the Holy Priest. 2 seconds. 1 second, now. The moment he shouted protection, Lu Yi's Hand of Protection simultaneously enveloped Xing Luo. Seizing the opportunity, Xing Luo cast Mind Control on the Shadow Priest, successfully controlling him and immediately launching an attack on the Holy Priest. The Protection Paladin, reacting swiftly, unleashed Hammer of Justice on the Shadow Priest, immobilizing him for 3 seconds. Shen Bing and the others collectively unleashed their burst skills. At this instant, the Holy Priest cast Mind Shatter. Lin Nuashang utilized Cloak of Shadows in an instant, while Lu Yi's fear effect was directly dispelled by Xing Luo. Faced with the onslaught, the Holy Priest's health plummeted rapidly. With Holy Word, Calm, and Holy Word, Serenity, both on cooldown, he could only rely on Heal to recover his health, but Shen Bing would not grant him this opportunity, releasing the long-prepared spell Reflect, Silence for 3 seconds. During these 3 seconds, the team unleashed a flurry of skills. The Protection Paladin hastily cast Hand of Sacrifice, on the Holy Priest, transferring 40 of the damage taken to himself. This meant the Holy Priest effectively possessed a 40 damage reduction, as the silence concluded. The Holy Priest's health had dwindled to a mere 31. At that moment, a radiant light appeared upon the Holy Priest, courtesy of the Protection Paladin's Holy Light. His health surged by an additional 6. The Protection Paladin continued casting Holy Shock on the Holy Priest. Just then, the Shadow Priest's stun effect wore off, allowing Xing Luo to maintain control over the Shadow Priest, inflicting pain upon his teammates. Lin Nuoshang and Lu Yi unleashed their highest damage skills. They aimed to eliminate the Holy Priest. In a flurry of urgency, the Holy Priest cast Guardian Spirit upon himself. An angelic apparition materialized behind him. As the Holy Priest's health neared depletion, the angelic figure suddenly transformed into a surge of divine energy, flooding into the Holy Priest's being. His health rebounded to 40. The Holy Priest of the Twilight Squad, seasoned and cunning, seized the opportunity to unleash Guardian Spirit, a skill that many Holy Priests dream of possessing. The Holy Priest relentlessly cast Heal upon himself, striving to replenish his health. Yet, the Twilight Squad remained in a precarious situation. How would they respond? The Holy Priest capitalized on the moment, utilizing Holy Fire to interrupt Shin Bing's casting, attempting to alleviate his own burden. However, under the relentless assault of Lu Yi and the others, alongside the Shadow Priest, the Holy Priest's health showed no signs of recovery and continued to dwindle. Finally, the Shadow Priest regained consciousness, hastily casting Shadow Mend on the Holy Priest, a peculiar healing spell that offered substantial healing, but at the cost of 60 of the healed health over 4 seconds. If the damage taken equaled this deduction, it would not inflict further harm. With the assistance of the Shadow Priest and Protection Paladin, the Holy Priest's health stabilized temporarily at 34. At this juncture, the Balanced Druid ceased offensive actions, shifting to a humanoid form to apply Rejuvenation and cast Healing on him. Zhao Wen hurled Stormhammer, landing a stunning blow for 3 seconds. The rogue persistently assaulted Xing Luo, who still retained 86 health. He applied Renew to himself before casting Pain Suppression. At this moment, his Shadow Fiend had cooled down, and without hesitation, he unleashed it upon the Holy Priest, simultaneously bombarding him with Mind Flay. Xing Luo's health increased as a result of the damage conversion from Shadow Fiend. The Holy Priest had exhausted all his life-saving skills. Ultimately, he could not withstand the onslaught from 4 attackers. Shortly thereafter, his health reached 0, and he was eliminated from the match. The Twilight Squad's Holy Priest had fallen. With their healer gone, the Twilight Squad began to falter under the steady assault of the Morning Light Squad. Gradually facing elimination, the Morning Light Squad emerged victorious. Chapter 77. Morning Light vs. Dragon Rising. Let us congratulate the Morning Light Squad for securing second place. Only 3 days remain until the confirmation of the representative from Jinling University for the national competition. This means they have but one last opportunity to challenge for the top spot. Their chance to become the official representatives hinges on this final match. Let us eagerly anticipate their performance. A few individuals returned to their dormitory and collapsed onto the sofa, utterly drained from the day's match. Everyone, take a good rest. I've already applied to challenge the top team, Xing Luo exclaimed, hastily submitting his request right after the match. Anxious about the time, do not feel pressured. Even if we do not emerge victorious the day after tomorrow, we have already secured our place to represent the school at the national competition. Lu Yi confessed, expressing his doubts. Indeed, the first-place team was formidable, with all members above level 50. The likelihood of their success in this challenge seemed exceedingly slim. Lin Nuoshang shared his concerns as well. What does it matter? We have consistently faced stronger opponents and made it to second place, haven't we? Let's rally our spirits, let's go for it. Zhao Wen encouraged the group. Yes, we haven't competed yet. Let's give it a shot. Xing Luo joined in, motivating his companions. Despite their words, the pressure weighed heavily on each of them, as the nearly 10-level gap was not something easily bridged. After dinner, they each engaged in their own activities. Attempting to adjust their emotions, Xing Luo's Shadow Demon was just shy of leveling up to 5, and he had set a goal to achieve this before the competition. Before long, the day of the match arrived. With students from the entire school in attendance, along with numerous teachers, some of whom were just over level 50. Watching the first-place team's match would surely provide them with valuable insights, as before. Su Jie led a large group of fans from the Chen Guang team to cheer for them. In this charged atmosphere, Xing Luo and his companions brimmed with determination. Soon, they entered the virtual arena. Good afternoon, dear spectators. Today marks a highly anticipated match, where the victorious team will secure their status as the primary representatives for the national competition, a matter of great significance for both teams. I believe you are all familiar with the teams, so without further ado, I declare the match to commence. The Longting team comprised a druid healer, a fire mage, a rogue, a hunter, and a protection warrior. Their rogue and fire mage were both level 51, while the others stood at level 50. As soon as Xing Luo entered the arena, he cast Power Word, Shield, on himself and activated Mind Vision to observe the movements of the opposing rogue. An and Shen Bing, the fire mage, Lui the hunter, and Nuo Sheng the druid healer quickly strategized. The fire mage's damage output was exceedingly high, and they needed to switch targets between the fire mage and the healer. In the blink of an eye, the opposing rogue and hunter launched their attack. The hunter shot an arrow that immediately ensnared Lui, while the rogue closed in on Xing Luo. Without hesitation, Xing Luo unleashed Mind Shatter, but the rogue reacted swiftly, using Cloak of Shadows to dispel the fear effect, then struck Xing Luo with Elbow Smash. Xing Luo was stunned for 3 seconds. Seeing this, the hunter deployed Freezing Trap on Lui, immobilizing him before unleashing a barrage of attacks on Xing Luo. The protection warrior charged towards Xing Luo as well, leaving him to face the onslaught of 3 opponents. The match had barely begun, and the Chen Guang team already found themselves at a disadvantage. The rogue activated their burst skill, launching a fierce assault on Xing Luo. In response, Zhao Wen cast Guardian Spirit on Xing Luo. With the 30 damage reduction from the Guardian Spirit and Xing Luo's shield, he remained in a relatively safe position. Lin Nuo Sheng also targeted the druid healer with Elbow Smash, but she refrained from using her burst skill, conserving it for later. Zhao Wen then cast Stormhammer on the fire mage, stunning him for 3 seconds. Seizing the moment, Shen Bing activated her burst skill, instantly casting Frostfire Orb, followed by Ice Arrow. When Xing Luo's stun wore off, he still had 83 of his health remaining. He quickly cast Pain and summoned Shadow Demon against the fire mage, then used Shadow Meld to vanish from sight. While hidden, Xing Luo's health rapidly recovered under the assault of Shadow Demon. The rogue and hunter redirected their fire towards Shen Bing. In the midst of casting, Shen Bing was interrupted by the rogue's kick, silenced for 3 seconds. At this moment, the fire mage's health was down to 77. The druid healer, regaining consciousness, immediately cast Swift Mend on him, restoring his health to 89. Just as he released healing, Lin Nuoshang's kick interrupted him. The fire mage, Lin Nuoshang, received the signal to use Shadow Step. Positioning herself beside the fire mage, activating Shadow Dance, she lunged fiercely at the fire mage. Lui, now awake, also charged at the fire mage, unleashing his burst skill. The protection warrior, seeing this, immediately cast Guardian Spirit on the fire mage. He then used Heroic Leap to reach the fire mage, activating Shield Wall, causing his shield to expand immensely. This action absorbed a significant amount of damage. Meanwhile, Xing Luo revealed himself and cast Penance on the druid healer. At this moment, the fire mage's health stood at 73. The druid's health was at 96. Just as the druid recovered from silence, he was quickly besieged, prompting him to use Barkskin, reapplying Regrowth and Bloom, transforming into bear form. This form increased his health cap by 20 and granted him a 10 damage reduction. The members of the Longting team, noticing this, disregarded the druid and charged towards Xing Luo. The fire mage activated his burst skill, Combustion, preparing to unleash Fireball on Xing Luo. In a hurry, Xing Luo cast Holy Fire to interrupt him. He quickly applied Pain Suppression and Power Word, Shield on himself. Knowing he could not afford to be complacent against the 4 opponents, the protection warrior targeted Xing Luo with Stormhammer, but he remained unaffected by the stun. He found it perplexing, as the rogue had succeeded just moments ago. Xing Luo swiftly applied Pain to all opponents, then unleashed Mind Control on the fire mage. The hunter, realizing the situation, hastily cast Counter Shot. The skill landed on Xing Luo, yet he showed no reaction. The hunter furrowed his brow, realizing the challenge at hand. What kind of skills did the Qianguang team's priest possess? Was it their equipment? The effects were overwhelmingly strong. Mind control was successfully cast. Under Xing Luo's influence, the fire mage unleashed Fireball upon the druid healer. Moments later, the druid's health plummeted to 47 under the relentless assault of the team. Xing Luo's shield was shattered. Additionally, the effect of pain suppression was about to expire. Chapter 78. Xing Luo is eliminated. At that moment, Lu Yi cast Hand of Protection upon Xing Luo. The fire mage, regaining control, refocused his attacks on Xing Luo. At this juncture, Xing Luo's health stood at 96, and he cast Regrowth on himself, turning his attention to the druid healer, determined to withstand the fire mage's assault and unleash his full power against the healer. The remaining team members swiftly redirected their fire towards Shenbing. Shenbing immediately employed Frost Nova, freezing the rogue and protection warrior, then continued to attack the druid healer. The situation for the Longting team was dire. The druid healer's health had fallen below half. Meanwhile, the Qianguang team's priest still had 93 health. The druid healer, no longer hesitating, transformed into a colossal treant, its branches lush and abundant. In this treant form, his healing skill became instant. He continuously cast healing on himself, quickly restoring his health to 96. Subsequently, he began to lift the health of his teammates. The Longting team's druid activated the rare level 50 skill, Life Tree. This skill was even more exceptional than burst skills. The hard-earned advantage of the Qianguang team evaporated in an instant. The members of the Longting team once again focused their attacks on Xing Luo, who promptly reapplied Power Word, Shield, and activated Circle of Protection. The fire mage, Lin Nuashang, and the others swiftly turned their attention to the fire mage, alleviating some of the pressure on Xing Luo. Despite facing the combined assaults of 3 members from the Longting team, Xing Luo, with a 20 damage reduction and substantial shield, chose to endure. He then unleashed his attacks on the fire mage. At this moment, his shield was regenerating at a rate of 702.48 points per second. The druid's treant form finally concluded. The Qianguang team members once again targeted the druid healer. Elbow Smash. Both rogues executed this skill simultaneously, stunning Xing Luo and the druid for 3 seconds. As their skills converged, these 3 seconds became exceedingly crucial. At this moment, Xing Luo had 3,547 shield points remaining, while the druid had 97 health, along with the continuous healing effects of Bloom and Rejuvenation. After the 3 seconds elapsed, Xing Luo was left with 43 health, quickly casting Penance. His health was restored to full. He then reapplied Pain to the members of the Longting team, as well as Regrowth on himself, which would restore 654.21 health points per second. The druid's health lingered at 57. He cast Swift Mend, raising his health to 69. Subsequently, he reapplied Rejuvenation and Bloom. The contest now hinged on which team's healing could endure longer. The druid activated Ironbark and then cast Healing on himself. Lin Nuashang's kick had long since cooled down. She interrupted his casting with a swift strike. Faced with the powerful output of 4 members from the Longting team, Xing Luo was compelled to cast Healing Spell for self-preservation. However, he was once again interrupted by the fire mage's spell lock. At this moment, Xing Luo had 68 health remaining. The druid healer had 57. But the druid enjoyed a 30 damage reduction from Ironbark. Moments later, Xing Luo's health reached 0. He was eliminated. Go for it, was Xing Luo's final cheer before leaving the arena. The Qianguang team's healer had been eliminated. An opportunity arose. If they could protect the druid healer, the Longting team would secure victory. The healer's health dwindled to a mere 17. Members of the Longting team charged directly towards Shenbing, whose gaze was fixated solely on the healer. As Shenbing's shield shattered, his health plummeted to 92. Moments later, the healer finally succumbed to the relentless assault from the Qianguang team, his health reaching 0. Both sides had lost their healers. At this juncture, most members of the Longting team found their health hovering around 75, while among the Qianguang team, apart from the Ice Mage, who was left with 27 health, the others were at full strength, bolstered by the shield left by the priest before their exit. There was still hope. Fire Mage, Lin Nuasheng exclaimed at that moment, using Shadow Step to instantaneously appear behind the Fire Mage. The Fire Mage was the highest damage dealer on the opposing side and needed to be eliminated swiftly. The group directed their full assault at the fire mage, while the Longting team unleashed their might upon Shenbing. At this moment, Shenbing activated Ice Barrier. A solid frost enveloped him, rapidly restoring his health. It was Ice Barrier. To their surprise, the Ice Mage of the Chengguang team possessed such a rare life-saving skill. The Longting team dared not delay and immediately shifted their focus to Lu Yi. At that point, the Fire Mage's health had already dipped below half, standing at 48. Lu Yi, undeterred, unleashed Judgment of the Paladin upon him, dealing a staggering 23 health loss. At this moment, the shield surrounding Lu Yi was also wearing thin. As the Fire Mage fell, Lu Yi's shield shattered simultaneously. The Fire Mage from the Longting team was eliminated first. Lu Yi hastily cast Vengeance Shield, and then turned his attention to the hunter. Shenbing also exited the Ice Barrier state to join the fray. The hunter promptly activated Shell Shield, deflecting physical damage and reducing the damage taken by 30 for 10 seconds. The team then redirected their assault towards the rogue. The rogue quickly utilized Vanish. With the rogue out of sight, they shifted their focus to the Protection Warrior, who activated Shield Wall, reducing damage taken by 20. After baiting out the warrior's damage reduction, and once the hunter's shield effect expired, they once again turned their attention to the hunter. Only then did the rogue resume his attack on Lu Yi. Ultimately, Lu Yi and the hunter exchanged blows. On the battlefield remained Shenbing, Zhao Wan, Lin Nuasheng, while the Longting team had only the Protection Warrior and the rogue left. The rogue used Shadow Step to position himself behind Shenbing, while the Protection Warrior simultaneously charged at him. The Chengguang team set their sights on the rogue. In a matter of seconds, Shenbing was the first to fall. The rogue retained 67 of his health. They then turned their attention to Lin Nuasheng. In this exchange, Lin Nuasheng, bolstered by the remaining shield, was left with 38 health. While the rogue's health hit 0, after dispatching the rogue, Lin Nuasheng immediately activated Vanish, entering stealth mode. Only Zhao Wan and the Protection Warrior remained on the battlefield. The two exchanged charge skills, with Zhao Wan following up with Shield Slam and then activating Toughness. The Protection Warrior mirrored his actions, using Shield Slam and activating Toughness. Both side skills were nearly identical, leaving the outcome to depend on who could endure more. After 1 minute, Zhao Wen's health stood at 27, while the Protection Warrior's was at 36. At that moment, Lin Nuasheng, who had been lying in wait, finally made her appearance. She approached the Protection Warrior from behind and executed Elbow Strike, stunning him. Following that, she unleashed her burst skill, Shadow Dance, relentlessly attacking the Protection Warrior. She had been biding her time for this explosive moment. 3 seconds later, the Protection Warrior regained consciousness, but his health had dwindled to just 12. Faced with the full might of their assault, the Protection Warrior ultimately succumbed. Chapter 79. Day 1 of Training Camp. The victor was determined. The Chengguang team emerged victorious by a narrow margin, and we extend our congratulations to them. They will represent Jinling University as the main team in the national tournament. The applause from the audience was thunderous. Xing Luo and his companions were equally exhilarated, a surge of excitement causing their bodies to tremble. They had achieved it. Zhuo Guang led the somewhat dejected members of the Longting team towards them. Congratulations, you all performed excellently. Despite a nearly 10-level gap, you managed to defeat us. I am truly impressed. It was a stroke of luck, the seniors remarked. You all are incredibly strong. If we were to face off again, the outcome might be different. Zhuo Guang shook his head. You are only at level 42? And defeating us at this level speaks volumes. There's no need for modesty. With just a month until the national tournament begins, the school should be organizing pre-tournament training sessions in the coming days. We can spar then. Keep it up. Thank you, senior. We will definitely strive to improve. The Longting team was already an exceptionally outstanding entity among their peers. Losing this match weighed heavily on everyone's heart. Yet they understood that if the Chengguang team could best them now, what would happen a month from now? The rapid growth of these younger students was astounding. Zhuo Guang also felt a sense of anticipation for how the Chengguang team would perform. After bidding farewell to the Longting team, they returned to the villa amidst cheers. That was truly nerve-wracking, Xing Luo admitted, still feeling a bit shaken. It's all right. Look, we came in first, Zhao Wen said, pulling Xing Luo into a comforting embrace. This time, it was all thanks to you. I still have many areas to improve upon. You've done wonderfully already. The damage output from the Longting team was tremendous. Just holding your ground against them was no small feat. Lu Yi reassured Xing Luo from the side. Indeed. You've given it your all, Lin Nuasheng chimed in. Yes, Xin Bing remarked coolly, though his concealed hand trembled with excitement. Thank you all, with a month left. Let us work hard together, onward. The following evening, Xing Luo and his companions received a message. Classmate Xing Luo, please gather at the school's training room 1 at 8 a.m. tomorrow. The group instinctively gathered in Xing Luo's room. They exchanged glances and smiled. It seemed they had all received the same message. Let us all get some rest early today. Tomorrow we may face a hellish challenge. Let us give it our all. After chatting for a while, they returned to their respective rooms to prepare for the training session the next day. At 8 a.m., everyone arrived punctually at training room 1, and the members of the Longting team were also present. Good morning, seniors. Good morning, Zhuguang greeted with a smile, waving slightly towards Xing Luo. At that moment, a man dressed in a black combat suit approached. Hello, everyone. I am your team leader, Dong Su. Over the next month, I will guide you, adjust your states, and devise specialized training plans for you. Today, let me first assess your abilities. I will call out names to form one team, while the others will form another team. And the two teams will battle each other. Xing Luo, Zhuguang, Lu Yi, Luo Wu, Song Cheng will form one group. Zhao Wen, Lin Nuasheng, Chai Ziming, Ming Xian Yuan, and Shun Bing will form the other. You have 10 minutes to get to know each other. The battle will commence after that. Zhuguang, a fire mage. These two are Luo Wu and Song Cheng, a rogue and protection warrior, respectively. Xing Luo and Lu Yi. We are both a disciplined priest and retribution paladin. After 10 minutes of acquaintance, the battle officially commenced. Xing Luo was the first to cast Prayer of Fortitude on everyone, followed by applying Prayer of Shield on himself. Lin Nuasheng and Shun Bing charged at Xing Luo, with Lin Nuasheng opting not to go stealth. There was no point in hiding, as Xing Luo would detect her anyway. She swiftly used Shadow Step to position herself behind Xing Luo. Knowing that Xing Luo was immune to control effects, she skipped Elbow Strike and went straight for Backstab. Shun Bing shared the same intent, unleashing a flurry of attacks on Xing Luo. Zhuguang and Luo Wu sprinted towards Ming Xian Yuan, launching a fierce assault on the healers, targeting their former allies. Lu Yi continued to pursue the hunter, Chai Ziming, while the protection warrior, Song Cheng, attempted to disrupt Xin Bing but was intercepted by Zhao Wen, resulting in a clash between the two protection warriors. Seeing this, Xing Luo promptly cast Mind Control on Chai Ziming, leaving Shun Bing and Lin Nuasheng helplessly anxious on the sidelines. Chai Ziming was successfully controlled by Xing Luo, directing his attention towards the healer, Ming Xian Yuan, while Lu Yi shifted his focus to the healer as well. Xing Luo unleashed Shadow Word, Pain, on the healer. And shortly after, Shadow Fiend appeared behind Ming Xian Yuan. Zhuguang, Luo Cheng, and Lu Yi simultaneously activated their burst skills. Upon seeing this, the healer hurriedly used Bark Skin, followed by Rejuvenation and Bloom, before transforming into bear form. At the moment he morphed into a bear, Lu Yi's Hammer of Justice struck Ming Xian Yuan, stunning him for 3 seconds. Zhao Wen cast Guard on Ming Xian Yuan, and Shun Bing observed Zhuguang, seizing the opportunity to use Spell Lock to interrupt Zhuguang's casting, silencing him for 3 seconds. Immediately after, Shun Bing attempted to turn Lu Yi into a little lamb, only to be interrupted by Xing Luo's Holy Fire Da. Ming Xian Yuan's health plummeted rapidly, and as the effect of Mind Control wore off, he was left with only 53 health. He quickly cast Swift Heal, reapplying Rejuvenation and Bloom, before transforming into cheetah form, gaining a 40 movement speed boost, and fled swiftly. With no mobility skills, Lu Yi could not keep up with Ming Xian Yuan and redirected his assault towards the hunter, Chai Ziming. At this moment, Ming Xian Yuan could not afford to heal Chai Ziming, forcing him to activate Shell Shield to withstand Li's onslaught. At this moment, Xing Luo was also facing the full-on assault from Lin Nuasheng and Shun Bing. Confronting former teammates, Xing Luo found himself at a disadvantage. His shield simply could not accumulate, and his health fluctuated around 80. The healing druid, Ming Xian Yuan, had just activated a damage reduction skill, while Xing Luo was devoid of his mind control ability, leaving it unclear which side had the upper hand. As a rogue, Luo Wu's damage output in close combat against Ming Xian Yuan was limited, prompting him to turn and attack Xin Bing instead. Lu Yi abandoned Chai Ziming and rushed to Xin Bing's side. Xin Bing, unhurried, continued to assault Xing Luo, and when Lu Yi arrived beside him, he unleashed Frost Nova, freezing both opponents in place. However, Luo Wu immediately utilized Shadow Cloak to dispel the effect and pressed his attack on Shen Bing. With Xing Luo's assistance, Lui also managed to break free from the frozen state and unleashed Judgment of the Paladin upon Shen Bing. In that moment, Shen Bing felt a twinge of panic. This time, he lacked the protective shield from Xing Luo. He hastily cast Blink to create distance. Luo Wu followed suit with Shadow Step. Shen Bing found himself momentarily unable to escape. Chapter 80. Training in progress under the relentless barrage from both sides. Shen Bing's health plummeted rapidly. Realizing that Ming Xian Yuan had no time to assist him, he promptly cast Ice Barrier. For the next 8 seconds, Lu Yi swiftly turned to engage the Hunter Chai Zi Ming, wasting not a moment of damage output. At this juncture, Xing Luo only had to contend with Lin Nuoshang's attacks. Although Lin Nuoshang's offensive power was formidable, Xing Luo's healing capacity was even greater. Gradually, he found enough time to counterattack, slowly stacking shields for his teammates. The healing druid, facing the explosive damage from Zhuguang and the ever-looming threat of Luo Wu, could only flee while simultaneously casting instant healing spells for his allies. Soon after, Shen Bing emerged from Ice Barrier, restoring his health to 89. The rogue Luo Wu had been waiting patiently for this moment. His backstab skill repeatedly struck Shen Bing from behind. Shen Bing, enduring Luo Wu's relentless assaults, attempted to cast Polymorph. Luo Wu offered no respite, interrupting his spell with a well-timed kick. Observing the situation, Lu Yi shifted his target to Shen Bing. Lu Yi, with over 2,000 shield points, felt relatively secure as he raised his weapon, delivering Judgment of the Paladin to Shen Bing, dealing a crushing blow to his former ally. Shen Bing's health plummeted to 59 with that strike. Luo Wu, having continued his chain of attacks, unleashed Bone Spike at the last moment of the silence effect, causing Shen Bing's health to drop to a mere 27. The disparity in levels resulted in a staggering difference in damage output. The damage inflicted by Luo Wu and his companions was approximately 1.5 times that of the Qingguang team. In the previous matches, thanks to Xing Luo's consistent shield stacking, they not only withstood damage but also gained a 20 attack boost. This back and forth significantly narrowed the gap between the two teams. At that moment, a green glow enveloped Shen Bing, restoring his health to 51. Following that, 2 more green lights flashed, bringing Shen Bing's health nearly back to full. It was Ming Xian Yuan, sensing the dire situation, who had activated the Tree of Life skill, rapidly restoring his teammates' health to a safe level. Chai Zi Ming, having been abandoned by Lu Yi, turned his full attention to attacking Xing Luo. At this point, Xing Luo was also feeling the pressure. While he could manage Lin Nuoshang's attacks with relative ease, the addition of Chai Zi Ming significantly increased his stress. He hurriedly cast Prayer of Shielding on himself and activated Fade. The two then redirected their focus to Zhuguang. Lin Nuoshang, finally utilizing the long idle kick against Zhuguang, allowed the healing druid to confidently unleash his skills. Xing Luo, biding his time, delayed revealing himself to cool down his abilities. Zhuguang's health swiftly dropped to 47 under their combined assault. Finally revealing himself, Xing Luo unleashed Penance, sending 3 spiraling beams of divine light towards Zhuguang. However, Zhuguang's health was instantly restored to full. Dong Su, observing the training match as the coach, noted that Xing Luo's healing and support capabilities were top-notch. His current flaw was merely his low level. Moreover, his fellow teammates exhibited exceptional skill configurations. At this moment, he devised a plan. Shen Bing. Xing Luo and his team focused their attacks on Shen Bing, who, unbeknownst to him, had silently approached the healing druid. Mind Shatter. As everyone concentrated their fire on Shen Bing, Ming Xian Yuan was momentarily immobilized. Shen Bing felt a surge of despair. Usually, with Xing Luo present, he wouldn't have to worry about such predicaments. Now, trouble loomed. Zhao Wen swiftly employed Heroic Leap in an attempt to protect Shen Bing, while the tank, Song Cheng, also moved to shield Zhuguang. At this juncture, Shen Bing faced a concentrated assault from Lu Yi, Luo Wu, and Xing Luo, while Zhuguang contended with attacks from Lin Nuoshang and Chai Zi Ming. Zhuguang had Xing Luo to heal him, but Shen Bing could only endure alone, having already expended his sole life-saving skill, Ice Barrier. Shen Bing silently composed a melancholic tune for himself. He never anticipated that Lu Yi, who usually appeared serious, would strike so ruthlessly against a teammate. What a heartless betrayal! In no time, Shin Bing could no longer withstand the onslaught and was the first to exit the battle. Zhuguang remained with 48 health, relatively secure, as Xing Luo promptly cast Prayer of Shielding upon him. Chai Ziming, witnessing this, smirked, satisfied that they were now completely safe. Lin Nuosheng once again turned around, utilizing Shadow Step to position herself behind Xing Luo, relentlessly attacking him. Xing Luo quickly fortified himself. He pondered carefully. Hadn't he provoked her at all? Why was she fixated on him? Both sides performed admirably. Yet, each individual had their shortcomings. Shin Bing, your ice barrier, was activated far too early. The very essence of a life-saving skill is to be employed only when death is imminent. Using it while your health was still above 40 demonstrated a lack of faith in the healing. Zhaowen nudged Shin Bing and raised an eyebrow at him. Zhaowen, you too. Startled at hearing his name, Zhaowen immediately adjusted his posture. It was still Song Chung. What on earth were you two doing? As a tank, your primary duty is to safeguard your teammates' safety, yet you both chose to engage in a solo battle. Impressive indeed. And Chai Ziming, where is your frost trap? As a hunter, when ensnared, you should have immediately controlled the enemy to create distance. Instead, you chose to endure the hits. There are several minor issues I want to enumerate, but Zhuguang, for you seniors, I will assign a set of training tasks that must be completed daily. Yes, Zhuguang and the others promptly agreed. As for you freshmen, while there aren't any major issues, there are numerous minor ones. However, these small problems can lead to fatal mistakes in battle. I hope you rectify them swiftly. What you currently lack is simply levels. Although your levels already surpass your peers, in the face of a national competition, I can guarantee that all top-tier teams will be above level 50. With your current levels, you want to have full confidence against them. Therefore, your task moving forward is to level up. With just 1 month remaining, I require each of you to reach level 45 within this time frame. Of course, I will do my utmost to assist you throughout this process. The rewards for ranking first in the battle tower have already been distributed. Saying this, he retrieved 5 superior experience potions and 5 skill books from his virtual backpack. Thank you, teacher. Xing Luo eagerly accepted the items from Dong Su. Chapter 81. The Wishing River Secret Realm. Within the Wishing River Secret Realm in Jinling City, a plethora of magical creatures abound. As a top-tier secret realm, the creatures inside are predominantly around level 48. Defeating these creatures will yield substantial experience points. Given your strengths, facing magical creatures of level 48 should pose minimal danger as long as you exercise caution. With the addition of the superior experience potions, reaching level 45 within this month is entirely feasible. Absorb the skills and set off promptly. Yes. Xing Luo and his companions hastily returned to the villa, where he distributed the rewards from the school. Xing Luo received a skill book titled Sect Divergence. Sect Divergence. Casting time 1.4 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds, unleashes a surge of shadow energy to attack an enemy's soul, inflicting 30 points of shadow damage and increasing the damage they receive by 10 for 8 seconds, consuming 120 mana. With this skill, he could effectively provide a minor burst of damage for his teammates every minute. Zhaowen received Wind of Revival. Cooldown 1 minute, automatically triggers when your health drops below 30, restoring 3 of maximum health each second for 6 seconds. This is a life-saving skill. With a short cooldown, the health restored is quite considerable. Shun Bing obtained Frost Ray. Instant cast, cooldown 1.5 minutes, channels a beam of ice energy towards a target for the next 4.8 seconds, reducing their movement speed by 60 and dealing 60 points of frost damage every 0.8 seconds. Each instance of damage increases subsequent damage by 10, consuming 360 mana. If the guidance of this skill can be perfected, it will directly inflict a staggering 569.23 damage, and this is merely the effect at level 1. Once the skill is further enhanced, it will undoubtedly become a lethal technique. Lin Nuosheng has acquired a skill named Duet. Instant cast, with a cooldown of 2 minutes, allowing the next attack skill to deal double damage. It consumes 260 mana points. If this skill is applied to bone carving, and sufficient combo points are accumulated, it can effortlessly eliminate an opponent. Lu Yi has obtained the Paladin's universal skill Protection. Instant cast. Usable in any state, reducing damage taken by 20 for 8 seconds. Possessing Judgment of the Templar Knight, he is already well equipped for offense, and this life-saving skill will significantly enhance his output potential. The school has truly invested heavily this time. Xing Luo and his companions are invigorated. feeling that returning without first place would be an affront to the school's investment. After absorbing the skills, everyone swiftly packed their belongings and set off towards the Wangjiang secret realm. After presenting their credentials to the guarding soldiers, they entered the secret realm. Following a fleeting sensation of weightlessness, Xing Luo promptly activated Mind's Eye, which startled him. Just a short distance from the entrance, a multitude of mermen swarmed the riverbank. Their general level is 37, but their numbers are overwhelming. They plan to employ their usual strategy. As Lin Nuoxing appeared before the mermen, a horde of them surged forward. Lin Nuoxing quickly activated Windwalker and fled outward. Xing Luo, through Mind's Eye, observed that 136 mermen had followed, directly assigning Zhao Wan to draw the aggro. Zhao Wan has become increasingly formidable, easily capable of holding off over 100 monsters. He activated Heavy Armor to absorb the mermen's attacks, then timed his cooldown to unleash Shield Slam, maintaining the damage reduction effect. Xing Luo first cast a shield on Zhao Wan, then proceeded to afflict each merman with Shadow Word, Pain, a routine action for him. Under the continuous healing provided by Xing Luo's redemption, Zhao Wan's health remained intact, and his shield value gradually increased. Shen Bing initiated the burst. Xing Luo planned for the three to take turns activating their bursts, thereby avoiding the scenario where they all triggered their bursts simultaneously, only to find the monsters defeated before the timer expired. Shen Bing activated Frost Blood, launching a Frost Orb that soared forth, accompanied by Lin Nuoxing's Blade Storm and Lu Yi's Holy Storm. Countless daggers, frost, and divine energy intertwined, causing mermen to fall in droves. Xing Luo ceased using Shadow Word, Pain, and instead employed Mind Whip for area damage. After 1 minute and 23 seconds, all 136 mermen were eradicated. Pleased with their efficiency, and noting the excellent condition of the team, Xing Luo instructed everyone to use Superior Experience Potion. This potion would enhance experience gains by 200 for 7 days. The abundance of monsters in the Wangjiang secret realm was astounding, appearing in heaps, saving them the time of searching for foes. For the next few days, apart from recovering their condition, they continuously battled waves of mermen. Over the course of 7 days, to maximize the effects of the Superior Experience Potion, they tirelessly ground experience, and astonishingly, by the 7th day, all had reached level 45. They had climbed 3 levels in just a week. The Superior Experience Potion truly proved its worth. Of course, this achievement also stemmed from their own prowess. They had slain over 30,000 monsters during this time, an impressive number. Along the way, they acquired 3 skill books, Bite, Flame Charge, and Purification. The first 2 could not be learned by anyone, while Xing Luo had already studied the last one, so they decided to exchange them for points. They also collected 2 pieces of purple equipment, a necklace and a one-handed sword, with the latter being exclusively usable by Zhao Wan, who received it immediately. The necklace was also deemed more suitable for Zhao Wan, so both items were bestowed upon him. Zhao Wan beamed with joy upon receiving the 2 pieces of equipment. Item name, Sigh of the Merman, level 48, quality, purple, attributes, reduces damage taken by the wearer by 212 points. Item name, River Flow, level 47, quality, purple, attributes, increases the attack power of the user by 263 points. Xing Luo and his companions had exceeded their mission. Let us continue. The efficiency of leveling up here is remarkable. We aim to reach level 47 before the national competition, proposed Xing Luo. The others also recognized the leveling efficiency of the Wangjiang secret realm and expressed their willingness to continue. Before long, the final day before the competition arrived. This year's event was held at Kyoto University. At this moment, Dong Su anxiously awaited at the entrance of the university, gazing into the distance while frequently checking his watch. In just 17 minutes, they were set to depart. If Xing Luo and the others could not return on time, he would have no choice but to let the Longting team participate as the main team in the national competition. The anxiety caused him to pace back and forth at the school gate. Many readers have provided feedback that the data panels are excessive. They have been revised today, with many elements removed. If anyone has further suggestions, please feel free to share, and I will do my best to amend them. Thank you all for your support. Thank you for the gifts. Chapter 82. Opening ceremony time ticked away. And finally, the figures of Xing Luo and the others appeared within Dong Su's line of sight. Dong Su hurried forward. Teacher, we have arrived. Xing Luo panted, Kyoto was incredibly congested. After disembarking from the plane, they had been stuck in traffic, and with time running short, the five of them had sprinted the entire way. What level are you at? Dong-su grasped Xing Luo's shoulder, eager to learn their results. 48. Indeed, through their relentless grinding, Xing Luo and his companions had reached level 48, exceeding the anticipated level of 47. Dong-su's eyes widened, his excitement rendering his hands tremulous. Quickly, let us get registered. He seized Xing Luo and dashed toward the registration area. In the registration hall, Zhuguang and the others, upon seeing Xing Luo's return, quickly guided him to the registration point. Fortunately, they managed to register just 3 minutes before the deadline. Dong-su finally breathed a sigh of relief, turning to carefully inspect Xing Luo and his companions. Well done, he commended. The registration was complete, and with no further matters for the day, the opening ceremony would take place tomorrow. Dong-su led Xing Luo to the athletes' dormitory, which was opulent, truly befitting Kyoto University. After quickly organizing their belongings, Dong-su took everyone to the training room. Zhuguang, you and your team will spar with Xing Luo and the others. I need to assess their current strength. All right. Upon the return of Xing Luo and his companions, Zhuguang and his team were filled with unquenchable battle intent. After a month of rigorous training, the outcome of the match remained uncertain. The members of the Longting team had all reached level 51, with Zhuguang even attaining level 52. Let us begin. Zhaowen was somewhat impatient. The prolonged monster grinding had left him somewhat numb, and he craved this minor skirmish to stimulate his senses. Xing Luo initiated by casting a shield upon himself, launching a full assault on Meng Xinyuan. This tactic was the result of Xing Luo's recent research into a new application of Mind's Eye. By linking their mental energies, they could now achieve simple communication. Lin Nuoxing swiftly maneuvered behind Meng Xinyuan and delivered a stunning elbow strike, incapacitating him for 3 seconds. The members of the Longting team attempted to assist, but were instantaneously stunned for 3 seconds by Zhaowen and Lu Yi's crowd control skills. In haste, Meng Xinyuan activated Barkskin, gaining a 20 damage reduction. Song Chung also cast support on him. After afflicting Meng Xinyuan with Shadow Word, Pain, Xing Luo unleashed Shadow Demon, subsequently employing Sect Divergence upon him. In his stunned state, Meng Xinyuan felt a throbbing headache. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Nuoxing and the others activated their bursts. Luo Wu approached Shen Bing from behind and struck him with an elbow, but was instantly dispelled by Xing Luo. Xing Luo swiftly moved forward, unleashing Mind Scream, hitting all 4 members of the Longting team. Shen Bing then fired Frost Ray, launching a cerulean beam from his palm that relentlessly assaulted Meng Xinyuan, causing him to convulse violently. After applying Armor Break, Lin Nuoxing executed a series of backstabs. Simultaneously, Lu Yi unleashed Judgment of the Templar Knight. The moment Meng Xinyuan regained consciousness, Lin Nuoxing activated Duet, followed by Bone Carving. The double damage from Bone Carving immediately reduced Meng Xinyuan's health to 16. At this point, Shen Bing's Frost Ray unleashed its final 2 devastating strikes. Meng Xinyuan barely managed to cast Renewal before being obliterated by the 2 hits. The entire sequence transpired in a mere 12 seconds. Zhuguang could hardly believe the scene before him. How is this possible? Meng Xinyuan had been under a 50 damage reduction. Even Dong-su was filled with astonishment. He knew that Xing Luo and the others at level 48 would be formidable, but he never anticipated they could eliminate Meng Xinyuan so swiftly. Moments later, he regained his composure, vigorously applauding with both hands. Good, good, good. His exhilaration could only be expressed through such simple exclamations. This is a sure success. He could almost envision Xing Luo and his companions standing triumphantly on the podium, their prizes beckoning to him. No, their rewards were already flying toward his face. Zhuguang had long since prepared himself for failure. Yet he never anticipated such a turn of events, a swift defeat. Even now, he struggles to comprehend what has transpired. A sense of frustration inevitably lingers in the hearts of several. You have all grown increasingly formidable. It was sheer luck, primarily. You caught us off guard. Should we face each other again, the outcome would undoubtedly differ. No need for modesty. You didn't even utilize your mental control. Even if we were to compete once more, the results would hardly improve. This time, we are relying on you. Prior to this, they harbored some aspirations of competing as members of the main team, but now such thoughts have utterly dissipated. Lin Nuoxing, Shen Bing, and Lu possess output capabilities that are certainly on par with his current abilities. I firmly believe Zhao Wen has also made significant progress. As for Xing Luo, there is no need to elaborate. His support capabilities have only ascended to greater heights. Countless healing professions would envy his prowess. Upon realizing the strength of Xing Luo and his companions, Dong Su promptly instructed them to return and rest. Clearly, their ascent to level 48 must have demanded an effort beyond what most could fathom. Adequate rest at this juncture is crucial for them to face the upcoming matches with vigor. After returning to their dormitory, Xing Luo and his companions freshened up and soon collapsed onto their beds, succumbing to slumber. This period has indeed been exhausting. They slept from 5 p.m. until 5 p.m. the following day, only awakening at the behest of Dong Su's human alarm clock. Today marks the opening ceremony of the national competition. The venue for the ceremony is quite vast, with Kyoto University's facility being among the largest in the nation. The ceremony commences at 7 p.m., and people across Huaxia eagerly tune into their televisions to witness this grand event. For the current populace, battles have become part of daily life, and such a national-level contest featuring prodigious talents naturally captures their attention. The host introduces each team, and when it comes to the Jinling University representative team, the camera pans to Zhao Wen, who is grinning foolishly. The streets of Jinling erupt with various sounds of admiration and encouragement. "Is that brother from Jinling?" a 6-year-old child asks, lollipop in mouth, gazing up at his mother, who is intently watching the television. Yes, they are the pride of Jinling. Countless residents of Jinling eagerly anticipate the achievements of Xing Luo and his companions. The opening ceremony is particularly lively, impeccably organized by Kyoto University. Xing Luo even witnesses a long-awaited fireworks display, dazzling and resplendent. He gazes up at the vast starry sky, resolute in their determination to win. Chapter 83. Group matches. After the opening ceremony, a brief draw ceremony ensues. The 256 participating teams will be divided into 8 groups, each comprising 32 teams, competing in pairs, with victors advancing. Ultimately, the top 2 teams from each group will secure spots in the national top 16. The matches are further divided into 2 individual contests, each worth 1 point. A defense battle worth 3 points, with 3 competitors from each side, culminating in a 5-person team battle worth 4 points. A total of 9 points. The higher score advances. Jinling has been placed in Group 6. Dong Su reviews the list and notes that Luoyang University is also in Group 6. They were last year's top 16 team. Their strength must not be underestimated. Xing Luo and his team face Fengqing University in their first match. The educational resources at Fengqing University are not particularly impressive, with their competing students generally around level 42, quite a low standard. In our first battle against Fengqing University, despite their lower levels, treat them with utmost seriousness. For the individual matches, Luo Wu, Chai Ziming, and Lin Nashing will take the stage first, with Lu Yi and Zhuo Guang as the main defenders. In the team battle, Luo Wu, Chai Ziming, Song Cheng, Meng Xinyuan, and Zhuo Guang will compete. Xing Luo, you all should rest for now. There's no need to reveal your capabilities just yet. Understood. Everyone, do your best. This match held no suspense. As Jinling University triumphed with a score of 9 points, after the match, both sides engaged in friendly exchanges. Fengqing University registered for the national competition primarily for the spirit of participation, seeking to broaden their students' horizons. Though luck was not on their side, facing Jinling in their first match, they had anticipated such an outcome. Jinling advanced to the group finals with an unblemished record, facing Luoyang University. This match requires them to showcase their true abilities. In the first individual match, Zhuo Guang, a splendid first victory. In the second, Chai Ziming. For the defense battle, Lu Yi, Shun Bing, and Lin Nashing. In the team battle, Song Cheng, Luo Wu, Xing Luo, Zhuo Guang, and Chai Ziming. Xing Luo, conceal your strength during the team battle. Understand? Got it. Concealing one's prowess is indeed a skillful tactic. The individual match commences. Luoyang's team sends forth Sun Imo, a level 49 assassination rogue. As the match begins, Sun Imo instantly enters stealth mode. Although Xing Luo could observe through mind's eye and informs Zhuo Guang, he refrains from doing so as it would be unfair. If they are to win, it must be done honorably. Moreover, Zhuo Guang's pride would never allow him to accept such a tactic. Zhuo Guang promptly unleashes Lava Shield, capable of absorbing low-level damage while inflicting some fire damage on the target. Sun Imo, as an assassination rogue, is adept with poison skills, stealthily appearing behind Zhuguang and executing elbow strike, stunning Zhuguang for 3 seconds. He then follows up with 2 destruction strikes, thrusting 2 daggers steeped in deadly poison towards Zhuguang, and upon the stun's conclusion, he unleashes Poison Strike. The Poison Strike skill significantly amplifies the target's toxicity. After executing this sequence, he hastily employs Dissolve to return to stealth. Assassination rogues are truly insidious, hit and run, slowly poisoning their prey. Zhao Wen couldn't help but comment. The moment Zhuguang regains consciousness, he casts Frost Nova, but alas, it fails to hit Sun Imo. Meanwhile, Sun Imo continues to seek an opportunity while Zhuguang's health steadily declines. The longer this drags on, the more advantageous it becomes for him. Zhuguang decisively activates the level 50 skill, Flame Storm. Just as he is midway through casting, he suddenly halts, releasing Shockwave onto the ground. Sun Imo, standing not far behind him, is forced out of stealth by this strike. Impressive! He baited Sun Imo into interrupting him with Flame Storm, and then used a wide area skill to reveal him. Dong Su couldn't help but praise Zhuguang as the current highest level member of Jinling University. He certainly possesses remarkable skills. In an instant, Zhuguang is engulfed in flames. His body is adorned with fire, and a firebird soars from his hand towards Sun Imo. He then unleashes Flame Impact. Zhuguang does not pause. A massive rock engulfed in flames hurtles towards Sun Imo. Xing Luo's eyes light up. He hasn't even cast Fireball. Zhuguang is growing increasingly formidable. Zhuguang releases Flame Impact once more, followed by a rapid Fireball directed at Sun Imo. Faced with Zhuguang's explosive damage, Sun Imo collapses, unable to continue, thereby concluding the match. The coach of the Luoyang team wears a grave expression. Indeed, they are one of the 4 prestigious schools. Seizing an opportunity means instant annihilation. His brow furrows deeply. Zhuguang is likely a key member of Jinling University, while the others may not be as quick to grow stronger. The second participant from Luoyang University is Lu Qiao, a girl wielding gigantic 2-handed swords. Chai Ziming swallows hard, hoping she won't embarrass him. At the instant the match begins, Lu Qiao charges at Chai Ziming with Charged. However, under Dong Su's strict tutelage, Chai Ziming has learned the most crucial lesson for a hunter. Just as Lu Qiao reaches his side, she becomes ensnared in a pre-placed frost trap. Dong Su's repeated lessons echo in Chai Ziming's mind. The most important thing for a hunter is survival. Surviving leads to damage. Unlike Beastmaster hunters who can rely on their pets for assistance, a marksman hunter must rely solely on themselves. Without a secure environment, their output capacity diminishes significantly. Seizing the opportunity, Chai Ziming quickly retreats, reaching a distant position before activating his burst skill, Perfect Shot, increasing his damage by 30. He unleashes Aimed Shot at Lu Qiao, a 5-second casting time resulting in massive damage. Yet, it is a skill that seldom sees use. It is far too easily interrupted. The moment the arrow leaves, Chai Ziming casts Concussive Shot, slowing Lu Qiao's movement speed. Lu Qiao's health has now dropped to 62. Chai Ziming assesses the situation. At her current speed, it would take Lu Qiao over 3 seconds to reach him. A gamble. Chai Ziming casts Aimed Shot. Once more. As Lu Qiao arrives, she swiftly attempts to interrupt with Storm Hammer. Yet, the instant the Storm Hammer strikes Chai Ziming, he completes his casting, leaving Lu Qiao with only 14 health. Lu Qiao hurriedly capitalizes on the 3-second stun, unleashing her full output toward Chai Ziming. Simultaneously, a gentle breeze envelopes her, her health slowly regenerating. It is the wind of revival. Zhao Wen, recognizing Lu Qiao's current state, is certain it is this skill. After all, this skill has aided him countless times. By the time Chai Ziming awakens, Lu Qiao's health has restored to 23. Meanwhile, Chai Ziming's health remains at 67. The disparity is still vast. Chapter 84. Facing Luoyang University, Chai Ziming swiftly employs the escape skill to distance himself from Lu Qiao, who immediately responds with Heroic Leap. With her 2 enormous swords, she leaps into the air, charging toward Chai Ziming. Alarmed, Chai Ziming quickly retreats. As Lu Qiao descends, the ground around them fractures. Chai Ziming hurriedly steadies himself. As Lu Qiao unleashed an arcane shot towards the battlefield, she brandished 2 colossal greatswords, charging fiercely at Chai Ziming. This was the cleave skill of a berserker. In a frantic response, Chai Ziming fired off an impact shot. and swiftly activated Cheetah's Guardian to distance himself from Lu Qiao. While retreating, he occasionally turned back to fire another arcane shot. Despite Lu Qiao's relentless pursuit, she could not catch up with Chai Ziming before her health was completely depleted. Dong Su, watching from the sidelines, displayed a look of satisfaction. Finally, this lad was beginning to show some promise. Luoyang University had already lost 2 points. They needed to secure victory in the arena match. Otherwise, their chances would be utterly extinguished. Their coach incessantly encouraged the competitors. Keep going. We still have a chance. You can do it. Believe in yourselves. Moments later, the first round of the arena match commenced. Here we go. Lu Yi took a deep breath and stepped onto the stage. Go for it. The first contestant for Luoyang University was Zhong Wenyuan, a level 50 ice mage. Upon seeing that Lu Yi was the first to take the stage, he breathed a sigh of relief. According to their intelligence, Lu Yi was only level 48. He should not be a formidable opponent. Hope was on the horizon. Once on stage, he immediately cast Arcane Wisdom on himself, followed by Polymorph, aimed at Lu Yi. Lu Yi rushed towards Zhong Wenyuan, but the distance was too great. He couldn't activate Hammer of Justice in time. The Polymorph was successfully cast, transforming Lu Yi into a little lamb. Zhong Wenyuan took a deep breath and activated his burst skill, Blood of Ice. He then unleashed Black Ice Arrow at Lu Yi. In a hurry, Lu Yi activated Divine Protection, reducing the damage by 20. The moment the Black Ice Arrow struck Lu Yi, 2 ice arrows followed suit. Lu Yi quickly activated Shield of Vengeance. His movement speed decreased by 30. He desperately chased after Zhong Wenyuan, but just as he was about to close the gap, Zhong Wenyuan cast Frost Nova and immediately used Blink to create distance once more. At that moment, Lu Yi's health stood at 67, while Zhong Wenyuan still had 96. The 4 damage was inflicted by the Judgment skill, which was Lu Yi's only ranged attack. Once the freezing effect wore off, Lu Yi relentlessly pursued, finally casting Hammer of Justice at Zhong Wenyuan. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed his burst, Divine Awakening, a powerful Judgment of the Paladin, struck down. Having leveled Judgment of the Paladin to level 7, coupled with the 20 attack bonus from his burst skill, Zhong Wenyuan's health plummeted to 58. Lu Yi traded 20 of his health for a staggering 38 of Zhong Wenyuan's health. A tremendous profit. Moreover, Divine Awakening granted him a 10 lifesteal effect. After sacrificing 20 of his health, Lu Yi surged back to 51. He then unleashed a series of Crusader Strikes at Zhong Wenyuan. The stun effect ended. Zhong Wenyuan was left with 47 health, while Lu Yi now boasted 52. Lu Yi had turned the tables. Zhong Wenyuan could only pray for Blink to cool down before his health reached 0. Just as Zhong Wenyuan's health dipped to 19, Blink finally became available. However, Lu Yi did not afford him the chance to use it, as the cooldown for Judgment of the Paladin was ready once again. Zhong Wenyuan's health hit 0. Lu Yi was left with 27 health. Zhong Wenyuan exited the stage, feeling dejected, having thought he could secure a kill. It's all right. This isn't your fault. That Retribution Paladin's damage was simply too high. The coach consoled Zhong Wenyuan. Huaqi, it's your turn. The pressure is immense. Huaqi expressed his anxiety, yet he was already eager to jump into action. The second match commenced. Huaqi, as a feral druid, immediately entered stealth mode. Lu Yi, undeterred by the druid, continued casting Holy Flash on himself, restoring his health. The righteous Lu Yi was now led astray by Xing Luo. After casting Holy Flash twice, as he prepared to cast again, Huaqi struck with Rake, dealing damage and stunning Lu Yi for 3 seconds. Huaqi then activated a minor burst, Tiger's Fury. Increasing his damage by 10, he relentlessly used Ravage on Lu Yi, and just as the stun was about to end, he executed Rip before swiftly retreating. At this juncture, Lu Yi was left with only 12 health. The bleeding effect from Rip continued to sap his life. Huaqi watched Lu Yi from a distance, his gaze icy. In his cheetah form, a smirk played at the corners of his mouth. Lu Yi attempted to pursue, but he could never outrun Huaqi in his cheetah form. His health was dwindling. In desperation, he cast Holy Flash on himself. At that moment, Huaqi suddenly turned and charged at Lu Yi, landing a headbutt, interrupting Lu Yi's casting before unleashing Ravage. Huaqi swiftly turned to flee. Ultimately, Lu Yi was ground down to defeat by Hua Qi, who still retained 97 health. With the healing from rejuvenation, he was nearly at full health. Well done. Xing Luo cheered for Lu Yi. Although they had not inflicted any damage on the second opponent, securing the first round against the Ice Mage was already commendable. Brother, it's your turn. You must avenge me. Lu Yi patted Shen Bing's shoulder. Yes. Then Shen Bing stepped onto the stage. Hua Qi again went into stealth mode, his health fully restored. Now he relished the thrill of the hunt. Without Xing Luo, Shen Bing could not ascertain Hua Qi's position, so he opted to stand still and do nothing. Observing this, Hua Qi suspected some trap awaited him, causing him to hesitate to act. Until Luoyang University's Hua Qi, yellow card warning. Please take effective action promptly. Hua Qi, feeling helpless, could only take the risk and charge at Shen Bing. Rake. Successfully hit, stunning Shen Bing for 3 seconds. Realizing the situation, Hua Qi understood that this young man had not prepared anything. He had wasted so much time waiting. Without delay, he unleashed a sequence of skills on Shen Bing, who soon regained consciousness and cast Frost Nova at Hua Qi, swiftly creating distance. Following that, Shen Bing cast Black Ice Arrow. Seeing this, Hua Qi immediately shifted forms to dispel Frost Nova, then used Headbutt against Shen Bing, interrupting his casting. At this moment, a smirk appeared on Shen Bing's lips. Chapter 85. How can one possibly play like this? High-level hunters often present themselves in the guise of their prey. Shen Bing was thus subjected to Hua Qi's relentless assault, and after 3 seconds, Shen Bing promptly used Blink to create distance. Although he immediately activated Blood of Ice, he unleashed Ice Pearl and Frost Ray in quick succession. With Hua Qi unable to interrupt him, he found himself immobilized by the dual slow effects of Ice Pearl and Frost Ray. As the sequence of skills concluded, Hua Qi was left with a mere 4 health. Shen Bing casually tossed an Ice Spike. To conclude the match, well done, Shen Bing, Lu Yi exclaimed, witnessing Shen Bing's impressive display. Xing Luo raised her hands above her head, clapping enthusiastically. Shen Bing, with his back to them, wore an increasingly evident smile. He still had 47 health remaining. The opposing team's third contestant, Lu Haohai, entered the arena. He was a level 50 beast master hunter. The battle began. Lu Haohai dispatched his wolf companion to charge at Shen Bing, unleashing Cobra Shot against him. Shen Bing could only endure Lu Haohai's onslaught, waiting for the wolf to reach his side before casting Frost Nova, freezing the wolf. He then targeted Lu Haohai with Black Ice Arrow. Lu Haohai hastily employed Counter Shot to interrupt Shen Bing's casting. Shen Bing, feeling helpless, realized that a mage had little recourse against a hunter. Once the silence effect wore off, Shen Bing again cast Polymorph on Lu Haohai. He aimed to immobilize Lu Haohai first and eliminate his wolf companion. However, before he could complete the casting, Lu Haohai struck him with coercion, stunning him. When Shen Bing regained consciousness, he found himself at 17 health. He decided against using Ice Barrier, as he was already at an advantage and saw no need to reveal that skill. With so little health left, he had no intention of targeting the wolf. Instead, he aimed to attack Lu Haohai directly, hoping to alleviate some pressure on Lin Nuashan. Moments later, Shen Bing was eliminated. Lu Haohai retained 78 health. Leave it to me. Lin Nuashan stepped onto the stage. She immediately entered stealth mode and approached Lu Haohai from behind, landing a successful elbow strike. In the instant of the stun, Lu Haohai activated Shell Shield, deflecting physical attacks. For a moment, Lin Nuashan found herself at an impasse. The wolf companion charged at her. Lin Nuashan had no choice but to use Dissipate to re-enter stealth mode. She couldn't afford to be worn down by the wolf while Shell Shield was active. Waiting for the effect of Shell Shield to expire, Lin Nuashan attacked Lu Haohai once more. The armor break skill struck true. After taking a hit, Lu Haohai hurriedly activated Escape, attempting to create distance. But Lin Nuashan, seizing the moment he used Escape, executed Shadow Step. To follow him, Lin Nuashan activated Dance of Shadows and unleashed a flurry of backstabs against Lu Haohai. At this moment, Lu Haohai activated Cheetah's Guardian and dashed away with all his might. Observing this, Lin Nuashan activated Gale Step, relentlessly pursuing Lu Haohai. Stacking her combo counts, Lu Haohai's health dwindled to 41. In the final second of another Dance of Shadows, Lin Nuashan unleashed Duet and executed Bone Carving. The strike found its mark. Lu Haohai fell backward, The outcome was clear. The expressions of Luoyang University's team turned grim. They had lost. Their coach hurriedly consoled them. There were still team matches ahead. Cheer up. Do not bring shame to Luoyang University. Moreover, we have already reached the top 16. After the group stage, we still have a chance. Don't give up just yet. Let us proceed with the team matches previously arranged. No need for alterations. Xinglua, you should also acclimatize. After the group stage, you may feel utterly fatigued. Alright, finally, the representatives from Jinling University are Songqing, Luo Wu, Xinglua, Zhuguang, and Chai Ziming. Luoyang University has dispatched Yi Dihuo Qi. The assassin Sun Imo, the beast king Liao Luohua, the guardian Zhao Yang, and the divine priestess Yazi Xuan. Upon entering the fray, Xinglua cast Word of Power, Resilience, on everyone, deliberately refraining from using Redemption. He intends to hold back a trick. After bestowing upon himself Word of Power, Shield, he swiftly released Restoration on several individuals in succession. Luo Wu, Zhuguang, and Chai Ziming charged directly towards Xiazi Xuan, while Songqing remained by Xinglua's side to ensure his safety. The dual assassins simultaneously targeted the healer with their assault. Elbow strike, hit. Xiazi Xuan was stunned for 3 seconds, however, due to the effect of the Joker mask. Xinglua ignored control skills below level 50. Sun Imo was momentarily taken aback. Why? In an instant, Xinglua unleashed Mind Shatter, rendering Hua Qi immobilized with fear, while Sun Imo promptly activated Shadow Cloak to dispel the fear effect. Following this, Sun Imo relentlessly used Devastation and Poison Strike against Xinglua. Unperturbed, Xinglua awaited the completion of Sun Imo's assault, then casually cast Purification to dispel the poison effect. Zhuguang and the others had already activated their burst skills, launching a fierce onslaught on Xiazi Xuan. Guardian Zhao Yang timely cast Hand of Protection upon Xiazi Xuan. Luo Wu and his companions had no choice but to shift their focus to Luohua. They desperately unleashed Holy Light Flash upon her, trying to chip away at her health. After 6 seconds, under Zhuguang's explosive damage, Xiazi Xuan's health plummeted to 43. In a hurry, she cast Word of Power, Silence, on herself, restoring her health to 72. Yet, this only prompted Luo Wu and his party to turn back and continue their assault on her, increasing her pressure dramatically. She hastily released Mind Shatter. Luo Wu was instantly freed from its effects. The attack continued. Xiazi Xuan swiftly cast Restoration on herself, invoking Word of Power, Spirit. Her health surged back to 85. Following that, she urgently applied Word of Power, Shield, and intended to cast Healing Spell on herself. Luo Wu abruptly interrupted her. Zhao Yang hurriedly transferred Hand of Sacrifice to Xiazi Xuan. By this time, Xinglua's health had been reduced to 42 by the others. At this moment, he cast Healing Spell on himself. Today, he would play the role of the Divine Priest. Not a single offensive spell was released. Sun Mo's eyes brightened. An opportunity. He immediately used Kick against Xinglua, dealing minimal damage without interrupting the casting. Under this healing spell, Xinglua's health instantly replenished to full. He then donned Word of Power, Shield, once more. How is this possible? Could this be their trump card? A priest unaffected by control effects. With astonishing healing capacity, the players from Luoyang University were beginning to lose their composure. Every time they reduced their opponent's health to half, Xinglua would simply cast Healing Spell to restore it fully. The key was that this priest could not be controlled. The shield he cast was of such absurd value. How on earth could they compete against this? Chapter 86, from 16 to 8. This cannot continue. Xiazi Xuan was almost out of skills. Jinling's priest had only utilized 3 types of spells thus far: Restoration, Healing Spell, and Word of Power, Shield. They must exert overwhelming pressure. All members of the Luoyang team collectively launched an assault on Xinglua, with Zhao Yang no longer protecting Xiazi Xuan, but charging straight at Xinglua. At this point, Xinglua's Penance and Word of Power, Shield, had both reached level 8. Word of Power, Shield, was further enhanced by the effect of the Mark of Mackerel, elevating it by an additional level. Now, a single Word of Power, Shield, under the effects of Twinborn and Holy Light Inspiration, had reached an astonishing value of 9,592.34 points. Terrifying indeed. In the face of their attacks, Xinglua abandoned pretense. He laid his cards on the table. No need to evade. He would face them head-on. Just for fun. If it were the usual monster pulling, even a few Zhaowans might find it impossible to wrest aggro from Xinglua's grasp. Standing among them, Songqing felt a pang of sympathy for the Luoyang team. Before long, Luoyang's priestess Yazishuan, having exhausted all her skills, could no longer hold on and collapsed. Suguang and the others began to deal with the remaining members. Sun Imo remained perplexed until his health reached zero, unable to fathom why Xinglua's shield was so robust. The referee blew the whistle. The match concluded. The coach of Luoyang University shook his head in resignation. Jinling University truly lived up to its reputation as one of the 4 prestigious schools, exceptionally formidable. Upon returning to the rest area, Suguang praised Xinglua, astonished at how significantly his support skills had improved in just a month. The various universities in attendance recognized that this year's Jinling was extraordinary. The team battle was won with such ease. The primary reason being their priest was simply extraordinary, enduring the assaults of 4 individuals without budging an inch. If they could not neutralize this priest, victory would be unattainable. Having Xinglua as a junior is indeed a blessing. Chai Ziming lavished praise upon Xinglua without reservation. Meng Xinyuan, observing from a corner, found himself drawing circles watching Xinglua engage in cheerful banter with everyone. He couldn't help but lament how vast the disparity between individuals could be. The national top 16 had thus been established. After a day's rest, the draw ceremony for the national top 16 would take place the following day. At 8 a.m. the next morning, Dong Su summoned everyone to the training grounds. Tomorrow marks the crucial match from 16 to 8. We need to take it more seriously. Today, we will engage in a day of intense training. Under Dong Su's arrangement, they underwent a full day of rigorous practice. After training concluded, they returned to their dormitory, dragging their weary bodies. The training arranged by the coach was even more exhausting than battling monsters. Zhaowen couldn't help but voice his grievances. This training will indeed help us acclimatize more swiftly. It's getting late. Everyone should rest early. Xinglua glanced at the time. It was already 8 p.m. After tidying up, he lay down in bed, eagerly anticipating the match from 16 to 8 the next day. The following morning at 8 a.m., the draw ceremony commenced punctually. The schools mentioned were called up to draw their lots. Tianfu University. A tall woman stepped onto the stage, casually picking a number from the drawing box. Number 3. Next up, Modu University. Next, Jinling University. At last, it was Jinling University's turn, and everyone unanimously agreed that Xinglua had good luck. Deciding to let him draw, Xinglua considered himself a jinx, hoping the goddess of fortune would smile upon him today. Number 1. Dong Su's lips twitched slightly. Another number 1 had already been claimed by Gusu University. They were last year's top 8 team, ranked 6th last year, a formidable opponent, which also meant that the first match from 16 to 8 would be an internal battle among the 13 Taibao. Su Gu, long time no see. A woman dressed in a simple, patterned qipao approached gracefully, exuding a faintly sweet fragrance in the breeze. Long time no see, Teacher Tang. The normally fierce Dong Su appeared somewhat reserved at this moment. Zhaowen noticed and continuously raised his eyebrows at Xinglua. Xinglua, look quickly. There must be something fishy between them. Yes, their relationship is surely extraordinary. Xinglua directly employed mind vision to convey his thoughts to Zhaowen's mind. This skill is truly a divine technique for whispering. At this moment, Louis also began to raise his eyebrows at Xinglua. What are you two discussing? Count me in. Seeing this, Xinglua simply pulled everyone into the conversation. What is happening? Louis inquired rapidly. Didn't you notice? Their relationship is definitely not simple. Zhaowen articulated his observation. Is it? Of course. Coach Dong Su and Coach Tang from Gusu University were engaged in lively conversation. Lin Nuashan also joined the gossiping ranks. Although Shen Bing remained silent, he was listening intently, afraid of missing any details. Look at Dong Su's gaze. It's almost as if he is about to devour her. Oh my, to be honest, it does resemble that. How have you been lately? I'm managing, how about you? Oh, I'm doing all right too. The two casually chatted, until the students from Gusu came to call her back. Su Go. We want to go easy on you when the time comes. Tang Shui suddenly turned back to Dong Su as they walked partway. We want to go easy on you either. Dong Su, staring at Tang Shui's retreating figure, finally came to his senses. Is the coach up to the task? I find it hard to believe. Usually, he seems so fierce, Yet now he can't even muster a word. Everyone, maintain your composure. This afternoon, we will be facing Gusu University. Do not even think about going easy on them. Their strength is formidable. Do you all hear me? Yes. The group snapped back to attention, promptly assuring they would not hold back. That being said, the relationship between the two schools has always been amicable. Regardless of which side ultimately triumphs, they would wish each other well. It was now 9 a.m., and still quite early. Xinglua and the others returned to their dormitory for a rest. Claiming it was to conserve energy, at noon, they found a place to grab a bite, with Xinglua ordering a bowl of doji and nearly spitting it out after the first sip. He simply could not get accustomed to it. Afterward, they arrived at the venue, taking advantage of the ample time to engage in an exhilarating round of rift battles. Xinglua noticed the others were somewhat tense and sought to help everyone relax through this method. Finally, the clock struck 2 p.m. What follows is the first match of the National University competition, the round of 16. Let both contestants enter. After a cordial handshake and greeting between the participants, we shall proceed to the first individual match, where each contestant will have a preparation time of 10 minutes. After this duration, please submit the list of competitors to the judges. Dongshu cast his gaze upon the crowd, as several eager individuals expressed their readiness to compete. Lin Nuashing, you shall be first. Very well. Today heralds a significant surge in updates. I humbly request some free gifts. Thank you all for your unwavering support. Chapter 87. Jinling University vs. Gusu University. Left Guang from Jinling University faces off against Gung Zimo from Gusu University. Let both contestants enter the arena. The match commences. Gung Zimo, a level 51 weapon warrior, unleashed, charge. The moment the match began, closing in on Left Guang. After casting Lava Shield, Left Guang swiftly followed with Frost Nova Da. In that instant, Gung Zimo quickly activated Storm Hammer. Despite Gung Zimo being momentarily immobilized, Left Guang, stunned, could not escape the range of Gung Zimo's assault. What a splendid display by Gung Zimo. His reflexes are astonishing. Xing Luo remarked, and indeed, this match was captivating to behold. Gung Zimo rapidly activated his burst skill, unleashing Crush, which increased the damage Left Guang would receive by 10 for a duration of 6 seconds. He then unleashed the rare skill, Blade Storm, available only to those of level 50. With his massive dual-handed axe spinning violently, a fierce tempest was conjured. Gung Zimo's relentless strikes rained down upon Left Guang, inflicting significant damage. The moment Left Guang regained consciousness, he utilized Blink, hastily evading Gung Zimo's Blade Storm. Protected by Lava Shield, Left Guang's health still dwindled to 73. He immediately activated Burning, Phoenix Flame, and Flame Surge, were unleashed simultaneously towards Gung Zimo. A colossal fireball swiftly surged toward Gung Zimo, reducing his health to 64. Left Guang intended to follow up with another attack, but Gung Zimo had already employed Heroic Leap, closing the distance and executing Disarm. Left Guang found himself weaponless and could only retreat in haste. Gung Zimo pursued, employing Rend, as his enormous axe cleaved downward toward Left Guang. Left Guang reacted swiftly, yet was unable to evade entirely. As the axe struck his shoulder, the effects of Disarm finally subsided, allowing Left Guang to use Phoenix Flame and Flame Surge. Gaining an instant fireball, he unleashed it once more. Simultaneously, Gung Zimo's Skull Crusher was unleashed, crashing down upon Left Guang's head. Both competitors' health bars plummeted. Left Guang was left with merely 34. Gung Zimo stood at 28. With the burning effect now expired, Left Guang could no longer cast instant fireballs. Although his health exceeded Gung Zimo's by 6, the outcome remained uncertain. Seizing every opportunity, Gung Zimo unleashed Skull Crusher again. With a single blow, Left Guang's health fell to 22. Gung Zimo's eyes gleamed with determination. He was prepared to execute the Execute skill. This powerful ability could only be used when the target's health fell below 30, dealing immense damage. Left Guang finally cast Fireball, followed by his last, Phoenix Flame. The 3 charges of Phoenix Flame had been expended. Gung Zimo's health dwindled to a perilous 12. In that moment, Gung Zimo swung his massive axe, executing Execute directly toward Left Guang. The blow reduced Left Guang's health by 16, leaving him with a mere 6. Just as Gung Zimo's Skull Crusher descended, Left Guang's Blink became available. He hastily blinked several meters away, narrowly evading the strike. Without hesitation, he cast Fireball again. Gung Zimo, quick to react, charged toward left Guang. Realizing that being struck by the fireball could result in his defeat, he had to make a final gambit. Activating Heroic Throw, he launched his massive axe with all his might toward left Guang. Simultaneously, left Guang completed the casting of his fireball. The other contestants, including both teams' coaches, held their breath, eyes wide in anticipation of the match's conclusion. Left Guang was struck by the axe, crashing heavily to the ground. While Gung Zimo fell backward after being hit by the fireball, the audience fixated on the stage, awaiting the final outcome. At that moment, Gung Zimo slowly rose to his feet. His health stood at a mere 3. Once left Guang exited the stage, everyone rushed over to, "I'm sorry, I lost." "It's all right, it's not your fault. You were so close to winning." Indeed, indeed. Despite his companion's reassurances, left Guang understood that being close did not equate to victory. He needed to strive harder. In stark contrast, a jubilant atmosphere enveloped Gusu University. "Lin Nuoshing, the second match is yours." Dong Xiu's tone carried a hint of gravity. "Yes, I will certainly bring victory back." Lin Nuoshing's resolve was unwavering. The second match featured Lin Nuoshing against Ma Wei. "Go Lin Nuoshing!" Su Jie shouted fervently from the audience. Now that summer break had begun, he had come with a group of supporters for Chang Wang to cheer them on. Xing Luo and the others turned their attention to the audience. Su Jie, Xing Luo and the others smiled and waved at the crowd. The feeling of being watched is truly delightful. Ma Wei entered the arena, initially casting Prismatic Shield, which was unaffected by interruptions during the duration of the Arcane Shield. However, this shield was exceedingly fragile, unable to withstand more than 2 attacks. At this moment, Lin Nuoshing had already entered a state of stealth, while Ma Wei unleashed Arcane Explosion, releasing a torrent of arcane energy that dealt damage within a 3-meter radius. He aimed to locate Lin Nuoshing through area damage. Lin Nuoshing remained composed, her gaze fixed intently upon Ma Wei. Just as Ma Wei completed his Arcane Explosion, Lin Nuoshing swiftly utilized Shadow Step, appearing behind Ma Wei, and immediately unleashed Elbow Strike, stunning Ma Wei for 3 seconds. Without hesitation, Lin Nuoshing activated her burst skill, Shadow Dance. Grasping her dagger, she executed Armor Piercing in quick succession, followed by 2 backstabs. At the moment the second backstab landed, she activated Duet. Finally, she delivered a decisive blow with Bone Carving. Lin Nuoshing plunged her dagger fiercely into Ma Wei. His health plummeted to 57. The audience gasped, marveling at the extraordinary damage dealt by this young woman. It was even more devastating than a fire mage. At last, Ma Wei regained his senses. He promptly cast Frost Nova. But at the instant the spell was released, Lin Nuoshing nullified it with Shadow Cloak, then struck Ma Wei with another backstab. Chapter 88. Feel the terror of being dominated by a priest. Ma Wei hurriedly executed Blink, narrowly avoiding the blow. He activated Calm, rendering the next 2 required spells instant cast and increasing their damage by 20. 2 consecutive Arcane Blasts struck Lin Nuoshing, followed by Arcane Missiles, sending 3 pale purple magical missiles hurtling toward her. After this sequence of spells, Lin Nuoshing's health was reduced to 67. She swiftly activated Gale Step, increasing her movement speed to close in on Ma Wei, delivering another backstab. At that moment, Ma Wei used Blink. Once more, he could actually cast Blink twice. Shen Bing watched in awe from the sidelines, drooling at the spectacle of such skill. 2 blinks. Upon regaining his composure, he quickly wiped his mouth and noticed that everyone was fixated on the unfolding battle, allowing a sigh of relief to escape him. Unbeknownst to him, every move he made was being meticulously observed by Xing Luo through Mind's Eye. After evading, Ma Wei launched Arcane Sphere at Lin Nuoshing. A spherical shockwave brimming with arcane energy surged toward her. Lin Nuoshing immediately employed Dissipate, vanishing from Ma Wei's sight once again. A Wei hastily cast Arcane Explosion, hoping to disrupt her stealth. At this moment, Ma Wei's health had dwindled to 44. Ignoring the damage from Arcane Explosion, Lin Nuoshing charged toward Ma Wei, landing another backstab. Ma Wei scrambled backward, reapplying Prismatic Shield. The instant it cooled down, Lin Nuoshing relentlessly pursued, landing backstab. Twice more on Ma Wei. Observing Ma Wei's health reduced to a mere 20, Lin Nuoshing aimed to strike decisively and eliminate him. Yet, at that moment, Ma Wei's form abruptly vanished. Reverting to his position 5 seconds prior, it turned out he had activated the time rewind skill the moment he was struck by Lin Nuoxing. This ability records the caster's state upon activation, returning them to the corresponding position and state after 5 seconds, restoring his health to 44. Furthermore, this skill allowed him to distance himself from Lin Nuoxing. In a swift maneuver, Ma Wei unleashed Arcane Shock upon Lin Nuoxing, causing her health to plummet to 42. Nuoxing found herself in a precarious predicament. Should Ma Wei possess any additional skills, Nuoxing's defeat would be all but assured. Xing Luo meticulously analyzed the unfolding scenario, while the others observed the match with grave expressions. Lin Nuoxing dashed towards Ma Wei, who was exerting every ounce of effort to unleash his damage. At last, when her health dwindled to 32, she closed the gap to Ma Wei, seizing her dagger to deliver a brutal backstab. With no means to create distance, Ma Wei could only withstand Lin Nuoxing's onslaught and retaliate. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of strikes, rapidly leveling their health down to 14. In that moment, Ma Wei activated Blink. His Blink had a remarkably short cooldown. Realizing this, Nuoxing swiftly retreated in the opposite direction, effectively increasing the distance between them, rendering Ma Wei unable to reach her. As Ma Wei advanced, Lin Nuoxing hurriedly withdrew, and after a grueling 8 seconds of tug-of-war, she finally escaped the combat state and hastily activated Stealth. It was over. Ma Wei was taken aback by this turn of events. He frantically cast Magic Explosion, hoping it would draw Lin Nuoxing out of hiding. Remaining composed, Nuoxing bided her time, awaiting the cooldown of Shadow Step. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. In an instant, Lin Nuoxing appeared behind Ma Wei, landing a backstab. The blow left Ma Wei with a mere 6 of his health. Without hesitation, she struck once more. At that moment, Ma Wei's health finally reached 0. Lin Nuoxing emerged victorious. The score now stood at 1-1. At this juncture, Lin Nuoxing exhaled deeply. Moments later, she exited the virtual chamber. Nuoxing, you are the most beautiful Nuoxing. I love you. The audience erupted in ecstatic cheers for the fans of Chengguang. Nuoxing, splendid work, Zhao Wen shouted from afar. Hearing this, a faint smile graced Lin Nuoxing's face. Nuoxing, well done. With a point secured, Dong Su also breathed a sigh of relief. Let me be the first to step onto the arena, coach, Xing Luo volunteered, stepping forward. Left Guang and the others exchanged bewildered glances, while Zhao Wen and his companions remained composed. They were aware of Xing Luo's long-held aspirations for damage output. Moreover, Xing Luo's overall prowess was indeed formidable. Their team had privately conducted trials, and neither Shan Bing nor Lu Yi had managed to best Xing Luo in full assault. Word of power, Shield's outrageous statistics are simply unscientific. After a moment's contemplation, Dong Su made his decision. Very well, it's you. Xing Luo's smile broadened, prepare to feel the terror of a priest. Ha ha ha. Zhao Wen and the others couldn't help but feel sympathy for the competitor from Suzhou University, who was about to face an impending ordeal. The arena competition commenced. The first representative from Jinling University was Xing Luo. The first competitor from Suzhou University was Wen Zhiyong. Please have both players enter the arena. Upon hearing the referee's announcement, the Suzhou team was momentarily taken aback. According to their intel, Xing Luo was a divine priest? What was a divine priest doing in an arena match? Did Jinling University intend to forfeit? Confused, Wen Zhiyong stepped onto the stage, immediately entering stealth, wary of any trickery. Better to be cautious. Su Jie could hardly believe his ears. Whatever. Xing Shan, go for it. As Xing Luo approached the stage, he flashed a peace sign towards Su Jie and the others. Upon reaching the arena, he cast Word of Power, Resilience, upon himself, followed by Word of Power, Shield, then stood firm, awaiting Wen Zhiyong's emergence. For the moment, he did not intend to reveal his ability. Mind Sight. Moments later, when Xing Luo's Word of Power, Shield, was ready, Wen Zhiyong summoned the courage to appear behind Xing Luo. As a rogue, he initiated with Elbow Strike. Being a level 51 subtle rogue, he surpassed the immunity range of the Jester's Mask, successfully stunning Xing Luo. He then unleashed a furious barrage of attacks against Xing Luo. 3 seconds later, Xing Luo stood unfazed, his Word of Power, Shield, having absorbed less than a quarter of the damage. Xing Luo turned to Wen Zhiyong, casting Shadow Word, Pain, upon him, and thereafter refrained from unleashing any further damaging spells. He aimed to maintain the facade of a divine priest. Chapter 89. Bro. Can we not hit the head? When Ji Yong, undeterred, continued his relentless assault on Xing Luo. Yet, he could not inflict even the slightest harm. Xing Luo, in turn, seized his staff and struck Wen Ji Yong. I must learn a staff technique once I return. Was Xing Luo truly misaligned in his awakening? Was he really a priest? Left Guang's lips twitched in disbelief. The others swallowed hard. Facing Xing Luo, they would likely fare no better. Being pursued and struck by a priest wielding a staff? The imagery was too surreal to contemplate. Once the duration of shadow word, pain, expired, Xing Luo applied another, then resumed his staff strikes. The damage may have been minimal, but the humiliation was profound. Yet, when Ji Yong found himself utterly powerless, now, he could only compile his combo count, hoping to unleash Bone Shatter, to see if he could eliminate Xing Luo. Xing Luo recognized his intent and promptly cast Mind Shatter, causing Wen Ji Yong to break free from Shadow Cloak instantaneously before continuing his assault. At this point, he had amassed a 13-hit combo. Only then did Xing Luo grow vigilant, quietly casting Redemption upon himself, while subtly stacking shield values through Shadow Word, Pain. The shield from Redemption bore no significant difference from Word of Power, Shield, which was precisely why Xing Luo felt secure in its use. Ensuring his divine priest persona remained intact, Xing Luo then began to flee. When Ji Yong quickly pursued, his combo count could not afford to break. Should it falter, all would be for naught. As he ran, Xing Luo glanced back to cast another Shadow Word, Pain. When Ji Yong gritted his teeth, stifling the urge to unleash Bone Shatter, determined to maintain his combo count. Upon reaching 27 hits, he knew he could not delay any longer. Xing Luo's Mind Shatter was nearing cooldown. His Shadow Cloak had a remaining cooldown of 33 seconds. He had to unleash Bone Shatter. Now, Xing Luo, too, was calculating. He understood that when Ji Yong was compelled to execute Bone Shatter, yet, he wished not to reveal Vanishing, having spent so long alongside Lin Nuo Sheng that he could likely estimate the impending damage. Moreover, he desired to test the resilience of his shield. He hurriedly recast Word of Power, Shield, at full value, adding the 3,271.86 shield value converted from Redemption, totaling 12,864.2 points of shield value. At that moment, Bone Shatter finally struck Xing Luo, inflicting 7,968.66 points of damage, just as when Ji Yong believed this blow would assuredly vanquish Xing Luo. He found him standing unscathed, his shield intact. Was this a cheat? Had he activated hacks? Xing Luo was equally astonished. Was his shield truly this formidable? Why should he run at all? Let us engage. The scene shifted dramatically as Xing Luo stood his ground, staff in hand, engaging Wen Ji Yong in a brawl. After 43 seconds, Wen Ji Yong finally managed to shatter Xing Luo's shield, but just as hope ignited within him, this unearthly individual replenished it yet again. Good heavens! Where did this prodigy spring forth from? The clash dragged on for a full 3 minutes, culminating in a resounding victory for Xing Luo. Elated, he reveled in this triumph, his first victory in front of such a large audience through a one-on-one duel. Who would dare claim that healers cannot engage in solitary combat henceforth? Xing Shan is incredible. Xing Shan is formidable. Xing Shan, I want to have your children. When Ji Yong returned to the preparation area, numb and hollow, his eyes devoid of life, his teammates rallied around him with words of comfort, while Coach Tang Shui contemplated strategies. When Ji Yong had inflicted no damage upon Xing Luo, not even psychologically, Xing Luo had essentially toyed with him, emerging from the match unscathed. Tang Shui resolved to send forth their balanced druid, Zhong Cheng, for the next bout. Possessing healing capabilities, the balanced druid would certainly not fall victim to Shadow Word, Pain. Moreover, Zhong Cheng was the strongest output force on Suzhou University's side. His passive skill, Sniper, inflicted 30 more damage to targets with health exceeding 80. This was a coveted passive skill for every damage-dealing class. With utmost confidence, Zhong Cheng stepped onto the stage. Xing Luo, unhurried, reapplied Word of Power, Shield before casting Shadow Word, Pain, upon Zhong Cheng. Seeing this, Zhong Cheng activated Rejuvenation, causing his health to oscillate between -120, 74 and 83.22. Observing this, Xing Luo brandished his baton, advancing towards Zhong Cheng. It was time to practice his staff techniques. Zhong Cheng, undeterred, unleashed Sunfire and Moonfire upon Xing Luo. Under the dual onslaught of these spells, Xing Luo's shield value diminished at a rate of 322.66 per second. Unfazed, Xing Luo raised his staff and began to strike. After a considerable interval, Zhong Cheng could no longer endure. Bro, can we not constantly target the head? Could we strike elsewhere? Oh, then, Xing Luo executed a move reminiscent of the monkey fetching the moon, delivering an upward strike that aimed straight for Zhong Cheng. Soul Zhong Cheng swiftly evaded. If struck, it would indeed be disastrous. Zhong Cheng hastily propelled Xing Luo away, preventing him from launching another assault. At this moment, his energy had accumulated nearly to its peak. After replenishing Xing Luo with Sunflower and Moonfire, he immediately activated his explosive form, Incarnate, Blessed of a Loon. In an instant, he transformed into a fully armed avian warrior. Observing this, Xing Luo swiftly cast Prayer Shield upon himself. Zhong Cheng unleashed 3 consecutive Star Surge spells at Xing Luo, causing a significant portion of his shield to shatter instantly. Although Zhong Cheng continuously cast Starfire, delicate violet beams adorned with stars descended from the heavens, striking Xing Luo. After several successive strikes, Zhong Cheng unleashed another Star Surge. Seeing his shield on the verge of collapse, Xing Luo quickly activated Pain Suppression. In the moment his shield shattered, Zhong Cheng released Sunbeam. Within the rays of sunlight, Xing Luo was rendered momentarily incapacitated. He desperately fled, but Zhong Cheng denied him the opportunity. Following up with Uther's Vortex, ensnaring Xing Luo within the sunlight. Xing Luo found himself in a state of utter helplessness. Fortunately, he sensed the impending danger in advance and activated Pain Suppression. Seizing the moment, Zhong Cheng hastily cast his last 2 Star Surge spells, reducing Xing Luo's health to 78. Zhong Cheng then exited his explosive state. Devoid of energy, he could only continue casting Starfire at Xing Luo. With the effects of his explosive and passive skills diminished, Zhong Cheng's damage output against Xing Luo was noticeably weakened. Chapter 90. Why are you lying down? Until the sunlight faded, Xing Luo's health remained at 62. Hastily, he cast Prayer Shield upon himself. Well done. You almost had me finished. Since you show no mercy, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I shall reveal my true self. In fact, I am a shadow priest. After reapplying Shadow Word, Pain, to Zhong Cheng, Xing Luo unleashed Shadow Fiend. He then relentlessly cast Mind Flay. Following this relentless assault, Zhong Cheng's health plummeted by 5 each second. The crowd from Gusu could hardly believe their eyes. This fellow was a divine priest just a moment ago. Yet now he had transformed into a shadow priest, and the damage output was not insignificant. It was on par with a typical shadow priest at 60 effectiveness. Zhong Cheng hurriedly cast Heal upon himself, replenishing his health. The audience was bewildered. Previously, the balanced druid was fiercely attacking the priest, but now the roles had reversed. With the priest pursuing the balanced druid was even forced to cast healing spells for survival. Once the Shadow Fiend dissipated, the damage dealt by Xing Luo significantly diminished, reducing his output to a mere 3 damage per second against Zhong Cheng. Meanwhile, Zhong Cheng continuously cast Heal, barely maintaining his health at 90. Under Xing Luo's torment, his explosive state finally recharged, leading to another round of output. Unbeknownst to him, Xing Luo had already secretly activated Redemption. Given the current strength of his shield, Zhong Cheng's onslaught could not breach it. Once the explosive phase concluded, it was Xing Luo who unleashed his attacks upon Zhong Cheng, while Zhong Cheng transformed into a healer, tirelessly restoring his health. After 2 exchanges, Zhong Cheng's mana reserves dwindled perilously low. In contrast, Xing Luo's health was at its peak. He even boasted an impressively thick shield. His mana was practically full. Is there any justice left in this world? Who is truly the damage dealer here? Although Xing Luo's output was low, it was irrelevant. His opponents could hardly inflict harm upon him. Even the slightest output, if sustained, could eventually wear down an opponent. It was utterly excruciating. Zhong Cheng felt as though he was battling a boss. No, even bosses are not as formidable as Xing Luo. Finally, Zhong Cheng's mana was completely depleted under Xing Luo's relentless output. He began to give up, standing idle as Xinglua continued his assault. Exhausted, let it all come to ruin. This battle raged on for a full 7 minutes. In the first minute, Zhongqing had fervently attacked Xinglua, while the subsequent 6 minutes were a relentless torment inflicted by Xinglua upon Zhongqing. Even the competitors from Jinling began to feel sympathy for Zhongqing. The last competitor from Gusu to take the stage was Jing Zhuyu, a level 51 protection paladin. Tang Shui believed that Xinglua was undoubtedly the cornerstone of their team. In the team competition, he certainly deserved a place. Given that their chances of winning this arena match had become slim, they decided to rely on a tanky healer like the protection paladin to exhaust Xinglua's energy, thereby hampering his performance in the team competition. Jing Zhuyu approached the stage. She knew that her offensive capabilities could never hope to defeat Xinglua, so she prepared to expend all her mana on healing. Upon seeing a protection paladin approach, Xinglua could not help but frown. How long would this take? Jing Zhuyu strode directly towards Xinglua, refraining from casting spells, merely wielding her one-handed sword to strike at him. Xinglua was momentarily speechless. Was she attempting to wear him down slowly? He casually cast Shadow Word, Pain, and Shadow Fiend upon Jing Zhuyu, then surprisingly sat down on the ground, closing his eyes to meditate. You wish to test my patience? Exhaust my spirit? That shall be impossible. Jing Zhuyu felt a wave of helplessness. Why don't you get up and fight? She swung her one-handed sword vigorously, trying to provoke Xinglua into action. Yet Xinglua remained oblivious, eyes firmly shut. Then, an even more outrageous turn of events occurred. He simply lay down. Who is this person? This is a competition. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. Xinglua is incredible. Zhaowen laughed heartily from the sidelines. The others couldn't help but chuckle as well. Periodically, Xinglua raised his hand to cast Shadow Word, Pain, on Jing Zhuyu without even opening his eyes. Jing Zhuyu had no choice but to continue attacking Xinglua. Due to the rules of the competition, she was obliged to make effective moves. Who is truly being worn down here? A minute later, at Tang Shui's signal, Jing Zhuyu conceded. This match not only failed to exhaust Xinglua, but also left Jing Zhuyu quite infuriated. Thus, Xinglua accomplished an impressive 1 against 3. The audience erupted into cheers. Xinglua, Xinglua. Now they could only place all their hopes on the team competition. 10 minutes later, the team competition officially commenced. Jinling University fielded Xinglua, Shunbing, Zhaowen, Chai Ziming, and Li Yi. Gusu University sent Zhongqing, Wen Zhiyong, Geng Zimo, Ma Wei, and Zhuangyao into battle. Remarkably, Gusu University did not deploy a protection paladin. They aimed to overwhelm Xinglua with 4 damage-dealing classes. Upon witnessing this lineup, Xinglua devised a counter-strategy. It appeared they intended to focus fire on him, attempting to eliminate him in one fell swoop. Thus, he decided to turn their plan against them. You 4 should directly charge at Zhuangyao. After formulating his plan, the group entered the arena once the referee announced the roster. The match commenced. Upon entering the arena, Xinglua immediately cast Prayer, Fortitude, on his companions, followed swiftly by Prayer, Shield, on himself. Indeed, the 4 members of Gusu University charged directly towards Xinglua. Nodding to his teammates, Shunbing and the others surged toward the healer Zhuangyao. When Zhiyong approached and struck Xinglua with Elbow Strike, stunning him, seizing the opportunity, they unleashed their explosive abilities. They sought to repay the humiliation suffered in the arena match. Faced with the onslaught of 4, Xinglua dared not be complacent and immediately cast Pain Suppression. Stabilizing the situation, Zhuangyao was promptly incapacitated by Zhao Wen's Stormhammer. She quickly cast Hand of Protection upon herself, leaving only Shunbing able to attack her. At this moment, Chai Ziming shifted his focus to Zhongqing, using Countershot to interrupt his spellcasting, thereby alleviating some pressure on Xinglua. The other 2 stood by, as their melee classes merely delayed time with their exchanges. After 3 seconds, the moment Xinglua regained consciousness, Stormhammer struck him once more. At that moment, only one thought occupied Xinglua's mind. He had to elevate the clown mask to level 50 as soon as possible. 3 more seconds passed, and Xinglua finally awoke. A beam of sunlight enveloped him. He hurriedly used Mind Vision to call for Lui. Lui promptly cast Hand of Protection on Xinglua. Chapter 91. How many hidden cards does this person have? The instant Zhuangyao's Hand of Protection effect expired, she cast Hammer of Justice on Shunbing. hoping to stun him and reduce the pressure. However, the stun effect was instantly dispelled by Xingluo. At that moment, Lu Yi's Hammer of Justice also struck Zhuang Yao. Lu Yi and Chai Ziming swiftly activated their explosive skills. Zhuang Yao hastily cast Guardian's Blessing. Shen Bing's eyes gleamed with anticipation, a faint smile gracing his lips. His explosive abilities had yet to be deployed. Once Zhuang Yao's damage reduction skill concluded, it would be his time to shine. Although she possessed a 20 damage reduction, Zhuang Yao was still compelled to heal constantly under the relentless assault of 4 attackers. Her health hovered around 75. Shen Bing did not rush to interrupt. He awaited the perfect opportunity. At last, Xingluo's shield shattered under their combined onslaught. The sunlight enveloping him finally dissipated. Hurriedly, he cast Renew upon himself and noticed that when Zhiyong's combo points had accumulated to 11, he quickly unleashed Mind Scream. When Zhiyong instantly dispelled the fear effect, while Ma Wei also regained consciousness under Zhuang Yao's dispel, the duo resumed their relentless assault on Xingluo. Seeing no effect, Xingluo swiftly chose to cast Fade. He vanished from their sight. Zhongqing gritted his teeth at this moment. How many hidden cards does this person possess? 5 seconds later, Xingluo reappeared 10 meters away, casually reapplying prayer shield upon himself, seizing the moment while they approached. He cast Shadow Word, Pain, and Shadow Fiend on Zhuang Yao, and secretly, he unleashed Redemption upon himself. For the time being, he refrained from bestowing it upon the others. He contemplated hiding it a little longer. In the face of danger, he could relinquish either Circle of Protection or Sectarian Divergence. Only when utterly cornered would he reveal Redemption. A few individuals approached Xingluo, continuing their assault, but they no longer possessed the explosive skills to bolster their attacks. The damage inflicted upon Xingluo was significantly diminished. On Zhuang Yao's side, her health had plummeted to 64. The protective effects surrounding her had also dissipated. Finally, it was Shen Bing's turn to showcase his prowess. Seizing the moment when Zhuang Yao cast Holy Light Flash, he interrupted her. Silence for 3 seconds. He swiftly activated Frost Bloodline. Observing this, Xingluo also employed Sacred Fire to disrupt Aofa Ma Wei's spellcasting. Silence for 3 seconds. He was the only one from Suzhou University still possessing the ability to interrupt. He endeavored to create a secure environment for Shen Bing's output. Without hesitation, Shen Bing unleashed Frost Pearl, immediately followed by the casting of Frost Ray. At this juncture, Lu Yi also executed Judgment of the Paladin. Chai Ziming readied Aimed Shot. Their ultimate abilities all converged upon Zhuang Yao. Once Zhuang Yao's silence effect concluded, she was left with merely 19 of her health. Meanwhile, Shen Bing's Frost Ray was still channeling its final 3 strikes. These would be the most damaging of the 3. In haste, Zhuang Yao cast Holy Healing upon herself. This is a rare skill for a paladin. Out of 10,000 paladins, perhaps only one has mastered this technique. The effect of this skill is immensely powerful. It can instantly restore the target's health to full. The limitation is that it can only be cast once a day. After withstanding the last 3 strikes of Frost Ray, her health remained at 76. That was close. Xingluo couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, none who made it into the national top 16 are easy opponents. Although he could still hold on, with over 7,000 shield points remaining, time was running out. He resolved to use Sectarian Divergence. Xingluo kept a keen eye on Zhuang Yao's health, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. 6 seconds later, Xingluo's shield shattered, and after applying Regeneration to himself, he commenced precasting Healing Spell. Ma Wei seized the opportunity. Spell interruption. Xingluo fell into a 3-second silence. Zhao Wen hastily cast Aid on Xingluo. 3 seconds later, Xingluo had 46 of his health remaining. The others believed they had found an opportunity. Yet, Xingluo casually applied the recently cooled down power word, Shield, to himself. The members of Suzhou University were beginning to feel despondent. Was there no end to this? When Zhuang Yao's health was focused down to 43 by the onslaught, Xingluo sensed the moment had arrived. He cast Pain upon Zhuang Yao, then directly unleashed Sectarian Divergence. Under the enhancement of the twin spirits, the damage dealt to her increased by 12.5, as if receiving a command. The others sprang into action. Lu Yi unhesitatingly cast Judgment of the Paladin. Shen Bing released the now-cooled Frost Pearl. Xing Luo directed, mental whip, at Zhuang Yao. Zhuang Yao's health plummeted uncontrollably, at last. Zhuang Yao could no longer endure. She collapsed to the ground. The remaining members of Suzhou University had already grasped the outcome and chose to surrender. I hereby declare that in the first match of the round of 16, Jinling University emerges victorious. Let us extend our congratulations to Jinling University for securing the first spot in the top 8. Jinling, Jinling. Su Jia rallied the fans in the stands to cheer for Jinling's triumph. Ha ha ha, we have won. Zhao Wen excitedly patted Shen Bing beside him. Shen Bing was equally elated, ignoring Zhao Wen's enthusiastic gestures, relishing the atmosphere of the moment. Xing Luo sighed in relief, realizing he had participated in the matches for quite a while today. Competing in the arena had indeed drained a considerable amount of his vitality. Next time, he might consider trying out the individual matches. Su Guo, congratulations. After comforting the athletes from Suzhou University, Tang Shui approached Dong Su. At this moment, the students from Jinling University were all ears. Fortuitously victorious. Thank you, Teacher Tang. Dong Su bashfully scratched the back of his head. Xing Luo once again initiated a group chat. I asked the coach up to the task. What are all these shenanigans? Exactly. Teacher Tang evidently has a soft spot for him. Why not just seal the deal? The match for the top 8 would not take place for another 10 days. After completing their matches early, Xing Luo and his team did not rest during the remaining days. For the first 4 days, they diligently observed the matches, gathering intelligence on various universities. In the following days, they engaged in rigorous training. The days passed swiftly, and the round of 16 matches concluded today. The list of the top 8 teams was finally revealed. Jinling University, Kyoto University, Modu University, Huaxia Military Academy, Yangqing University, Tianfu University, Luda University, and Shangqing University. Today, we have another surge of updates. Thank you all for your gifts. Thank you for your support. Chapter 92. Shutan. In the afternoon, the draw ceremony was held, where Jinling University's opponent was revealed to be Tianfu University, last year's 8th place. Interestingly, Kyoto University had drawn Modu University early on. It is worth noting that they had secured the 1st and 2nd places last year. Upon learning the results, Dong Su was in high spirits all day. Last year, Jinling ranked 3rd. Now, only one among Kyoto University and Modu University could advance. Just thinking about it brings joy. As soon as Xing Luo and his companions left the venue, Su Jia rushed up from behind. Big shots. Good luck in the top 8 matches. Absolutely. Zhao Wen threw an arm around Su Jia's shoulders, dragging him along for a meal. Today marks the official commencement of the top 8 matches. The standards for the top 8 are considerably heightened. Major media outlets flooded the venue. The audience was already packed to the brim. In the previous matches, due to the large number of teams, many competitions took place simultaneously across various venues, so viewers at home might not have seen the teams they wished to watch. However, the top 8 matches are different. They are conducted one at a time. Each match is broadcasted nationwide. This also means that some individuals or teams might achieve fame in this one battle, ascending to the pinnacle of their lives. The top 8 matches will unfold over 4 days, with one match each day. The first day features a showdown between the Military Academy and Shangqing University. This promises to be an exhilarating contest. Shangqing University ranked 5th last year, while the Military Academy secured 4th. Xing Luo and his team were eager to witness the event in person, but Dong Su held them back, as their match against Tianfu University was slated for tomorrow. Despite Tianfu University ranking 8th last year, they should not be underestimated. They must approach this with utmost seriousness. The matches can wait for the replay. Right now, the priority is to adjust their states in preparation for tomorrow's battle. Under Dong Su's supervision, everyone trained diligently on the training grounds. Xing Luo currently harbored an idea. His shields were all cast on single targets, and the shields converted from redemption required a certain amount of time to stack. How could he achieve a vast, formidable shield that could be deployed directly? Xing Luo engaged in various attempts. That evening, Su Jia found the others and recounted the day's match outcomes. The Military Academy won their first individual match, but subsequently lost both an individual match and a duel. They only managed to pull the score to 5, for thanks to the final team match. Although the Military Academy emerged victorious in the end, it was a hard-fought victory. In contrast to Xing Luo's previous matches, where the fight against Suzhou took an hour, the others typically concluded within half an hour. Yet, the battle between the Military Academy and Shangqing University lasted a full 2 hours. According to Su Jia, the entire encounter was incredibly intense. This left Xing Luo and his companions itching to watch the replay immediately. However, upon reflection, having come this far, it was best to wait until after tomorrow's match to view it. The following morning, Xing Luo once again requested to compete, and Dong Su pondered for a moment before deciding to let Xing Luo take on the first individual match. With Xing Luo's capabilities, securing a victory in the opening bout should pose no problem. Achieving the first win would also boost the morale of their side. After the referee announced the roster, both sides took their positions on the field, where Xing Luo noticed that the competition arena was significantly larger than before. There were several referees present, and the area outside was densely packed with various cameras. Xing Luo bowed toward the direction with the most cameras, maintaining his obedient persona. Little did he know, those paying attention to him had already bestowed upon him the moniker of Demon King, derived from the phonetic similarity to. The audience was filled with individuals of all ages. With a rough estimate of at least several tens of thousands, they held an array of snacks like peanuts, sunflower seeds, and popcorn. Some even brought foam coolers filled with cold drinks and sodas. Remarkably, the number of buyers was considerable. Below, I declare the match to commence. Xing Luo swiftly cast Power Word, Shield, upon himself, then turned to face his opponent. From Tianfu University, the first contestant was Lu Fei, a level 52 Retribution Paladin. As Lu Fei charged toward him, Xing Luo calmly cast Pain upon him, then grasped his staff and charged forward. Xing Luo had even taken the time to learn the art of dog-beating stick online. It was said to be a martial arts skill passed down by the legendary stick god. Many viewers present and at home had not witnessed Xing Luo's combat before and were baffled by his actions. A priest charging at a Retribution Paladin? Wasn't that tantamount to courting disaster? As the staff of Xing Luo was about to descend upon Lu Fei's head, he swiftly employed the Hammer of Justice to stun Xing Luo. What a close call! Had he been struck down by the priest, it would have been a most humiliating demise. Lu Fei dared not underestimate Xing Luo. According to the intelligence they had gathered, Xing Luo had once triumphed over 3 opponents in a single match. In a flash, he activated his burst ability, and a pair of blood-red, semi-transparent wings manifested from his back. From the sidelines, Lei immediately recognized the skill. It was Wrath of Vengeance. Unlike his Holy Awakening, Wrath of Vengeance had a straightforward effect. It increased damage by 30. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fei unleashed a flurry of Crusader strikes at Xing Luo. To his astonishment, upon striking Xing Luo, Lu Fei's Crusader strike created a shadow that attacked Xing Luo once more. Lu Fei's Crusader strike had reached its maximum level. After hitting an enemy, it could inflict an additional 30 damage. Lai felt a twinge of envy at this effect. His own Crusader strike was only at level 8. It would take quite some time to reach full proficiency. 3 seconds later, Xing Luo regained consciousness, raising his staff to strike Lu Fei's face. However, Lu Fei reacted swiftly, dodging the blow with agility. After missing twice, Xing Luo unleashed Mental Shriek. Taking advantage of Lu Fei's fear, he brought his staff down with tremendous force upon Lu Fei's head. What a relief! After that, Xing Luo decided to end the game decisively. He unleashed Sectarian Divide, summoning Shadow Demon, and Mental Whip. In a bid to conclude the match swiftly, Lu Fei hurriedly activated Guardian, attempting to mitigate the damage he would incur. With the burst effect still active, he continued to unleash Crusader strikes, yet he could not break Xing Luo's shield within the span of 12 seconds. By the time he shattered it at 14 or 15 seconds, Xing Luo was able to reapply it. In this unending torment, Lu Fei's health finally reached 0. The Star God Championship is magnificent. Jinling University shall emerge victorious. After defeating Lu Fei, Xing Luo waved to each spectator in the arena. At that moment, the audience across the nation twitched at the corners of their mouths, shivering in astonishment. Xing Luo's name was etched into the minds of countless individuals. Chapter 93. Ice Spike. Luo Wu, it's your turn. Understood, coach. Tianfu University consoled Lu Fei before sending out the level 51 Ice Mage, Gao Xiong. Once both competitors were in position, the referee announced the commencement of the match. Luo Wu swiftly entered a state of stealth, adjusting his rhythm as he approached Gao Xiong. Upon entering the fray, Gao Xiong immediately activated Frost Shield, granting him a shield value of 1200. Furthermore, when attacked, it would reduce the attack speed of the target by 20. Against a high attack speed class such as a rogue, this skill was exceedingly effective. Luowu had now positioned himself behind Gao Xiang. This time, he opted for a direct approach, launching a backstab at Gao Xiang's back. Gao Xiang reacted swiftly, casting Frost Nova, just as Luowu deployed Shadow Cloak. Just as he was about to unleash another backstab, Gao Xiang astonishingly cast Frost Nova again. His Frost Nova was already at maximum level. This special effect allowed the spell to have 2 chances of release. While somewhat ordinary, having skills that could be used twice often led to different outcomes. In that moment, Luowu found himself frozen in place. And without Shadow Cloak, he could only watch as Gao Xiang slowly distanced himself. Once at maximum range, Gao Xiang triggered a burst and began chanting, "Ice Spike." A massive ice spike coalesced above his head. The instant the ice spike was unleashed, a Ice Lance was also fired. Ice Lance would deal double damage to targets affected by freezing effects. The colossal ice spike and slender ice lance struck Luowu simultaneously. In the next moment, the ice spike erupted violently, sending Luowu staggering backward. This blow caused Luowu's health to plummet by 28. He was left with 64. At this juncture, Luowu broke free from the frozen state and decisively activated Shadow Step. The instant he appeared behind Gao Xiang, he unleashed a elbow strike. Denying him the chance to use Blink, he swiftly initiated his burst, Shadow Dance, executing a series of backstab attacks, with Gao Xiang increasingly aware of the rising damage. It turned out that Luowu's backstab skill had also reached maximum level during this period. Moreover, its special effect had made Luowu elated for an entire day. Within 10 seconds, each use of the backstab skill would increase its damage by 10, up to a maximum of 50. After launching 2 backstab attacks, Luowu decisively employed the bone carving skill. Despite Gao Xiang having a 1,200-point shield, his health had dwindled to 77. At that moment, Luowu, with the backstab effect active, was inflicting damage comparable to that of Zhuguang. Xing Luo and the others watched from the sidelines, envious. Many competitors in the top 8 had already maxed out 1 or 2 skills, gaining special effects, while they had progressed too rapidly, leading most of their skills to be at level 8. Far from the coveted level 10. As Gao Xiang regained his senses, he quickly used Blink, appearing 10 meters away, launching Ice Arrow. Upon impact, Luowu's movement speed noticeably decreased. Following that, he endured another Ice Arrow, before finally reaching Gao Xiang and thrusting a pair of daggers toward him. Just as the daggers were about to strike Gao Xiang, he vanished into thin air. Luowu quickly heightened his vigilance. To his surprise, Gao Xiang possessed an invisibility skill. The rarity of this skill could rival that of Shen Bing's Frost Barrier. Dongshu observed the unfolding situation, rubbing his chin with concern. This skill could maintain invisibility for 12 seconds. It could be said to have the longest invisibility duration outside of classes like rogues and druids. Luowu was in peril. Shen Bing's eyes sparkled with excitement. What an excellent skill! Alas, if it weren't for his parents urging him to venture out and limiting his finances, he would undoubtedly spend a fortune to acquire it. Though he understood that the likelihood of obtaining a skill of this caliber was exceedingly slim, one must always try. What if, indeed? While it could remain invisible for 12 seconds, if Gao Xiang refrained from attacking for an extended period, Luowu could simply enter stealth mode. Gao Xiang calculated the timing, and upon reaching maximum distance, he unleashed Ice Arrow at Luowu. In response, Luowu hurriedly activated Dissipation. The distance between them had been too great. Had he recklessly charged at Gao Xiang, he might have been killed before even reaching him. After slipping into stealth, Luowu monitored the status of his skills. Suddenly, Gao Xiang cast Ice Spike in a random direction. The abruptly appearing ice spike storm nearly struck Luowu. Startled, Luowu found himself only 6 meters away from Gao Xiang. If he were to be forced out of stealth now, it would indeed be perilous. Luowu circled around, finally reaching Gao Xiang's rear, landing a successful backstab. Gao Xiang swiftly realized the threat and retreated rapidly, while simultaneously hurling Ice Lance at Luowu. Luowu pursued him, repeatedly unleashing backstab under the relentless assault. Gao Xiang's health fell to 29, while Luowu retained 24. Their health was gradually equalizing. If Gao Xiang failed to mount an effective counterattack, this match would ultimately result in Luowu's victory. After suffering yet another backstab, Gao Xiang's health dwindled to a mere 17. However, his Frost Nova had finally cooled down, Gao Zong quickly released it, leaping forward to widen the gap between himself and Luowu. It was over. Luowu's health was reduced to just 19. He could not sustain any further damage. As Gao Ziyang reached the farthest position, he unleashed the Ice Spike skill once more. Simultaneously, Ice Lance was cast. Both skills struck Luowu simultaneously and in an instant. Luowu's health hit 0. The match concluded. The score stood at 1-1. The current score had rendered the arena's outcome inconsequential, yet Dongshu had no intention of playing casually. They not only aimed to win but to do so spectacularly. Since a 9 o'clock victory was out of reach, they were determined to achieve an 8-1 result. Shenbing, you are the first to take the stage. Eliminate your opponent with haste. Understood. Shenbing exchanged a glance with Dongshu and nodded emphatically. Go, little Bingzi. Zhaowen cheered for Shenbing. Go, go. Amidst the cheers, Shenbing ascended the platform. The first match of the arena featured Shenbing from Jinling University against Wang Defa from Tianfu University. Please have both competitors take their positions. As Shenbing stepped onto the stage, the audience erupted with a cacophony of cheers. Shenbing, Mama loves you. Shenbing, go. God of Men, go. Shenbing couldn't help but smile. Relishing the attention, I declare the match to commence. Chapter 94, Explosive Damage. Wang Defa from Tianfu University was a level 50 enhancement shaman, a melee class that harnessed various elements to empower himself and strike down his foes. The moment he entered the arena, he transformed into a translucent azure wolf spirit, boosting his movement speed by 40. He aimed to close the distance to Shenbing swiftly. Shenbing retaliated by casting Ice Arrow. As Wang Defa approached, he unleashed Frost Nova, freezing him in place. Yet Wang Defa did not remain idle. He swiftly planted the Electro Totem beside Shenbing. Upon witnessing this, Shenbing immediately cast Blink, rapidly escaping the range of the Electro Totem. Should he be struck by the Electro Totem, he would succumb to a 3-second daze, during which Wang Defa's frozen state would also dissipate, causing him to lose the opportunity for a preemptive strike. After re-establishing distance, Shenbing activated his burst skill, Frostblood, and began to chant the Black Ice Arrow skill. The moment the Black Ice Arrow was released, he unleashed the Frost Pearl towards Wang Defa, swiftly followed by the Frost Ray. Although Wang Defa's frozen state ended the instant he was attacked, under the dual slowing effects of Frost Pearl and Frost Ray, he was as immobilized as if he were rooted in place. Realizing he could not move and that the distance had exceeded the casting range of Wind Shear, rendering him unable to interrupt, he hastily activated his damage reduction skill, Astral Shift. Damage received was reduced by 30. Meanwhile, he continuously cast Healing Surge on himself to minimize the loss of health. By the time the Frost Ray concluded its casting, Shenbing swiftly unleashed the 2 instant cast Ice Arrows, granted by Black Ice Arrow. In this flurry of attacks, Wang Defa's health plummeted to an astonishing 26. The damage was explosive. Had he not activated his damage reduction skill and continuously healed himself, Wang Defa would have already become a lifeless corpse by this moment. As Wang Defa regained the ability to move, he immediately transformed into a spectral wolf and charged towards Shenbing. At this juncture, Shenbing released Ice Spike, further diminishing Wang Defa's mobility. He then followed with Blizzard. Just as Blizzard was unleashed, Wang Defa finally entered the casting range of Wind Shear, swiftly interrupting him. Shenbing fell into a 3-second silence, and after being interrupted, he turned to flee. Wang Defa also dispelled the slowing effect, and the spectral wolf speed was significantly greater than Shenbing's, allowing him to catch up swiftly. Without hesitation, he activated his level 50 rare skill, Savage Wolf Spirit, summoning 2 spectral wolves to attack Shenbing relentlessly. He then unleashed his burst skill, Wind Fury, enveloping his battle axe in a silver whirlwind, granting his attacks a 25 chance to deal an additional 50 damage. This effect lasted for 8 seconds. Following this series of actions, he unleashed Storm Strike towards Shenbing. The battle axe, now shrouded in a silver whirlwind, crackled with lightning as Wang Defa swung it, striking Shenbing squarely in the back. By sheer luck, this strike triggered the effect of Wind Fury. Shenbing's health dropped to 74 after this onslaught, while Wang Defa, with only 18 health remaining, resolved to withstand the attack and cast Ice Arrow. A blood-for-blood exchange. Ultimately, Shenbing triumphed over Wang Defa with a remarkable advantage, retaining 58 of his health. Well done. Zhao Wen cupped his hands around his mouth, creating a trumpet shape, and shouted loudly towards the arena. Others joined in, applauding incessantly. With 58 health remaining, Shun Bing was poised to confront the next opponent, a significant advantage. The second contestant from Tianfu University was the level 51 Berserker Rogue, Tao Xiuqing. The combat style of the Berserker Rogue diverged from that of the traditional stealthy assassin, resembling more of a warrior with maximum agility. Naturally, upon entering the arena, he immediately utilized the stealth skill. While it was fitting, it would be foolish not to use such a valuable skill. Uncertain of Tao Xiuqing's position, Shin Bing chose to sit down and consume some bread. After all, he was about to be ambushed. Why not recover a bit first? Seeing this, Tao Xiuqing charged towards Shin Bing. He could not allow Shin Bing to recover any further with his current 58 health. Just then, Shin Bing suddenly unleashed Frost Nova. The running Tao Xiuqing was frozen in place, revealing his position. Upon noticing him, Shin Bing immediately cast Ice Arrow, but Tao Xiuqing dispelled it with Shadow Cloak and instantly used the Grappling Hook skill. A grappling hook flew directly towards Shin Bing, and the moment it latched onto him, Tao Xiuqing leaped forward. Before the Ice Arrow could be released, the Elbow Strike skill struck Shin Bing. Following this, he activated Carnage Feast. 4 phantoms split from his sides, relentlessly assaulting Shin Bing. In haste, Shin Bing employed Ice Barrier. The solid ice shield rendered Shin Bing impervious to damage, and his health was rapidly recovering. Observing this, Tao Xiuqing adjusted his breath, seeking to exit the combat state as quickly as possible. The instant Ice Barrier concluded, Shin Bing's health had recovered to 84. Tao Xiuqing successfully entered stealth mode, prompting Shin Bing to cast Ice Spike. At Tao Xiuqing's previous location, the skill was executed, yet Tao Xiuqing did not appear. At that moment, a sharp one-handed sword pierced towards Shin Bing from behind. The slash successfully hit. Shin Bing hurriedly used Blink, increasing the distance between them, and took the opportunity to cast Black Ice Arrow. The deep black ice pillar surged towards Tao Xiuqing, who opted to use Dissipate to evade the Black Ice Arrow as attack. As a result, Tao Xiuqing's health remained at a robust 96. Tao Xiuqing maneuvered behind Shin Bing once more, swiftly employing the slash skill. Another hit landed. Shin Bing leaped forward, quickly turning to release Frost Pearl. Following that, he fled without looking back. Under the slowing effect of Frost Pearl, Tao Xiuqing could not pursue Shin Bing for a moment. Consequently, he conjured a pistol in his hand and fired a pistol shot towards Shin Bing. He relentlessly pursued Shin Bing. Shin Bing had not mastered Ice Gun, and in his moving state, he could not deal effective damage. However, Tao Xiuqing was different. As he caught up to Shin Bing, he delivered a slash, and when he fell behind, he utilized Pistol Shot. Shin Bing's health was rapidly depleting. It had now reached 46. Meanwhile, Tao Xiuqing still had 84. On the surface, it appeared that Shin Bing traded 12 of his health for 16 of Tao Xiuqing's. Yet, in reality, the 30 health recovered from Ice Barrier and the 2 from the bread all went to waste. After enduring another pistol shot, Shin Bing finally unleashed Frost Nova. He quickly distanced himself from Tao Xiuqing. Upon reaching a safe distance, his burst skill, Frostblood, had not yet cooled down, but he could not afford to delay any longer, thanks to the 30 cooldown reduction from the elemental robe. Frost Ray was already ready, and both Blink and Black Ice Arrow were nearing the end of their cooldowns. He was all in. He cast Ice Arrow, and at the moment Ice Arrow was released, he followed up with Frost Ray. The slowing effects of Ice Arrow and Frost Ray, while not as potent as the combination of Frost Pearl, were sufficient to give Tao Xiuqing a serious challenge. By the time the final damage of Frost Ray concluded, Tao Xiuqing had just reached Shin Bing's front. Shin Bing decisively activated Blink and immediately unleashed Black Ice Arrow. As Black Ice Arrow struck Tao Xiuqing, 2 ice arrows also reached him. Tao Xiuqing's health was completely depleted, and he fell backward. What the hell? What the hell? Zhao Wen's vocabulary was insufficient to express his admiration. Incredible. The others could not help but admire Shin Bing's damage. It was indeed outrageous, absolutely phenomenal. Shin Bing. 1 against 3. 1 against 3. After the first shouted this phrase, all the supporters of Jinling University in attendance echoed this slogan. It was indeed possible to 1 against 3. Although Shin Bing's health was only at 38 now, in 18 seconds, his Black Ice Arrow should be ready again, and by then, his burst skill would also be nearly available, even without Frost Ray. With Black Ice Arrow and Frost Pearl, he might still deliver considerable damage. Xing Luo analyzed the current situation and held high hopes for Shenbing. Shenbing closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The air brimming with exhilarating elements. Let me shine again. Go, Shenbing. Shenbing silently encouraged himself, aspiring to achieve the feat of 1 against 3. On the side of Tianfu University, their coach, Ning Zhenghao, wore a grave expression but continued to reassure his players. Indeed, Shenbing's damage was exceedingly high. His players had fought valiantly. They had done nothing wrong. As a teacher, he could not simply attribute all issues to his students without considering the context. Next up was Qiu Qi. Good luck. All right. Qiu Qi was the captain of Tianfu University's second team and a skilled player, but he still fell a bit short compared to the main team. Ning Jinghao knew that the chances in the arena were slim, so he planned to let the main members rest as much as possible to prepare for the upcoming team match. Shortly after, Qiu Qi entered the arena, a level 49 Fire Mage. This would be a battle between the Ice Mage and the Fire Mage. The battle was about to commence. Shenbing understood that he could not initiate the first strike. Most of his skills required casting in the face of a Fire Mage capable of interrupting from a distance. The best strategy was to let the opponent cast first and then interrupt them. To Shenbing's surprise, Qiu Qi directly activated his burst skill, burning, flames engulfing his entire body, as a fireball swiftly approached. This guy could instantly cast Fireball. Upon seeing this, Shenbing swiftly turned and used Blink, moving beyond Qiu Qi's maximum casting range. He is certainly not foolish. It would be truly unfortunate if Qiu Qi were unable to cast his spell in time, only to be struck down by a few instant fireballs. Qiu Qi hurriedly employed Blink to pursue, yet the distance between him and Shenbing was just slightly beyond the maximum casting range. Qiu Qi strained to close the gap, but to his astonishment, Shenbing was running faster and faster. What was once a negligible distance was gradually widening. Shenbing was once the champion of the city's youth sprinting division. How could I possibly be outpaced by a rogue, let alone a mere mage like you? Qiu Qi could only watch helplessly as Shenbing sprinted further away, utterly powerless. Once the flames surrounding Qiu Qi dissipated, Shenbing swiftly turned around and unleashed Ice Arrow. Qiu Qi's eyes lit up at the sight and immediately responded with Spell Reflection, followed by casting Fireball. Without the burn effect, his fireball lost its instant casting ability. A slight smirk appeared on Shenbing's lips. As expected, he had sacrificed 12 of his health to test this outcome. Subsequently, he sprinted ahead once more. Qiu Qi hurriedly chased after him. Shenbing silently counted down 2 seconds. 1 second. He immediately turned back and activated his explosive Ice Bloodline. The Ice Pearl was instantaneously directed at Qiu Qi. In response, Qiu Qi unleashed 2 consecutive flame strikes. Shenbing's health plummeted to a mere 3. 6. Qiu Qi then released Fireball, intending to finish Shenbing off with this strike. Seizing the opportunity, Shenbing immediately cast Spell Reflection. He then hastily unleashed Black Ice Arrow, and upon successfully casting it, swiftly fired off 2 instant ice arrows. Following that, he activated the Blizzard skill. In this explosive state, the damage of these skills increased by 30. With this combination, Qiu Qi's health was drastically reduced to 2. 8. Shenbing quickly followed up with an Ice Spike. Qiu Qi's health hit 0. Chapter 96. 1 against 3. Shenbing accomplished the remarkable feat of 1 against 3. Shenbing. 1 against 3. 1 against 3. In an instant, the arena was filled with voices praising Shenbing. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Shenbing returned to the preparation area. Shenbing, what a fine young man. Dong Su was overjoyed. He had merely hoped Shenbing could defeat the first contestant from Tianfu University, and the notion of a swift kill was just a jest. Little did he expect. Shenbing had directly achieved 1 against 3. Ha ha ha, truly deserving of the attention I have given him. Once he composed himself, Dong Su assumed a dignified expression. Now comes the most crucial team match. Xing Luo, Lin Nuashang, Zhuo Guang, Zhao Wen, and Lu Yi. You all step up. Shenbing, you may take a rest. Coach, we will certainly secure victory. Zhao Wen replied confidently. The team from Tianfu University also adjusted their spirits. For as long as they could win the team match, they would still advance. Their players rallied their spirits once more. With both sides in position, the match officially commenced. Tianfu University sent forth Gao Ziyang, Lu Fei, Tao Xiucheng, Cheng Yin, and Zhuo Zining. Excluding the three who had previously competed, Cheng Yin was a protection warrior while Zhuo Zining specialized as a discipline priest. This was Xing Luo's first encounter with a discipline priest other than himself and his teacher. Among the priest classes, most chose shadow priests or holy priests. After all, even after awakening to become a priest, many still harbor a desire for damage output. This segment of individuals predominantly opts for shadow priests as their future career path. Holy priests excel in healing output, making them the finest among all healing classes. Conversely, disciplined priests rank at the bottom in terms of healing capability. Without a thorough understanding of their skills, they often struggle in many situations. This scarcity leads to very few choosing to transition into disciplined priests. After Xing Luo cast Power Word, Fortitude, on everyone, he promptly activated Power Word, Shield, on himself, and Zhuo Zining mirrored this action. Xing Luo quietly activated Mind Vision, locating Tao Xiucheng, Lu Fei, and Gao Ziyang as they charged towards him. Lu Yi, if I am stunned, protect me directly, and you all focus fire on the priest. Zhao Wen said as he charged at Zhuo Zining, while Lin Nuoshang and Lu Yi joins Wu Guang, who was casting Fireball, at her side. True to form, Tao Xiucheng immediately unleashed Elbow Strike on Xing Luo. While Lu Yi, ever watchful of Xing Luo's condition, swiftly cast Hand of Protection on him, a similar scene unfolded for Zhuo Zining. After Lin Nuoshang executed Elbow Strike, Lu Fei placed Hand of Protection on Zhuo Zining. Zhuo Guang activated his explosive state and unleashed a flurry of attacks on Zhuo Zining. Indeed, Zhuo Zining was formidable. Although her power word, Shield, was not as robust as Xing Luo's, it still boasted over 4,000 shield points. The other three immediately redirected their efforts towards the protection warrior, Cheng Yin, and began a fierce assault. After 3 seconds, Zhuo Zining regained consciousness, but her shield had already been shattered by Zhuo Guang's onslaught. She hurriedly cast Renew on herself and Cheng Yin, followed by another power word, Shield. Xing Luo was taken aback. Their simultaneous casting of skills left his power word, Shield, with a cooldown of 4 seconds. While Zhuo Zining's was ready to go, however, Xing Luo's shield still retained over 5,000 points despite the relentless attacks from the others, leaving him unfazed. Quietly, he cast Redemption on himself and began his offensive against Zhuo Zining. He held nothing back, unleashing Penance, followed by Shadow Word, Pain, and Shadow Fiend. Xing Luo's shield points surged by over 2,000 with this combination. Furthermore, it continued to accumulate at a rate of 718.15 points per second. This barrage also dealt considerable damage to Zhuo Zining. The shield she had just restored was reduced to a mere 1,331.33 points under the combined assault from Xing Luo and Zhuo Guang. Soon after, the effects of their Hand of Protection faded, and the three surrounding Cheng Yin swiftly shifted their target, with Lu Yi delivering a Hammer of Justice to Zhuo Zining. The group activated their explosive states. Cheng Yin hastily employed Shield Wall, striving to shield Zhuo Zining from the damage. Witnessing his health plummet at an alarming rate, Zhuo Zining urgently activated Desperate Prayer, instantly restoring 30 of her health. This allowed her to stabilize her health. The moment the stun effect concluded, she quickly cast Penance on herself, raising her health back to 92. Although she promptly unleashed Mindseer, Lu Yi and Zhao Wen were gripped by fear, while Lin Nuoshang swiftly dispelled the fear effect, subsequently stacking his combo. Similarly, on Xing Luo's end, as the effects of Hand of Protection ended, he was controlled by Lu Fei. Nonetheless, Xing Luo's shield value still exceeded 8,000 points. This was more than sufficient for them to withstand a round of attacks. As the stun effects were about to wear off, Xing Luo promptly reapplied Power Word, Shield. As the team realized they could not eliminate Xing Luo, Gao Ziyang planned to polymorph him, seizing the opportunity to take down others in the absence of healing. However, just as he cast Polymorph, Xing Luo effortlessly interrupted it with Holy Fire. Subsequently, Xing Luo awaited their attacks. Moved beside Gao Ziyang, and as the silence effect on Gao Ziyang faded, Xing Luo immediately unleashed Mindseer. All were gripped by fear, except for Tao Xiucheng, who freed himself from the fear effect with Shadow Cloak. Proceeding to attack Xing Luo, Zhuo Zining, braving the onslaught, found it increasingly difficult to maintain her health. She had no choice but to activate her signature skill, concentration, which, for the next 8 seconds, would amplify the shield effect of Power Word, Shield, by 200. It became non-stacking and entered a no cooldown state. This meant that as long as she was quick enough, within 8 seconds, she could bestow over 8,000 shield points to 10 or even 20 individuals. Chapter 97. I am their coach. Xing Luo observed this skill with envy. The shield converted through redemption could only reach a maximum of just over 3,000 points in an instant. To accumulate up to 8,000 points would require a considerable amount of time. After bestowing shields upon everyone, she cast Shadow Word, Pain, on Xing Luo and, in the final moments of concentration, swiftly applied Power Word, Shield, on herself. At this juncture, her health stood at 48. Yet, she boasted over 8,000 shield points. Her health was also gradually recovering under the influence of redemption. Taking advantage of this moment, she unleashed Mind Blast upon Xing Luo, who felt a tremendous shock to his soul, as this single blow reduced his shield by 1,321 points. The damage was astonishing. This strike also restored 5 of Zhuo Zining's health. Xing Luo kept a close watch on her, relieved when she did not use this skill again, suspecting it must have a particularly lengthy cooldown. Both sides continued their relentless assault and healing. Zhuo Zining's 8,000 shield was eventually shattered by their combined efforts. She activated Power Word, Shield, which had cooled down. Xing Luo noticed that Lin Nuoshang's combo count had reached a staggering number, 26 hits. Based on prior experience, without a shield, this blow could very well eliminate Zhuo Zining. The others managed to break Xing Luo's shield, leaving only 2 seconds on the cooldown for his Power Word, Shield. He decisively cast Pain Suppression. 0.2 seconds later, Xing Luo's health had dropped to 81. He quickly reapplied Power Word, Shield. Although he would not face immediate issues, it was prudent to refresh it sooner rather than later. Well, to be honest, I was just being timid. Zhuo Zining's shield is about to shatter. Xing Luo seized the opportunity to use Veil of Shadows, swiftly distancing himself from the interruptions of the others. He then immediately unleashed Sectarian Divide. At that moment, Lin Noshing's eyes lit up as he followed suit with Bone Extraction. Louis also added Judgment of the Paladin. With this strike, the fully healed Zhuo Zining was instantly eliminated. The events transpired so swiftly that Cheng Yin had no time to react. Meanwhile, Tao Xiuqing and the others were still searching for Xing Luo's whereabouts. The audience erupted in a fervor of cheers. With the opposing healer eliminated, this match was essentially secured. Lin Noshing and his companions quickly redirected their fire towards Gaoxiong. The team from Tianfu University showed no intention of surrendering. They were making one last effort. They opted to abandon their attack on Xing Luo and charged straight for Zhuoguang. Xing Luo promptly cast Restoration on Zhuoguang, retaining Penance to safeguard his life. Zhuoguang, unwilling to be passive, released Frost Nova the moment they approached, then utilized Blink to widen the gap. He then targeted Qing Yin with Polymorph. Meanwhile, Gaoxiong, besieged by the other three, had no opportunity to interrupt Zhuoguang. Seeing that Zhuoguang was momentarily safe, Xing Luo joined the offensive, unleashing Mental Whip upon Gaoxiong. With Gaoxiong's elimination, the team from Tianfu University realized their hopes were extinguished and chose to surrender. The match concluded with Jinling University emerging victorious, the score standing at 8-1. The cheers from the audience grew even more intense. Thus, Jinling University successfully advanced to the top 4. As Xing Luo and the others engaged in private discussions, they analyzed the match. As a disciplined priest, Zhuo Zining was undoubtedly competent. Her ultra-short cooldown, Prayer of Shielding, combined with Focus, could effectively handle most scenarios. However, compared to Xing Luo, even without utilizing skills like Redemption or Mind Control, Zhuo Zining's healing output and shield values fell far short. Furthermore, Xing Luo's Pain Suppression, Guardian Circle, and Veil of Shadows provided effective self-protection. Additionally, Xing Luo possessed attack-enhancing skills like Sectarian Divide, which, if timed correctly, could influence the entire outcome. In summary, Zhuo Zining's skill set was too singular. Had she possessed a skill like Veil of Shadows, Lin Noshing's combo points could not have accumulated to a lethal extent. Xing Luo, basking in the praise, felt a bit shy. The coach, Dong Su, held high hopes for the Qingguang team, recognizing their immeasurable potential. Shin Bing's explosive damage, Lin Nashing's excellent attacking techniques, Li's versatility, Zhao Wen's courage, tenacity, and Xing Luo's extraordinary support capabilities. This team would undoubtedly etch a legend in the future. In years to come, he could boast to his peers, saying, "I am the coach of the Chengguang team." With this thought, Dong Su's spirit soared. "Tonight, I shall treat you all. Order whatever you like. Wow, long live the coach." Although the coach was treating, Xing Luo thoughtfully suggested they go for a buffet. After all, higher-level practitioners tend to have larger appetites. With over a dozen of them dining, they would easily spend upwards of 10,000 in Kyoto. Thus, the 11 of them arrived at a barbecue buffet in Kyoto that charged around 300 per person during the night. The owner warmly welcomed them, ushering them into a private room before continuing to attend to other customers. Once he finished with the others, he glanced into the private room, only to see them constantly fetching food. Their speed rivaled that of an assembly line. Panic set in. He hurried into the room. The group, engrossed in their feast, turned to look at the owner. "What's wrong?" Zhao Wen, with a piece of steak still in his mouth, mumbled. The owner swallowed hard, realizing that today's revenue might be at risk. "I just came to see if you need any assistance." No, thank you." Zhao Wen had already swallowed the steak, while the others hadn't even glanced up. The owner's heart bled at that moment. Chapter 98 Tactical Analysis. On the third day, the match between Yangqing University and Luda University unfolded, with Xing Luo and his team watching live. The competition was intense, maintaining a gripping pace, yet Xing Luo felt there was nothing particularly noteworthy when facing them. Ultimately, Luda University triumphed with a score of 5. Next came the much-anticipated final match of the top 8. Kyoto University versus Modu University. The excitement of this match was on par with the finals. The venue was packed to capacity, filled with people, with not a single inch of space to spare. In the first two individual matches, Kyoto University secured narrow victories. However, in the arena match, Modu University's contestant Wei Jinglong delivered a powerful performance, achieving a 1 versus 2 outcome. This 1 versus 2 feat held equal weight to Shen Bing's 1 versus 3. Ultimately, in the arena match, Modu University claimed victory, bringing the score to 2-3, leaving the team match to determine the final qualification. Modu University sent forth their ace, the lightning mage Yang Qitian, the moment he unleashed his burst. The atmosphere was electrifying. The entire venue was engulfed in lightning. Yet, Kyoto University's healer Ren Xingqian executed Call of the Spirits, astonishingly preserving the lives of all allies. In the end, Kyoto University emerged victorious. Against Modu University, Xing Luo felt confident he could safeguard everyone amidst Yang Qitian's explosive damage. However, when facing Kyoto, he lacked absolute assurance. He felt confident they would not lose in the team match. But victory was not guaranteed. The opponent's healing capabilities were simply too formidable. After all the matches of the top 8 concluded, the next day marked the draw for the top 4 matches. In Dong Su's view, the easiest team to face among the remaining 3 was Luda University, for which he had even offered incense the day before. Upon arriving at the venue, the host introduced the rules to everyone. Just like before, there were 2 tokens, 1 and 2, and whichever one was drawn would determine the match. This time, Dong Su entrusted the last draw to Zhao Wen, claiming that a fool's luck often prevails. However, those familiar with Zhao Wen knew he was anything but foolish. In fact, he was quite astute. The draw sequence for the top 8 matches began with the Military Academy, which drew number 2. Following them was Jinling University. Zhao Wen took a deep breath and drew the token. Number 2. Great. Luda University and Kyoto University need not draw. In truth, facing the Military Academy now wasn't too shabby. In Xing Luo's heart, Kyoto University was the most challenging opponent. That night, Dong Su held a strategy meeting. Upon entering the room, Xing Luo saw the replay of the Military Academy and Xiangqing's top 8 matches. Everyone is here, so let's analyze the Military Academy's strength. Dong Su glanced at Xing Luo as he entered. In their individual matches, the first player is Mu Jia, a level 52 balance druid. He possesses a skill called Solar Flare, which enhances the attack frequency of Sunfire and Moonfire. Moreover, this skill is a continuous damage ability. As you can see in this match, he applied 3 skills to his opponent and then evaded, continuously wearing them down. He also has a control skill called Entangling Roots, which he used to deplete his opponent's life. To be safe, I might assign 2 ranged attackers for the individual matches, as melee classes are easily worn down. The second individual match contestant has no notable skills. If you encounter him, it will depend on your performance. In the arena match, the military academy sent out a few substitutes, and these three didn't participate in the team match. Knowing that the arena match wouldn't affect the outcome, the military academy chose to practice. Thus, I believe the arena match lacks reference value. Their team match composition includes a bear druid, an assassination rogue, an enhancement shaman, an arcane mage, and a holy paladin. Their bear druid can provide a shield equal to 10 of his maximum health every 20 seconds to his teammates, which I've observed is given randomly and cannot be specified. This skill does not require much attention. The most crucial aspect of the team match is this. Dong-Su pointed at the screen where the enhancement shaman was displayed. He possesses a skill called Wind Fury Totem, which grants his allies the Wind Fury effect. This significantly boosts their damage output. Xing Luo, you need to carefully arrange for damage reduction against this skill. Xing Luo nodded. Their holy paladin has exceptional healing capabilities and possesses skills like Hand of Protection, Hand of Sacrifice, and Hand of Freedom. Hand of Freedom allows the target to be immune to movement impairing effects for a short duration. And he also has a burst healing skill. Look, Dong-Su fast-forwarded the video to the moment the holy paladin cast a healing spell, at this point. His Divine Strike restored 18 of health, and after activating his burst, Dong-Su rewound the video, showing the holy paladin and Lu Yi casting Divine Awakening. A single Divine Strike restored 36, it doubled. Divine Strike has a 5-second cooldown. This value is nearly comparable to Xing Luo's Penance. To successfully eliminate him, one must wait until after his explosive skill has been unleashed. Prior to that, it is imperative for each of you to meticulously arrange your damage skills to compel him to activate his burst. Based on our analysis of the situation, I will designate Lin Nuosheng to lead the charge in the arena competition, while the specific defenders will depend on our individual match outcomes. Should we emerge victorious in both personal matches, Xing Luo, I will position you as the defender. This strategy significantly enhances our chances of clinching the victory, if it ultimately comes down to a team battle for our triumph. Xing Luo, unleash your full firepower, and we shall achieve a decisive victory. Well, following Dong-Su's analysis, everyone remains filled with confidence, believing that Xing Luo, at full throttle, will provide them with a substantial boost. Today, there is an explosive update. Thank you all for your support. Thank you for the gifts. Wishing everyone a delightful weekend. Chapter 99. Battle against the military academy soon. The semi-finals commenced. The first day featured Kyoto University pitted against Luda University. This match held little suspense, as Kyoto University triumphed with a score of 8-1. Indeed, Kyoto University is formidable. However, at present, Xing Luo and the others' primary objective is to confront the military academy. In the first personal match, Jinling University's Shen Bing faced off against Huaxia Military Academy's Mu Zhai. The coach's predictions were spot on. Shen Bing eliminated him in an instant. Zhao Wen shouted towards Shen Bing on stage. Shen Bing fixed his gaze on Mu Zhai, taking a deep breath, constantly contemplating strategies. The match began. Shen Bing immediately unleashed Black Ice Arrow towards Mu Zhai, who, upon seeing this, rushed towards Shen Bing, eager to enter the casting range of Sunlight Beam. Just as the casting of Black Ice Arrow was nearing completion, Mu Zhai finally unleashed Sunlight Beam, yet, just when he thought he had successfully interrupted Shen Bing's casting, Shen Bing astonishingly appeared in another location. Shen Bing had intentionally initiated Black Ice Arrow to bait Mu Zhai into a disruption. The moment Mu Zhai raised his hand, Shen Bing halted the casting of Black Ice Arrow and utilized Blink to reposition himself 6 meters away from Mu Zhai. He successfully evaded Sunlight Beam, while arriving at a comparatively safe position, one that would not allow Mu Zhai to escape swiftly. This was a gamble. If Shen Bing had not reacted swiftly enough, he would indeed have been silenced by Sunlight Beam, and Mu Zhai would capitalize on the opportunity to inflict substantial damage. Faced with Mu Zhai, who had lost his ability to interrupt, Shen Bing did not hesitate in the slightest and activated his burst skill, Frost Bloodline. He then unleashed Black Ice Arrow at Mu Zhai. Realizing he could not evade, Mu Zhai decisively activated his burst, Extraordinary Alliance, increasing his damage by 15. The cooldown for Extraordinary Alliance is merely 1 minute, lasting for 10 seconds, allowing him to utilize it multiple times during combat. The moment Black Ice Arrow was successfully released, Frost Pearl and Frost Ray shot forth from Shen Bing's hands in succession. Mu Zhai unleashed all 3 of his damage overtime skills at Shen Bing, then began to chant Starfire. At that moment, Shen Bing was guiding Frost Ray, and could not interrupt Muja's casting, and thus they exchanged blows. Both parties' health points plummeted rapidly. Upon noticing that Muja had only 37 health remaining, Shun Bing abruptly ceased guiding Frost Ray and immediately used Spell Interruption to disrupt Muja's casting. Following this, 2 black ice arrows swiftly flew towards Muja, and after releasing them, Shun Bing did not pause but followed up with Ice Spike. Muja collapsed under this strike, while Shin Bing still retained 56 of his health. Shin Bing! Shin Bing! Su Jie shouted frantically from the audience. Others, recovering from their shock, joined in the cheers. Securing victory in the first personal match was an auspicious sign. Dong Su observed Muja's downfall and Shun Bing's victory. Intending to alter the previous plan to have Lin Nuashang compete in the next personal match. As the referee announced, Lin Nuashang stepped onto the field, facing off against the opposing team's level 51 enhancement mage, In Xingchen. The match began. As the words fell, Lin Nuashang entered stealth mode, cautiously approaching In Xingchen. At that moment, In Xingchen unleashed Flame Nova Totem, a blazing totem appearing at his feet, sending waves of fire surging outward in all directions. For a moment, Lin Nuashang could not advance and had to patiently wait for an opportunity. After several seconds, the Flame Nova Totem finally dissipated, and Lin Nuashang immediately used Shadow Step to position herself behind In Xingchen. Elbow Strike landed. Upon activating her burst, she relentlessly wielded her dagger, unleashing Armor Break and Backstab in succession. The enhancement mage lacked effective mobility skills, so Lin Nuashang refrained from hastily using Bone Removal. Upon regaining consciousness, In Xingchen immediately cast Static Totem and Wind Fury Totem. Subsequently, he targeted Lin Nuashang with Storm Strike. Lin Nuashang made no attempt to flee, continuing to unleash Backstab. Moments later, the Static Totem detonated. In the instant Lin Nuashang fell into a daze, she activated Shadow Cloak, followed by Backstab. In Xingchen promptly activated Astral Shift, reducing incoming damage. Confident in his own damage output, especially with 30 damage reduction still in effect, he braved Lin Nuashang's assaults, fiercely counterattacking. In Xingchen, fortunate enough, triggered the Wind Fury effect twice in succession. Lin Nuashang's initial advantage had been neutralized. At this moment, Lin Nuashang's health had dropped to 42, while In Xingchen stood at 41. The difference was negligible. A slight smirk crept onto In Xingchen's lips. At this rate, his chances of eliminating Lin Nuashang first were increasing. Yet, Lin Nuashang remained resolute, unleashing Backstab once more. To this point, Lin Nuashang had stacked 9 combo points, observing that In Xingchen had only 33 health remaining, and the effect of Astral Shift had concluded. It was time to end his life. She activated the skill Duet. Instantly, she unleashed Bone Removal. In Xingchen's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding events. With only 33 health, he was struck down in a single blow. He fell straight to the ground. Everything transpired too swiftly for the audience to comprehend what had occurred. Jinling University's Lin Nuashang emerged victorious with a score of 2-0. Only then did the spectators react. Nuashang, Goddess, Dong Su, who had been intently focused on Lin Nuashang since her entry, found his emotions beyond verbal expression. They were poised to determine the victor in this arena competition. Taking a deep breath, he looked towards Xing Luo. Their gazes met, both filled with unwavering determination. Xing Luo nodded emphatically at Dong Su. This arena competition would undoubtedly be secured. Luo, you are the first to compete in the arena. Go for it, come on, brother. If you win, I'll treat you to barbecue tonight. Zhao Wen raised an eyebrow at Luo. For that barbecue, I must prevail. Soon after, both sides appeared on the battlefield. The opposing team's first competitor was the level 52 arcane mage, Fu Jianbai. This would be a challenging match, a retribution paladin against a mage, a class equipped with both control and mobility, indeed held a disadvantage. The match began. Only one chapter today. I have a fever and my body aches all over. I might be coming down with something. I will try to update tomorrow. I apologize, everyone. Chapter 100. Watch me. As the words left his lips, Fu Jianbai unleashed Arcane Shock towards Luo, who promptly activated Vengeance Shield and charged towards Fu Jianbai. In the process, he utilized the Judgment skill to strike Fu Jianbai. After being hit by 2 arcane shocks, Luo had yet to reach Fu Jianbai when the latter cast Frost Nova. encasing the ground in a ring of ice, immobilizing Lu Yi. Immediately after, he unleashed another arcane shock, and following the attack, Lu Yi found himself frozen. Yet he pressed on towards Fu Jianbai. His vengeance shield had also dissipated. As Lu Yi approached Fu Jianbai, poised to unleash Hammer of Justice, Fu Jianbai did not hesitate to cast Blink, once again widening the gap between them. Upon landing, Fu Jianbai wasted no time. Activating his burst skill, Energy Rune, with Azure Runes materializing beneath him, increasing his damage by 40, lasting for 4 seconds. Upon witnessing the runes, Lu Yi swiftly activated Guardian, aware that Fu Jianbai had initiated his burst. Indeed, the next moment, Fu Jianbai activated Calm and Collected, transforming the next 2 skills requiring casting into instant casts, immediately unleashing 2 arcane shocks. Following this, he launched an Arcane Barrage, spirals of blue and purple energy hurtling towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi's health plummeted to 64 under this flurry of skills. At that moment, Lu Yi finally closed the distance to Fu Jianbai, unleashing Hammer of Justice. At last, he then decisively activated his burst skill, Holy Awakening, landing 2 Crusader strikes upon Fu Jianbai, and subsequently unleashed Judgment of the Paladin. This series of attacks directly reduced Fu Jianbai's health to a mere 57.6. Lu Yi's health also plummeted to 49.76 due to the casting of Judgment of the Paladin. The effect of Divine Awakening truly showcased its prowess in lifesteal, replenishing 5.76 of Lu Yi's health and allowing him to take the lead. Fu Jianbai had regained consciousness, and deprived of his mobility skills, he could only unleash instant spells to assault Lu Yi. Hoping to prevent any interruptions, Lu Yi relentlessly wielded his adjudicator. With each strike of Crusader's strike, he restored 0.96 of his health. The effect was remarkably beneficial. Under Lu Yi's continuous onslaught, Fu Jianbai's health dwindled to just 17.2. Meanwhile, Lu Yi retained 31.68 of his health. Fu Jianbai hastily cast the freshly cooled Frost Nova, successfully hitting Lu Yi before swiftly creating distance. Once at the farthest point, Fu Jianbai immediately unleashed Arcane Blast. As Lu Yi broke free from the freezing effect, he charged towards Fu Jianbai at once, hurling the Judgment skill from his hands. At that moment, Fu Jianbai was on the verge of completing the casting of his second Arcane Blast. Just as Lu Yi approached Fu Jianbai, the second Arcane Blast struck him, leaving his health at a mere 7.68. In a desperate final attempt, he released Crusader Strike, while Fu Jianbai's Arcane Barrage soared towards Lu Yi. The audience held their breath, awaiting the outcome of this fierce duel. Ultimately, Fu Jianbai triumphed with just 3.2 of his health remaining. Filled with self-reproach, Lu Yi returned to the preparation area, contemplating the necessity of acquiring a mobility skill, lamenting the disadvantages of lacking one. Xing Luo approached to greet Lu Yi. It's all right. Reducing him to merely 3.2 is quite an achievement. After all, he is a formidable mage. Indeed, if it's any consolation, I can have Shen Bing lie down for you to vent your frustrations. Zhao Wenpan placed a reassuring hand on Lu Yi's shoulder. That moment, Shen Bing's lips involuntarily twitched. What do you mean by letting me lie down for him to vent his frustrations? Have some decency, Lu Yi. You did excellently, with Fu Jianbai at just 3.2. Rounding up means he was practically defeated. No need to be hard on yourself. Dong Su also came over to comfort Lu Yi. Feeling the support around him, Lu Yi's resolve to learn a mobility skill grew stronger. For the second match, it's Zhuo Guang's turn. Yes. Meanwhile, Fu Jianbai remained on the field, contemplating one last push to see if he could inflict any damage on his opponent. Zhuo Guang took his place on the battlefield. The match commenced. With the referee's signal, Zhuo Guang immediately unleashed Flame Shock. And before Fu Jianbai could react, his health was completely depleted. Fu Jianbai had no choice but to leave the arena. And the second contestant from the military academy was the level 51 assassination rogue, Wu Yuan. The moment Wu Yuan entered the arena, he went into stealth. Upon noticing this, Zhuo Guang swiftly cast Flame Storm. Wu Yuan immediately used Shadow Step to position himself behind Zhuo Guang, interrupting his casting with a kick, followed by the Devastation skill. Zhuo Guang hurriedly attempted to run away, but how could a silenced mage possibly escape a rogue? The moment Zhuo Guang's silence ended, Wu Yuan swiftly executed Elbow Strike, stunning Zhuo Guang for 3 seconds. He then unleashed 2 more Devastation skills and followed up with Poisonous Strike. Zhuo Guang's complexion turned a sickly green. Upon regaining his senses, Zhuguang immediately cast Frost Nova, creating distance before swiftly unleashing Burning. Wu Yuan's eyes sparkled at this opportunity. He cast Shadow Cloak to dispel the freezing effect and quickly used Dissipate to enter stealth. Zhuguang had miscalculated. Without a target, his explosive potential was rendered meaningless. He now had only 42 of his health left, which continued to dwindle under the effects of poison. Seizing the moment, Wu Yuan attacked Zhuguang the instant Burning concluded. After taking the hit, Zhuguang immediately cast Blink to create distance, unleashing both Flame Shock and Phoenix Flame. He knew his chances of winning were nearly non-existent. His only goal now was to sap Wu Yuan's health as much as possible. Before long, Wu Yuan caught up with Zhuguang, and in a last-ditch effort, Zhuguang released a Phoenix Flame. Ultimately, Wu Yuan's health settled at 68. "I'm sorry." The first words out of Zhuguang's mouth after leaving the arena were an apology. He knew he had made significant mistakes, and if they lost the match, he bore considerable responsibility. It's all right. Just watch me with that." Xing Luo strode towards the arena. "Xing Luo, it's your turn to shine." The spectators perked up at the sight of Xing Luo stepping in as the champion defender. If it's Xing Luo, there might still be a chance. Go, Xing Shun. Today has been quite challenging. My entire body aches, and the fever refuses to subside. It took me half the day to write this chapter. I apologize to everyone. Chapter 101. That damn priest. Chapter 102. I want to give you a baby monkey. Chapter 103. The finals begin. Chapter 104. I'll take you down. Chapter 105. Lu Jia. Chapter 106. Ning Huaqing. Chapter 107. He is Xing Luo. Chapter 108. Champion. Chapter 109. Fei Er Sala. Chapter 110. Competition Gains. Chapter 111. Luo Caesar. Chapter 112. He is Transformers. Chapter 113. Just Playing. Chapter 114. The Barrier of Luo Caesar. Chapter 115. Song of Hope. Chapter 116. C-Class Team Assessment. Chapter 117. Assessment Begins. Chapter 118. Crown of Flowers. Chapter 119. Yin City Secret Realm. Chapter 120. Elemental Sovereign. Chapter 121. Red Mountain Secret Realm. Chapter 122. Tor Moro. Chapter 123. We're Getting Rich. Chapter 124. The Final Match. Chapter 125. Promotion. Chapter 126. Departure. Chapter 127. Transformation. Chapter 128. Crisis. Chapter 129. Mingjiala's. Chapter 130. Can You Do It? Chapter 131. I'll Stab You. Chapter 132. Low-Key. Chapter 133. Wash Up and Sleep. Chapter 134. S-Class. Chapter 135. The Great Battle Begins.